This happened to me a long time ago now. I used to live in a relatively small town in a pretty rural part of the Midwest. I'm not going to specifically name where, just in case I dox myself, as I've told a lot of my friends this story. I was a teenager, maybe 15 or 16 years old, and this was sometime in the 1990s. When I say small town, I'm talking like 15,000 to 20,000 population. Maybe slightly more, but you get the picture. It meant a lot of people knew each other pretty well. Rumors would spread around very quickly, and you got to know pretty much everyone's business. It's an old town dating back to the early days of colonialism and has a lot of long history that I don't really have the time to go into here. Anyway, there was this one rumor that we would hear a lot growing up as kids. It would be told by my parents, grandparents, and then even spread amongst the kids too. Rumor had it that underneath our small town, there was a decently sized tunnel network. I don't know or understand the exact logistics of it, but the rumor was that it was built down there sometime during or just before the Second World War. Thankfully, it never came to pass, but I think the idea was to prepare our town, or perhaps towns across America, in case a large-scale invasion or attack was initiated. So, rumor was that every building in the town had some sort of a hatch or a basement or an entrance to this tunnel system. Whether it was a house, a police station, a mom and pop store, a chain store, or a gas station, you would have something that led down into the system. The idea was that anyone, no matter whether they were on the outskirts of town or closer to the center, could quickly seek shelter underground and join up with everyone that they knew. I'm guessing they would have supplies and some kind of bunker or reinforcement to protect against the bombing. Now, this just seemed like some kind of old town urban legend that people pass around. It didn't make sense because my house did not have anything like this. No one else I knew could ever find any sort of entrance to in their houses. Well, there is a second part to this rumor. I don't know if it was tacked on to explain it or whether it was part of the original tale. Well, they would say that after World War II ended, and to not add any fuel to the mass panic fire once the Cold War started, the town began to shut off and seal all of these entrances. I think the idea was to reassure people that, oh, we will never need these again, so no need to worry. It would also stop troublesome teens getting into trouble and doing drugs down there or hiding any criminal activity from the limited law enforcement that we had. That brings me to the day I want to tell you about. One of the kids who went to my school said he had found a way in. He worked at Walmart part-time in the summer and was around a year older than me. He said that one night while stacking boxes in their basement. By the way, since when the fuck does Walmart have a basement? He found a little hatch buried underneath tons of old boxes. Said he only stumbled upon it because he had knocked a stacked pile over and had to clear it all up. Told us he got curious and took a look down and that the tunnels were huge. He went in a little ways but had to come back to close up for a shift. He seemed pretty sick when he told us this. He was coughing and spluttering everywhere and I told him to watch it. I had exams and shit coming up and could not afford to be bedridden. He was wheezing a lot, and it was strange actually. It sounded like it hurt for him to talk. I told him he was full of shit, and to go home and sleep it off. He gave me his spare key to get into the building around the back, where they unload shit. Told me to only use it late on, when I was sure that there was no one there. Otherwise, his ass would be on the line, and he would kill me. I told him whatever. What a stupid prank. As if anyone was really gonna fall for that. A week went by. I did not see him at school for that entire week. Kids around school were saying he was seriously ill and had not moved out of his bed for the entire week. Apparently had to send doctors to his house because they could not move him. I swung by his place on the Friday and talked to his mom at the door. I asked what was wrong, and she was just extremely vague and evasive. Told me he was sick and needed rest. I asked if I could see him, and she said no. Absolutely no visitors, doctor's orders, and then she shut the door. Kinda rude. No one else around town could tell me what was wrong with him either. It was just this really strange mystery, and I could not figure out why all of this secrecy from his mom. So, one night, I am hanging with a buddy that I will call M. It is late on in the night, and we are bored as fuck. I suddenly get an idea. I ask him if he knows the legend, and he says yeah. I tell him exactly what the Walmart kid told me. You should have seen the spark in his eyes. We did not even need to discuss it. We went straight there. My friend went up first and did some scoping, and it seemed like the place was dead. Small town, so no overnight security. I don't think they could afford it. We were in the clear. We head around the back and open up the door with the key that we were given. Took us a minute to find the basement. Stupid asshole. It was like a tiny little room with a few boxes and shit. He made it seem like a massive warehouse. We found the hatch, just like he said. Not sealed off or locked or anything, just underneath a stack of boxes. We head down. There isn't any ladder or anything, you just kinda have to take a leap of faith. Luckily, the drop was not big enough to break our legs or anything, but it definitely hurt. Second we get down there, we smell this horrible, pungent smell. We can smell chemicals first and foremost. Smelled like someone had been dumping waste and shit down here. And then we could smell some kind of rot too. I swear, if they had been throwing old food down here and we had to smell it and see it, I am gonna puke. The place is quite big. Bigger than we expected, honestly. I wasn't sure if it connected all over town, but it was too big to ever explore in time. Tons of winding tunnels and random paths that we did not want to risk getting lost down without a way to find our way back. Then we stumbled upon something we were not expecting. It looked like something out of a cartoon or a TV show, but down one of the narrower paths, we saw a pile. It was a pile of fucking yellow barrels. They had the symbol. The fucking nuclear waste radioactive whatever the fuck symbol. I immediately looked at my buddy and was like, let's go, now. But this fucking dumbass walked right up to them. I tried to pull him away, but he was just in complete disbelief. Started touching and hitting them and shit. I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to die? He quickly pulls away and holds his face and starts coughing his lungs out. He grabs me while holding his arm over his face and pulls me down the tunnel. I'm just like, dude. He tells me that the barrels are leaking. Dude, what? Please, let's go now. But he just keeps dragging me down one of the tunnels and is like, we can't breathe that shit in. Let's get away and make a plan and then we'll go. We walk around for around 5 minutes and he has to stop. He goes off and pukes in a corner. This idiot has taken us to a dead end. It's got one of those big ass grates covering the end of the tunnel. There is light down here but precious little, so it's lucky I brought a flashlight. I flick it on and I spot something at the end, piled up against the big, horizontal grate. I inch closer. It's a human. It's a pile of humans. What the fuck? I call over him and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? He is now slumped down on the floor, wheezing a little. I walk over and it must be 5 or 6 bodies in total, all stacked up on one another. They are all just slumped against the grate. The bodies were not fully decomposed. They were fucked up though. One had these big splotches all across its skin, like massive circular lumps that looked filled with something. Just a few massive ones raised up all along the arms and face. Another one had a ton of scars and injuries down each limb. Long, gouging cuts that looked to be set quite deep into the skin. Some were older than the others. One looked like it could have been from fucking yesterday. The worst one was the last one that I saw. The body had been beheaded, but there was no fucking sight of the head anywhere that I looked. I could just see the exposed flesh and the festering wound, and I had to look away and leave. I would have been sick if I didn't. I told Em we were getting the fuck out of there. I had to help him to his feet and help him walk. I could hear him wheezing pretty hard, and he told me he did not feel too good. We are walking as fast as we can back to the place that we came in from. Em is telling me, no, we can't go back there. We will get sick. And I'm just like, dude, we have no other choice. I don't know another way out. And then, just faintly in the background, as I am listening to Em moaning and crying, I hear something. I can hear a faint scraping sound. Quiet at first, but then it starts to slowly get louder until it crescendos, and neither of us can ignore it anymore. It sounds like nails being dragged across some kind of metal. Long nails, like a cat's claws. It hurts my ears and it makes me cringe. M is in no fit state to climb back up himself, so I have to get down and give him a boost so he can just about pull himself up. As I am doing this, I am hearing something else aside from the scraping. It sounds like gurgling, maybe. Like someone has a load of water in their mouth and are gargling it, but it sounds deeper than that. Like maybe mucus or something. It sounds disgusting. M is back up for the hatch and I'm like, dude, what about me? And he's like, sorry dude, I don't think I have the energy to pull you up. You fucking asshole. I start tearing into him for being an idiot and going up to those barrels and getting us into this entire mess, and he chirps back about how I had the key and suggested coming here and it was all my fault. And in the middle of the argument, another sound breaks the silence. A scream echoing throughout the tunnels. It wasn't any kind of a human scream. It was more like some kind of high-pitched shriek. I had never heard anything like it from any animal in my life. At that moment, fight or flight kicks in, and I jump as high as I can and just about reach the hatch. I am clinging with my fingers, and it must have kicked in for M too, because he has gotten up and scooted over and is pulling me up. We get in and seal it and lock the place up. We head straight home and head straight to fucking bed without saying another word. We had no idea what made that sound. We had no idea who or what dumped those bodies or fucking dismembered them. I'm not sure if they were homeless people living down there that could have maybe gotten fucked up by the radiation. All these years later, I still have zero answers. M was sick for a couple of days and did not leave the bed, but eventually recovered. He refused to go to the hospital because he did not want to get in trouble. Even when I told him he could die, he refused. I went back to see the Walmart kid, asked his mother if I could see him and that it was urgent. She started sobbing and told me I could come in. She told me he passed away about a day or so ago. I gave her the Walmart key her son had given me and told her what he told to me before giving me it. I told her we saw nuclear waste down there, but did not want to freak out a grieving mother by mentioning anything else. Not like she would believe it anyway. She just cried and thanked me for being a friend to her son and sharing what he said to me with her. She got real angry after that. I think she kicked up a fuss and really took it to the town. Filed a lawsuit, and the second that she did, they agreed to settle. As soon as that agreement was made, she up and left town. Never saw her again. Those underground tunnels got filled in from what I heard. They tried to keep it hush-hush, but you can't exactly keep a big project like that a secret from every single person in such a small town. The bodies and the nuclear waste never made it to any kind of newspaper or publication or press though. The town definitely knew about the waste. It was all anyone ever talked about for weeks. The bodies I saw though, and the thing that I heard, whatever it was, not a word, not a soul found out. I don't know if the town were aware before I went in there, but they must have been when they did the job. Sorry that I don't have any more than that. I would love some answers myself after all these years. Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you, and back to the stories. I am really shit at telling stories, so sorry in advance. Be me, 2 years ago, working in a movie theater. There are only 2 in town on opposite sides. They are both owned by the same company. Ours was next to the mall of our yuppie town, and thus, larger, like 12 auditoriums. It is getting close to Halloween, so coworkers are telling stories about spooky shit around the theater. There's a little girl in Auditorium 5, and babies crying shit. Auditoriums 5 and 4 are across from each other at the end of the hallway. Double doors sit between them. It's a dead end basically. The building is in a T-shape. Haha, very funny, but there's nothing there. I am one of 4 usher staff on hand in the middle of the day during the week. Me and a new coworker are working together to clean after a set. I am pumped because I have a crush on him and we are alone. Heh. We have to go into Auditorium 5. Fuck. Play it cool. Don't fuck it up. We go in and start cleaning. The theaters on this end of the building are notorious for the lights not coming on even after the credits finish. I am scared of the dark, but toughen up and clean at the top of the rows of seats while Crush is at the bottom, and we work to the middle. Eventually, we get toward the middle, almost done, and it's only taken us about 10 minutes. I pause for a second to look around and bitch about the lights still not coming on, then look in the row behind me, and there is a fucking shadow blob hovering around the seats. Holy fucking shit, I'm out. Stammer a laughter coworker to finish up while I take the cans out. We bring trash bins with us and nope the fuck out of there. Say nothing to coworkers, ever, until next Halloween, and they shrug it off like, yeah, that happens. I got another story or two from there, and stuff, if anyone wants them. This is also from the theater, but wasn't me personally. There is a door to a staircase near Auditorium 1, the closest to the entrance of the building, that connects each auditorium's projector room via bridges above the ground floor. TLDR, nobody can get up there normally, and often, no one knows you are there. This is told to me by an usher guy that gets into the projector rooms and shit. He has a walkie-talkie to talk to the head of the usher staff group as they clean during a set on a weekend night. He goes into the projector room of Auditorium 4 and peeks out of the window into the room. All of the seats are down. And that's weird, because when ushers clean, they put all of the seats up. Hey, did you guys clean Auditorium 1? Yeah, we were just there. Are you sure? Goes back to check, and every single seat is up. Given that was in the space of about 3 minutes, it was pretty spooky. This happened a second time, but the second time it was proven to be some teenage prick fucking with the staff. Same guy also told me about a time he was wandering around near about 1 AM. All ushers but him had gone home about an hour or two before and went into the projector room of a completely empty Auditorium 5, heard a baby screaming, and promptly left. On another note, I am no longer at that job, but I am about to start working at an allegedly haunted toy store. Okay, think I got another one. Be the only person closing concession at 1 AM because it's a weeknight and the boss says, fuck you. It is just me, 2 managers, and an usher left in the building. All of the patrons are gone. We have 2 concession stands, but only one is open, at the front. Another is at the back, and you can see Auditoriums 4 and 5 from there. During the week, unless there is a big movie premiere, the stand stretches for forever, and there is only one way in. An open portion of the stand against a wall that comes to a door with a required key code that leads to the kitchen and stock. I am mopping up in the kitchen. Fuck yeah, almost done. I wanna go home. I have an earbud in one ear listening to music, and the other ear open in case a manager calls for me. I am over in a corner next to our soda racks in the kitchen. Something falls behind me and makes a loud thud on the floor. I am startled as fuck and turn around. It's a bag of popcorn from stock across the room. Those weigh like 20 pounds and are stacked evenly so they never fall. Maybe I fucked that up. Pick it up and put it back. Finished up mopping around the ice machine. Open door back out to the stand. Pause while I pull my earbud out and turn my head back to the kitchen. There is a door at the back wall that leads to Auditorium 1 that can only be opened with a manager's key. I swear there is someone standing there, holding it open and staring at me. Just fucking staring. I don't get paid enough for this. Run the mop and water out with me and hide by the manager's office door until one of them comes back and checks the stand. They have to check our work before we can leave. These are mostly just, OMG, I saw a spoopy thing, oh no, stories. Be me, about 17 years old at the time. This is around October time. We are a camping/scout group comprised of 9 people on a trip in the woods about 100 kilometers north of town. Someone decides to play nighttime cops and robbers, and we all agree and say that yes, we'll play. Mind you, it's like 11 PM and pitch black except for moonlight and a single lantern. The rules are simple: 3 cops, 6 robbers. Cops guard the lantern and catch robbers using flashlights. The robbers need to reach the lantern to win. Caught robbers sit on a bench a few meters away from the lantern. It is round 6 or 7. I'm a robber. We start out at the pier, start making our way around to circle the lantern. Quickly, 2 robbers get caught, then a third. Maybe more, I can't tell. I circle around to the other side to get a better angle of approach. I hear rustling beside me. I glance back at the figure. He waves at me. I wave back. He kneels down and crawls right up beside me. I start telling him my idea for getting to the lantern. He is nodding in the dark. I can't see much, but he is wearing a hoodie, just like the other robber players. I move up, crawling on my hands and knees. He is following me the whole way, just 2 feet to my left. I make a break for the lantern. I hear him scramble up beside me, leaves crunching underneath our feet. Suddenly, there is a beam of light, and I am caught by all 3 cops who were camping around the lantern. I look at the 3 cops, then to the other 5 robbers sitting on the bench. I slowly turn around. There is nobody there. I look back. I ask if they'd seen anyone running with me. They all shake their heads and look at me like I am crazy. I shakily ask that we head to bed and lock them as well, just in case. They sigh and agree that it is getting late, 2 a.m. maybe. We are in our tents. My mates tell me not to bother locking up. I do it anyway. I stay up all night, sweating and staring at the opening to the tent. I swear I heard moaning and leaves being trampled underfoot that night, all around the tent, like someone circling. Nobody believed me in the morning. I never go back there again. When you were talking to him, did he or she ever actually say anything to you? It could be a skinwalker, shapeshifter, whatever we are calling them now. It could be something less sinister, maybe just a prank. No, I don't think he actually said anything to me. In the darkness, he looked like another scout in our group. I am pretty sure it looked like he was wearing a hoodie, but aside from that, I could not tell. For reference, it was incredibly dark. I did not have a flashlight, and the closest source of light was a small gas lantern, about 100 meters away maybe. It was also cold as shit at the time. We regularly get frost on October nights where I live, and this was a ways away, more north of that. In hindsight, I don't know if I saw the figure breathing. It was maybe -3°C at the time, and my breath was forming in the air in front of me. I don't think I saw a breath cloud in front of him, but again, it was super dark. It also meant that the leaves made a ton of sounds when stepped on, which made it really easy for the cops to win each round. Robbers only won one of them. The area the camping site was in could probably be traced back to Native American origins, but that would be well over a century ago. When it was founded, I think it was just a farm with a really nice lake. I actually went there 20 plus times over half a decade before this happened. At which point, I just never wanted to go back there ever again. I don't remember hearing any strange stories about the history of the place. Again, it had been a scout reserve for nearly 100 years at that point. Oh, and by the way, we did not have a scout leader with us that night. He'd had to return home due to his daughter getting injured, but we had enough food, training, and a cell phone to make sure that we would not get into too much trouble. It was just the 9 of us there that night, and maybe who or whatever the hell that thing was. I will tell you a real-life story without any mystical bullshit. This is as scary as it gets. Let me tell you about a small brick factory I saw this summer. One day, I was riding my bike outside the city, and about 5 or 6 kilometers from the ring road, I found an abandoned motor depot. It was a cluster of buildings, boxy warehouses, administrative offices, some barracks, substations, and off to the side stood a 1-story bathhouse and shower made of red brick. It was like a small house. What was strange was that everything was still in surprisingly good condition, even though the depot had been abandoned for a long time. I figured it was because the turnoff to it was tucked away from a major highway, and there were no nearby settlements. In other words, a quiet, deserted place. Naturally, I started hanging out there, building jumps from my bike, goofing around, and sunbathing. One day, my partner, his friend, and I were driving past the turnoff to the base. I suggested we stop for a few minutes so I could show them my farm. My partner was looking for some building materials for his dacha, which were more expensive to buy than he wanted, but supposedly were stored at the base. So, we turned around and drove up. I should mention, I had not been to the farm for a couple of weeks, but I immediately knew someone had been there. Right where the asphalt started in front of the base, some burnt sticks were stuck into the ground. Upon closer look, I think they were burnt torches. Well, whatever, I thought. Just some weirdos, fine. But then, on the road nearby, some brown substance had been used to write an entire poem in strange signs. They were not hieroglyphs or runes, I can say that for sure. At that point, it stopped looking like regular weirdos. Things got worse. The guys with me were curious, even though they were both around 30 years old. They started climbing around the buildings. Everyone looked around, and then one of them noticed that bathhouse at the edge of the site. He came up to me and said, "You've got a great place here. You even hung curtains on the windows." I thought he was joking. He should have been joking. All the windows, which didn't even have frames, and the door were covered from inside with thick black fabric. Something was whining inside. None of us were cowards. One was a firefighter, the other an adrenaline junkie, but we all freaked out at once. We armed ourselves with sticks. My partner used a stick to pull down a piece of curtain from a window, and what we saw was chilling. The bathhouse interior, tiled from floor to ceiling, was completely covered with those same strange letters. Some were drawn with marker, some were painted, some with that brown stuff. To cover an entire room like that would take a team and at least a week. Keys hung from threads tied to the ceiling. They were just regular door keys, hundreds of them. In the middle of the room stood a table with two black, cylindrical objects. From the next room, someone was breathing heavily. It was clear I did not want to go in. Whatever ritual was going on here was mixed with some serious, local cult madness. We had no idea if the ritual was finished, or if they were waiting for guests and were maybe still waiting here. I suggested smashing one of the cylinders with a brick. Everyone agreed with me, so I threw it. It turned out to be a 3-liter jar, wrapped in the same black fabric as the windows. It broke, and a black puddle of some disgusting liquid spread across the table. I have no idea what it could have possibly been. Then the smell hit us. The stench of rotten meat was so strong that we had to back away about 10 meters just to not feel the full force of it. It was real, rotten blood. 6 whole liters of it. We did not break the second jar, but I doubt it contained anything pleasant either. After getting used to the smell a little, my firefighter friend suggested we can check on who was wheezing behind the wall. We pinched our noses, tore the rag off from the entrance, and went in with sticks. What I saw finished me completely. 2 pigs were hanging from the ceiling in the corner, each about the size of a large dog. One, clearly dead, was cut up with something sharp. Its skin was shredded like noodles, its eyes were gone, and the floor was soaked in its own blood. The rope it hung on came right out of its mouth. I still don't know if it was a hook, but it was brutal. Its tongue and part of its intestines were hanging out. The second pig was still alive, twitching its legs and breathing hoarsely. It hung the same way, but had fewer cuts. I think it didn't make any sounds because it was either exhausted or its vocal cords were torn out by that horrific hanger. The impression was so intense that I only calmed my trembling jaw late that evening with 1.5 liters of whiskey shared among the 3 of us. In the semi-darkness, in silence, a pig, hanging by its intestines, kicks its legs amid hanging keys, strange symbols, and the unbearable stench of blood and decay. Later, I searched online for any ritual involving keys, blood, and a sacrificial pig. No such abomination exists, not even in black magic. By the way, maybe you know, Dvachers, what holiday were they celebrating there? One more disturbing detail. The blood was clearly not from these pigs. It was already rotten, and whose blood was it? Who the hell knows? Obviously, These guys did not attract 6 liters of mosquitoes. I used to work for the United States Forest Service out in the Rockies. More of a seasonal gig than a full-time position. My job was to serve in one of those fire lookout towers and, well, look out for fire, among other things. Depending on the time of the year, I would double as a guide and help out with other things, but that was quite rare. Anyway, this was some years ago now. Closest town was probably 40-some miles away, so pretty isolated by all accounts. Even that was basically just a gas station and maybe a bar. Most of the towers were also miles apart. You could sometimes go weeks without seeing another living, breathing human being. It was isolating at best. It drove you crazy. Anyway, this time I remember being talked to by my supervisor. He was giving me a rundown like I hadn't heard it all before. He supplied me with the maps and other supplies, but they were different than last time. There were a ton of areas on the maps that were marked down as unreachable or inaccessible. While I had not explored the entire extent of the region before, I knew that these places should be fine by all accounts. There was certainly nothing wrong with the terrain or atmosphere that would suggest that you could not go there. I was confused, so naturally I brought it up to him. He gave me a sort of a stern look. He then told me that it had always been the case. I told him no, that was definitely not marked like that before. He gave me a sterner look, told me, look, we've had some reports, but don't freak out. I waited for him to continue. He told me that there had been a few missing persons reports since I had last been out there. Around those areas were their last known positions from what they could tell. Rangers coordinated with police, who coordinated with other departments, and searches and investigations were conducted. My supervisor and others were advised that those areas in particular were ecologically fragile. I pressed for what that meant. He just said that things like rock slides and cave-ins were more common there, as well as being home to more dangerous wildlife. I asked about the missing persons cases. He told me that they varied in severity. One dude, a hiker, they only found his backpack at the foot of a cave entrance. It was too unsafe to traverse, so he was just considered dead. Because what sane person would take off their footwear to explore a cave? Another guy, a college kid who was just in the area for a break and looking for some fun. They only found traces of his blood splashed across some rocks. They had no explanation for what caused it and never found any other sign of the guy. My supervisor then apologized for scaring me right before putting me up in a tower in the middle of nowhere. I just laughed and said it was cool. Said I would watch out for anything strange. And off he went. My job had officially started. Probably around a week went by, business as usual. Very boring stuff. Could chat a little to others across the radio, but they weren't exactly a talkative bunch. And, again, miles apart, so no kind of physical contact. Doing roll call in the morning as usual, and we get a heads up that a storm is going to drift into our area. Said it was going to be a heavy one. Meant that we would have to be extra attentive due to the risk of fires caused by lightning strikes. Was going to be a long day. Later on that night, I want to estimate sometime around 10 p.m. or so, pretty late. The storm was in full effect. Not pleasant weather in the slightest. Just my luck. I see lightning hit a tree off in the distance. Uh-oh. I think I see sparks. I think that tree just fucking set on fire. It's in an area marked inaccessible on the map too. Ah, shit. I call that shit in as fast as I possibly can to my supervisor. Other towers confirm they saw and heard the lightning. Neither of them confirmed that they could see a fire, but the angle of their towers possibly blocked it. It was getting worse by the minute. Big billows of smoke were starting to form. They couldn't see that either. Storm must have been really doing a number on their visibility. Supervisor thanked me for calling it in so quickly. Said it would be handled immediately and to sit tight and wait for further instructions. Start to hear sirens off in the distance and I finally feel a little bit of relief. 5 minutes go by. First vehicle that pulls up is a black SUV. Dude, there is literally a fire. Why are you here first? I swear this place is just backwards. 1 more minute goes by and I hear a black helicopter flying overhead. By now, 2 agents dressed in leather jackets and Stetsons have hopped out. They're just kinda standing there, watching the smoke plumes. They look like they're just casually chatting. The helicopter is circling and finally, fucking finally, the fire engine shows up. They bring it in close and start spraying shit down. Few hours go by and I guess they've sorted the situation. The smoke plumes will not stop, but I guess that is to be expected. SUV pulls further into the forest and up to where the smoke is coming from. Fire engine fucks off. Chopper circles for a while and then leaves. SUV does not leave for a few more hours. I'm giving my supervisor a play-by-play basically, but he tells me to get some rest right around the time the agents/cops leave. I think he was just tired from hearing me talking. Wake up the next morning. Smoke showing no signs of stopping. Roll call again. I asked the supervisor for a rundown. He tells me it was just a small ignition that is nothing to worry about. Didn't spread very far and was put out and contained very quickly. I asked about the smoke, and he said it was all normal and would clear up soon. I asked why an SUV showed up before a fire engine to a fire. Complete silence. Did not answer me. I asked the question again. He responded something like, "Yeah, none, I think we have some problems with your equipment because your question is a little bit muffled. Don't worry, I will swing by today to sort out something new." Very odd. He did swing by though. Didn't bring me any new equipment though. He told me I was being moved to a new tower. Said I was needed more urgently elsewhere and that this one would be covered, and that under absolutely no circumstances should I go anywhere near where the fire was due to safety concerns. Okay, I guess. I didn't really see the point of protesting. I set up in the new tower pretty much instantly. Was maybe a mile or so out from the fire, but still had a direct line of sight. I saw something weird that night. I'm not sure if I imagined it, but I thought I saw something in the darkness. I only saw a black silhouette, but I thought I saw something flying around and then disappearing into the trees. The silhouette of some kind of bug or fly or insect just flying in a circle, and then into the trees where the fire started. It was big, but I couldn't really tell how big due to the distance away from me. I thought it must have just been a hallucination. Stress and staying up at all hours during the fire response must have been finally catching up to me. Next day comes around. The smoke is still billowing like there is still an active fire. I mentioned it during roll call that morning, and my supervisor is just like, "I know, don't worry about it." You could hear in his voice that he was sick of me. Granted, I'm always a bit of a stickler for orders and asking about things like this. I think this was another level for him though. I spent the whole entire day thinking about it. And then I got a terrible idea. That I would go and investigate after check-in. Would have to be just as the light was fading so as not to be spotted by any of the other towers. I figured I would take a flashlight and just dip in and out. Just wanted to see what exactly had happened and the extent of the damage. I just hate the not knowing. The supervisor could have just been straight up with me and I would have shut up. I could not understand why he was being so needlessly cryptic. The time comes, and I sneak out of the tower. I haul ass because I know I can't be out for very long. Anything happens and I am not out there, and my ass is grass. I get there in around 25 minutes. Yeah, I'm a slow fucker even when moving quickly. I am standing right where the SUV and fire truck pulled up. Nothing looks unusual, but I can still see the smoke coming out from somewhere. I walk through the trees. They weren't kidding when they said that the damage was minor, and that they stopped the spread quickly. I could not see any fire damage whatsoever. None of the trees looked scorched. No grass on the ground looked to be singed. Everything looked as if nothing had happened. Like there was no fire at all. I decided to follow the smoke to the source. Weirdly, it did not smell like smoke. There was a complete lack of a smell actually, which really creeped me out. I walked for a few minutes, following the trail. I came up to what looked like an entrance to a cave. Whatever it was, there was a hole in some rock with what looked like an entrance. I didn't know there were any cave systems in this specific area. It certainly wasn't marked on any maps. The smoke is coming from it, just coming out in a constant thick stream. Again, it does not smell like smoke or burning or ash. It is completely odorless. I make my way over. I am pretty close, but can barely see into the hole due to the smoke. I have to get right up close and basically peek my head into the hole/cave entrance. I was too scared to at first, but eventually I plucked up the courage. It takes a second for my eyes to adjust and to see past the haze. This is not a fucking cave entrance. It's just a small burrow into some rock. It's only maybe a dozen feet deep, and by deep, I mean horizontally. This is going into the rock rather than a drop. It's not empty either. There are things in there. Look to be maybe 2, maybe 3 of them. They look like oversized bugs. It looks like if you took a dragonfly and supersized it. Not quite human-sized, but enough to maybe be the size of my entire head maybe. The wings were horrifying. Some kind of mix between red and orange in color, but they were tucked away. All of the things were kind of like tucked up and squished together, half folded with the way that they were laying. They looked to be sleeping, luckily for me. They had fucking stingers too. They looked to be about 5 or 6 inches long. This thing must have been a fucking nest. I still don't know what was causing the smoke though. It didn't look like it was coming from the creatures. I felt frozen in place. I saw and processed all of this within maybe 30 seconds. And then one of them opened up its eyes. It had 2 big, red, bug-like eyes, and they opened to look directly at me. The second I saw it, my body jolted, and I started running. I was screaming for my life in the near darkness with only a flashlight to help me. The worst part is, I never heard the thing. Not until I heard a short and quick buzz by my ear, and then a sharp pain in my neck. My body almost instantly locked up, and I fell to the floor mid-stride. I saw this huge monstrosity circle me for a second or 2 before flying back to its nest. I don't know how, but I managed to lift myself to my feet. I practically had to drag my legs across the floor with my hands. I felt woozy. I felt like I was going to pass out. My first thought was that the thing had venom, that I was going to die. I would never make it back. I saw things along the way. I kept thinking I felt things crawling all over me. At one point I saw the entire forest on fire. Saw more of the things chasing me, a whole swarm closing in on me, but I did not have the strength or the energy to run. I felt rain on my skin and heard lightning approaching. The rain was the only real part. I hallucinated the whole way back. I don't know how I made it, but I did. I passed out at the foot of my tower and was out cold. Missed roll call. My supervisor came to check on me, asked me what happened, if I was okay. I told him I felt sick and needed air and passed out. It was the very best that I could come up with on the spot. He helped carry me up and sat me down. The entire tower was a wreck. He even said as much. Looked like someone had come in and turned the place over. All of my notebooks and belongings were rifled through, and my mattress was flipped. That I did not have an explanation for. Supervisor asked me very sternly what I did. All I could think to do was ask him a question. I asked if there were creatures that we did not know about in the Rockies. He told me I should have listened to orders and stayed away. And with that he left me. I basically passed back out. I woke up maybe an hour before roll call in the morning. I checked my neck with a little hand mirror that I had. I had a giant black mark at the side of my neck. It looked to be the size of a penny. It had swelled quite significantly and was painful to the touch. No sign of any blood anywhere. Just pure black. I was in pure agony. I could feel it throbbing and twitching as time passed by. Even so much as a breeze hitting this mark caused me intense physical pain. My supervisor came to talk to me personally that day. Told me due to protocol, and in the interest of the safety of me, the safety of the public, and the safety of the ecology, that he had to let me go. That he could not ignore such a brazen breach of protocol that could have resulted in my own death and unthinkable ecological damage had I not been so lucky. Told me that I was lucky that I was just being fired, and that was all that was happening. That is the last of what he said to me. This happened to me a long time ago now. The wound eventually healed, but the damage was permanent. I have no feeling in the area around my neck, like the nerves no longer work properly. I also did not have access to a camera, so I never got a picture before it healed. I didn't work in the Rockies again after that. I still have no idea what those things were, or what they were doing up there. This thread reminded me of my last job. It was a bakery that's been owned by the family for a long ass time. The boss really hated paranormal shit, so we weren't allowed to talk about ghosts or whatever at work. One of the managers had worked there for a long time, and was the only person who would talk, mostly in secret, about what goes on there. Be working at this bakery, heard stories from manager, never experienced anything weird myself. I will start with a story that she told me, that I kind of disregarded because I was new, and thought I was just being fucked with. Manager comes into work really early to prepare orders, and get the bakery spruced up for opening. We open at 7 AM. Is in the back, packaging orders. Hears knocking on the front door. Goes out to tell the person we don't open for a little while longer. Nobody is there. Okay, must have left. Goes to the back and continues packing orders. Knocking on back door, the one that goes into the alley. Must be delivery of supplies. Opens the door. Regular customer standing there. Yeah, I knocked on the front door to see if I can pick up my things early, and a blonde girl pointed to the back door. Manager is the only person there. Confusion ensues. Customer wonders who the new girl is. Never figured it out. That customer still comes in to this day too. And now for my own experiences. Been working at the bakery for a while now. Get close to the managers, and I am slowly working my way up. Allowed to do stuff now that doesn't involve standing at the cash register for 8 hours straight. Loving every minute of it. In the basement checking supplies. Creepy dank 100-plus-year-old building. Start to feel creeped out. Brush it off. Hear things moving around. Surprises me, and I drop my pen. Pen rolls under a shelf. Huh, no way I'm getting down on this nasty-ass ground to get a pen back. Standing there, debating whether or not to just go all the way back upstairs to get another pen. Suddenly something hits my shoe. Pen was pushed back out from underneath the shelf. Thanks, Ghost. Won't have to make another trip up all those stairs. That was my first experience. I was sort of spooked out, but not enough to run out of the basement hyperventilating. Experiences just got weirder from then on, I guess. In the back, where the bakers create their delicious masterpieces. Bakers already went home, so I'm doing dishes and wiping down workstations. Huge industrial dishwasher, the one I'm not allowed to use. I wash utensils using the regular sink. Turns on. Start spraying water out of a hose thing on the side. Oh shit, I didn't do it. Manager hears the dishwasher and runs back yelling. What the fuck, Anon, you can't use that. I will get in so much trouble with passive-aggressive boss. I didn't touch it, I swear. I don't even know how to work it or turn it off. Manager turns off dishwashing machine and glares at me. Apologized, but I insisted it was not me. That night she watches security footage. Apologizes the next morning. Says could be that the cleaning boys left it on or something, or other. Don't talk about it again. Don't tell boss. Move on with my life. Late in the day, in the back making chocolate dip pretzels. Alone in the back, as usual. Hanging utensils start clanging, like crazy. Stop, wash my hands, stop them from clanging. Hoping it was just the air turning on and making a strong gust of wind. What am I thinking? There is no air conditioning in the back. Continue making pretzels. Keep hearing things, creaks and rattles. Too spooked to make any sense of it. And another story, same scenario. In the back making pretzels. See only over blonde coworker walk into the bathroom. Yell from across the room if she's heading out. We share a drawer on the cash register. If she leaves, I gotta count money before I go. No response. I guess it's awkward that I'm yelling to her through the bathroom door. Another 20 minutes pass. Don't see her leave the bathroom. Knock on door. It's slightly open. Lights are off. Nobody is in there. Must have snuck out, I guess. Go to the front and ask if she left already. She wasn't working that day. Nobody else is blonde except for me. Girl that walked into the bathroom was definitely blonde. Officially creeped out by the back of the bakery. One that I experienced with my manager. In the freezer area, doing supplies. Bunch of heavy boxes filled with ingredients, flour, sugar, etc. Huge 40-pound bags of ingredients inside these boxes. Manager is looking over my list to see if we got everything. Suddenly, the box is thrown on the floor. Broke open bag of flour on the floor. Manager and I look at each other and stare. Manager starts kind of laughing. I am still in shock. We go out and smoke a cigarette together. Neither of us know what to tell the boss. Come to think of it, the paranormal shit really brought me and my manager close together. She was like an aunt, I guess. Every other girl hated her, and she hated everyone else, but we got along great. Now for the front of the bakery. Only me and the other blonde girl, we will call her Jay. Working up front, late in the day so it's really slow. Cool girl, I enjoy working with her. Standing at the counter, bullshitting. Suddenly, pie slides off the shelf, lands face down. Huge mass, waste of a pie. Neither of us were near it or the shelf. Both of us ignored the fact that it ever happened. Then, it started happening more often, sometimes with one or two other girls working. Me and Jay start to get spooked. Other girls think we're messing with them. Almost every day, a pie gets pushed off the shelf. Jay and I start keeping a tiny piece of paper in the register, according to the time that it happens. Happens at nearly the same time, every time, around 2:40 to 3 p.m. Manager does not question it. Boss finds her piece of paper in the register, asks what the paper is all about. Reluctantly tell her what the times written on the paper are for. She tells us, "I'm tired of this ghost shit, no more or you are done." Never speak of it again, though the pies continue to fall off the shelf. This is completely irrelevant to the paranormal stuff, but still creepy. Have a group of regulars, come in at least 3 times a month. We call them the circus. Huge older guy, always looks angry, like 7 feet tall, huge. What we assume to be his wife, tiny frail little old lady, wears bright eye makeup, dresses weird, hard to talk to. Sort of like she's constantly dazed. I want to think it's just her age, but the way her husband treats her even in public makes me think otherwise. Tells her to shut up, grabs her, tells her what she can and can't eat. The last guy is completely foreign. Turkish, I don't know, I'm bad with that. I guess lives with them. Always asks the price of every single thing in the store, buys the same thing every time anyway. They all smell absolutely disgusting, like cat piss and garbage. Drive a tiny little old-fashioned taxi. How do they all fit? Nobody knows who they are or where they are from. One of the girls that worked there had a problem with the big dude. He always creeped her out, would tell her how beautiful her insert weird body part here is. He eventually started waiting for her to get off work and told her that his son would love her. He brought her gifts, expensive ones, jewelry, that sort of thing. Begged for her, she was 17 at the time, to go out with his son who was in his 30s. She started hiding from them every time we saw that taxi and would run to the back. We told the group that she quit, and yet every time they come in, they always ask about her and wait around for her. Another story. This is more real scary than paranormal. Be 16 years old at the time this happened. Start smoking weed with said best friend and group of friends. Sleeping over at his house. We are gonna smoke tonight. Except we don't have any weed. Call the dealer. He lives like 10 minutes away. It is late at night, like 11:40 p.m. This is during the winter, so it was pitch black. Friend tells me to sneak out and go pick up the weed, and he will order a pizza. I do it because I was a fiend and wanted to get blazed. Walking down road. Everything is cool, but it's a bit dark and kind of eerie. Not many streetlights. Finally make it to dealer's house. He tells me to go into his backyard. Walk in. Big ass playground set there. See someone chilling on a swing. Assume it's him. Walk up and say, "What's up?" This person looks up. Some random ass kid from my Spanish class. Super fucking shady. Say, "Oh, sup dude," really quietly. He does not answer, just looks back down. Wait around for a bit. The dealer still is not there. Looks back at guy. He's sitting next to a baseball bat. I'm starting to get really nervous. Dealer comes outside, says what's up, and get weed. The whole time, him and the guy kept looking at the bat, really suspiciously. Get weed and dip. Walking back to friend's house, just gotta pass a deli really quick. Said deli has a huge dumpster right next to it. Walk by dumpster and feel someone tap on my shoulder. Jump and turn around. Tall ass guy standing there, hood up. Can't really see his face. Guy says what's up really aggressively. I start to back up. He says, "Where are you going, boy?" reaches into coat pocket, flip the fuck out and haul ass back to friend's house. Hear him chase me for a bit and the footsteps finally die out. Flipping his shit like never before. This guy was about to jump me. This area wasn't even that shady. There were some parts that were notorious for being a bit dark, but not this deli area. Pick related is the street that I hauled ass up. Be me, working as a cop. Guy calls us up. Has not seen his neighbor for days on end. It was apparently really unusual for him not to answer the door or the constant calls, since they are really good friends. He only saw the lights going on and off throughout the days/nights. We knocked on his door, looked through the windows, did a welfare check basically. Nobody to be seen, but the lights were on at 7 p.m. We broke his lock and searched his house. No one is there. Officer yells my name. You have to see this. Traces of blood leading from his back door to an old shack in the garden. Mind you, the back door could only be locked from the inside, and it was locked. Homeowner sits dead in his chair. His legs are cut open. The doctor says he sat there for about 3 days. He said that the cause of death was exsanguination, drained of blood basically. Not very spooky, but we neither could explain the lights nor the locked door. Must have been someone else. Same guy from yesterday. Got some more stories. Mind you, most of them are not really spooky, but interesting nonetheless. Be a really young cop at the time. October time. We are on the search for a missing person. White woman, 15, did not come home from school. Rural area. We are searching along a creek. There is a little bridge about 20 meters in front of us. Hear someone crying. Must be her. Find her sitting underneath a bridge. Sitting in the cold water without a jacket on. Won't talk to us. Won't stop crying. Ignores us completely. We get her out of the water and call an ambulance. Other officer takes care of this case. Officer tells me she's in a mental asylum now. Never found her jacket or her other stuff. Never find out what really happened. I really hate those cases that we can't break. I've never told this story before, so excuse me if it comes off as unrehearsed. I am trying my best here, damn it. This one is the most recent event in my life. Happened a couple of months ago now. My friend Joe and I pulled our money together and bought some horses. We decided to keep them on his grandpa's old property. As it was mostly flat land with a pond, it was the perfect place for horses. Every day after work we would meet up and go and feed the horses. One day, we invited our other friend Clint to come feed the horses and drink a few beers with us. And Clint said that we should all go four-wheeling on the mountain trails behind the property. I thought, why not? I haven't been four-wheeling in a while, so we all agreed. We get there, feed the horses, knock back a few beers, and jump on our four-wheelers. We ride around for about 30 minutes, and we see what appears to be an old oil pump or a well. It has derelict equipment all around it. Old tires in a pile, rusty metal barrels, and what I assume was the management building. The management building was very damaged. Half of it was completely destroyed, while the other half still had a good relative structure. We stop our ATVs for a few minutes and just talk about what we see. When we see movement from the management building, a huge thing walks out on 2 legs, very hairy, very tall, very muscular but also lanky. I say, guys, get the fuck out of here, go. And we all start up our four-wheelers and gun it back down the mountain trail. Now, this mountain trail is pretty straight and pretty level, so we are able to pick up tons of speed. I look back, and this thing is running at us, almost able to catch up. I go as fast as my machine allows me, and so do my friends after they look back and see the thing. We get almost to the end of the trail, and I look back. We lost it. We made it back to the truck, got off our four-wheelers, got in the truck, and started the thing up. Then something landed in the truck bed, lifting the entire front end up for a second. I look back, and this thing had wings, eyes as red as blood, and claws about 8 inches in length. It starts hammer fisting the roof, causing a pretty major dent, and I gun it. We are driving down the road and this thing is just pounding on the roof endlessly, again and again and again. We get to a covered bridge, and it knocks the thing off thankfully. But the thing takes flight, and it keeps on chasing us down the road, So I decided to drive to the police station a little while up the road. My thinking was just, get somewhere with lots of guns and they will be able to help us. Drive this thing back. I drive as fast as I possibly can, and as soon as I get within sight of the town, the thing takes a U-turn and flies back towards its nest or whatever the thing was. I reported this cryptid sighting to the police, although I don't think they really believed me, and we never really got any answers on what that thing was. I guess bears can just fly now. This might be quite long, especially with the backstory, but just to sum it up and get you interested, I did some bodyguard work for one of the biggest crime families in my country, one of the real elites. I won't say where I am from, just in case. I used to be a boxer and would compete in a lot of amateur fights where I lived. I was desperate to try and make it professionally, but it wasn't the meteoric rise I was hoping for, so I had to do other stuff to keep myself afloat. So, I got a job at a private security firm in my home city. I expected it to be a really standard job, just being a bouncer on the door of nightclubs and bars and such, stuff like that. And I mean, for the most part, it was usually. There is always a big need for that kind of stuff. It wouldn't always be that kind of gig though. Every so often, we would get a job that was just strange and not the usual thing. I've been hired to protect places of worship, like churches and stuff, due to threats being given and intimidation from unsavory types. I've even had to guard a place for kindergarten because of someone who clearly had mental problems trying to threaten kids and threatening to show up and kill all of them. My most memorable job is the one that I want to tell you about today. It is the event that caused me to quit and try to live a quieter life with a job that has less stress. It is also an event that caused rampant gang warfare in my city in the months following, and it was not a pretty sight. So, I was asked to provide security for a funeral in my city. Not just any funeral though. It was a funeral for one of the biggest crime families in the city. For reference, this was back in the 90s, and they were absolutely notorious, and were not people you would ever try and fuck with if you wanted to live. They were well known for their brutality, and they had done some sadistic shit. I was only 23 years old at the time, so hearing about this freaked me out. At first, I was just told it was a funeral, but something about the way he said it made me uneasy. I wouldn't usually, but I could not help but ask for more details, and he reluctantly told me. If you were alive back then in my city, and I said their name, you would shit your pants. But of course, I was told that the pay would be fat, and that was all I needed to know. Yes, I know, I'm a dumbass. So, that weekend, one of the high-ranking members was being put in the ground. I can't recall how he died, but I know it was not peaceful. This guy had a big reputation as a crazy fucker, so a lot of security was gonna be needed. He was considered the wild card of the family. I think the security was more for keeping the family in check than anything else. A long history of alcoholism and violence at a place like that. Recipe for disaster. We were told we would not be needed directly at the church service, and only at the family home. Definitely a little bit strange, but of course they would not be drinking at church, so I imagine that is why. We pulled up probably around midday or so to a mansion that was bigger than anything I had ever seen before. There was a maid that showed us around before the family returned from the service. As soon as they arrived back, we had to prepare for something serious, although we did not really know it yet. About half an hour or so after we pulled up, the first black SUV pulled up to the gates. The family started to pour in, just tons and tons of people. The suits and shit that they were wearing cost more than I would ever make in my entire life. The mood was insanely intense to begin with, as you would expect. For the first few hours, the job was just like any other, except that the family were all insistent on trying to ply me with drinks, and I had to refuse them all, obviously. By the early afternoon, after some heavy grieving, they decided to grieve in a different way. They decided to party. Just a full-on, high-spirits party. Like, they were giving it everything, no half measures involved. We expected some drunken family brawls, but nothing at all. Just drunk people having as good a time as you could when a family member has just passed away. We probably had around 3 hours or so left on the clock, and we thought it would end up being the easiest job we have ever worked. Unfortunately, it did not. The back garden for the home was massive, bigger than I could ever put into words. It had a football pitch on the lawn, and tennis courts, and even a pond. There were 4 other guards surrounding the house, and then 2 inside, and we kept switching between ourselves to give ourselves a proper break. I was positioned at the front at this time, and I was speaking to a fellow guard about security measures and finishing up. Out of nowhere, we suddenly hear someone around the back talking over his radio. Apparently, someone had started beating on the backyard fence very loudly. We sprinted around the back to see what the commotion was and to help our guy out. The second we rounded the corner, we saw a man dressed in all black and wearing a face covering start smashing his way through the backyard fence using a fucking sledgehammer. He was mid-swing when we saw him, and the second he let fly and there was an opening, about a dozen people wearing the same getup as him started flooding in. They were carrying weapons of all kinds. Bats, clubs, knives, hammers, you name it, and they had it. We were not well armed enough for this. We were not allowed to carry any firearms or anything like that, so we were well and truly fucked at this moment. We had to act quickly and focused on getting everyone inside and to safety. Started trying to secure the back doors and shit. Unfortunately, one of the doors was made out of glass and was a sliding door, so it took only a second for it to be shattered and for the masked men to break through. The family, though, I had never seen anything like it. They knew someone had broken in looking for a fight, but they did not realize immediately that they were armed, so what followed was the biggest bloodbath I had ever seen. The most horrible sight that I was powerless to stop. Even after realizing that they had weapons, the family didn't really care. The problem was that they were all blind drunk. I watched as some of the male family members would try to throw a punch or two, but their reactions were too slow. They would miss and wouldn't be able to throw up their guard in time, and would be met with a club or a bat to the face, and that was all that was needed to knock them out clean. Then they would swarm whoever fell to the ground and beat them bloody and senseless. A lot of the family were hauled up in one of the bedrooms at the top of the stairs, and we were attempting to guard it. The attackers were starting to make their move up the stairs, and we knew we were fucked. The sight in front of us was terrifying. People on the floor all kinds of fucked up, having no idea if they were dead or just brain damage from the weapons. We had a lifeline, and I thank God every single day for the blessing that saved us. While the family did not want any kind of weapons at the party or funeral out of respect, they had planned for this event. In the main bedroom upstairs, they had a stockpile of weapons. You think they'd bring out a couple of handguns or rifles or whatever and just shoot the fuckers, right? Not these crazy fuckers for some reason. Some of the family members started coming downstairs with shit like spears and short swords, the kind I had never seen in person before in my life. One of them had a fucking broadsword. The attackers started to hesitate, and everything just became kind of a blur in that moment. 1 second, I am watching the attackers advancing, and the family members going to meet them, and the next, I am watching a short spear being driven straight into one of their eyes. Somehow it wasn't fatal, but the scream of pain that I heard that day forever haunts my brain. We had to be the most useless security team in the world at that point. Half of us on the floor, beaten and half dead, and the other half of us stood there, gripping these unconventional weapons with no inkling as to what to do with them. The one guy runs away screaming for his life, but the rest of us are caught in this kind of standoff until things start flying down the stairs onto the heads of the attackers. The family members who were holed up at the top of the stairs, mostly the older women and the children, had started throwing whatever they could find. Ashtrays, stiletto heels, even glass shards from what looked like a broken mirror. It was just a rain of shit. Everyone is screaming, and one of the attackers gets hit with a glass ashtray, and he just goes limp. Collapses immediately to the floor and starts shaking and twitching, and then just goes still. That is what saved us in the end. The fear and the panic that we caused them. They had better weapons than us. They knew how to use them. And after all of the people they fucked up, we were outnumbered, if you don't count the people upstairs. The two that we managed to injure, I think, just made them panic and forget how to fight. If not for this, I think we all would have ended up dead. They just cut and run, screaming all the while. The home was a wreck of blood and glass and dust. On their way out, the attackers took more swings at the people already on the ground, and we started to chase them harder when we saw that. I guess that was their last big fuck you. The people on the floor, it was a horrible sight. Broken limbs, broken ribs. One guy had lost every single tooth that was in his mouth. I saw him open it up, and it was just a black void broken up by red, with more blood smeared all over his lips, looking like jam. I don't think anyone died, luckily, but if they did, I was not ever told. I guess that was the type of shit they would keep secret, and they certainly would not be hiring us for any future funerals. This one guy, his fingers were literally hanging off of his hands, in places, and you could see the exposed bone. Another guy had his eye popped out completely out of his socket, and his skull was severely fractured. The EMTs arrived pretty quickly, and we helped them carry people outside. Once people became conscious, it was just a mountain of screams. It was horrible to hear. They had to be sedated or pumped full of painkillers just to get them to stop. The police response, as you would expect, was massive. These people are part of this family were career criminals and have been involved in criminal activities their whole life. I don't know the specifics of how they operate or how they avoid police detection or arrest, but let's just say they both hate each other. These people would rather die than talk to the cops. This time they made an exception. They had no trouble spilling every single last detail of this gang attack. I suppose the mix of them being drunk, the vulnerability of the occasion, and the disrespect that they felt must have made them so mad that they were willing to snitch to the cops. I imagine they also wanted to use the cops to do their dirty work. The men had been masked, but if the police ended up finding out who they were attached to, then they could use that for revenge. The attackers did turn out to be a rival criminal gang that they had a lot of history with. Why did they attack? Simply because they could, because they knew it was their best ever opportunity. One of our guards had to get about 30 stitches to get his head and face put back together properly. He never returned to work after that, understandably. The two guys the family injured, they tried to hide, tried to treat themselves at home and hope it would just get better. The guy who got hit by the glass ashtray, they dragged off with them, but eventually it got worse for both of them. The eye wound started to fester and the pain became unbearable. The other guy had some kind of brain damage and it kept getting worse and he kept having seizures. They showed up at the hospital begging for help and eventually were arrested after treatment as they could not explain the injuries and it was way too easy to piece together. The guy with brain damage went down for the crimes. He was too fucked up in the head to follow what his lawyer told him, and he accidentally kept tripping up and spilling details that eventually got him sentenced. Guy with the fucked up eye took the fall with him. He could not help but incriminate him too. Not even the end of the story. 6 months after all this happened, tons of rival members started just showing up dead. It was chaos. I never did that kind of security work again. I decided it was not the life for me. Be me. It is the early 90s in upstate New York. We're having a family cookout. All the cousins, aunts and uncles. It's a massive gathering. It's summertime, so it's super nice outside. The weather is really nice. In the early evening, I happen to notice what looks like a homeless bum walking at a leisurely pace out of the woods behind the house and towards the party. I tell my mom. She looks at the man and immediately calls for my dad. My dad takes one look at the dude and immediately says, "Jesus Christ, get everybody in the house." I clearly remember everyone running into the house as this man approaches from the woods. Just some dirty bum with a long beard. Looks to be maybe in his 50s, but could be younger. We watch from the porch windows as the bum lifts a picnic table full of food and drinks and flips it with just one hand. I clearly remember my uncle wanting to go out and fuck the dude up. He even went to open the door to go out, but my grandpa stopped him. Dude turns and makes eye contact with me through the window, smiles, eventually stumbles back into the woods the way he had come and disappears. Now, what is so weird about all of this is that my dad was a lieutenant with the city police department. He could have had the whole department down there with just one phone call, but he was terrified. My grandpa was a World War II Marine vet, and my uncle was a professional boxer. These were tough dudes, and they were all afraid of this dirty old bum. Grandpa and uncle have both passed, but I asked my parents about this a couple of years ago, and they both claimed they do not remember it. Bullshit. Some basic info about me. I am an airsoft enthusiast, and me and my friends will have these wars. Really, just weekend-long camping trips where we would appoint a Spec Ops team of 4 dudes to capture the base of 11 or 12 dudes. Being 19 years old, first time as commander of Spec Ops. We all have been apart so far for one full 24-hour period. Late in the night, around 1, creeping toward the camp. Come up and raise my weapon as I pass the tents. No one there. The serious fuck? No one has seen them. Suddenly, a mix between a scream of pain and fear rings out from the distance. SEAL team mode activate. Creeping toward the sound. Find friend on the ground, his leg broken in 2 places, and 3 huge cuts on his chest. While looking at his chest, friend points out words carved in the tree. Weird symbols and such, but nothing discernible. Hear the growl again. Look up to see a figure about 50 yards away. Being full of piss, vinegar, and about 6 cans of Monster, I grabbed my friend and carried him. Tactical nope all the way to the car and load him in. Left without the rest of the people, but to be fair, the car was there. We later found out that he had heard sounds off in the woods and snuck off to surprise us, and apparently, he passes out halfway into the forest. When he came to, this thing was hovering over him. Follow-up story. I have played guitar since I was 14 years old and have played gigs regularly since I was 16. Now, at this time in the story, I was about 17 years old, playing in a friend of mine's house party. Dan, the dude who was attacked and had his leg broken and had the cuts on his chest, is my drummer and is mentioned once or twice. Big guitarist in my band. Call ourselves St. Lucifer. Playing to a crowd of about 70 to 80 kids. Wrap up the set at about 12 and start backing up. Equipment is all loaded in Dan's van, so I start to drink. 2 hours go by, and I have been chatting it up with people about our up-and-coming show at a local nightclub. Random girl walks up to me with a drink. Says she loved hearing me play and wanted to ask about guitars. I take the drink cause fuck it, not like I have anything to be afraid of. Follow her out to the patio. She is pretty good looking and good to talk to, so she is a clear winner in my book. Talking turns to making out. I down the last of my drink and get a really bitter taste in my mouth. She pulls me in and whispers, "Do you want to be my slave?" What the fuck? I turn to walk away, but I start to feel like my feet are melting into the floor. I fall and hit the ground. She is standing over me, smiling. Pass out like a bitch. Wake up in a hospital room. Mom is sitting by me. She starts crying, asking why I would take drugs at a party. She sees that she is waiting for a toxicology report or some shit like that. My mom yells at me for days, talking about how my father was a drug addict and that is what killed him. It's the same reason I've never touched anything harder than weed or a stone sour in my life. Report comes back, no drugs. Mom recounts how I ended up into the hospital. I was taken into the hospital 3 days prior and pronounced legally dead when I arrived and came back to life after CPR. When I get out, I meet up with Dan. Ask him about that girl who drugged me. He says he never saw me talk to anyone. Apparently, I just stood there talking to myself, drinking vodka. Fucking nope. Never drink at a house party again, unless I physically open the beer myself or have my own flask of booze. Now, one thing I can say is that I don't get drunk. All my life, I've had a tolerance to medication and alcohol, so I can normally put away a human amount of alcohol without feeling so much as a tingle. As the years rolled on, I never saw the girl again. I have huge ass trust issues as a result, and her southern accent still rings in my ears, clear as a bell. Being 19 years old, I am with 2 friends and in the mood for a scare. Decide to go look for some ghosts at haunted places. Try the local cemetery. Nothing. Go to an old mansion where one friend has been before a lot of times. Says he's seen a lot of shit there. Get to the house and immediately go up to the big glass front door. Friend that has been there a bunch stays by the street to look out for security. Can see right into the building, but it is super dark. Get the feeling of being watched. Can't see anything, so decide to go around to the side of the house. There is another glass door where you can see right into the building. Long hallway with old grandfather clock at the end. 2 big rooms on either side, one with a slightly open window. Still feel like being watched. Don't see anything, so go to the other side of the building. Not quite all the way to the side. 3 big windows with no curtains. Remember this. Continue to the side. Nothing but high up windows. Notice one window's curtain looks like someone has pulled them up at the corner and is peeking out. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? See another window with curtains that should be straight, but they curve to the side for some reason. No big deal. Go back to the 3 windows. Notice a faint, bluish light. Stare. Friend says, "Hey, Anon, do you see that thing in the corner of the middle window?" What thing? Look. See some sort of dark thing in the corner. Suddenly it starts moving. Hunched over shadowy figure of a man. Walks with a limp toward the window. Weird light in the back also starts to move. Light and figure move separately. Nope, 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 back to the front of the mansion. Forgot to mention that no security people stay in the mansion at night. One security guy comes and visits at night and keys in, and then leaves. Noping out at friend that stayed at the front. Tell him about the old guy. Says he's seen him too in the long hall at the other side of the house. Also tells us to look up at the windows on a tower on the house. 2 curtains have been opened since we got there. We have been legitimately watched the whole time. Nope. Too curious, so one friend and I go back to the side of the house with the 3 windows. No light. Can't see into the rooms anymore. Ah, shit. Go farther around to see the other windows. Window with the corner pulled up is still pulled up. Window with curved curtains is now straight. Ah, yes. Go back to the 3 windows. Wait for something to happen. About to give up. Then the light starts coming back. Moves from right window to all middle window. Doesn't stay in the back. Source starts coming toward the window. Also, other lights in other 2 windows. All weird and bluish. One in the middle speeds to the window. Get this crazy feeling of discomfort. Just before noping out, see part of source. Not a flashlight or anything like that. It's a ball of light. Kinda misty stuff around it. Middle is super bright and white. Blue aura. Nope, out of there. Get in the car and leave. Feel watched and followed for the longest time. A lot of people died in that house. People have seen a lot of different things during the night and the day. Be 15-year-old me at the time. I am now 34 years old at the time of writing this. I was in high school. Mom works there full time. Have to take the bus back home, alone. She stays at work. Take detour to downtown to play in the arcade. Mom does not know at all. She thinks I go straight home every time. Them Marvel vs. Capcom Shinryukens. Do that every day for 2 weeks. Clerk approaches one day. Says he sees me daily there. Asks if I want to work in the arcade. Free arcade. Agree. Fill out the work form. Clerk mentions I need to interview with the owner. Owner expecting me at home. Taxi paid round trip. Take taxi to richest neighborhood in town. Arrive at big ass house. Owner expecting me on the front door. Tried to shake his hand. He refuses. Mentions he just got 1 finger amputated. Shows me the stub. Welcomes me in, and in the first sentence offers me a beer. I decline. What the fuck, dude? I'm underage. Spider sense was dead. No fucking internal alarm went off ever. Naive. He starts telling me the duties and the pay rate. insists on free arcade credits, reviews work for him, sees I speak English, mentions constant trips to Dallas and Houston for new arcades. Dude, new arcades. I get to play before everyone. Dude is a doctor, rich as fuck, asked me to join him in the trophy room. We go to this huge ass room, full with lots of hunting trophies. I recall a zebra, gazelles, 2 lions, 1 African and 1 Asian. Shows me the difference in the main. Table is formed by 4 elephant feet, 1 black panther, shitloads of animals. He tells me stories of almost deadly encounters. I am in awe. Shows me trophies. 33rd best hunter in the world. Mentions beer again. Internal voices telling me he wants to drug you. It screams at me. I suddenly realize, fuck, I am alone here. Nobody knows I'm here. I am in the back room of a big ass house. Fucking mind goes berserk. I expect a door opening and several dudes coming out, closing main door. Ass clenches. Assess my surroundings. Big ass crystal whiskey bottle. Might hit him in the head if he tries anything. Dude is calmed. He is speaking, seated in the couch in front of me. He mentions beer for the 3rd time now. I have to leave this place now. I remember the stub. Finger amputated days before. If he tries something, I am scratching the hell out of that. I mention I have to get going, and the dude insists on me having a beer with him. I have no idea which face I made that caused this to happen, but the dude allowed me to leave right away. Get home. Tell mom the whole story. Duh. Asking her if I can work there. Mom goes beast mode. Yells, swears, screams. How could I have been so stupid? I can't believe what she says. I insist I want to work in the arcade. Things get heated up, and she smacks me in the face. Tells me that one day I will understand. Never go to that arcade ever again. Fast forward 15 years later. Watching the news. Having breakfast with my wife and kids. The body of a known doctor in insert rich hood name was found after 3 days of the killing. They show the house. I get petrified. Suppressed memory finally comes back up. Dude was stabbed to death by 2 young males he got into his home. They were working there in the arcade and went for a meal. Dude tried to drug them and they attacked him. My face went. I left the place as easily as I got in. My face went. My mom was right. A bit too salty for these tales, but I have had a drink or 2. Doing undergraduate field research. Plant surveys in Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge. Southern Nevada near the CA border. Nevada Proving Grounds / Area 52, connected to Death Valley. After a long sunny day, we were drinking in a sand dune. To the hills to our north, we see a campfire. It is perched at the top of the hill, but really, really bright, like unnaturally so. Seems strangely spherical / controlled. That is the best way that I can describe it. It moves straight left, seemingly apart from the hill. Then to the right, and then it moves up. Then it moves around the top of the hill for a few seconds in total. And then, it's just gone. I work in AG now, but that shit still makes me think. It may be unrelated, but I got way too into drinking right after that trip. Does anybody else have any creepy stories from Asia? I have one that I'll share with you now. I was working overseas as a photographer. It was probably around 8 years ago or so now. I was working in a shitty bar in the eastern part of Asia. It's currently midnight, so it is time to have a drink with my Filipino friend. I spend hours just chit-chatting with the locals. Suddenly, this one dude enters the bar. Half of the skin on his face is ripped off. There is blood gushing out slowly from his mouth. He goes up to the bartender. This dude points his finger to the woods outside the bar, and then he just fainted. Just hit the ground, just like that. Everyone gets upset at this time. No one dares to sit near the window. The bartender takes out an improvised pistol, a machete, and a flashlight. His daughter and his wife go up to the cellar. The bartender closes the front door and window and tells every single person in the place to leave through the side door at once. After we left and touched the mainland, I asked my friend what the fuck happened. He did not talk much. He told me to keep walking normally till we reached his apartment. He never told me what was happening that night, even to this day. Creepy shit always happening in Asia, in my opinion. They are much worse than Western creepy things. Well, what did he tell you happened then? Still no explanation until now. Last time I met him was in Malaysia, in December of 2012. I have had no contact from him since then. I am somewhat of an urban explorer. Kind of. Over the last 2 years I have been getting into the hobby and had taken to exploring some more well-known abandoned places in my area. I won't bore you with all the shitty places I went to, where I was shaking in my boots over a few rats scurrying over the floor. The scariest place that I went to was an abandoned mall. It wasn't so much that the place was scary, but what I found there. I went there with a friend. The place was locked up tight, and it looked like it was going to take some real work to get into. This place had been abandoned for a few years at the time I went, and I have no idea why it had not been knocked down yet. I also want to mention that darkness was fast approaching when we went, which was probably a stupid idea on my part. We just wanted the atmosphere to be more intense and spooky, I guess. Instead of trying to break open locks or anything, we decided to get onto the roof of the mall. We did this by going through a multi-story parking ramp that was located right next to the place. As you can guess, this was also abandoned because it was semi-connected to / was built for the shopping mall. There was a pretty tall wall that we found, maybe something over 10 feet. We piled whatever random junk we could find to create something makeshift to step on and then climb up to it. After that, we were able to climb over. Once we were inside, we did some exploring and checked out all of the ruined shops. If there was anything interesting left behind, it had been looted long before we got there. The place was completely gutted. Nothing but trash and loose paper scattered everywhere. Not even any broken and discarded furniture remained. We decided to go down to the ground floor just to check out the last part. But honestly, we were thinking of just leaving and cutting our losses. We had been here quite long and we were already bored. As we were walking through, we started to hear some sounds. This instantly set us on edge, especially when we spotted some lights that were not ours. We dug down and switched off our own flashlights. We thought it might be other urbexers, looters, or maybe even some kind of security that we did not know about. We heard the sound of a radio clicking and some muffled talking. We took our time to sneak back up to the top level, but my friend had to drag me back and put his hand over my mouth. There was a guy there now, blocking our exit. He was dressed in all black but was wearing some kind of mask. He was facing away from us, so I could only see it strapped on and not actually what kind of mask it was. We were shitting our pants. We didn't know any other way to get out. We decided just to hide for a bit and wait for him to leave, but no dice. He just kept wandering around up there before another guy joined him. They did not speak a word to each other even once. The guy who joined him was holding a weapon, a metal pipe, but he also had a holster that I could see. We needed to get out, and quickly. We whispered to each other for a while, and the front exit was probably our only option. We figured it must have been unlocked since these guys broke in, and we didn't hear any kind of crashing. If not, then we would have to smash through and hope we can run fast enough. We were hoping really hard it would not come to that. We started to hear other people now, wandering around, the sounds of radios and talking, the sound of metal dragging on the floor. We didn't know what kind of gang was holed up here, but we did not care. We waited for our shot and ran for the door. Our hearts were pounding out of our chests, and when we reached the front door, our hearts sank. There was another one of those masked people waiting. It was some shitty cheap plastic mask. A white one, kind of like you would see being worn on Halloween. He immediately reached for his radio, and we heard his voice coming from at least 3 nearby. We screamed and ran, but we had nowhere to go. It wasn't long until we were cornered. All I remember is being hit in the head with metal and everything going black. I woke up I don't know how long later. My hands and feet were bound, and I had some kind of gag in my mouth. My friend was tied up the same way, but was still out cold and lying on the floor next to me. I didn't even bother trying to scream or break free because I knew it was useless. I'm not sure how long later someone came into the room that we were in. I'm not sure whereabouts in the building we were, but it looked like a basement of some kind. We must have either been in the basement of a store on the ground floor, or maybe there was another level underneath. This guy was wearing one of those same cheap white plastic Halloween masks. The mask had some kind of symbol on it, painted in red. I couldn't really tell what it was supposed to be. Some kind of geometric shape, but I don't know what. When I saw him, I immediately started to panic and tried to scream through my gag and started squirming. He just walked over to me calmly and struck me across the face. He told me that if I shut up, he would remove the gag. I did as I was told, and he did. He went over and roused my friend awake too, and by that I mean I slapped him until he regained consciousness. He told us that we made a big mistake coming into their territory. I tried to ask what he meant, but the second I began to speak, he struck me again. He told me that I will only speak when spoken to, otherwise there will be consequences. He said that first time was the only time he would be lenient with me. He walked around for a bit, making noises and mumbling to himself before kneeling back down to face us. He told us we had 2 choices. We could either take their initiation and join his society, or we could die. We obviously chose the former. I asked what the initiation was. He grabbed me by the face and punched me in the stomach, and I felt all of the air leave my lungs at once. He told me that he warned me, and that the punishments would only get worse every time I disobeyed. He said that the initiation was a series of tests that we had to undertake. If we passed them all, we were in, subject to a test of loyalty. He whistled, and 2 other men walked in and blindfolded us. Then we were shoved along for 5 or so minutes before being sat down forcefully. When our blindfolds were taken off, I could not believe what I was seeing. They had other people in there. They were all chained to the floor. At least a dozen people, just like us, that they had. The masked guy sat us down and told us that the first test was simple. To prove that we were serious, we had to choose one person to be tortured. Hearing this instantly made my stomach drop. I think the masked guy sensed this because he immediately started trying to reassure me. He was like, "Hey, don't worry, you only have to pick. You don't have to do any of it yourself, but you do have to watch." Fuck. I scanned the room. I didn't know what to do, and neither did my friend. How do you even make a decision like that? We kinda just sat in silence and shock for maybe 30 seconds before the masked guy started again. Started saying how he was bored and that we now had 30 seconds to choose or he would kill everyone in the room, starting with us. I climbed up. I couldn't speak. I went into a kind of a shocked panic. I literally could not purse my lips to form any words. I just froze up and could not do anything but shake. 20 seconds passed by, lightning fast, and the masked guy starts to do a countdown from 10. I still could not even react. I was going to die. The masked guy got to about 3 before my friend screamed, "Him! Him!" in the most heart-wrenching pain I had ever heard from another person. The whole sequence of events was a blur after that. He had picked some old guy, completely malnourished, who was rotting away in a corner by himself. He did not even have the energy to fight back. They wheeled in some kind of table that faced us and went up vertically, so like the guy was standing while laying down and being strapped down. They strapped him to it. I was barely conscious for it. I tried to look away, but they came and held our heads and forced us to watch. Even then I didn't really see properly. It was like my vision was out of focus, and I couldn't actually process what I was seeing in front of me. I remember them breaking at a whip, and the sound of the welts cracking the skin open. I remember that he tried to scream in pain, but his body did not even have the energy. The scream came out weak and barely audible. I remember them making small cuts before moving on to other tools. And then my vision just stops, and all I remember are the sounds. The sounds of flesh breaking, of skin ripping, and the eventual sounds of bones being cracked and shattered. And then I remember it all just stopped. They came and blindfolded me again, which I only knew because I felt it. I was not able to see again until they took it back off when I was in another room. It was just a plain beige room with a rotting old wooden table in the middle with 2 leather couches on either side. They sat me and my friend down on opposite sides. They restrained our arms behind our backs and told us not to move until we were told to. We were told that if we did, we would both die. The masked man then explains that they are short on time and patience, and that this will be the last test, that they can break us in properly later. I really don't know what he meant by that, and to be honest, I did not want to know. He pulls out a revolver from his pocket. My heart sinks. I can feel the sweat pooling on my forehead. I can see my friend's face, and he is completely locked up. The masked man loads the gun with 1 bullet, and then places it down onto the table. He explains that only one of us will be accepted into his society. He says that the only person with enough guts to kill his friend will be allowed to live and join. He tells us we have 1 minute on the clock to talk to each other before he unties our restraints. After that, he says we will have 1 minute to act and make a decision, and that if no decision is made, he will kill us both. I start trying to talk to my friend, trying to convince him that we will be okay and that someone will come and get us. I start begging him to think things through and talk to me, but he won't. He is silent the entire minute that I try to talk to him. I can feel the tears welling up in my eyes as I beg him to work with me, and he just turns and looks in another direction. The masked man tells us that time is up and undoes our restraints. The instant that we are released, my friend grabs the gun and points it at my head. I start begging him for my life, but he tells me to shut the fuck up and to be silent. He tells me he is sorry, but that he doesn't want to die, that he has to do this, and that he does not have a choice. He puts the gun up against my forehead, and I close my eyes as tightly as I can. I can feel him trembling and hesitating. The masked man starts a countdown from 10. He gets to 3, and my friend pulls the trigger. I felt my heart stop, but I wasn't dead. No bullet came out of the gun. It was loud and frightened me, and made me think I was shot to death, but it was just a blank. At this point, I start hearing commotion outside, and what sounds like sirens and shouting. I open my eyes, and see the masked man pull out a gun and shoot my friend in the head. He just drops lifelessly onto the couch, and I scream, and I try to run to him, but I am immediately restrained. The masked man ties my hands again, and tells me that I failed the test, and that I am going to die. That I will never be able to tell anyone what happened here. He starts to pour gasoline over everything, and lights a match. Another masked guy comes in, and tells him to hurry, and that they need to leave and destroy everything. I thought it was over when he left the room. I thought I was going to burn to death while watching my dead friend lying there with a bullet hole in his head. I'll stop greentext there because my eyes are starting to well up again. Every time I recall what happened, it sends me back to that day and traumatizes me all over again, and I can't bear to think about it for too long. I don't want to leave you guys hanging, so I will type the rest as succinctly as I can. I was lucky enough that some cops found me in time and managed to pull me out. See, before I left, I told my dad where I was heading to. He'd known this was a hobby of mine for a while and always feared for my safety. He always thought that I would be stabbed by a vagrant or hobos and robbed or killed. So before I went out, we would always make a deal that if I didn't return home by a certain time, usually after a few hours, or at least call him to let him know about any delays, then he would call the cops to come and check on me. I don't know exactly how long had passed between me setting off and all of the other stuff, but it must have been a decent length of time. The police interviewed me, and I gave them my statement once I had recovered enough to talk. Those first few days in the hospital, I could barely say a word to anyone. It felt painful to even try. I couldn't even eat any food. I told them everything that happened in detail, made sure to mention the other people who were down there and what they did. The case was kept mostly private, but they told me that they found evidence other people had been kept down there for a while. All of the people I told them about were found dead. Most of anything of note that was down there burned before the fire department could get there. The mall was condemned and knocked down within the year. I don't know what happened to the case after that, or if they managed to find these guys and lock them up. The police would not tell me more after that. I never heard any reports of anything similar where I lived for the rest of my time living there, so I like to think they stopped them. Sorry for the anticlimactic and rushed ending. It just hurts to think about my friend. I wish I had never gotten into that stupid hobby, and then maybe he would still be okay. Be me. Happened about a week ago from this date, at a jazz club. It's my first time playing in a jazz band. I am walking around looking for a place to piss. Find a bathroom in the far back side of the club. I start doing my business. A girl stumbles in screaming. She falls to the ground screaming, "Someone, anyone, help me." I, of course, run over to her. She appears to have been shot. She is wearing a 1950s getup with one of those fur coats. Blood is fucking everywhere, all over my suit on the floor. I tell her to hold still and that I would go and get someone. I sprint my suited up ass down the hall and get the manager and 2 security guards. Bust open the door. Nothing. No blood. No girl. No nothing. Look down at my suit. There is no blood on it at all. Fucking nope. Go back to the main room and take the stage play for a while. Suddenly, an old man appears out of the crowd and taps me on the shoulder. He says, "The manager told me you saw her." "Who?" I say, trying to play it off. "Dolly," the man responds. What the fuck? He goes on to explain that back in the 50s, when he used to bust tables here, this call girl would hang around the joint. She was apparently shot by a John in the bathroom over a money dispute, and apparently only appears to lone jazz players in the bathroom. Nope. Walking out to my car after the gig, see something on the hood of my car. It's a bloody fur coat. All of my nopes. This happened during my distant childhood. The story is true, though sadly, I have no proof. In 1986, our family bought a plot of land to build a dacha. My father worked in the civil service, and his organization had been granted a large piece of land that was then divided into small garden plots. These were sold at a low cost to employees. There was high demand, but thankfully, enough land for everyone. Each person received 600 square meters of untouched wilderness. The area was a clearing, bordered on 3 sides by forest, and on the 4th by a long, narrow lake. All this paradise lay about 40 kilometers away from our city. Today, with fuel prices so high, almost no one goes out there anymore. The gardens are overgrown and nearly abandoned, but back then, the place was alive with activity. Everyone built together. Some raised log cabins, others small wooden homes, and a few just parked trailers. Within a year, we had finished our own rustic-style log house, complete with an attic. I loved it there, and spent nearly all of my summers at the dacha. My parents worked during the week, so I stayed alone, waiting for them to visit on weekends. Our house was on the edge of our little settlement, the last one by the lake. One early morning I burst into our apartment, eyes wide, repeating over and over, "There it is, there it is." I don't remember this myself, but here is what my parents told me happened. That night, I suddenly woke up, jolted from sleep. The room was bathed in light, not from the lamp, but from outside. It took me a moment to realize that the brightness was coming through the window. Filled with a deep, primal fear, I forced myself to look. The light was like a searchlight, sweeping across the ground in short, deliberate arcs. I realized it was coming from above. Pressing my face to the glass, I looked up and saw something massive hovering in the sky, scanning the area with its beam. Just as I stood there, frozen in shock, the beam shot directly at me and blinded me. Screaming, I ran to the far corner of the room and crouched behind the wardrobe. The light disappeared, but I stayed hidden there until dawn. As soon as it was light enough, I bolted to the bus stop and caught the first shift bus. By 8 AM I was home. I told my parents everything before collapsing into bed and sleeping until evening. They did not believe me, but they were deeply unsettled by how frightened I was. There are two important details. First, when I woke up later that day, I remembered absolutely nothing. My parents had to retell me the entire incident that I had just described to them hours earlier. Second, a few days later, we found out that one of our neighbors, an older woman, had also seen the light. She did not look out the window because she was too terrified, and perhaps that is what spared her from having her memory wiped too. About a month later, we hosted a small gathering at the dacha. That night, I stepped outside and looked up just in time to see something strange over the forest. It was a cigar-shaped object with beams of light coming from underneath. The sky was clear and bright enough that I could see it clearly. It wasn't far, maybe a kilometer away. Overcome with a strange mix of fear and excitement, I yelled out to everyone. Everyone came rushing out, asking, "Where? Where?" They had been drinking and could not focus their eyes right away. My dad was the last one to come outside. He was loading his hunting rifle. "I will lock that thing up myself," he muttered. At that point, no one cared about the UFO anymore. They were all focused on calming down my father and taking away the gun. Meanwhile, the object silently vanished from the sky. About a year later, my sister and I were biking through the forest in the area where I had seen the object. We got lost following animal trails and ended up in a huge clearing, but it wasn't a normal meadow. The ground was covered with boulders so densely that walking across it was nearly impossible. Grass grew between the stones, but it looked withered and lifeless. No birds, no insects, just an unnatural silence hanging over everything. The place gave us both a terrible, creeping feeling. Without a word, we turned and fled from there as fast as we could. This took place around 2020 in the winter. Happened in a small town in Virginia. All began on around a 5-hour drive I had to take from my house. On the way there, I was talking to my uncle about cryptids and how the mountain range we were hunting in was known for sightings. At the time I was 17 years old and we were deer hunting. We had soon gotten to our campground and set up the trucks and campers. Once we were all set up, we grabbed our rifles and headed to our spot. It was my first time in this part of the woods. It was just me, my grandfather, my uncle, and my little cousin. We had driven out to some spots to check out, but at one of these spots there was a corpse of a doe that was mutilated and shredded. The range was known for bears, but there were no bears in this area. We had thought maybe it was just coyotes or other scavengers, so I brushed it off. I soon decided to break away and walk about 4 miles north to this one spot that my uncle decided to talk about. I carried my Winchester .30-30 rifle and walkie-talkie as I branched off. It was serene and nice. I decided to take a spot in a valley that had a decent view. A couple of hours passed by, and there was nothing really in sight. I called over the walkie-talkie and stated that I was heading back. On the way back, there were tracks from a deer and some mud that was not too far away from me. I continued to roam around and followed these tracks. I put a round in the chamber just in case. I got about halfway back to where I was supposed to be when I saw a head poke out from behind the tree. It was a ragged-looking 6-point buck. I slowly pulled the rifle up. I had the book and my scope, but something was different. Its body looked as if the deer was something from a cheap zombie movie. At the time, I was just reading about a disease going around, which made the deer look and act very differently. I dropped the sight when it took off into the brush. I called back over and told my uncle that I had seen a buck and described its features. I got back to my uncle, being picked up by his truck. We made our way back to the camp, and that night, everything seemed usual and normal. The next morning I woke up with a splitting headache and felt as if somebody was watching me. During the night, We had all suited up and stepped out of the camper to see tracks around our side, but it was not only one set. There were multiple sets of tracks, but it looked like it was going from human to deer again and again. We decided to head back out to the spots we took the previous day, but this time it was just my uncle, since he wanted to see the spot I had taken. Then I showed him the spot where the tracks were. He had just told me to call him over on the walkie if anything was weird. He headed back to his original spot, and I changed spots. I went about a mile east of my position. I was now sitting on the downslope of a valley with a stream running through it. An hour or so passed by with nothing happening. I then heard a set of steps closing near me, but it was more like a person walking on the leaves and not like an animal on all fours. I called over the walkie-talkie to see if my uncle was the one who somehow was making it to my position. He stated that he wasn't, but to be on high alert since hunters are out there. But as he was speaking, a loud crash came from near me as if someone had thrown a giant rock into the tree beside me. My instinct was to kick around into the chamber and send a warning shot. Once fired, the steps sprinted off and faded away, but not as far as I thought they would. They stopped about 75 feet and they looked at me. I could just feel the sensation of being stared at. My uncle called over and told me to get back ASAP since he heard the crash and the gunfire. I made my way up to the incline and put a new round into the chamber. As I started to see the crest, I noticed the same 6-point deer standing there staring at me with these dark black eyes. They were empty and looked as if they were just bottomless pits. It had shown itself when it stood up, with its bones cracking and claws emerging from its skin. At this point, the body was mutilated and still changing. I sent another round into it. I got it in the side and it let out a deafening screech. I made a break for the path. I could hear it on the pathway gaining on me. As I was slowing down, I made it to where the woodline breaks. I saw my uncle taking a stance that you would take if you were waiting to shoot the thing behind someone. As I got closer, I turned around to see nothing. I explained what had happened, and he believed me completely. He had stated that this wasn't the first time he had had odd things happen to him while in these woods. We soon picked up the pace and packed up everything and got into the truck. We got inside and sped out of there. What is living in the mountain ranges of Virginia? This happened a few years ago, and it still freaks me the fuck out. Be me, I am just 16 years old at the time. I just moved to Germany. Family finds this old ass house from before World War I to move into. It is fucking massive. Family lets me choose between having the room in the basement or the attic. I choose basement for its shower. Worst choice of my entire life. First night there, I started seeing shit out of the corner of my eye. Always thought I saw something small like an animal in the other room. Brushed it off as my cat or dog, just exploring the new place. After about a year living there, I started hearing things too. Little things like my mom yelling my name when she didn't. I told her after a little while. She took me to a therapist a few days later. Did fuck all. As time went on, I saw more and more things, and they became more and more clear. If I didn't look at them when I saw them, they would not go away, and I was able to sort of see what the shadow things were. Dark grey looking thing that looked like a hobbit. After I figured that out, I told my therapist what it was. He looked at me like I was crazy, gave me some sort of pill, said it would help me stop seeing and hearing things. Once again, it did not do fucking anything at all. Got used to it after a while, until one night, 3 years after I moved in. Laying in my bed, when I heard feet slapping the floor. I saw a shadow thing move in the left corner of my eye. Zoom my head to the left. It does not go away. Fuck. It's a little human looking thing that is skinny as fuck. Only its head was not human. It was a fucking cat head. We stared at each other for what felt like 10 minutes. I shat myself. Right as I was about to get up and turn my light on, it just fucking vanished. I moved to the attic the day after. It has been 3 years since I saw that fucker, and I still do not know what it was. I never saw it again after I moved upstairs, but whenever I would go downstairs, I would always see shit out of the corner of my eye. Be me, 15 or so years old at the time. Abandoned house and filled with trees, covering the side exposed to the woods. Popular place for stoners and graffiti. I hear a rumor about a satanic basement. 4 or 5 friends and I go looking around. First go inside house. Already kids there doing their thing. Start stomping around on floor to hear for a hollow part to see if the basement actually exists. It does. Look around for any entrance / any way in. Find a cellar door type entrance covered with leaves and nature. Go inside. No graffiti. Smell of weed, but typical pentagram bullshit that the people who started the rumor probably did. Here is the weird part. There is a freshly lit candle, like just standing to collect wax. Blow one out. Goes out no big deal. No other entrance or exit. Not even windows. Take shitty cell phone pictures to send to friends. Get bored. Leave room. Tell everyone getting high to go check it out. Week or so later. Wanna fuck around in the basement again. Look for cellar door entrance. Gone. Jump around on same spots to find the basement. No hollow sound. Ask people from last time. Remember, and nope out when we can't find it. Months later. House torn down. Ask crew about the basement. Said no way anyone built a basement on that plot of land. Get really creeped out. Going to look for my old phone with the picture, but it was one of their shitty version IG Envy phones. I don't think it was real satanic shit, but I don't know what the fuck happened in that basement. I was part of a humanitarian engineering contract. I got this for a Chinese shell company working on water sanitation systems. We ended up working on this near Suncheon, North Korea. That is the official story anyway. That's the line that got us in there. Our actual job was infrastructure inspection on old Soviet pipeline routes. Our particular interest was in the tunnels and underground facilities that were supposed to have been decommissioned decades ago. I was hired because I have a background in hydrological mapping. Being more honest, it was probably because I was cheap, low clearance, and expendable. We were escorted daily by a minder named Pak and 2 silent military personnel. We could not go anywhere without being monitored and shadowed. Any work, they had to be there. If we wanted to even so much as fart, we had to ask for approval. The project was split between surface work and underground assessments. Only 3 of us handled the tunnels. This was me, a Belarusian named Anton, and an older Korean interpreter who didn't really talk that much. His name was Yu. He seemed afraid all the time, like he was expecting something bad to happen, and I guess he was right. It was late October. We had been told we were going into a sealed Cold War facility outside the city. It was allegedly a water storage and routing system from the 1970s. It didn't show up on any public maps. Not that they really let us take a look at them, mind you. That is just what they told us. They blindfolded us for the drive out. When they pulled the blindfold off, we were in front of a square concrete entrance covered in rusted signage, some of it in Cyrillic. Snow dusted the ground. The trees were black and skeletal. Yu whispered to me while Pak was not looking. This place is not for water. Inside, it smelled like burnt hair and acid. The lights were on. Just a sickly yellow glow coming from the bulbs. The buzz from them was giving me a headache. It felt like they shouldn't have worked, like the whole grid should have collapsed years ago. Anton walked ahead of us, scanning with his light and grumbling in Russian. He was ex-military and too proud to admit he was scared. That's what I thought in my head maybe. Maybe just to make myself feel better. I respected him though. I kept close to him. About 300 meters in, we reached a steel blast door half welded open. The metal was warped. Looked like someone had tried to seal something in or out and just gave up halfway. We squeezed through. Inside it was colder. It felt much more industrial. There were grates underfoot. Lots of exposed piping lining the walls. We passed rooms filled with dusty, long-dead electronics. There were reel-to-reel computers, CRTs, and filing cabinets with burned corners. None of that bothered me, not really. What did bother me was the smell. It wasn't rot. It was wrong in a different way. A chemical sort of smell, but hard to describe. Like warm plastic that had melted, with a mix of human sweat maybe. Anton muttered, "Shavoy," under his breath. "It's alive." You stopped us near a door marked in red ink. It had Russian and Korean on it. There was a biohazard symbol that I had never seen before. It looked hastily painted over older signage. There was a keypad, long dead, but the door was ajar, just by a crack. Pak said something sharp in Korean, and you froze. Then Pak looked at me and said, "You open." I didn't want to, but I did. The room inside was massive. It was warehouse-sized. I'm not sure if a lab or something else that was converted. The concrete was stained in rust-colored streaks, and overhead cranes hung from rails. There were slabs. There were metal tables and old chains. And there were cages. Anton clicked his flashlight on one. The cage was dented inward, like something had been hammering from the inside. Inside were bones. Not full skeletons, but just remains. Human remains. Some of them were children. You started praying under his breath. Then we heard it, from deeper inside the room. A scraping sound, something dragging. Pak immediately stepped back and shouted something at the soldiers who had not followed us in. Then he raised his pistol and fired twice into the darkness ahead. The muzzle flashes lit up the shape of something not standing upright. It was hunched over and pale. It was maybe 8 feet tall. The bullets hit hard. I heard the impact. But whatever they hit, whatever the thing was, it did not cry out. It lunged in our direction. Pak screamed. He got off one more shot before it reached him. The thing moved fast, way too fast for us to even comprehend properly. And then there was blood everywhere. It didn't roar or make noise. It just started pulling at him and tearing. Anton grabbed me. We ran. You did not follow. I didn't see what happened to him. I did not dare to look. We ran down a different tunnel. It was a tunnel we had not originally come from. Anton slammed a steel door behind us, and then another. After that, he then jammed a rebar pipe into the handles. He said, "We are not leaving the way we came." I asked him what that thing was. He didn't answer. He just kept moving. We found another stairwell that was descending. We had no light except for our flashlights. I wanted to go up. He said no. Up is sealed, always sealed. Down means maybe. We kept going. 3 floors down, we found another hall with signage that I could not read. It looked handwritten in some kind of black marker. At one end was a steel service elevator. It had power, luckily for us. Anton hit the call button. The elevator opened up, and there was a man inside, standing upright. He was middle-aged. His uniform was clean, with a North Korean insignia on it. But he was not moving, and not breathing. His eyes were sewn shut. Not with thread. They were sewn with something else. It looked like copper wire twisted into the skin. His hands were missing fingers. His skin was translucent and swollen. Anton pushed him out with the butt of his rifle and stepped in. I followed quickly after. The elevator started down. There were no floor buttons to push, only a key switch. Anton had a key. I never asked where he got it. Not that it really mattered anymore. When the doors opened again, we were at what looked like a morgue. I don't think it was one though. There were dozens of glass walls. Behind each one were humans. I think they were human anyway. Some were just heads suspended in fluid. Others were full body. All of them were deformed. Not born that way though. You could just tell just by looking at them that they had been altered or fucked up by a person. One of them looked like a copy of Pak. Really similar, eerily similar, but way younger than him. Then I saw another one that looked like him too. Slightly older and wearing a different uniform. Anton put his hand on the glass and whispered something in Russian. He looked like he was going to be sick. He said, "It's replication, testing for control." I asked him what that meant. He was clearly stressed. Held his head for a while and was like, fuck, I don't know the word, but not human anymore. Then the alarms went off. Red lights were blaring. Anton pushed me back into the elevator, but stayed outside. He said, "You get out. Tell someone. No one else." Then he shut the door. I asked why he would not come with me. I screamed at him. He told me he was already dead anyway. When I reached the top, there was no one there. No guards. Nothing at all. It felt weird to be alone in this place after being shadowed for so long. Only thing left outside was Anton's old backpack sitting on the ground. Inside it was a passport, cash, and a burner phone. It looked almost as if he'd planned the scenario, but there is no way he could have done that. I made it back to China by the end of the week. That's a whole story in itself. You don't understand how fucking hard and grueling it is to get out of that place. It took a lot of help and a lot of money. I stayed in Dandong for 3 weeks, just lying low in a cheap guest house on the Chinese side of the Yalu River. I kept the phone off except for short bursts of Wi-Fi's in cafes where I knew that the CCTV was completely unreliable. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that fucking hellhole. I spent days trying to figure out what I had seen. The thing that Anton said about replication, what did that mean? And he said for control. I went over the logistics of what we had walked into. I had made notes specifically so I could not forget. An underground facility that was clearly still active despite appearing decades abandoned. Living creatures locked in cages, human remains, altered corpses suspended in fluid. What looked like clones of people. People clearly under North Korean payroll. And more than that, what seemed like multiple copies of other people like the guards. Clones of people in their military. But why? Be me, sleeping in my bedroom back home. Simpler times. I could relax more and actually stay asleep for more than 30 minutes at a time. I loved to lucid dream back then. I always slept facing my bathroom door. I am in the middle of lucid dreaming when something wakes me up. In some sort of weird paralysis from being woken up. Instantly notice my bathroom door is open. What the fuck? I always close my fucking bathroom door, closet door, and bedroom door before I go to sleep. Always. Some sort of weird habit, I guess. I just don't like my doors open when I sleep. I can't move because I'm in some sort of paralysis. I almost feel like a weight is evenly distributed across my entire body that is preventing me from moving. I hear a creaking sound. What the mother shit dick. Watching the bathroom door creak open slowly. Realize the only way to get into my room is through my bedroom door, but my bedroom door is always locked. See a face poke out from behind the door. Just a pale old white man's face with a rather strong glow to it. It looks sad but doesn't move its facial muscles. I am so scared, I'm trying to scream. I can only muster out small grunts as paralysis is keeping me from doing practically anything but breathe. More scared than I have ever been, ever. Face slowly moves back to behind the door. Can't fall back asleep. Can't fucking move for like 5 more minutes. After 5 minutes, I regain some control of my body. I lay in bed what the fucking for like half an hour, and then I decide I have to get up. I get up and turn the light on as fast as fucking possible. For some reason I just have to investigate the bathroom. I walk in, turn the light on, and there it is. Fucking nothing. The bathroom is empty as shit. Well, alright. I am not sleeping ever again. I decide to go downstairs to grab a drink out of the fridge in the garage, because it's somewhere besides my room. I walk into the garage. I notice flashing lights outside of my house. I look around the corner. Ambulances. Oh god, what? I see my dad walking from across the street. My dad looks all fucked up. Dad, what the hell is going on? My dad says he just held my elderly neighbor in his hands and watched him die of a heart attack. I will never be okay again. This happened to me when I was a senior in high school. I was messing around with this dirt bike that I picked up for like $300. It was my first proper bike, so I didn't mind having a bit of a beater to thrash around on. It barely ran, but I'd been working on it after school for a few weeks, and finally got it to hold together long enough to take it out for a decent ride. There is this stretch of woods near where I live. It's technically state land, but no one ever really goes out there unless they're hunting or drinking. It's deep and dark, and has this do not enter kind of vibe to it. I knew I probably shouldn't be riding through it, but I figured it was a weekday afternoon, the weather was decent, and no one was going to be there enforcing it. I cut through a few side trails and ended up in this dry ravine that I'd never noticed before. The bike was handling like crap, and the terrain started to get so sketchy that I honestly thought I might wreck and hurt myself in the middle of nowhere. So, I killed the engine and got off to walk it a bit. When I got to the end of the ravine, I saw this weird looking slope, like a man-made berm, and at the base of it was this tunnel. It looked like a storm drain, but it wasn't marked or fenced off or anything. It was just a round concrete hole about 4 feet high, with trash and beer cans scattered around the entrance. I got down level with the opening, walked the bike up close to it, and turned on my bike's headlight, pointing it in to get a better look. There was some graffiti on the inside walls, which wasn't surprising, but what did surprise me was the middle of the tunnel. It was clean, like no trash, no leaves, no mud buildup, just a clean worn path leading straight into the darkness. It looked used, like people had been going in and out a lot. It was dumb, I know, but my curiosity got the better of me. I left the bike and walked up to the entrance, just a few steps inside, and this odor hit me immediately. It was like cold old concrete and wet leaves. The light from my bike did not extend very far in at all. I couldn't see past maybe 30 feet at the maximum, and it just faded to pitch black beyond that. Then I heard it. A scrape. Just one. Very distinctly, like something shifted against the floor or wall farther in. Not an echo, not a rat skittering, not rocks or stone. It was something large enough to make a single, dry, distinct dragging sound. And then stillness. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to make any sound. My brain tried to logic it away. Maybe it was just a possum. Maybe it was just water somehow. But my gut knew that something was different. I can't even remember what I said because I started panicking. I think I just called out something dumb like hello, and then stood there like an idiot waiting for a response that I didn't actually want or expect. Nothing. No movement, no sound. I started to take a step back, and that is when it happened. At the edge of the bike's light reach, just barely in view, dipping low as it moved, something crossed the tunnel from one side to the other. It moved on all fours, low to the ground. No noise, no snarl, just this quick flurry of limbs, and what I'm convinced was some kind of face crossing through the weak beam of light. Maybe it was because it was brief, maybe it was because it was dark, but I swear to you, something about that face looked human. And the limbs were not hairy, it was just like skin. It took me so by surprise that I instinctively stumbled backward and almost fell down. At that point, there was no trying to be discreet anymore. I hauled it out of the tunnel, tripping over the little incline on the way out, and scrambled to my bike. I got on, tried to start it, planning on getting some distance between me and the tunnel, even at the risk of losing control. And of course, the starter would not catch. I was full on panicking, attempting again and again to start the bike, trying not to look back, but also expecting to see something or someone crawling out of that tunnel at any second. That is when I just started sprinting the bike away from the mouth of it. I ran all the way back to the trail. Nothing followed me, but there was no doubt in my mind that something had been watching me. I kept cranking the starter until it finally turned over. I revved it and ripped it the hell out of there, bouncing over roots and brush, not even caring if I crashed. I just needed distance. When I got home, I looked on Google Maps and tried to find that ravine or the tunnel entrance. No marked drain, no sign of it even existing, just trees. I have not gone back to that part of the forest since, and I never, ever will. Okay, so my mother is a little on the crazy side, hears voices and sees things. Before she got incredibly bad, she knew she was degenerating and made the conscious decision to go and live with my grandma. I like to spend a few weeks out of the year with my mom and my grandma. They live in one of those backwood hollows with only about 4 to 5 people on the same road. Very overgrown area, requires a truck to even get to. I sleep in a back room in an old, wrought iron bed. I need to paint a very vivid description of this room for future reference. So, here goes. The bed is directly opposite of the door, which leads into a hallway. The bed sits directly in the back right corner of the room. A window is on the wall to the left that you can sit on the bed and look out of. A window is on the wall behind you, slightly to your right if you were laying in the bed. I am lying there one night, playing a Super Scribblenauts ROM on my laptop at about 2 o'clock in the morning, when I hear a rhythmic foot outside, slowly getting closer. When it gets to the point where it's directly outside of the window on the back wall, it stops. I start to panic and get up out of the bed, walk over to the curtain and pull it open slightly. I see nothing, so I go lay back down on the bed, assuming it was just nothing. Before I tell the next part, I need to explain that even though this place is sparsely populated, it is still in a very white trashy country area, and as such, we have our fair share of thieves. I saw someone snooping around outside the storage building at night with a flashlight once. Ever since then, I've kept a knife by my side. Anyways, I am lying there, my back against the headboard of the bed, and there is a slight tap on my window 2 to 3 times. I get up again, grab my knife, and walk over and pull the curtains open. Once again, I see nothing. I go back to my bed and lay down. Before I can even grab my laptop, something crashes its hand through the window directly to the left of the bed. I am panicking, and it's pulling me towards the window. I grab the knife and start stabbing the thing's arm. It lets out a really loud roar that I can only describe as a mix between a man in pain and a cat's hiss, and it lets go of my leg to pull its limb back through the broken glass of the window. I jump up off of my bed and assume a fighting position. If that thing is coming in here, it's getting everything that I have. But when I look outside, it's already gone. I turn the light on in the room, lock it from the outside, and go sit in the inner hallway bedroom. No windows, just one door in, one door out. I stayed awake for as long as I could on high alert. I heard nothing else, and eventually I managed to go back to sleep. In the morning, I unlocked the room and went in. There was blood everywhere in the room. Whatever it was came back and climbed into the room, and it dripped blood everywhere. There were scratch marks on the inside of the door, blood smears on the handle, and tufts of fur on the broken glass. We called the police. They came. They deemed it a bear attack. We got the windows in the house replaced with double pane plexiglass. I never heard or saw the creature again though. I was employed as a seasonal forest ranger for a state park in the Northwest. It was a late fall assignment, and most of the park was empty by then. You get the occasional die-hard hikers or whatever, but nothing like the summer crowds. It was quiet and kind of peaceful in its own way. This particular morning, I was sent out solo to clean up a section of trail after a windstorm had rolled through a few days earlier. Just basic stuff like cleaning branches, checking signage, making sure no trees were blown down across the path, and that it was safe to walk. The area that I was covering was pretty remote, about a 45-minute hike in. Not close by to any campsites or picnic areas, just deep woods. I was about halfway through my loop when I noticed something off to the right side of the trail. It was maybe 30 feet back. I surprised myself that I had even seen it, but it was so white that it really stuck out against the rest of the forest floor. At first I thought it might be a piece of trash or maybe a mushroom, something pale sticking out from under a big wet pile of leaves. The closest description I could give it from where I was is like a wet latex glove, or like discarded bratwurst sausages or something like that. Obviously this struck me as odd, because I was so far from any campsites or day-use areas. It wasn't unusual to find weird stuff after people cut through the woods, but this was such a random remote place that it really stuck out to me. I stepped off the trail and walked toward it, crouching down to get a better look. That is when I was really at a loss for words. It was a waxy-looking hand with curled fingers, stiffly sticking up through the leaves. I thought it had to be fake, but the color was wrong, too dull, too lifeless. Then I noticed the fingernails. Real fingernails. The skin had that bruised purplish tone that bodies get, like spoiled meat. Something terrible had happened here, and the storm must have uncovered it. I stood up and looked around. It was silent. I radioed it in as a possible shallow grave, gave the coordinates from the nearest trail marker, and requested park police and state troopers. As I was talking to dispatch, I started looking around more. That is when I realized the ground did not look right. A few feet to the left, there was another weird mound of leaves, and beyond that another. I stepped over to the nearest one and gently pushed back the top layer with a stick. There was a bare foot underneath. I didn't check the others. I told dispatch there were multiple remains, likely more than one body. They told me to stay put, but I did not say anything back. For a few seconds I was looking around, and suddenly really aware of the silence in the woods. It was heavy, like I wasn't alone. Then I heard a sound, a stick snap. I looked in the direction of the sound, but the woods got so thick it was nearly impossible to see clearly any deeper than I already was. It was likely that I was just being paranoid, but I was not taking any chances. I whispered into the radio that I was leaving the area, told them I did not feel safe. They did not argue with me. I started walking back to the trail, not fast, not running, just steady like nothing was wrong, trying to keep my feet as quiet as possible so that I could hear any incoming sounds that might indicate I was being pursued. I kept my eyes moving every few feet. I checked over my shoulder, but I never saw anything. I swear I could feel it though. By the time backup arrived, I was already back at the ranger station. I gave my report, and they sent the full team out. They found 2.5 bodies, all spread out under leaf cover. No IDs on any of them, just body parts. No arrests were ever made that I know of, and nothing ever came of it, at least, not that I was told. I've walked that trail so many times. I've seen so many people come and go, hike in and out. I can't help but question if I'd seen the person who did this, and when I stopped on that trail, how long I'd been standing there before I noticed. And because I couldn't smell it, had I not happened to look over when I did, I would probably have just walked right by. I know the bodies have been there for a while, so it doesn't make sense that somebody would still have been out there. But that feeling walking back, like eyes were on me, like someone could have been watching me the whole time, just a few steps deeper in the woods. Like I said, as far as I know they never found out who did it, but someone was using that stretch of forest for something dark, and that morning, I was standing right in the middle of it. I was en route for an overnight delivery. Where I was driving, it was mostly just empty roads. The only other people that were on the roads at this time of night were other delivery drivers. The night was going well. At around 2 a.m., I stopped at a truck station to fill up and use the restroom. I did this because the next little bit was going to be a long stretch through dense forest roads with very few places to stop at, if any at all. As I was driving along, in just about an hour or so after my last stop, I randomly saw something ahead. I only had a few seconds to get a good look before passing by, but there was a person standing on the side of the road. Again, if it was not already clear, there was absolutely nothing but dense, unpopulated forest with no other roads or anything. Seeing a person standing out here without a car anywhere in sight was really strange. In the few seconds I looked at them though, they never waved at me or yelled for help or tried to even get my attention in any way. I could not stop thinking about it as I drove for another mile before I suddenly saw another person standing on the side of the road. There was a woman this time. She was wearing ripped jeans and a red sweatshirt, and as I passed by, we made eye contact. She just stared at me. No smile, no frown, just an empty face. It was extremely disturbing, enough to make me literally shiver. I looked in the mirror after passing them and could see their head follow my truck before they were covered up by the dark. When I looked back at the road though, my heart almost stopped and I slammed on the brakes. I could feel the whole weight of the semi pushing forward as I abruptly came to a stop right in the center of the road. There was a body. It was laying flat across the street, though I couldn't tell if they were alive or not. They weren't moving, but I also did not see any signs of an accident. Like, there was nothing else on the road, and the way that they were positioned, it didn't look like a car had hit them or anything like that. I felt like I needed to check if they were okay, but also, I had this really bad feeling about whatever this was. I mean, seeing 3 people out here in just the span of a mile is a crazy coincidence. I looked around at the forest covering either side of me, and this sense I had only continued to grow. After being stopped for a whole minute, I put it back in drive and carefully drove around the body. My heart was still racing, and when I finally got around them and started back on the road, I checked my mirrors one last time. The body was not on the ground anymore. They were standing up and watching me drive away. My eyes were peeled for the rest of that drive as I was genuinely terrified. I did not see any more people along the road. I think that it was a setup of some kind. They were probably trying to get me to stop and check on them, but clearly they were not dead or injured. So, what they would have done to me, I really don't know. Pre-law enforcement days. I am working as a cable installer. We are at a job at this spooky, old 3-story house. The only resident is a little old lady in a wheelchair. There is an elevator installed because of said wheelchair. She is gone all day long, with doctor's appointments and stuff like that. The elevator keeps dinging and going back and forth between the floors at random intervals. The tool bag keeps disappearing every time I turn my back, and then it reappears in random rooms where I know for sure I did not leave it. I head down to the basement. I have to drill through a 1-foot brick wall to run the cable from one side to the other. Partner goes to the other side of the wall. Drill hole. Insert 3-foot long neon plastic rod so that he can see the hole. He doesn't see it. I go around to his side, and I also fail to see the rod. I come back, drill a different hole, figuring maybe one side of the basement is at a different elevation or whatever bullshit we could rationalize it with. I insert the rod again. He still does not see it. I wiggle the rod back and forth. Still nothing. I go back to his side again, drill a hole from his side, insert the rod, go back to my side. No fucking rod poking out of the wall. Fuck it. I will use the biggest drill bit that I have. I reach for my tool bag. It is absconded to the living room again. I go up to retrieve it. I get the 4-foot drill bit and run it up to the hilt into that wall. I pull the drill back out. The drill bit is melted off 6 inches from the drill. What in the ever-living fuck is going on here? Old lady comes back. Explain difficulties to old lady. She grabs an old phone book off the kitchen counter, throws it at a random wall, and shouts for someone to leave these nice men alone and let them work. You shouldn't have any more trouble, dearie. Go down to the basement and drill the hole again. Partner sees the rod instantly, and we push the cable through, finish the install, and leave. Both of us refuse to ever do a maintenance call to that house. This happened to me back around 2009 or so, I want to say. Only some of this happened directly to me. I will tell you what I experienced from my perspective first, and then switch, and tell you what I was told. So, I was a NATO soldier at the time that this happened. We were stationed in Kosovo, and were involved in a peacekeeping mission. Kosovo had recently just gained independence the year prior, yet most of the surrounding former Soviet countries were refusing to recognize them as a sovereign nation. As a result of this, tensions were exceedingly high. They had split from Serbia, who were close allies with Russia, and so there was major tension. Now, Kosovo is not and has never been a member of NATO, so this might seem strange that we were there. They have always wanted to join though. Funnily enough though, 4 members of NATO themselves do not even recognize Kosovo as a country. Anyway, Serbia still considers it part of their territory, and without our presence along the borders to calm tensions, it would devolve into catastrophe. We actually have a dedicated peacekeeping force there, the K4. Our job was to basically maintain the ceasefire and provide security and stuff like that. This is a very rudimentary and basic explanation, but I don't have enough time for history lessons over greentext. I have told you basically all you need to understand the story. So, we were doing our thing mostly along the border and set up camp for a while. The place that we have set up a temporary base / resting area is close to a small village that is nearby. We have a decently sized squad with us, around 10 or so of us if you include the squad leader. Now, this small village was, quite strange. Maybe not strange, but they were definitely intense in their beliefs. They had all these superstitions and legends that I had never heard before in my life. They treat them as fact and would become highly offended if you even suggested something might not be true. Even suggesting an exaggeration or pointing out any inconsistencies, and they would scoff at you and call you simple-minded. They range from old wives' tales to plausible creepiness to downright crazy. There was one they liked to harp on a lot. They would always warn us whenever we went out anywhere that the mountains to the north were cursed. They were quite vague about the way in which they were said to be cursed. I'd heard them say that the land itself would kill you if you lingered for too long. They would say that it would do everything in its power to bring death and misfortune, whether that be through animal attacks, weather, natural disaster, or even possessing and using other humans. I dismissed it all as nonsense, really. Anyway, maybe the second night we had set up camp there. It was really late. I want to say around 11 p.m. or so. We had two out on guard duty, and were rotating shifts, as is protocol. I was sleeping soundly at night. Then all of a sudden, I get woken up by something. It starts out quite soft and quiet, but quickly grows. It's like some kind of rumbling coming from the earth, like a tremor or something, but quickly turns more vicious. I went from feeling the vibrations to some of my stuff being knocked off a small table and being shaken around. It woke up everyone in the damn place. We thought it was an earthquake. Then we heard something. It had to be the loudest crashing noise I had ever heard. Sounded more like an explosion, to tell you the truth. I had never geared up and ran out so quickly in my life. We thought we were under attack. We ran out and started asking the lookouts what they saw. They were a little panicked and almost lost for words. Said they saw a massive flash coming from over where the mountains were, but couldn't make out much else. Then they said they saw 2 or 3 green lights circling in the sky before disappearing. They said they were like orbs, but were hard to make out due to the distance away. Our squad leader calmed everyone the fuck down. Said it was just an earthquake, that the region is situated in a seismically active zone, and so tremors and the like are common. We did eventually calm down, but the 2 lookouts were still quite shook. I did my rotation next, but did not spot anything the whole time. We woke up the next day, and the local villagers were in an uproar. They had obviously heard and seen what happened. They told us that the gods had been angered, that they were offended by our presence, and that they would seek revenge on the village for allowing us to stay nearby. We were just like, what the fuck? What did we do? And then they told us something else. A local kid had gone missing. They said he went to the north of the mountains, that he just got up like he was possessed and went there. His mother was distraught, said it was all our fault and that she would never get him back. At this time, my squad leader is absolutely flabbergasted. He is at a loss for what to do, so to reassure them and try to make amends, he offers to send a search and rescue party to see if they can find the kid. He thinks the kid is probably actually just hiding somewhere or goofing off, and that we would just take a quick look and be right back. They very reluctantly agree, but give us a very grave warning. They say that the second we set foot there, the land will be trying to kill us. Yeah, right. Squad leader assembled a 5-man patrol in order to go off and search for the kid. The other 5 of us need to remain and perform our regular duties. He asked for volunteers, but I think the previous night had freaked all of us out more than we realized, so eventually he had to pick people. The 2 lookouts from last night were among them. He did not choose me though, so I remained behind. They set off with standard gear and weaponry, but again, they were expecting a walk there and straight back essentially. If they did find the kid, they were planning to radio and see if they could bring in a chopper to evac him for medical attention. And if they found him A-OK, then the little fucker could walk back. Around 5 hours went by. We got very routine radio updates for a while, but at one point they just stopped. Squad leader figured it was maybe just a dead zone, and no signal could get through. Still though, they had been a long-ass time for what was not an intensive task. Around 30 more minutes go by, and we get contact. One of the lookouts from last night, the one who said he saw the lights, I will call him L, appeared. He looked like a fucking mess. He was bloodied all around his face. Some of his uniform looked to be in tatters, and he had deep gouges down his left arm. He got to us, and when he did, he pretty much just collapsed. It took around 24 hours for him to recover enough to just be able to talk. When he did recover, the squad leader ordered us to leave them alone while they talked. Then the squad leader told us he would be medevaced by 0500, so around 12 hours time. Told us not to bother him, and that anyone caught disturbing him would be reprimanded. We asked what happened, and he just told us to get back to our duties, and that we were packing up and heading out the second he was evac'd. We were like, dude, what the fuck? What about the other 4 squad members? He told me to shut up and keep quiet. Said it was already being handled, but that he could not spare/risk the rest of us. What? So, L was technically off limits, and the squad leader was keeping a firm watch, but even he has to sleep eventually. When me and a buddy were rotated to watch, we instead broke protocol. We couldn't leave our camp completely unguarded, but I told him to cover for me while I went and talked to L. If anyone asked where I went, I told him to tell them that I was sick and needed to take a gnarly dump. Not exactly something you can argue with. When I got to his tent, L was wide awake and was shocked to see me. I asked him what happened, and although he was shaken, he agreed to tell me, but refused to say what the squad leader said to him. I said, okay, hit me with it. So, this next part is from L's perspective and not mine. We reached the general area and we went over a ridge. We saw no sign of the kid, but we did figure out what made that crash. There was a down jet, completely fucked up, split in two. Not a dinky little fighter either. This looked like a fucking Globemaster. That obviously did not make sense. The comms would have been going crazy with reports. This would be a wide-scale investigation and response. It would be front-page news in seconds. We got closer to inspect it, but there were no markings on the plane. Could find no sign that it actually belonged to us and was a NATO vehicle. We secured the perimeter, and one of us went in to secure the wreckage. Only around 20 seconds went by before we heard some crashing and a scream. We were all like, what the fuck? Is there a pilot still alive in there maybe? The dude stumbles out, and we see that he has a massive gash, basically diagonally along his chest. He is clutching it and just screaming, and he falls to his knees. He is like scratching at it vigorously, like he has an overwhelming itch that he cannot control. He is like writhing while doing it. 2 of the other soldiers walk up to this soldier and are like, dude, what the fuck happened? Are you okay? But he gets super aggressive and pushes one guy off to the ground. The other guy approaches, and the guy with the gash is screaming and throws punches at him. The first guy is trying to calm him down, and then it all happened so quickly. The guy with the cut pulls out his Beretta and just unloads 2 rounds into the first guy's chest. After 2 rounds, the second guy is able to react and return fire. He panicked, shot him straight into the head. He killed him. The first guy is in agony. Without medical attention, he will bleed out. We apply basic first aid and try to staunch the bleeding, but it will only slow it down so much. I tried to radio back for immediate backup and medical evac, but there is no signal. We must be in a dead zone. We are on our fucking own. I tell the other 2 to get in there and see if any of the communication equipment can be salvaged. It's a long shot, but if any of it survived, it would be much longer ranged and higher powered than our radio equipment, maybe enough to break the dead zone. We could use it to contact camp and get someone out here. At the very least, the plane should be equipped with some flares that we could use. They both rush in. 1, maybe 2 minutes go by at most. I hear them both screaming. Then I hear fucking gunshots. What the fuck? I leave the injured guy out there and rush in. When I run in, one of the 2 squad members is laying across some broken seats inside the wreckage. I check his pulse, but he is dead. I walk over to the cockpit door, which is slightly hanging open. These next events must have happened within about the span of a minute. It felt like forever, but I had to process so much in such a small amount of time and react. It is something I still get flashbacks and nightmares about. I hear sounds as I am approaching. It sounds like someone eating a meal, like taking bites out of a burger or a steak. As I peek my head around, I immediately see two things. I see the other squad member on the floor. He has a large slash across his neck with blood splattered everywhere. He is not moving or breathing. He also has a bullet hole in his abdomen. And resting on top of him is something eating away at his flesh. It is happily tearing chunks out of his stomach and just fucking eating it. I don't even know how to describe the thing. Think about the palest man you've ever seen, except it had these bulging and vibrant veins all on its body. Bright green veins, massive ones. Its head is like elongated. It goes backwards into like a sharpened point. It wasn't massive though. It was more like a child in terms of height. Maybe 4 feet or so, maybe slightly more. It had a mostly human body, but just stretched out. Like every limb, every detail was just really long. It pauses eating and looks up and catches a glimpse of me within the 60 seconds. I instantly start to back away, but it pounces on me with a speed I had never seen before. It slashes me along my arm several times, and I feel the cuts burning like salt or acid have been poured into the wounds. It then proceeded to grab my head with its insanely long fingers and tried to bash my head into the ground. It succeeded and did it twice, but I managed to unholster my pistol and put 2 shots into its torso. It let out a shriek, and I managed to kick it off of me and to get some distance away. I take up a defensive position next to the guy who is injured, and I tell him to take out his fucking weapon. All he is doing is crying and asking what is going on, and I tell him to fucking man up. I start firing the second I see that fucker crawling out, but none of the bullets stop it. Aside from a quick cry, it keeps coming. It wasn't my proudest moment, but I ran for my life. The injured guy begged me to come back. I could hear his crying and his frightened screams that only got worse as the thing got closer to him. I took one look back as I was running away. I looked back when I heard the next scream, a scream of pure agony. I saw the thing now tearing a chunk out of the injured guy. I felt shame, but more importantly, I wanted to live. The entire trip back was just a blur. I remember regaining control of my body when I saw all of you. And then I felt angry, really angry, like I wanted to kill all of you for not coming to help me. And then I passed out and hit the ground. I was obviously stunned hearing this story. I told him I believed him 100%, but really, I didn't know how to feel. It just sounded like more of the village's bullshit tales. He didn't believe me though, got really furious with me, told me if I did not believe him, then I should fuck off before he hits me. I left. I told my buddy on guard what I heard, but he did not believe it either. Said he must have lost his mind a little, and his brain invented a story to deal with the trauma of whatever he saw. Sure enough, at 0500, he was flown out, and we headed off. We actually headed back to a larger NATO base in Germany, and were given about a week to rest, and then we were reassigned to another area in Kosovo. Squad leader told me that another NATO branch was already at the scene and investigating when L was shipped off. Said L had already been interviewed, and that they would get to the bottom of it. Told me that L needed psych evaluation due to what he reported. He asked me to do him a favor and keep quiet about what happened. Said we didn't need to spread any unnecessary panic to any others in K4. He told me, strictly off the record, that the squad was believed to have run into a group of rogue Serbian militants hell-bent on taking Kosovo back by force. That the squad had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time and were not amply prepared. It's not something I ever questioned. I never did see Al back on duty in Kosovo again over the next few years. Must have failed his evaluation and been discharged. I still wonder exactly what went on that day. I don't think they ever found the kid either. I wonder if that was to do with the plane crash. I go hiking in these woods once or twice a year. The place is called Cannock Chase, Staffordshire, England. Has a reputation as a paranormal hotspot. This is not a story, but a series of spooky happenings. When going through the woods at night, I can hear voices. As soon as I stop, I hear nothing. I start walking, and I can hear the voices whispering again, I've had this happen to me a few times. I've seen a lot of evidence of strange rituals up there. I've seen flower petals laid out around a stone. I've seen bags full of bones hanging low in a tree. One night I was having trouble sleeping, so I went for a short walk near camp. I was headed down this short trail near camp for about 10 minutes, and I hear some shouting. I keep walking down, and I realize that it is some sort of chanting. Sounded like a Kiwi haka, but more rhythmic. I slowed my pace down but kept on walking. It was getting louder and louder at this point. I was getting real close, and started to feel like I was being watched. At that point I just noped the fuck out of there, which really is not like me. Typically, I don't get scared, but that night I did. I've also had some strange animal encounters up there. I was walking down this heavily wooded trail at night again. I noticed an eye shine to the left. I continued on, and I noticed that the animal had begun to follow me. It was a large dog-sized animal, and it probably followed me for about a mile. It kept its distance, but it was unnerving. I've had a couple of more encounters with animals up there, but this shit is getting too long. Evening, mate. I live in Rugeley, and a few lads from school and I used to bike up to the chase most weekends. We witnessed some creepy shit there too. Be me, I was around 12 years old at the time. It must have been around 2002 or so. We take the usual Saturday bike ride to the chase. We do races, climbing trees, etc. Anyway, we are just hanging out. We see a girl a little into the woods. She is in a weird paisley dress and brown boots. They are muddy as fuck. It is quiet as fuck though, everywhere. We are all spooked to fuck, but we are trying to play it cool. Eventually, we call out to her. She comes a little closer. My face went, "That is weird mud." She talks to us, asking what we are doing. Can she play, etc. This is a little girl, by the way. Now we are all shitting ourselves, but playing it cool for each other. She won't properly come out of the woods. Still quiet as fuck. She seems a little bit too young to be out here, especially on her own. Where are your parents? I don't know. What is your name? Diane. A little girl called Diane. Keck. What? We all make the eyes at each other to leave. We turn to say bye to her. My face went. That little girl is not there anymore. Now, this was either a brilliant prank, but this was before the YouTube prank shit even was a thought, and to add more, I spoke to my grandma about this. Turns out, when my mother was still a baby, there had been a few murders carried out in Cannock Chase, and one was a little girl called Diana. We went back a few times after to see if shit would happen, but when it went quiet like it did, we always noped out and left. Weird beings. My dad used to serve in the army, and he retired early. He loved to engage back in the day against guerrillas like EZLN and the Sinaloa cartel. He retired early and was looking for something to do, so he applied as a security guard for a mining operation. As the executive saw his resume, the executive saw that he would be a perfect match to be head of security in a mine in Sinaloa. He was given special instructions as to not let the cartel steal any of the minerals that they were mining, and if needed, he could use lethal force, as he would be in charge of another 6 people 24/7. My dad loved the adventure, and as he had the know-how on how to survive in the Sierra or the jungle and manage different set of weapons. So, he arrived at the mine in Sinaloa, and there were all day TNT explosions going on in that mine, and people would just carry out all the gravel and residue out of the mine all day. It was just mostly going around that nobody would mess up with the machinery or try to look inside the mine, so it was pretty quiet. After a few days, he saw everything was quiet and calm, so he went to the local cantina. That is where he met the cartel boss of that area. The cartel boss was a nice guy, and after having a few beers, the cartel boss asked my dad what exactly were they digging out of the mine. As to what my dad told him, he didn't know. He told the cartel boss the mining corps might not have found the mineral what they were looking for, as they were just mining and pulling out gravel. The cartel boss just laughed and told my dad that the mining corps has been doing that for over a year. The cartel boss then told him that they are not really interested in any mineral from the mine, as their main business was harvesting certain plants and not minerals. So, from then, they became friends and would meet each other from time to time in the cantina. Until one day, one TNT explosion collapses half of the mountain, which left a big entrance that was really visible. People were sent home, and the guards were kept to monitor at night. During the night, the guards saw how some weird beings that looked like iguanas with tails but were walking on 2 feet. Their eyes were shiny at night. There were easily like 10 beings, and all of the guards pulled out their weapons. My dad told one of the guards to get the cartel boss with men to help him with those weird beings in case things would get nasty. Once the cartel boss arrived with his men, they were all armed, and all of them saw those iguana-looking creatures walking around. The cartel boss asked my dad if he had informed about this to the mining camp, as to which my dad replied no. So the cartel boss told my dad not to report this to the mining corps, as this is what they may have been actually looking for. The cartel boss said he did not want any military or police from the federal government on his zone, and to report that the cartel has taken over the mine. My dad told the executives that the cartel had arrived and took over the mine, and all the workers left scared. The executives told my dad not to worry, to come to the headquarters and sign his resignation, and he would be rightfully paid for his end of the contract. My dad says that the area is still well protected by the Sinaloa cartel, but not sure if it's because of the weird beings or if they still harvest those plants, as CJNG is trying to take over. Used to work as a catalog distributor. Fucking hated it. It was in the Australian summer. Anyway, of the 300 houses, there was this one that had an old couple in it. The house itself had a long driveway with a mailbox at the end of it. Old rustic kind of place on the outskirts. Also had some more recently built neighborhoods around there that I delivered to, but that one house was also in my area. There was also what appeared to be a really faded sign up near the house. I always thought it was an old farmstead, and the sign was telling people what they sold there. Anyway, old lady or old man always manages to intercept me when I am delivering to that house. Like, sometimes I would fuck up and need to do my rounds at like 8 p.m. One of them would be there, all the way from the house. Since I'd see the curtain pull back, and one of them would look out at me as I walked up there, I thought they signaled their partner to go and see me. They would walk out from an old garden shed that was near the gate, by the way. I would put the catalogs in their mailbox. They would take it out from the other side. Always being really sweet, kind old people, I guess. One day, some younger guy is mowing the lawn. Kinda weirded out. Same deal with the old lady. Give her the catalogs and be polite. Younger guy is staring at me. He says, "Hey, mate, got a minute?" Walks over. Takes catalogs out of mailbox. Apparently, his grandparents owned that place until they both died a year earlier, and now it belongs to him. Thought I was crazy, talking to nobody as I handed in catalogs. I didn't see them again, although I swear to fuck, the curtain still moved for the week or so I still had that job until I quit. I was working at a bar in Chicago while going to college. There was this old building with multiple floors. Rumor has it that it was once a major mafia hangout and speakeasy / whorehouse during Prohibition. Lots of hidden panels and doors and such in the building. Rumor has it lots of murders and torture took place in the basement. Basement rooms all have tile floors and walls with attachments for hoses. Rather strange for a bar, but you could wash down the walls and floor, and it would all go down these drains in the floor. Kegs were kept in this room, down in the basement. There was a freight elevator that we could use to go up and down. Sometimes, when I would be down there, I would smell cigar smoke. I remember I was doing inventory down there, and I smelled what was a beautiful perfume. It was such a nice smell. I remember saying to myself, "Wow, this smells nice." I then felt a hand gently touch my face. It was kind of scary, but at the same time, I could tell it was not meant to be something scary. I then started to smell cigar smoke again, and I heard what sounded like a slap and a scream, followed by a muffled Troya, Italian for whore. I then felt this presence around me that was very dangerous. I felt like someone wanted to do some harm to me. I quickly ran out of there and heard laughter, followed by what sounded like Figa, which is Italian for coward or pussy. I told my manager what happened. He looked at me and grinned and said, "They can't hurt you. Trust me, if they could, you would have already felt it. They are all bluster. Now, go down there and laugh at them, and they will leave you alone." I went down there and was nope, but then focused on my work. I started to feel this presence again. I said out loud, "I liked it better when the female was here. She liked me." I then felt this presence around me. I said, "Go to hell and leave me alone. I am busy." Still felt presence, but heard nothing else. Be about 6 years old around the time that this happened. I am sharing a bunk bed with my brother. I am sleeping on the bottom bunk. I wake up and see that the door is open when it really should be shut. I remember shutting it. I see a tall dark figure just standing there. From what I can make out, it is wearing a coat and a hat. I yell to my brother to try and wake him up, but he will not wake up no matter how loud I am yelling. I yell to my parents. I hear nothing coming back from them. I start crying. After what seemed like forever, my mom comes in and asks me what is wrong. Flash forward to when I'm about 8 years old, and my mom is sleeping in the bed with me because she had a fight with my dad. I again wake up at night and see this man. I try to wake up my mom. She is a light sleeper, but somehow she is still not waking up. I again yell until I can't anymore, and I am only sobbing. The man is now gone, and mom wakes up. We move. Flash forward to me being 10 years old. I see the man again. I just lay there pretending to be asleep until he is finally gone. Be me 15 years old now, in a different house. I see the man again. He always stands by my door or my closet. I see him more often. I just try to go back to sleep like it's nothing. Few years back, be 20 years old, moved out to a new place. I see the man. This time, near my partner, almost face to face. I try to wake my partner up. Nothing happens until the man leaves. For a week, he would appear in the closet, and it felt like he was only looking at my partner. I used to do a lot of contract work for NASA back in the day. I can only say so much since I'm already going to be exposing myself with this pretty hard. To summarize, I'm a technician, kind of. On this particular day, I was assigned to a satellite relay station. It was pretty much out in the middle of nowhere, kind of what you would expect. The job that they assigned me with was pretty damn simple. They wanted me to clean up some old telemetry logs, as well as other data on their computers. They basically just wanted every last bit of data wiped from all their computers, and have everything in the station cleaned up and cleared out. This was an older station, so it kinda made sense. I'm not sure exactly how old, but you could tell pretty easily from the appearance of the exterior. Had not been used or cared for in quite some time, that I can tell you. Now, why would they trust some random contractor to go in and clean out a potentially sensitive station with potentially sensitive data? That is the part I can't tell you, and where the kind of comes in when I call myself a technician. I did not cost a fortune, no one else had the time, and I was pretty heavily trusted, and that is all you need to know. Now, like I said, this was a bit of an older station. My guess, and what was implied unofficially to me, is that they wanted to upgrade and repurpose the place for an upcoming mission. What that mission is or was I cannot say, as I was not privy to that kind of information. If it relates at all to what I'm about to tell you about today, however, then I'm not really sure how to feel about it. So, I pull up at a reasonable time, and I definitely did not at all sleep in and get scolded for it. The security was pretty minimal, as like I said, not in use in a much older place. Pretty much impossible to get to if you did not already know where it was and how specifically to get there, which meant guards were really just a formality at this point. They checked my identification and searched me and clarified with certain figures that I was meant to be there and actually have business there. Again, just a formality, but I suppose you can never be too careful. The place was a bit of a wreck. Well, by NASA standards, it was a wreck anyway. Some of the computers were pretty much unusable at this point, and I assumed they would be discarded. I got to work. I won't go into the boring specifics of it, but I did my thing for a good while, with no issues at all. Then we come to the strange part. So, obviously, I had been granted permissions by NASA to access pretty much anything on the system in order to clear everything and sort it out. They had also given me some other tasks and asked me to preserve specific bits of data too, but that is another story. I came across something that, while it wasn't out of the ordinary, I didn't exactly expect it. While clearing out data and files, it became pretty clear to me what the station had been used for. It had been used for Mars exploration with one of the Rover projects. There was all sorts of data regarding rock formations, landmarks, and also other findings. Data about pockets of liquid water that was found on Mars and things like that. Even some notes about potential discovery of bacteria. If true and more than just a theory, then this was groundbreaking and very historic. I am assuming it wasn't anything confirmed though, otherwise it would have been a gigantic headline. Tons of data about the rover's movement and travel plan, and geological formations that they spotted, and the like. Really, really interesting stuff if you're into that sort of thing. So, seeing all of this stuff, finding out that this station was used for that specific project, and then finding video files was like the holy grail. At this point it's probably incredibly obvious, but I should mention that I was, and still am, bound to an NDA. I obviously did not want to do anything obvious to jeopardize this, and so I did not sneakily download data or take photos or anything like that. They check, and it would be stupid, and I would be sued to the high heavens. The quality was ass. I was kinda expecting at least a little better, but it was still something to behold. It can't have been more than about 240p in quality. I know this place was older, but I could have sworn the most recent rover had HD. I mean, I wasn't expecting HD from an older place, but I don't know. I guess I got my hopes up. Around this time, I noticed something very strange. I had watched a few other videos, and I actually noticed a few corrupted files within this dataset. Corrupted video files. I could not tell if they had corrupted in transmission, or after the fact, maybe after the computer was shut down. Either way, I was curious now. I should never ever have done this, and it was such a gigantic breach of my contract, but I had to know what was in them. It's interesting, because the data and the logs for this project were so consistent, literally day by day by day, and then after the last day it just abruptly cuts. Like they just packed up and gave up after that day. And then I discovered something else while working on trying to recover the corrupted videos, or repair them somehow. I knew the computer was old, but fuck. The dates. 1997. This station was working on the first ever rover that was sent to Mars, the Sojourner. Holy shit. I had just stumbled upon recordings of incredible history. But this didn't make sense though. Back in 1997, NASA publicly stated that they lost contact with the Sojourner quite quickly. The Sojourner traveled just 100 meters before NASA lost contact with it over the span of 83 Earth days. The thing didn't even have video capability, mostly just black and white stills. And yet, here I had data extending way beyond what they publicly stated. Here I had 240p fucking video, which should not be possible. I mean, granted, the video is like 2 frames per second and more of a slideshow, but still. Here I had data stating that the Sojourner rover had actually made it 5 entire kilometers before contact was lost with it. This was over the span of an extra fucking year. What the fuck? I needed to find out what was in these other videos, and fucking quickly. I did manage to recover them, although it took me some serious time and some serious tinkering. The first video file was pretty normal. It's really low frame rate footage of the liquid water that they discovered on Mars. Honestly an amazing sight in itself, even though it was more like a slideshow than a video. The second recovered file was different. The rover is overlooking what could be a crater. It is seriously hard to tell, but you can see something moving off in the distance. You absolutely cannot tell what it is, but there is some type of shadow or silhouette of something moving far away, just moving around, moving side to side, back and forth, crouching down and standing back up. Honestly just seemed like it could be an artifact or a glitch with the video. Maybe the file was just not completely fixable. There were probably 3 of them, unless there were multiple blurred together. They mostly remained very low to the ground, like they were crawling, I guess. The 3rd file is the most important. The 3rd file is the entire reason I am posting this all for you to read. If it were just the first 2, it would just be an interesting story to tell my kids and share around a campfire. A sense of satisfaction knowing I got to witness a bit of history. In the 3rd corrupted file, the rover is moving incredibly slowly. Looks to still be near that crater and is just inching forward. I know the rover had quite a slow top speed, so it would take days to get anywhere. Those blurs or shadows or whatever you want to call them are still in the distance. Again, I could not tell if it was corruption or artifacts or something actually there. They are doing the same thing, and I guess the rover is trying to ever so slowly get a closer look. Literally, out of nowhere, the camera shoots up. Like, it is now facing the sky. The camera or the rover or whatever has suddenly increased its elevation. My heart jumped a little when I saw it happen. The camera is just facing directly into the air. And then just slowly, ever so slowly, the camera turns around. Something has picked the rover up. There is something holding the rover and is now pointing the rover camera at itself. Its face is right up in the camera, so you can actually make out vague details, but still not many. It has its head tilted sideways. It's hard to tell how elevated the camera is, or the height of this thing. I genuinely could not even give you an estimate. It doesn't have any kind of mouth or teeth. It is just pale skin where a human mouth would be. Instead of a nose, it just kind of has 2 holes where that would be. Its face is incredibly angular and gaunt. Where a human would have eyes, there is kind of like a little bit of empty space, and the eyes are actually recessed and tucked away upwards in the space. The thing is just completely pale. I don't know if it's studying the rover, or is puzzled, or what. Must have stared it down for 10 seconds or so. And then, at a slideshow pace, the camera starts moving. It is moving through the air. Whatever that thing was, it has thrown the camera to the ground. Somehow, when it finally hits the ground, the rover is still active, but the screen is glitching, and you can tell it has suffered damage. The camera is now tilted sideways. It is pointed in the direction that the thing was. The next few seconds of footage I can still see in my dreams. The image literally haunts me. The thing is down on all 4s. Its limbs are so long and thin, you can see the joints in the bone. It's blurry, but you can see the sharp edges and shapes. When it was still holding the rover, you could see how elongated its fingers were too. The thing ever so slowly crawls on all 4s towards the camera. It does not break eye contact even once. You can kind of see it move its face, like it's trying to make a face, but it is just moving the skin folds on its face. Then, after a few seconds, and it gets close to the camera, I saw one final thing. I saw this thing leap into the air. I saw it leap higher than I ever imagined it would be able to. And then I saw it come crashing down onto the camera. And the last sight I saw, the last image the camera captured, and the last thing that my eyes saw. They saw razor-sharp claws coming from its elongated fingers, preparing to dig into the camera. And that was the last thing ever received from the Sojourner rover. That is why all the data just stopped. That is why they packed everything up, abandoned the station, and did not bother to try sending another rover until 2004. And that's all there was. Like I said, the last recorded piece of data / signal sent from the thing shows the rover 5 kilometers away from its official final position. It is no wonder that the Mars Perseverance rover only shows images to the public. Why there has been such limited footage shared with the public. I imagine it's so that they can control the information and not disclose whatever these things are to the masses. This one has been out there for a few years though, so I wonder what happened to those things. I wonder if maybe they live underground, or maybe they died out in the last 20 to 30 years. I have absolutely no answers beyond what I have told you. I did not mention anything about the footage. I did not want to get into any trouble. It was obvious that they were already well aware of the footage. And it's not like there was any way for me to get that footage out of there without anyone seeing. The security confiscates all of your shit when you go in, so I couldn't exactly use my phone. Not that it would matter now anyway. I suppose they didn't really care about me seeing it, as they now have the excuse of claiming that the footage was generated by AI. It's the perfect cover. Fuck. I just wish I could find out more. Time for one of my many nopes. Be last summer, just after 4th of July weekend. Be out with a fellow veteran bro deep in the woods. Doing some wood/weapons training for a number of days together. Nothing serious, just keeping the old knife sharp. In before we go back to K. Anyway, be having fire guard one night while bro sleeps. Rifle in hand, chest rig on, all that tactical shit. Train how you fight, pussies. Hear extremely loud grunting roughly 50 yards in front of me. Try to wake bro, but he is knocked out. Operator face. Weapon at the low ready. Quietly stand up and look into the blackness of inner woods. Hear extremely loud wood knocking sound on a tree about 20 yards in front of me. Loud enough to startle the nope out of me. More grunts. Lower MVG from my helmet to my eye. Armchair generals, save your breath please. That shit is uncomfortable to wear unless you have no alternative. And see something that is maybe 8 to 9 feet tall, sort of hiding behind a very large/wide redwood tree. Raise weapon. Click safety off for fear of my life. The click of the safety must have startled whatever it was, because the sound that it made was one of the loudest that I have ever heard. Deafening is an understatement. I can hear its breathing/what almost sounds like its mouth open, and it smashing its teeth together loudly. Bro wakes up to its loud sound, comes up to my side, and takes the safety off of his weapon too. The sound of the second safety must have spooked it off, because there was a huge black mass, way too fast to get a clear image, that shoots out from behind the tree and off behind a ton more trees while it escaped into the woods. We stay up the rest of the night because nope, pack up and finish the trip in the morning. We haven't ever had anything that nuts happen while taking these trips, but we have had lots and lots of distant howls and tons of wood knocking. I have other stories, not just ones that are guns and America related. Alright, here is one, albeit also America related. B-2006, Iraq. Just started clearing a somewhat large town/small city with some other units. Totally spent from the rest of the day, but have to pull guard at the cop we set up. Sitting on top of this balcony thing that we had, just my squad leader and I. Sun is just barely setting. Sky is beautiful. Field of view is down a street, palm trees lining the center of the street, and some near the sidewalk areas. Left side of the street, maybe at about my 11 o'clock. See a man with weird shining glints on his coat/jacket. He walks from behind a tree and into the street, and makes it to the middle of the street/island divider thing. Walks behind a tree, and does not come out from behind it. These are really skinny palm trees. The fuck? See the same man walk from behind another tree, opposite side of the road, maybe halfway between me and where he was to begin with, roughly 70-ish yards. The glinting on his clothing is now small little fires. Call squad leader to me. He is in a little room behind me. Next thing I know, slapped on the back of my head. You were asleep, you fuck, say squad leader, and rightfully so. I got shit on later for this and would have reacted the same way, but I was dead fucking tired. I could not help it. Shake it off. Keep looking down range. See the same man come out from behind a tree in the middle of the street again. This time, roughly 25 yards in front of me. His top half was totally engulfed in fire. Sergeant Griff, please come here. Griff comes out. He finally sees what I am seeing. A grown man walking toward our position with a coat that was on fire. Why can't I hide all this nope? Call it into the others. They are not seeing anything. How in the fuck? Griff takes me downstairs, and when we get to the bottom of the little house that we were occupying, he was gone. Nobody else saw the man, And at first, I could have sworn that I was dreaming. It is actually classified as droning, sleeping while awake. But when my squad leader saw the same thing, we did not know what to think. Told the commander what we saw, and he said it did not matter because we were leaving that part of the city a few days later. Not exactly a true nub, but it was just something weird that I thought I would share. I have others, some like the first, some like this, some sort of paranormal-ish. Alright, here is a story from when I was a little kid. Kind of long, but the end is worth it, to me anyways. Born and raised in the Bay Area, lived here almost all of my life, except for during time in Army and a year in San Diego after that. When I was about 7 years old, we lived in a house in Richmond, CA, on a street called Key Boulevard. House was absolutely huge, but had no real yard, front or back of any kind. The build of the house was very unique. The living room was huge and open, and where the couch and chairs would sit was in the middle of the room and down a few stairs. Hard to explain. Think of a big room for the living room / entryway, and in the middle of that room there was a big square set of 2 stairs that went down into the sitting area. Anyway, saw weird shit all the time in this house. Hallway that branched off from the already weird looking living room had a lamp on a stand at the end of it. Lamp constantly either had electrical problems or would burn out brand new bulbs within minutes of us replacing them. People in the house would see a shadow figure at the end of the hall. Because of the light problem, it was always super dark at the end of the hallway. You would look, and of course, it was gone. The end of that hallway had a basement, which for this part of California is very, very fucking weird. We used it as a living room / game room. Put carpet down there and a TV, slot cars, rocking chair for mom, Super Mario, etc. Would hear the old stairs leading down to our area creak and squeak like someone was walking down them while we were down there. Mother was fairly religious at the time. Had crosses all over the house from different places that she had been to, sort of collected them. Very small collection, she was particular. I would find them either on the floor or flipped upside down pretty often, and she would get really mad when I would come and get her to show her. Anyway, 2 major things happened within 1 week to me that made me fucking nope forever with this place, and it is ultimately why we moved out about a month later. Connected to the living room was the kitchen. It was more like a part of the living room that was converted into a kitchen. Kind of weird, really. Next to that, there was a really long hallway that went down to this one small room all by itself. Parents used this as my toy / playroom. Had loads of Transformers, cars, G.I. Joes. One day, playing with G.I. Joes, have seriously a shit ton of them. Mom calls me to the kitchen for lunch, and I go and I have a sandwich. I remember this one particularly because she sat me up on the counter and let me eat it there while we talked about a super bad dream that I had the night prior. After talking and eating, I ran back to the playroom. Walk inside, and I'm stopped dead in my tracks. All of her toys except for G.I. Joes are pushed against the walls. G.I. Joes are dismembered. Legs, joints, heads, arms, torsos, hips / groin area, etc. all totally torn apart and stacked up into one huge pyramid-like pile in the middle of the room. Scared fucking shitless from nope. Turn around to run and get mom, and see mega old wooden crucifix that she has on the wall next to the door shaking, and it turns completely upside down. My eyes are now wide as fuck. I cannot speak or even yell because nope. Run out of the room at laser beam speed. I get my mom. I pull her into the room. The toys are now magically all put back together, but still in the pile. Mom tries to calm me down. Mom, there was nope happening though. Don't be silly, Anon. The Lord will protect us. 1 day passes. Father hears a story from her and I separately. Chills me out, and then this happens. We are eating dinner and talking. Hear a very loud bang and scrape upstairs. Sounded like it was coming from my room, right above us. I have nope face. Parents laugh about something else. Bedtime comes, and we all fall asleep. Wake up in the middle of the night to some crazy sound in the corner of my room. This corner connected to a corner of my parents' room. Think of the 2 rooms' corners touching each other, but they were not connected, as in you could walk between them. Getting louder. Staring at a dark, black mass in the corner of the room. Nope. Super loud banging starts happening. over and over and over. I start screaming. It sounds like someone has a big hammer or sledgehammer and is smashing it against the corner of the room. I can hear my dad screaming on the other side of my bedroom door. "Anon, are you okay? Anon." Screaming/crying. Absolute terror. So much nope. Dad, former ranger, professional door kicker, kicks in the door and shines gun and flashlight in the room. Grabs me and we leave the house and stay at my grandma's. The next day, they decided to sell the house and admitted that they had been seeing/hearing shit the entire time and just tried to hide it from me because I was too freaked out to begin with. We never stayed in that house again. Later in life, my mom told me that she had done research on the house through the Richmond Public Directory. The house was built like forever ago, and at one point was a whorehouse in the 1800s at some point. Apparently, there was a woman that decided that it was cool to stop taking money from clients that she was fucking, and when the pimp/owner of the place found out, he came in like a pimp named Slickback, found her on the bed with a dude, killed the dude with his pistol, and grabbed her by the neck. He then dragged her over to the corner of the room, gripped her by the neck, and smashed her head into the corner until she was nothing but a bloody, dead mess. I've seen the records for myself. Still nopes me to this day. This is my personal experience of a skinwalker. At that time, I had no clue this thing even existed. Today, I can better iterate what happened. I hope you all enjoy. Be 14 years old and on a camping trip up north with my school. The camp counselor devises a game. To win the game, you and your team read a map, follow its directions, and at the end, you receive a prize. Get a sick-ass group of 3 friends, Jason, Boris, and Lee. Lee takes the map and refuses to let anyone else read it. Super annoying. We decide fuck it and follow Lee. He takes us on a walk down a road out of the camp area. We walk for about an hour, and we are not there yet, but Lee says we are almost there. Past bear warning signs and other unnerving shit. So many roads. Getting tired of Lee's shit, but he refuses to hand the map over and keeps saying, "Yo mama," in response. Lee turns off of the roads and takes us up on a path on a hill. Path is sinuous and long and not very well trodden, wet even, so things look amiss. Been searching for 3 hours at this point, and we are pretty sure that Lee is just stupid. I hold Lee down and Jason seizes the map. Jason analyzes the map and realizes that nothing that we have passed looks familiar. That face when, Lee can't read a map. That face when, we are lost in bear territory. Jason says, we backtrack until we reach the camp, then we crucify Lee. Starting to get somewhat late. Been gone for 4 or so hours. Sun is approaching the horizon slowly. Sky takes on a slightly dim shade, around 6 to 7 p.m. We walk in silence, annoyed, following Jason. Focus on the rustling of our feet on the grass and strangling Lee. Hear a loud crack from behind us, as if a large branch had just been snapped. Everyone thinks bear presence level high. Continue walking. Hear other branches cracking off in the distance. Everyone relaxes and shrugs it off as nothing. The air feels moist and dirty from the smell of the wet dirt from the path. We continue walking until we reach a crossway and go to turn onto the path from where we came. Jason turns onto the path and stops. I walk beside Jason. Fountain pens commence. Tall, pale creature stands slightly off to the side of the path. Black eyes stare us down. Jaw lowers as if it is dislocated. Lee pushes me forward, not knowing why we have stopped. Creature turns into the bramble and out of sight. Nowhere to go but forward. The other path leads to who knows what. After 5 minutes of me and Jason consulting the gods, Lee and Boris walk ahead in disbelief, saying that we are idiots. We chase after them in fear. Only chance of survival is to fight as a group if attacked. Continue on the path. It is well near 8, and we still have a trek to go. Hairs on my skin stand up. Forest is silent. Lee and Boris make jokes. Start hearing snapping sounds from the depths again. Some kind of low, incoherent speech begins. The speech is broken, it lacks structure. Boris shushes Lee and looks at Jason and I. Silence. We move faster now. We finally reach the hill and are back onto the road. Boris and Lee get cocky and shrug off their fear. Lee starts yelling about how it's just nothing. Looking back at the path, he sees a figure at its center, moving down from the path onto the road and toward us. We sprint until we are exhausted. We slow down and begin to walk at a stable pace. The incoherent speaking begins, gargling more than anything. Hold on there, wait there. Creature appeared from time to time, on the path, then in the brambles, always following us. We reached the camp, late, probably around 9 p.m, with little light still to spare. We made a final sprint once the camp was in sight. They had been searching for us the whole while in camp. We did not know where it went. The camp was not fenced in, but we felt safer with such a large group of people around us. My blood curdles to this day from that face and emaciated long body. By far the most terrifying element was the speech. Not paranormal, but it scared the hell out of me. Me and some friends decide to drive into one of the canyons on the end of town and look for an old abandoned campsite with a mini waterfall. The canyon is a super narrow 2-lane road with a 10-foot drop on one side and the canyon wall on the other. We need to slow down to make some of the tighter turns without going over or into a wall. We finally get to what we think is the old campsite and drive down the road. We end up right next to this super old, creepy shack/house, like we were in its driveway. White car pulls down behind me, do a U-turn, and haul ass out. Me and my friends give up looking and just drive up another 29 minutes or so and get out and just hang out for a bit. After a while, we decide to head home. But not even 5 minutes after we got on the road, I notice a huge white pickup truck barreling down the road behind me. I expect it to pass, but it just gets right up on my ass, and I can see the driver flailing his arms around and whatnot. Decide to just keep driving and hope he eventually passes. He never does, and just swerves across both lanes of traffic behind me, honking. Eventually, the road widens enough for him to pass me and slam on his brakes in front of me, forcing both of our cars to stop. Guy jumps out of car screaming nonsense and about trying to hurt his wife and kid. Spend a minute trying to reason with him as he just screams at me from my window in the middle of the road. Out of nowhere, he runs up to his truck bed and pulls out a rifle. Pointing rifle at me through the windshield, still screaming something about his wife and his kid. At this point, luckily, traffic was piling up behind me as this guy's just screaming and waving a gun around. People start honking and he throws the gun back in and drives off. I still have no idea what the fuck he was on about. This happened to me a couple of years back now. I decided to go cave diving with a friend. This was out somewhere near Florida Bay. We're fairly experienced and have been doing this for a while at this point. We were also thrill seekers, unfortunately. We had made a habit of seeking out caves and caverns that were partially or completely unexplored. Something about it gave an unmatched adrenaline rush. Plus, it made us feel like explorers that had actually discovered something brand new. We got a tip from someone in the nearby area, and that was all that we needed. We were out there by the weekend. We had the usual gear that you would need. I don't want to make this too long by going into it and giving you a laundry list. One thing to note is that my buddy had just bought one of those fancy diving knives, not one of those cheap bastards either. He may or may not have bought it because of a certain incident with a fishing net. Embarrassing and off topic, so I will not go into it. Plus, we could cut through other shit, and maybe start an underwater fight with some sea life, Lamau. Just kidding, of course. That is the last thing that you want. Anyway, we reach the cave and are at the entrance. We are diving down at around 100 to 130 feet or so. The cave has a much deeper depth once you get inside, but we did not want to risk too much. We are experienced thrill seekers, but we're not crazy. Plus, you need specialized equipment and training that we could not afford if you go down too far. We had taken safety precautions, like letting friends and family know where we were. That's more for, well, body recovery than anything. Sounds grim, but with cave diving, you are pretty much on your own, which is part of the thrill. We are swimming through and making our way into this cave, but it's strange. We can almost feel like some kind of resistance in the water. It's not enough to tire us out, but we do have to fight against it slightly. Almost like a very slight current, or perhaps a shock wave through the water. Made me a little bit nervous, if I'm telling the truth. We made our way in, but we did not get to explore for very long. We took like one turn and had already come to a complete impasse. Nothing but a dead end in front of us. Asshole who gave us the tip either lied or was just plain wrong. Must have been the shallowest place in terms of length that we had ever explored. More like a little burrow or hideout than a cavern or a cave. I turned to my buddy and let him know using hand signals that we should leave. Wasn't like we could do much else. Going to a lower depth was not really an option due to our preparations. Will probably just result in us getting ourselves lost or killed. My buddy turns and starts to swim out first, and I am a little ways behind him. I'm just catching my breath and preparing myself. That is when I started to feel something. Not in the water. I could feel something near my ankle, just a touch at first, but then I started to feel a tight pressure around my right ankle. I started panicking really hard, wondering what the fuck it is. I did not want to find out what weird fish or invertebrate was clinging to me. I started to swim as fast as I could, but it was no use. I wasn't actually moving from the spot or making any progress. Whatever the pressure was, it was holding me in place while gripping my ankle. My buddy was still turned away from me and looked to be swimming around the corner. If he left me and did not see me, I was screwed. I started splashing and floundering and just anything I could to get away or draw his attention. I was using all of my strength at that point, but I was tiring and could quickly feel myself losing air and energy because of the panic. And the worst thing that possibly could have happened at that moment happened. I felt the pressure on my left ankle. Just like last time, I felt the movement in the water, a faint touch, and then a heavy and tight pressure. I was completely locked into place by both ankles now. I decided to finally give in and challenge my anxiety and look at what the pressure was. It was some kind of tentacle or something. Two of them wrapped in circles around my ankles and refusing to let go. Looking down lower into that part of the cave, I saw a horrifying sight. The most horrifying sight in my life that I don't think I will ever forget. It was some kind of massive squid, utterly gigantic and completely dwarfing me in size. I had never seen such a large creature. I had no idea why it was doing what it was doing. I knew basically next to nothing about them, so I was confused as well as panicked. I tried to uncoil the tentacles from around my ankles manually, using my hands, but it was no use. With the buoyancy of the water, I did not have the strength to pry them free. Luckily for me, my friend must have stopped at the turn or noticed I wasn't there and came back. He locked eyes with me, and I made a hand signal to say that I needed help. He had a really confused look on his face, wondering why I was not moving, but he came closer. He gestured to ask, "What the fuck is your problem?" All I did was point down. He looked, and I saw the terror form on his face, and then watched him become more shocked as I pointed to my ankles. He made a gesture, basically asking what the fuck should I do. I made a motion in the water like I was gripping a knife and slicing, and he got the idea pretty quickly. I don't understand how that idiot forgot that he had the underwater knife. I mean, he had just spent a ton of money and had not even used it yet on this trip. He fished the knife out from where it was stored in his suit. He went for the left one first and started gently cutting. It took what seemed like forever, but was probably only a few minutes, but he managed to finally cut through the tentacle. I saw the weird bluish blood start to scatter in the water coming from the tentacle, and I had never felt so relieved in my life. I motioned for him to cut the other one, but then we noticed something. Something like a tremor in the water. There was motion in the water, ripples, and we shook ever so slightly. It wasn't like a massive earthquake, but it was enough to scare us. One look down told us all that we needed to know. The squid was moving. It was ascending upwards now, towards us. Not super quickly, but it did not need to be for us to shit our pants. He worked on the other tentacle as fast as he could go, and I was finally free. I saw the blood come from the other one. My friend practically grabbed me after that, and swam us both out at the same time. Once we got out of the cave, we practically raced to our decompression stop at around 15 feet, and hoped that was the end of it. We could not shut up about the thing and the experience once we got back on land. We told everyone that we knew. We'd known that massive squid existed, but not in this place, and not like that. Especially in a tiny cave like that. It was unheard of, and if not for my friend and his diving knife, I would have died eventually due to a lack of oxygen. I don't know if giant squid like that can attack or hurt humans, but I am glad I did not have to stick around to find out. No one believed us in the end. Surprise, surprise. Not a single other diver that we knew thought the tale was real. They thought we made it up to gain respect. They told us giant squid like that would never be found in a cave, and that it was ridiculous. It's funny though. When we would challenge them to go there for themselves, they always had some type of excuse for staying on dry land. I was diving at around 120 to 125 feet on a day when visibility was wonky and currents were fast. On my descent, you're supposed to empty all the air from your BCD, buoyancy control device. There was a pocket of air near my lower back that would not empty, no matter what I did, so this caused my legs to float up, and I had to work harder to balance. No matter what position I was in, I could not get this pocket out. Unfortunately, all this maneuvering also caused me to burn air faster than my dive group. When I did my check, I realized I was lower than I should be at this time in the dive. I told my dive buddy, who said we'll ascend in 5 minutes, 12-minute bottom time. 4-ish minutes in, I check again, and I am almost empty. The added exertion just burned through my air. At that depth, I have to surface slowly and have a 3-minute decompression stop, or you can get the bends, air bubble in your bloodstream. I signaled to my dive buddy, who had swam slightly away for a picture, and held my breath as I was completely empty. He came over and gave me his extra cord, and we started ascending. Did our decompression stop, and then all the way up. Sea was super choppy, and we were far from the boat, so we just had to wait on the surface, bobbing up and down in these waves, while the boat found us by our safety sausage, portable inflatable marker. At 120 feet, seeing your gauge read 0, easily the scariest moment I've ever had. But part of our dive training was our dive masters would turn off our air at 60 feet, and we would have to give the right hand signals, get the extra cord from our dive buddy, and ascend. The training helped, but that 0 is scary. My dad had a story like this. I texted him to ask about it. This was his response. I was once hired to dive a glacial lake in Montana that was used for logging. It was one of those lakes where they had all the logs floating on top of it, and then they had a mechanism that would be where the lake's outlet was that would spin in intervals to push the logs through. Sorry if I explained that badly. I'm a diver, not a lumberjack. It was reminiscent to one of those old water chutes that they'd have logs flying down. Anyway, I was hired along with my father, who is experienced with both logging and diving. The rotating mechanism that normally spins had been caught up for some reason. They assumed it was a log trapped in there. Well, in order to get it, we had to dive down to the bottom of the lake, which I only remember being 100 feet or so, but it was a while ago, so don't take all of those details as set in stone. We put on our wetsuits and scuba gear, as well as some underwater tools to go and dislodge the log that had likely gotten bogged down by water and sunk into this apparatus. We take a short dive down. The water was very clear, so you could visibly see the bottom from the top side of the water. It was very evident that there was in fact something down there that was long and roughly log-shaped. I think you can probably see where this is going. We get closer, and we realize from our underwater vantage, it is not a log. It's a giant catfish, largest I've ever seen to this day, in person or otherwise. It was alive, unfortunately, and all it took was a few good kicks in the right direction to get it to stir enough to realize that there was nowhere else to go but forward. We had to do more than kick it, of course, but that is about all I remember, is not wanting to touch it with my hands. It was massive and ugly, and it could have easily swallowed a child. Perhaps it was the shock of seeing such a behemoth, but I really don't remember much after that. Just seeing it is the highlight of that memory. I still think about it every time I get into a lake to go diving. Afterwards though, I know we finished the job, told them about it. They weren't even surprised and said it's happened before, which would have been nice to know about. And then we packed up and went home. Sorry if that story sucked, but it was horrific for me. I went sea note diving in Quintana Roo on the Yucatan Peninsula, and there is this one big sea note just called the Pit. My dive master was a geological research diver, so was very used to deep dark dives, and after the other diver backed out, he wanted to take me on a cool dive because I was pretty keen. About 20-something meters down there was a layer of hydrogen sulfide that lasted for another 10 meters, in which everything was blurry and you could not see properly. Realistically, it only took 30 seconds to get through the acid layer, but it felt much longer. So anyways, I get past that, and my DM is already far below me because he's diving for fun, and I head down to meet him, and we start going into all of these underwater side chambers, 40 meters deep, one of which had a petrified partial skeleton embedded in the rock. Apparently, this guy had died like 10,000 years ago or something. I remember looking up a few times, and it was so dark you could barely make out the light from the surface, and the flashlight did not illuminate much more than a small halo, so there was this constant feeling of being absolutely engulfed in the darkness. The scariest part was the deepest chamber that we entered, at around 45 to 45 meters. It could not have been longer than 10 meters or so. But I remember when we got to the end and turned around, it felt like all of the light had been sucked out of the world, and it took all of my effort not to hyperventilate and to regulate my breathing somehow. So, what I did is a textbook example of how to get yourself killed. I don't think I've ever been more afraid of anything, more in a panic than this moment in my life. Diving anything like a labyrinthian cave should be done with a safety rope that you unreel as you explore, so that you can easily find your way back. Anytime you dive under something, you are inviting danger and multiplying your chances of death. My favorite lobster diving spot in the area I live, in Southern California, was a wastewater outflow pipe. We call it ship pipe. The pipe actually goes a mile long offshore, and I have no interest in going anywhere near the end of it. I don't want a bunch of poop water getting flushed in my face, lol. The dive spot is actually directly below the pipe, about 100 meters away from the beach, and only about 25 feet deep. There are cavities under the pipe that you can access, big enough for an adult man, but it gets really tricky once you are underneath the pipe. The pipe is being held up by big metal stanchion posts that you can get around on one side or the other, but not the other side, and a variable height as you move around and through the space, so you have to do kind of a zigzag pattern as you travel the length of the pipe underneath. The cavity is 5 feet tall at the access point, and it narrows down to less than a foot tall in other areas. The further from the entrance, the darker it gets, the more important it is that you have a flashlight and a backup flashlight. So, this spot is teeming with big monster-sized California spiny lobsters. It is so easy to grab your limit, 7 maximum, in just a couple minutes, so you really have an easy time picking up lots of big ones, stuffing them in the bag. The bag can get really heavy, really quickly too. So, I have made my way really far down the pipe underneath it. I've got a big bag full of lobsters dragging on the bottom, stirring up very fine silt, and my visibility goes to 0. Even my big heavy-duty dive flashlight is worthless with so much silt. I can't see anything. I'd probably spent half an hour trying to calmly get myself out, but I had not unreeled any kind of safety line to follow back, so I am bumping blind into these big metal stanchions with my face, getting myself squeezed into areas that are not big enough, having to reverse out a lot to try another path, and at some point, I felt my air starting to get really thin. That is when the panic set in. I thought about dumping all my gear so that I would be able to better squeeze through a hole that was otherwise too narrow. But I kept telling myself, these are all ways that people die while diving. I had to keep reassuring myself to just take it slow and be more careful. I eventually made it out, but I was sucking the air dry and kicked myself to the surface with basically no air left. My dive buddy had been sitting on my boat in his wetsuit, drinking a beer. "Hey, bro, you get lost down there?" That was the last time I dived with him. A dive buddy is supposed to be near at all times, and he should not have even gotten out of the water until I had surfaced. I have myself to blame for diving in such dangerous spots for lobsters, and I've had to teach myself there is no prize worth dying for. My dad used to be a relatively deep-sea diver. He has his Trimix certification, so he would dive wrecks at depths over 100 feet. One horror story was a dive at the Texas Towers. He was using a dry suit, and I don't remember all the details to the story off the top of my head, but I believe the argon got stuck somewhere in his suit and began to build up, which caused him to catch a quick ride up to the surface, and he got the bends and had to get airlifted to the hospital. And there was a picture of him, my sister, and my mom, very pregnant with me, all on the same gurney, being wheeled to the hyperbaric chamber. Luckily, he got help fast enough and made a full recovery and went back to diving. Another horror story he told me was on one of his dives at the wreck of the San Diego. He went in through an opening, I think he said was a torpedo bay or something along those lines, and like that Rick and Morty episode, where Rick is like, quick 5 minutes, in and out, he kept going deeper and deeper, and did not set a line before he went in, because he did not think he was going to be going that deep. Well, he turned around, and saw that the way that he came was all silted up, and he could not see through it. But he has a lot of knowledge of that ship, so he kept swimming forwards, and finally found a hole in which he could escape from. He told me he literally sat on his knees on the sand when he got out, because he was just so happy to get out and be alive. 6 to 7 years ago, he had his last dive, not by his choice though. Again, I don't really remember all the details, but I was with him on the dive boat when this happened. I was like 12 years old at the time. He fucked something in his inner ear, I think on the way up, and he was having severe vertigo and nausea. He thought he might have gotten the bends in his ear, so after barely making the drive home, he goes and checks himself into the hospital, and goes into the hyperbaric chamber again that does absolutely nothing. So he knows it's not the bends, which is a weight off his shoulders, but now it means it's something different. I don't remember what the exact diagnosis was, but the doctor said he can't really go deeper than a bathtub without risking that happening again. And yeah, those are a few of the horror stories my dad has told me. There was this one trip that I went on, where our job was to clean a harbor, where the diving was all done on a steep hill, and our dives were all surface applied with surface decompression, aka Sir D. Our team pulled more than 1 million pounds of garbage out of the water. Where we started the dives was about 30 feet of water, and we went all the way down the hill to about 160 plus feet. On a dive that started out with moving a filled salvage basket that had 3 times 10K lift bags on it and clearing the leftover stuff from the previous dives. I was bringing the salvage basket back up the hill to be removed, while my dive buddy was rigging a 55-gallon drum of concrete, meant to hold the equipment down, by the worst means possible, attaching a sling to a rusted steel piece of rebar. I heard a loud ting and rumbling. When I looked up, I saw that it was rushing down the hill right at the basket, with me behind it, pushing it up the hill. It was moving fast and crashed into the basket. I ended up sliding down the hill about 15 feet and being pinned with both my legs underneath the basket. I was very, very lucky that the bottom was soft and that my legs were not crushed. It took about 20 minutes for my buddy to get me free, and all I ended up with were bruised, scraped, and aching legs. I did not dive for a week after that. Another time, we were at about 145 feet of water, where I had made the mistake of running my umbilical through the rigging on the salvage basket. My buddy was trying to move the basket closer to the cleanup site, and he was not experienced. I made the mistake of not going back to help when he overfilled the lift bags, and I got dragged to the surface while he jumped off. It was really bad, because I immediately started to feel off. I ended up doing the only thing I could at that moment, and that was dump air out of the lift bags and ride it back to the bottom. I got lucky with the fact that it all happened fast enough that I didn't get serious type 2 decompression sickness. When the Sir D was done, I felt normal and did not have any issues. Ending on a funny note, we had found a length of pipe that was about 2 feet in diameter and ran for about 200 feet that we were required to remove. We had 2 sets of divers that believed the pipe was steel, so they tried to cut it with Broco. When my set got in, we realized that it was not steel, but was like a steel-belted tire. They did not believe us, so they sent down a camera where they saw me shove my knife into it, and the two of us picked it up off the bottom, over our heads. They then sent us down as saw and wire snip, and we finished the job in 30 minutes. I have only been able to go on 4 dives since I got my license. My second to last one was while I was stationed in Hawaii at Wheeler AAF. I went to a spot called Electric Beach and swam around 200 to 300 yards offshore and was just checking out some rock formations. I went by myself, which is a huge no-no, so any aspiring divers, keep that in mind. I was around the 15-minute mark of my dive when I saw this huge shadow pass over me. Something for non-divers to keep in mind for the rest of the story is that you have a very limited amount of air, so diving is a hobby that requires you to stay calm and control your breathing. Anyway, I look up, and there is around a 14 or 15-foot tiger shark circling over my head. Now, most sharks, as long as you're not bleeding, will leave you alone. But seeing the sheer size of this thing within 10 feet of you is enough to send chills down almost anyone's spine. So I do what my instructor told me and took a breath, and slowly started heading back to shore. I look back, and this thing is swimming towards me, so I start reaching for my dive knife. I got the really fancy one called the Wasp, which has a CO2 canister in it for this very purpose. Don't know if it would have worked on a tiger shark that big or not, but it was better than nothing. So, this thing bumps me, which I think is a precursor to a bite, if I remember rightly. So as he swings back around to bump me again, I put a nasty looking gash over his eye. I guess he decided he did not want any, because he swam off pretty fast after that. When I made it back to shore, I laid down in the sand for probably 20 minutes and just stared at the sky. It was a pretty nerve-wracking experience. It's been 2 years since then, and I want to go get my MDTI certification, but I just have not looked for a dive school yet. And with everything going on, I doubt there is any open. One day, maybe, if finances are right. This was about 10 years ago. I was 17 years old when my father and I went on our first deepwater open ocean dive off the coast of South Carolina. We have been on numerous lake and quarry dives, so I was ecstatic to finally check out some of the shipwrecks off the coast. The first day of this weekend excursion was simply amazing. We got to check out some cool shipwrecks, and all the different types of fish just blew my mind. The first dive on the second day was an entirely different story. The maximum planned dive depth was about 120 feet at this massive shipwreck 9 miles off the coast. I remember that it took like 2 hours to reach our destination, and we were so far off the coastline you could not see anything in all directions. The initial dive was great, and the wreck was so massive you could not see the entire ship, even with good visibility. Lots of cool fish here, and even got to see a few barracuda swimming around. At the end of our dive, my father and I, along with an older gentleman on the excursion, started our ascent to the surface. We were monitoring our depth for a slow ascent, and planned to make a safety stop around 20 feet. Well, the moral of the story is to know your equipment inside and out, because my father accidentally inflated his buoyancy compensator instead of deflating to hold at the correct depth. Before he even knew what even happened, he shot out of reach and surfaced. So, the older gentleman and I continue with our safety stop before we surfaced and go ahead and swam back to the boat. By the time we surfaced, my dad was already back at the boat, and since the current was stronger today, we hit a long surface swim back. Turns out, my father is just fine and did not need any medical attention. However, once on board, the older gentleman started experiencing symptoms of a heart attack, and we had to rush back to shore. That 2-hour trip took less than 45 minutes on the way back. Luckily, one of the other divers not with the excursion was a doctor and kept him stable and administered O2. With the shore back in view, we were met with a Coast Guard rescue helicopter where one of the officers leaped off of the helicopter and swam to our boat to access the situation. They hoisted the gentleman off of our boat, and to avoid possible decompression sickness, they transported him to the hospital at an altitude of 300 feet. Everyone turned out to be alright in the end, and the older gentleman was released from the hospital after a few days. I was attacked by a rogue dolphin on a night dive. My sister was in the water with me on a very shallow dive, around 25 feet, at a spot we had dove numerous times before. We both have a few hundred dives logged, and the site is genuinely free coral heads in the shallows, so we opted to skip the dive master tour and just do our thing. For those unfamiliar, the easiest way to get someone's attention on a night dive is to move your flashlight back and forth across theirs so they can tell someone wants to check something out. I was getting real invested in watching an anemone when I felt a sharp tug on my fin. I assumed this was my sister being rude, so I turned around to shine my light in her eyes to convey my irritation. Instead, I saw a wall of grey skin covered in scars and a dorsal fin. Immediately, my mind jumped to shark. It was not a shark, it was a dolphin. I then watched him tackle my sister, headbutt maybe, and she went a good 6 feet away from the impact. Us and the two other divers left in the water went back to back for our ascent and watched the dolphin circling us and going over our heads. Turns out, the dive briefing mentioned that there was a rogue dolphin nearby, and if nobody touches him, he will leave us alone. Somebody touched him, so he figured we clearly wanted to play. I learned that playing with an 8-foot dolphin in pitch black water is scary. I got certified to dive when I was 20 years old. I was in the military, taking part in the MFO Peacekeeping mission over in Sinai, Egypt. We dove in the Red Sea. After we got trained up and certified, we went on our first dive. The instructors took us to see these large fish called Napoleon fish. The bigger ones are intimidating if you've never dove before, like 8 foot long by 4 foot tall. The instructors gave us hard-boiled eggs to crumble up and draw in the fish and get a good look. One guy never crumbled his egg and held it out for this big one, and it sucked in his whole arm up to his elbow and got caught in his buoyancy vest trying to escape. You could have seen the guy's eyes from space, they were so big. The dive instructors are frantically opening and closing their hands near the poor guy in an effort to signal him to let go of the egg, which he finally did, and the fish pulled off of his arm and got free. Scared the crap out of all of us. Last time I ever dove. Beautiful place to dive though. I have a few incidents I want to share with you. They've been on my mind for a while now. First incident. At my old job a few years back. Used to work as a border patrol agent for quite some time. Rotated a lot and had different duties, but this particular night I'm sitting in a camera room. It's up on top of a big ass mountain. I am just looking at surveillance footage and trying to spot anyone crossing illegally. There are numerous cameras spread out for a while. Think they use drones now too, but they didn't back then, that's for sure. Also have access to motion sensors and can see if any are tripped. If I see anything, I report it, and can send out a team or coordinate a response for whatever is happening. Usually depends on how many people and the severity of the situation. Anyway, sitting in that room for hours and hours. Honestly getting kinda tired and starting to drift off. Suddenly spot a group of people on the cameras. Looks to be a handful of people, maybe 4 or 5 of them, trying to cross. Seems weird though. I can see something else. It's like a beam of light, like you would see from a flashlight, but obviously much bigger in size. It chases them for a while and then disappears. Keeps disappearing and reappearing as they are running. Definitely following them, no mistaking it. I radio a nearby patrol. Tell me they're on it. I ask them about the light in the sky. What light? Guess that means it's not us. Getting a better view of it now that they're moving to a different point. It's coming from the fucking sky. They are picking up the pace. One guy falls behind and decides to dive into the water just as it was about to hit him. The rest don't even turn back and run directly into our boys. They are stressed and panicking and are trying to break free desperately. Start attacking our agents. I can hear over the radio that they are telling them to run before they are caught. I have never seen anything like it before in my life. They were not scared of our agents at all, just pounding on their chests trying to break free. They just didn't want to be caught by that light. They got an expedited removal. They were detained for not even 24 hours in total. They were questioned and then sent straight back. They fished the guy out who dove into the water. They grilled him really hard. I was present for this actually. Asked him what the fuss was. Asked him about the light. For reference, only me and one agent not involved in this incident reported seeing the light, so my guy still did not have a clue. Guy refused to speak English to us. I don't know if he didn't know English or if he just did not want to speak it. Only said one sentence to us and then remained silent. Said something like, "El diablo nos matará si somos demasiado lentos." Forgive my rusty Spanish if I spelled that wrong. As far as I can remember, means something like, "The devil will kill us if we are slow." Really gave me the spooks. The second incident happened not long after the first. I want to say maybe a week later maximum. Things escalated so quickly it becomes a bit of a blur. Anyway, sitting in the camera rooms again on this night. Had a little activity so far, but nothing substantial. A few weirdos trying to stir up trouble. Start hearing chatter on the radio. Couple of agents on patrol get in contact with me. Start telling me that they think that there is cartel activity currently happening in the area. Oh fuck. Ask them why they think that. Because we just found some human remains. I think I'm gonna be sick. I don't press too hard for details, but they specified that it is only parts and not a whole human. It means a lot of paperwork will have to be filled out. We'll have to make reports and increase patrols too. They found them in some tiny rusted shack. We did not think it had been used in a long time. I'm distracted by this and haven't been looking at the cameras for the last minute or so. Maybe a minute and a half to 2 minutes. There is 4 people on my screen. Looks to be a family of 4. There's a grown man, a grown woman, and 2 children. I let them know over the radio. Ask if there is anyone in the area. There isn't, but 2 agents are going to make their way over pronto. The family are moving quite quickly, ducking and dodging between trees and through bits of water. They look terrified, just like the group of people the other week. Ask for an ETA, and I get told 5 minutes approximately. That is when I see it again, a few meters in the distance. I see that same light from before. It's not constant. It keeps flickering on and off as it follows. Not sure if it's some kind of signal or for something else entirely. It's gaining on them. It's gaining quickly too. I radio it in and tell them I am seeing what I saw before. Agents are like, "Okay, don't panic, we are almost there." Those fucking liars. Found out that they thought I was bullshitting and they were not even close. Family is running as quickly as they can. They are moving so fast that one of the kids who was lagging behind them trips over a rock or a twig or something. He was the youngest, and I guess they were so hyped up on adrenaline and thinking of survival that they didn't realize immediately. Mother turns around and realizes what has happened. Held her hands to her mouth and I guess she screamed. Father tries to hold her back, but she breaks free and runs, and the little girl follows her mom. Light is right there. Father starts sprinting for his life. Light is about a second away now. Mother desperately tries to pick up both of her kids, but she sees just how close the light is to her. Falls to her knees and gives up. Boom. The light hits them, dead on, from above. 1 second, the mother is kneeling on the floor, cradling both of her kids as she sobs. Next second, they just vanish. I radio in, completely hysterical after seeing this. I guess they finally took me seriously because they showed up pretty quickly after my outburst. They looked at the spot where the mother and her kids were at. What they found I could not believe when they told me. You know how police make those outlines out of tape? They were free, except they were formed by ash. The 2 kids, or what we presumed were her kids, were just 2 mounds of it. The mother though, you could see her entire outline on the ground. It was just like her shadow had been cast on the floor. This was something we had a lot of trouble coming up with an explanation for. We eventually decided to lump it in with the evidence we found of cartel activity. It was easier to say that they did something sadistic than to come up with a proper explanation that would not get us sectioned. Never found the father. We investigated the direction he went in though. We scoured all around. We found something that we're not sure if it was connected or not. Plastered all over the lower half of a tray, we found some kind of viscous black liquid. If I'm being honest, it looked more like some type of goo, closer to tar in consistency than anything else. Ectoplasm maybe. Could easily have been cartel work, but who knows at this point. Third incident happened maybe a month removed from the events of the first two incidents. We thought we had put all of that weird shit behind us, but I guess we were wrong. Things switched up a little after the cartel activity was reported. Patrol frequency had to be increased, and it was all hands on deck. I, being one of the more senior agents, would not have the luxury of being on cameras anymore. They needed me out in the field to be a level head and put one of the rookies on the cameras instead. So, I am part of a mobile unit with just my partner. Luckily for us though, there were two other agents within our vicinity, so any dangerous activity, and we would have backup. Protocol is usually to have more than two at a time, but with increased patrols, we were stretched a little bit thin. Things are pretty quiet for a time, just shooting the shit with my partner, talking about ice hockey. Dude was making fun of me for rocking a Stars jersey, even though I'm from Boston. Suddenly get chatter from the radio. Rookie in the camera room says he has seen movement around our area. Just one person, can't quite make out who. Has just seen glimpses and rustling bushes. The other unit says they will be on their way to us immediately. Before they got there, we saw those damn lights again. I would be lying if I said I didn't piss in my pants just a little. If it did to that family what I think it did, we were in trouble. It was only brief, thankfully. Just a singular flash this time. It did not chase us. Other two agents finally reached us. Rookie said he saw the flash and more movement to our north. We decided to do a sweep and deal with the fucker playing a prank on us. We walked through trees and brush for maybe 5 minutes in total. We come out into a flatter area with no cover. We see something standing right there a few feet away from us. It has its back turned. It was a strange color. Looked to be almost the color of sand but more matte. I guess that is the best way that I can put it. When it turned around and realized that we were there, it was furious. Its eyes were massive and so was its head. I only looked at it for about a second before it reached its hand out in my direction and seemed to be looking directly at me. My partner pulled his gun up and started taking shots at it. Then the other two began to do the same. I just stood there in shock for a time. The bullets did not do anything. It wasn't invulnerable. They physically did not hit the thing. The bullets went through it, but that is not possible. My only explanation for it in retrospect is that the bullets dematerialized once getting close to the alien and then rematerialized at the other end where the exit wound should be. I saw the bullets hit the dirt behind the thing. It must have had some kind of force field. There is just no way it could be intangible like that. This shootout, if you can call it that, only lasted for 30 seconds in total. The alien did not take his eyes off of me the whole entire time. I could feel it staring into my soul. It must have gotten tired or annoyed or I don't know what, because the thing moved its outstretched arm from pointing at me to pointing at my partner. He had shot the thing first. In the span of a second, I saw my partner stop shooting, let go of his gun, and then after that he just fucking exploded. His head popped like a balloon. I am not saying his head literally exploded, but I heard a pop sound. It came from his head. I saw his head fucking bulge when I heard the sound. Then he dropped to the floor and started convulsing for a second maximum, and then he was just still. I wish I was just imagining things, but I can still hear that sound in my head. The two other agents looked over and saw and just ran. I was still frozen. I could not move my legs, I was so scared. The alien looked at me again, and I was so sure that I was next, but it turned back around and ignored me. It felt like forever, but after maybe a minute, I managed to turn and run. The higher-ups were obviously not happy. We couldn't exactly lie our way out of this one. No cartel can do the things we saw that thing do. They didn't exactly believe us, but they had no other choice to. Things got really shaken up after that. We each had to give a statement formally. From there on, we were not fully trusted. There was strict monitoring put in place. We were all essentially back on probation again. Each of us had to have one of their own men assigned to each of us to follow us around and shadow us and keep us in check. I don't know exactly what agency these men worked for, but it made me nervous all the same. Every single thing, even minor incidents, required a write-up and basically a full-on interrogation. The death of an agent in a circumstance like that just sent everything into a spiral. One more incident for you all. This only happened maybe 5 days after my partner was killed. It wasn't as traumatizing as the last, but it is probably the one I feel the most guilt for, even if I didn't directly cause it. I was back in the camera room for this one. They basically blamed me for my partner's death, so they were keeping me under lock and key essentially. I spot movement on the cameras. Can't fully make it out, but the guy is really tall. He looks tall and kinda pale. Not to mention he is real close by to a couple of agents, 2 of ours and 2 of the higher-ups agents. I let them know what is happening. They initiate open radio with me and want constant updates and tracking. I comply the very best that I can. The thing gets closer. It isn't running towards them, but in a different direction. Looks to be trying to cross the border. They start calling in a detailed description. They say it's an emaciated figure, tall and really pale. It looks to be almost just a skeleton with how thin it looks. They say it looks inhuman. That one word was all it took for another 4 agents to be dispatched to their location. Took only a matter of minutes. They see it. It sees them. It tries to run. They say it's another alien. They are told not to let it get away. It gets gunned down by a firing squad. Hits the dirt. It was not an alien at all. It was an undocumented man attempting to cross the border. He was starving and frightened and had heavy scarring from what looked to be a whip all the way down his back. They speculate it was probably from cartel torture. He looked like he had not eaten in weeks and was on the brink of death. The heightened security, these idiot outsiders they brought in to watch us, combined with how jumpy everyone was, had caused us to mistake a regular, starving, living human being for a monster. And we had gunned him down in cold blood, when all he was trying to do was escape to live a better life, and maybe finally get a meal. We killed an innocent starving man running for his life from the cartel. To say that we were all in shock is putting it mildly. None of this was ever put in any kind of official reports. I don't know how many outside the few of us ever learned about the events. We were forced to sign NDAs and sworn to secrecy. The incident was covered apart. Months went by with no more events, and once they realized, and the reality of the fuck-up set in, they cleared out pretty quickly and decided that their response was overreach. Those fuckers came in, blamed us for something we had no control over, made an even bigger mess, and then left us to take the fall and to suffer the guilt. Fuck this stupid country. There is not a night I don't lie awake thinking about my partner or that innocent man that we killed. Be me, I'm in college. My cousin also goes to the same college as me. Starts dating a girl who said her house is possessed by a demon. We didn't believe her, of course. Wanted to go and see for ourselves. About an hour away. 4 people, 2 guys, myself and my cousin, and 2 girls. Arrive at the house. It was empty as her parents were out of town for the weekend. As soon as we walk into the house and turn the lights on, we head to the kitchen. Mind you, the house had been empty for at least a night by now. Every cabinet and refrigerator door in the kitchen was open, and there was a giant kitchen knife stuck at least an inch into the wall. At first, we thought it was a prank to scare us. She closes all the cabinets. I remember her using her hands and feet to close them, like she had done it 1,000 times before. Asks if we want beer. We do. She goes into the garage to get them from the garage refrigerator. Asks why they keep food and drinks in the garage. She says that the fridge never stays closed, along with cabinets, so they had to start putting things in the other fridge. Also notice a broken plate on the ground. Start to pick it up for her, but she says no, leave that there. If you pick it up, it will just break another one. Wow, very heavy no-ping all around. It's obvious that these people have to deal with this regularly, and she wasn't just fucking with us. She pulls the knife out of the wall and sets it on the countertop, mentions some scratches in her room, and asks if we want to see them. We do, of course, so we go upstairs into her room. She shows us scratches that could have been something crazy, but could have also just been a dog/cat. We talk about this for a few, and then head back downstairs. Every cabinet door and fridge is wide open again. Knife is restuck in the wall. We are the only ones there, and that is verified by all involved. Major fucking nubs. Then she drops the bombshell on us. She says they can ever go in the basement past midnight. You won't make it past the 6th step, she says. Of course, my cousin and I accept this challenge. We have a little liquid courage by now from the beers, so we check the time. It is 11:59 exactly when we look. Again, minor noping. We open the basement door. The girl is petrified. She is hiding behind the other girl, who is hiding behind us. As we open it, gust of wind comes rushing up at us, like blowing our hair back. It was so strong. Very freaky, but the air smelled fresh, so we assumed a window was open, or something natural like that. My cousin and I agreed to go down side by side, step by step. We are scared, but of course, we won't admit that. We reach up and turn the lights on. A single light turns on in the basement. It's not very illuminating. We step down the first step, and of course, like a fucking horror movie, the light goes the fuck out. I am ready to bolt at this moment, but my cousin urges me on. I remember him saying, we don't have to go all the way down, but we at least have to make it to step 7 out of 10. Step 2, nothing happens. Step 3, begin to hear scraping sounds, like a paint can getting dragged across the floor. Step 4, we hear louder bangs and scrapes. We hear the chain on the light start to move, like something is spinning it. Step 5, a large paint can comes crashing out from the darkness. Paint goes everywhere. Red paint, of course. Step 6, the forbidden step. The light bulb at this time is spun so hard it smashes into the ceiling. You can hear glass and shit all over the place. Heavy breathing, what sounded like a growl. Sounded like a large Rottweiler was walking around, clicks and scrapes. Okay, we are scared to death at this point. The girl is upstairs screaming at us to get back up there so we can go. I yell back, we are not going until we touch step 7. We both, at the same time, reached down our feet to touch step 7. But it was as if something, like an air pocket or something, was preventing our feet from touching the step. I can't explain it. It was like there was an invisible barrier. I yell out to the darkness, we aren't leaving fucker until we touch the step. As the last word leaves my mouth, it was as if the barrier was pulled out from under our feet. We slammed into step 7 so hard because we were pushing with all of our might to touch it that we both fell onto our backs and began to slide down the steps towards the basement darkness. Fuck this shit, I yell, as we scramble up the stairs. My cousin yells out in pain, saying he must have scraped a nail or something, as his back hurt very badly. As we are about to make it to the top of the steps, I very distinctly hear my name called out in a low, gravelly voice from the basement. My cousin says he heard his name as well, but I don't know. I think we both heard our own names called out. We get to the top of the stairs and close the door, but behind it we hear loud, heavy footsteps crashing up the steps and a loud bang as something slams into the door from the other side. Cousin has 3 very distinct red scratches down his back. Looks like a claw of a large animal. Scared to fucking death at this point. All white, girls crying, guys trying not to. We flip the fuck out, run out of the house, leaving all of the lights on. Later that week, girl gets a call from her parents saying that the house has been getting worse and worse, that they are going to move out now. Girl thinks that we set it off by trying to go into the basement that night. I shit you not, less than a week after that phone call, the house burned down. Cause of fire? A broken gas line in the basement, looked as if it had been pulled from the wall. Parents investigated for burning down their own house, but ultimately they are cleared. Scariest moment of my life was being on my back, sliding towards the darkness of that basement. We never went back. Cousin broke up with the girl a little while after the house burned down, and never looked back. I used to be a truck driver a few years ago. I drove all across the United States and Canada, and have seen some weird shit from time to time. Being middle of summer, hotter than hell. Driving through northeastern Texas, so it is really hot. Have been driving on back roads for the last 4 hours, can only guess as to where I am. Just following the directions on the GPS. Eventually come into a small town that had a small bar, a small grocery store, a gas station, and another store that sold hot sandwiches and stuff. Don't think I'll be able to make it to a truck stop, so I pull my truck into a small gravel lot right off the highway. Looks like it used to be a gas station 20 or so years ago. Filling out paperwork and tapping things into the truck's computer. Have window down while I'm smoking a cigarette. Start noticing that there were a lot of cats running around. Get out of truck and stretch my legs. Cats running around everywhere. Walk over to the place that sold sandwiches. Bought some spicy chicken sammy and a couple drinks. One kinda cute white girl working the counter. About 6 of her guys wandering around the store and hitting on the girl. These guys are staring me the fuck down as I am buying my stuff. Start to realize that this is kind of a rough area. Go back over to my truck and sit in the driver's seat while eating my sandwich and listening to the radio. The guys exit the store, and they just give me dirty looks as they do. Sun is starting to set. Had heard reports of severe thunderstorms on the local radio. Go into sleeper, but first slide driver's seat all the way forward and raise the air up so it is pressing against the steering wheel. Figure this would give me some time if someone were to bust open my window and try to get in. Lock up doors, strip down naked. Did I mention it was hot? Open the vents and lay down on my bed. Dicked around on my laptop for a little while. No internet connection, so I couldn't do much more than play a couple video games. Put laptop in its cupboard and prepare to sleep. Must have been asleep for an hour or two. Wake to complete darkness. Laying there for a moment wondering what had woken me up. Hear banging coming from the side of my truck, right next to my head. Was a loud bang, followed by 2 smaller ones. Wait a minute. Bangs happen again, in same strength and frequency. Try and peek through the vents. Can't see shit. Put some underwear on and open the curtain so I could look out the windshield. Completely fucking dark outside. Can't see a damn thing, other than a light from the food store and a couple of porch lights in the woods. Windshield has a few rain droplets on it. Hear banging noise again, this time closer to the hood, still on the driver's side. Flip on headlights and hit windshield wipers to clear the rain. Kind of stand up so I could see if someone was messing with my truck. Can't see anyone. Sit on the bed with the curtains open, looking out the windshield, trying to spot someone. Suddenly hear a loud bang above my head. Sounded like someone just jumped onto my cab's roof. Banging continues. Sounds like it's jumped over to my trailer and is now walking down the length of it. I start noping. I think the guys from earlier who were giving me dirty looks are climbing all over my truck. Roll down passenger window a bit and yell outside. Quit fucking around with my truck. Banging stops for a moment, then picks up in volume. Sounds like someone is running across the top of my trailer, back towards the cab. Hear a very solid bang on the roof of the cab, and see a blur of something almost rolling down my hood. The moment it would have passed in front of my headlights, they cut out. Automatic feature on the truck to prevent the battery from dying. Too freaked out to lean forward to hit the headlight switch. Silently shitting my pants. Hear small patterings all over my cab. Start thinking there is more than one. Realize it's the rain falling much harder now. Suddenly there is a bright flash of lightning. It lights up everything, including what is standing in front of my truck. Looks like a large black man wearing no clothes, with his arms outstretched to his sides and his head facing upwards. Nope, nope, nope. Get the courage to hit my headlight switch again. There is nothing in front of my truck. The rain is falling much heavier now. Having trouble seeing more than a couple of feet in front of the truck, even with the headlights on. Flash of lightning illuminates surroundings again. Looks to be around 10 people standing 20 feet away from my truck in a half circle. Don't want to hit high beam switch because I would have to climb over the seat and put my head close to the window. Freaking the fuck out, waiting for another flash of lightning. Multiple flash reveals everything around my truck. Can see people all around my truck. Some were walking towards me, some walking away, some just standing there. None of them were in groups, they just seemed to be doing their own thing. Start thinking of calling the police. Lightning flashes again. There was no one outside. but there are about 10 small cats wandering around. Sit out the rest of the storm. Don't see any more people, but cats are still wandering all over the place. Chain smoke until dawn. Make delivery and sleep for 12 hours at a truck stop in Katy. Still don't know what happened to this day. I normally just lurk here and don't post, but why not? This story is not too paranormal, but I find it interesting. B 2009. I am 14 years old at the time, living in a more rural area. Dad and I like to hike around the woods outside my house. The woods aren't really that huge, but they are a pretty decent size, with a creek in the center of it. We are clearing a new trail down to the wider creek area to try fishing. Dad notices an animal den, maybe up to his knee, using tree roots as its structure. When I'm walking over there to look at it, I notice his eyes look back at the den, then kind of widen and lock onto something, so I get more curious. I look in, and there is two big red eyes, maybe the diameter of the bottom of a normal cup, which is broad, but I don't know what else to compare it to. I should probably note that the way the sun was facing, since it was later in the day, the tree blocked the sun, so it was dark in the den. Dad grabs my shoulder and tells me to just start walking back to the house because he was not quite sure what it was. This story is much more strange than creepy, but anyways, this happened to me around 2012 or so, wandering around with a friend in a Bavarian forest. We found a spot where car-sized rocks are laying around downhill on a field, which is about the size of a football field. Decide to take a rest at the upper end of this field. After a while, I see a white figure going through the bushes at the lower end of this rock field, about 300 meters away, coming towards our direction. Can't tell exactly what this figure is wearing, except that it is white, with something black where the face is supposed to be. Possibly a white heat suit. Looks almost exactly like Pick related, but incomplete white, and it's not tinfoil colored. The figure is moving closer to our spot, and just looks surreal with this white suit in a forest. Ask my friend if he sees the thing too. Obviously nervous, he confirms that he does. We both observe this figure for a few minutes as it slowly gets closer to us, somehow looking awkward, stepping over stones. At a range of about 150 to 200 meters, this figure looks up to us, sees us, and freezes. It is literally not moving for what felt like a minute or so. My friend and I get really uncomfortable, and I feel the urge to get the fuck out of there. Now, this figure begins to move in our direction again, faster than before, without looking away from us. Suggest my friend to evacuate. We both move as quickly as we possibly can. Until this day, I'm not sure who that person was, and why the hell someone would go alone with a plain white suit and a dark mask in a forest. I went to that exact place several times again after that incident, but I have never seen this person ever again. I was in the military, and I have more than an inkling of this, though never confirmed, because I worked at the secret underground Antarctic military base. The reason I got the sparse information I did was because a lot of the personnel sent to the moon worked/trained at the Antarctica base first. I never went to the moon though. Were you ever stationed in Antarctica, OP? I think a lot of the same technology was used to create the base in Antarctica, was being tested there first, etc., so very hard to hide from the rest of us, but also thinking that Antarctica was a test for whether people could be trusted with more secret information about the moon. Pick related, not real, by the way, something I photoshopped from memory. Still get the creeps thinking about some of the areas I had to be in that place. Making this kind of thing is like some kind of therapy that I still feel the need to do somehow. Now and then, I intentionally change or remove key details so I can pass it off as fantasy if I ever get challenged on it. But some of the basic details and all of the emotions that they are supposed to convey are very real. That job paid really well, but I still have the uneasy feeling that the stuff I was doing there or otherwise involved with was good for humanity, or not downright evil. The first picture is about when I was first going into the base with some other noobs. I have expertise in geology, one of the reasons I was there in the first place. Nothing I was seeing made any geological sense, and I mean none. Zip, zero, fucking nada, and increasingly so. Tunnels and caverns were obviously man-made, and, as I found out later, There was pretty standard military and construction equipment on the base that was used day to day and working outside the base, but there was no fucking way on God's green earth that anything like that shit was used to create this place, or even modify an existing natural cavern, so I was just getting really creeped the fuck out the further that we went. We hadn't interacted much, but only one noob with us has any geological expertise as far as I know, and him and I were increasingly sneaking surreptitious silent glances at each other, like, dude, are you seeing this shit? You just noticed that, right? We both know that what we are looking at isn't even close to fucking possible, don't we? I still get the heebie-jeebies just thinking about that first time, and occasional nightmares about experiences that I had there. Nothing bad per se happened, but that fucking place, man. Something just not right about it, and in so many ways. Feels like there is a background evil to it. That is the only way I can really describe it to you. But nothing we did was overtly bad. Like, you can shake it off as paranoia or understandable fears about where you are, but it never went away from me. It's how I imagine feeling if I were tricked into doing the bidding of Satan himself but couldn't prove it, and no individual act was anything I could morally object to. Like, there is an Asimov story where a guy uses robots to commit murder, even though they are programmed not to harm humans. He basically gets one robot to put poison in a drink and then leave it in a certain place, then tells another robot to collect the drink and unknowingly serve it to the target. The main cavern was a comfortable temperature, with no visible signs of anything keeping it that way. That and the long-term activity inside should have had some effect on the ice walls, but simply did not. For reasons I can't go into too much, I came to believe the ice was somehow impregnated with metal, or was some kind of composite that looked and seemed to otherwise behave exactly like ice, but just wasn't ice. Occasionally, I would notice brief metallic flashes within it, like something caught the light, but attempts to see it again by trying to view it at the same angle again was inexplicably fruitless. Where I did my day-to-day work, I was pretty close to the main entrance, so I would see a lot of people, supplies, and materials coming and going. I had good reason to believe there were no other entrances to the base that could accommodate the movement of that kind of thing to keep the base fully supplied, and people I had never seen before would just seem to show up out of nowhere, sometimes dressed completely inappropriately considering the whole outside environment, like odd or out-of-place camouflage patterns that would be useless on ice. Just the glaring incongruity between incoming supplies was enough for me to make subtle inquiries into other possible entrances, and where all this shit and people were even coming from. Just one of the things that didn't make any sense, and one of the most obvious, but there is plenty of more shit, major and minor. I tried to ignore a lot of it while I was there, but in the cold light of day, some of that shit was just banana cakes. Is it true that there is an area that kills anyone who goes there? Although it sounds like gossiping was not allowed among the ranks. It wasn't, but monkeys find a way to convey information subtly anyway. I don't know about any area that killed you, but pretty sure if I went into certain restricted areas, I would have been killed. Like, I could never find out what the unknown light actually was when previous pick related, despite being able to see it sometimes from a distance. Not sure if Antarctica itself is evil in some way. It is deceptively beautiful if that is the case. Being able to live and work there in an otherwise relatively normal way was kinda cool, no pun intended. Great to be able to go outside and motherfucking full on Antarctica, and then just come back onto the base, and it be like you just walked back to your house. I'd imagine living and working on the moon, at low gravity, would be the absolute shit under those conditions. Not sure if they'd even have low gravity all the time, which would cause problems, or have some artificial gravity, but if they're going outside, like OP says, then that would be cool enough. Relatively certain people who were showing up and disappearing were going to the moon and back, but not sure exactly how. But if they had to return to Earth gravity now and then to avoid problems, that would be one way to explain it. It seemed relatively regular, but not like it was always on a strict schedule either. But maybe I didn't see everyone all the time, so could never be sure. Like I said, I suspected this place was some kind of test for weird shitness tolerance and one's ability to go along with it and shut the fuck up about it afterwards, before possibly going to the moon or whatever. I don't think I put on a convincing poker face, and weird shitness tolerance turned out to be low, so probably why I'm no longer working there. The fact I have nightmares, make therapeutic art, and I'm even talking about it as much as I am, means they were right about me, I guess. There was a restricted tunnel where I could see light at the other end, just like previous pic related. It wasn't always present, but I could kinda sorta make out some kind of shapes because of it, while at the same time, the glare obscured the source. It was just very weird, like it was a massive and extremely powerful light source, but too powerful to be explained by being there just to light the area it was in, or the tunnel. Like, you wouldn't have a 5,000 watt floodlight in your living room. There was something odd about the light it gave off too. Kind of yellow/orange, but not like any light source I've ever seen, natural or man-made. Also, I could somehow feel when it was on. When I was close to the tunnel entrance but not seeing it, or anywhere I could see light coming out of the tunnel. Like, I would know before I got there if it was on or off. The whole thing was just weird as fuck. Also, some of the extraneous tunnels and caverns that I saw don't even seem to have any discernible purpose. Yet. They are all kinds of weird shapes, sizes, and even different textures sometimes. But the striking thing is just how monumentally vast they are, in every sense of the word. Getting there or even crossing one on foot can take several hours. Some contain buildings, vehicles, or equipment. Many so sparsely it's like the equivalent of building an aircraft hangar to store a single bicycle and an outhouse. Some are completely empty as far as I could tell. Walking into one feels like a half-constructed, textureless Tomb Raider level crossed with the back rooms. And yeah, that kind of vidya shit triggers my figurative PTSD something awful now. Often, the ceilings are hundreds of feet, even, I'd swear, thousands of feet high, despite that not seeming to make any sense at all. I don't know how it's even possible for a ceiling to span that large an area and not show any signs of fracture or collapse. The weight of the ice per square foot at that depth is just off the charts nuts. I also always wanted to do some kind of spectral analysis of the light, but wouldn't have been able to get the equipment anywhere near it without arousing suspicion at best and getting myself killed at worst. But really wanted to because light was so goddamn weird, like an RGB combination that can't exist. When I said there was weird major shit and minor going on, I was not kidding. This just one example of shit not adding up. That would be enough all on its own. That's the other thing. As powerfully bright as this thing obviously was, it just didn't light up the cavern it was in or the walls of the tunnel like you would expect. They were lit slightly, like previous pic related, but they should have been lit up, like the fucking sun itself was at the other end of the tunnel. Nothing made sense. I wasn't even sure if that effect was a property of the tunnel walls itself, or the light source, but I would lay money on the latter. I could not fuck with the walls of that tunnel, and nobody would go near the walls or talk about them anywhere else, but I did get a few opportunities elsewhere to chip off samples off the walls. It would melt to what as far as I could tell was normal water, and behave in every way like normal ice, but the walls themselves were not behaving like ice at all. Also wondered if reflected flashes I kept seeing were some kind of random quantum effect, and why I could not reacquire them afterwards, at the same angle, like a reflecting facet of a crystal. Seems like in order for that whole place to even exist at all, it was impossible not to expose anyone with any knowledge of science, geology, physics, chemistry, engineering, / common sense to some obvious logical issues. Like, they just couldn't effectively hide the bizarro world nature of the base itself, let alone any secret projects going on there. Of all the stuff I saw that was spooky, the one that really spooked me the most was pic related for some reason. I never got to see much of this cavern, just a brief glance basically, and only as much of it as pic related, but dude, what the fuck am I even looking at? Had to Photoshop the pic together, obviously, and trying to get it as accurate to what I saw as possible. Not perfect, but you get the idea. Literal fucking pyramid that looked like it was a relatively accurate recreation of something you'd see in Egypt, but made of ice. Was hard to really gauge the scale of it. Like it was a life-size copy of an existing one, or half-scale or some shit. I don't really know. Even top missing, invisible variations in bricks like real pyramids. Missing bricks at bottom, etc. But inside the cavern with textured angle roof, near wall, not even centered in the cavern, which struck me as weird. 2 guys at the foot of it in the distance, working on it or doing something, it's hard to tell. Massive crates nearby. Yellowish studio lights of different sizes, strung up almost at random like pick related, some on, some off. The obvious assumption is that they found the pyramid under the ice, right? Maybe the stone just had a coating of ice. But that is the weird part. Shit that I overheard at that time, gleaned and confirmed later on, made it pretty clear that it was built by us after the chamber was already created and was solid ice. I have racked my brain to the point of madness trying to figure out why in the fuck would anyone build a replica pyramid out of ice, underground, in the middle of Antarctica. If it was like made of regular bricks, came to a point, etc., I might not find it so confusing and just assume pyramid power or technology was real, or ley lines or something, but this makes zero fucking sense. I originally wondered if the random positioning of the lights was supposed to represent stars or something, but I could not get anything to even come close to matching up with even the most generous interpretation of what I remember. Could be. If the walls were created by the action of some field on normal water to form super strong ice somehow, that would explain a lot. Like how when I removed a sample, it acts like normal ice/water, but then one wonders how it could hold up the roof, and me being able to chip away part of the wall. It wasn't unusually difficult to do or anything like that. I had hypothesized that the outer layer was normal ice, formed over the fake ice or some other structure, but I remembered the places where I chipped ice away, and when I came back the walls were healed or maybe repaired by somebody, and I was worried about that, but nobody ever said anything about it to me. I tend to believe that they were self-healing somehow. Maybe a field was attracting water from the atmosphere or something. Some of the tunnels had patterns that did look similar to magnetic field lines, but not all either. I will have to think about that. One hypothesis I initially had about the flashes is that it was random, because it was like when the retinas of astronauts get hit by cosmic rays and they see a flash, so I was thinking there was some kind of radiation involved, but I quickly dismissed that, because the flashes were very much like seeing large facets of a crystal. Large, but localized area with a more or less definite shape. Also, try as I might, I could not detect any unusual radiation with any equipment or test that I could devise. The place should have been awash in it if my hypothesis were correct. Could have been using a teleporter, coming to and from work every morning on an anti-gravity flying saucer, or using a goddamn IRL Stargate for all I know. What I can tell you is they sure as fuck were not coming through the front door. I believe there was some field or emission having an effect on the eye/brain itself. That affected that was penetrating through the walls, which is why I could feel it before I could see it, which would also explain the impossible color phenomenon. I did some quick eye and dirty color perception tests and field/radiation tests around that location, but could not confirm the hypothesis. I could not stand there looking at color charts, doing eye tests, and walking around with a Geiger counter or anything in such a highly restricted area, so had to be very careful and pretend I was doing normal things and just passing through. Couldn't look like I was snooping, especially since, although nobody talked about it, the weird nature of that light was one of those things that I figured everyone could not help but notice and was also curious about. That is one of the main reasons I had such a severe case of blue balls over that light, and not being able to do a full spectral analysis, which would have told me quite a bit about what I should have expected to see. The tests I did were also mostly further away, where it was easier not to come under too much scrutiny, but where the field might have been fairly weak, so might not have had the full effect I got when I was looking at the light, only my ability to sense the field, so maybe that's why they seemed to turn up nothing. Sorry, it was probably a bit misleading/ambiguous for me to say that I could feel when it was on or off. In my original post about it, I just said I just knew. So there was no sensation like Spider-Man sense tingling or hair standing up on the back of my neck. I would just know. Not as weird as it sounds when you think about it. Like, how do you know which way is up right now? You just do, right? You don't have to consciously sense gravity. Your inner ear has hairs sensing your orientation, but you don't feel anything or get any kind of tingling/sensation when you tilt your head. Not sure that's the best example, since we get visual cues, so don't really think about it in that way. but people who get inner ear infections and lose that sense certainly know about it because it turns them into clumsy, bumbling fools, revealing just how much they rely on that extra sense, and the fact it is even there. Not to mention motion sickness, drunkenness, etc. But I think the pigeon example is much better. It's not like they see a heads-up display with a compass or get a tingle when they fly the wrong direction, or at least I doubt it. Their brain just interprets their magnetic sense into them, automatically knowing their orientation in relation to the Earth as a whole. That is pretty much the way senses work. Your brain sees the world through them the way it needs to be. Like, you have two eyes, possibly of varying quality, but the two images are stitched seamlessly together into one. You also don't see your own nose, unless you look for it, even though strictly speaking, you do/should. You don't consciously see the interruptions in service when you blink. Your brain seamlessly fills your optic nerve blind spot, and a lot of the shit in your peripheral vision that you think you are seeing right now and know is there. Your brain is mostly just filling in the blanks, because it already knows what that shit looks like. Peripheral vision has extremely poor quality. One of the most impressive caverns I got to be in only once. It was the largest one that I saw. It was one of the totally empty ones, in a relatively regular symmetrical dome shape. I'd swear this thing was miles wide, and the highest point of the ceiling was 1,000 feet at least. Though perspective and reference point/size were an issue in that place, not least because the floor was perfectly flat and like a fucking Uber mirror made of ice. And when I say Uber, I mean it. A normal mirror reflects only about 80% of light, and you can sort of tell under the right conditions. High-grade optical mirrors get to like 99.9%, but are super smooth, polished, and obviously not something you want to be touching with your hands, etc. But we are just casually walking on this shit with no special precautions, and somehow leaving no scratches, smudges, or marks whatsoever. I saw 13 men in perfectly normal boots walk a considerable distance over the shit and back, drag and drop heavy equipment on it like it was nothing, but I could not see a single blemish of any kind. When we first went in, saw it, and they just started walking on it, as I comprehended what I was looking at, I was triggered, because it's like watching someone just bumblefuck walk around on the mirror of the JWST telescope. I almost said something just out of instinct, but quickly suppressed my gut reaction and just followed along, gritting my teeth thinking about the damage that we were doing, but there was none. Apart from that, I did not find the high reflection so perturbing in a scientific way, because there are such things as 100% internal reflection, etc., but the light reflection itself, I knew it was no ordinary mirror, or even some kind of somehow bulletproof, high-grade optical mirror either. And though I could not logically be sure it was made of ice, the same ice that the rest of the place was made out of in different forms, I am certain that it was. Also, the surface had normal traction, not slippery at all. One time, I was assigned to a group with the task of installing sensors in one of the ice caverns. For those of you not familiar, the military has long had systems where you put seismic sensors into the ground that detect any footfalls or vehicles in the area, alerting you when tripped, and even early devices could distinguish between single people, groups, wheeled vehicles, and track-driven vehicles. Just about any soldier could use this kind of sentry gear, so I'm not sure why they assigned me, except that they figured seismic gear should be deployed by a geologist or something. So, we go into this cavern that did not have the highest ceiling, but covered quite a large area. There were ice columns from floor to ceiling, irregularly distributed. The most distinctive thing about it was how bright diffuse white everything was, despite apparently being made of the same ice as all of the others, almost like everything was giving off its own fluorescent light, which I guess it was, since there was no visible light sources in there. The effect was that while you could see the columns, they would tend to blend into the background quite a bit, since it was all white on white. So, anyway, even before I deployed the sensors, I had the feeling that there was something in there with us. A lot of some things moving around that I could just not see blending into the white. I wasn't supposed to be looking at any of the data from the sensors, but naturally, you have to open a screen and check the thing is working before you leave. And yeah, there were a lot of things triggering the sensors, basically all over the entire area, and all around us, showing up as mostly personnel. The place was alive and on, the walls moving like blood in veins, living ice. That day I was in a weird headspace, and frankly, I just didn't want to know. I'd kinda exceeded my weird shitness quotient earlier that week. Did not want to be assigned to this job in the first place. Did not want to risk being suspected of any snooping or tiptoe around, and just wanted to get the fuck out of there ASAP. I just really was not in the fucking mood. I closed the screen, left it recording data as ordered, announced I was done, and we did just that. Now I regret not taking a closer look at that when I had the opportunity. Several obvious explanations, besides just installing the shit in an apparently empty cavern, but was not assigned there ever again to collect data or retrieve equipment or anything, but also raises questions like, if they could get ice to fluoresce like that, why have conventional lighting in other caverns and tunnels? Be me, 20 years old at the time. I was driving from Washington to Idaho. I get stuck in traffic at 11 o'clock at night. My BF and I decided to take a different way to avoid all of the traffic. The GPS told us to take this really dark road with no streetlights, no other cars. It was just complete nothingness. We proceed to drive the car up this horrible road. I start to get a really bad feeling in my gut. We take a slight bend, going about 50 miles per hour in total. A girl was just standing on the side of the road, staring. She was maybe 10 to 12 years old, from what I could estimate. We drive a little bit more down the road. There she is again. My BF and I just look at each other. What the fuck? This road is on a cliff. It just drops off 3 feet from the road. We take another bend. There she is again. My heart is racing now. She runs in front of the vehicle. I yell at my BF to just hit her. Fuck that noise. She vanishes when we do. At the end of the road, she is standing at the stop sign, just waiting. We get closer, and this awful grin just appears across her face. Nope. We decide to run the stop sign and continue on our trip. Never ever again will I take that creepy pitch black road that's on a cliff, ever again. When I was about 14 years old, a cute lesbian girl seduced me at a Halloween party. We went out to this empty guard shack on the edge of the abandoned warehouse lot that we were having the party in. We made out for a bit, but then she started getting really forceful and just biting me. I asked her to stop and pushed her away, but she attacked me and beat the shit out of me. After beating me, she started cutting and stabbing me with a knife. It was dark in the shack, so I never actually saw it, but I felt it in me and bled from it. I end up passing out from not being able to catch my breath, or bleeding, or the pain, whatever. I don't know. I woke up with people taking me to the hospital, feeling like I was cut to ribbons. The people at the hospital find no fresh cuts, and only a couple of older scars from a biking accident. They did find bruises and bite marks from her attacking me and the violent making out. I also had to get a blood transfusion, guessing I had lost about 30% of my blood volume. Police went to the place and were convinced I was murdered there from all of the blood. They tested it and it was mine, and after a bit of head scratching, came up with the theory that I faked it by collecting blood over time for a prank or something, and that I overdid it and passed out from the lack of blood. Like that made any sense. It was really scary at the time, and even more so to me now. There is some really unexplainable stuff out there, and it terrifies me that I can't even group this in a paranormal area. I don't know anything like this happening. I wish I did so I could look it up and try to learn more about it. Be me. Be around 13 years old at the time that this happened to me. I am staying late at school because of orchestra practice. It's about 8 p.m. It's dark outside, and it's winter time. The school janitor has shut everything and turned off all of the lights in the rest of the school. A friend and I decide to go and explore the deserted building before going home. We find a rusty door that has always been locked, but now it is wide open. We go through it and go down some stairs. It's almost too dark to see. We start to smell weed smoke and blood and shuffling noises. we freak out and run away. A few weeks later, a homeless man was caught living in the school's boiler room. He came out at night and somehow caught rabbits and rats around the school, which he brought back to the boiler room and skinned and ate. He was also a convicted predator, too. Since September of last year, I noticed that on the bus ride to the train, a couple of people would walk in the same direction for several blocks to the train station. I would walk behind them, and this one girl would be 15 to 20 feet in front of me. If I got closer, she would do this jog, like if she knew I was getting closer, until a good distance was set. Another guy would walk 10 feet in front of me, and every time when we got to this grocery store, he would stop, turn around, and stare at me until I passed by him. This happened very often, enough to make me notice. They always wore the same clothes. The woman a beige coat with black stockings and a handbag. The man would wear a green military-inspired jacket. That same semester, when I would walk along the school's block, I would sometimes see this old Asian man walking in the same direction. When I got close to about 15 feet away, he would stop, turn around, and then stare at me until I passed by. Each of these interactions felt like I was being set up to feel like a stalker. It was very creepy, but I would just smirk to show that they are not getting to me. So, this happened to me about a month ago. I am very skeptical by nature, so it makes it all the more weird. Might be too spooky for some, but my reaction was way more like, what the fuck? So, I am walking back home from the light rail stop, which is probably about a mile or so away from my house. It was pretty late. I take night classes at the university downtown. Probably 11 p.m. or so, I want to say. The street that I live on sort of elbows when it crosses the street that I usually walk when I'm going to or from the light rail stop. So, I am about 20 or so yards away from the elbow, and I see this ye old-timey horse-drawn carriage turning the corner and headed off down my street in the direction away from my house. Now, I live in a pretty low-rent part of town, but my neighborhood ain't exactly rich, so seeing this kind of thing was pretty strange to say the least. I picked up the pace a bit and sort of power walked to the corner so I could get a better look. When I rounded the corner, there was nothing there. This confused the fuck out of me because after that elbow in the road, my street completely straightens out, and there is not another cross street for at least 100 yards, and I am absolutely certain it could not have disappeared out of sight in the time that it took me to round the corner. Now, the too spooky thing is, and what I didn't even notice at the time, was that I'm pretty sure the carriage and the horse had not made a single sound when it passed by me, and I could not hear it down the street either. My dad was stationed in Antarctica. He passed away recently from cancer, not before telling me almost everything he knew. I think they know something is up, Axe, and I do not have much time left. I've noticed a lot of weird happenings and people skulking around the house at nighttime. Ask me anything that you want to know. I have nothing left to lose. Do you believe the people skulking around your house are actually demons? I'm not sure exactly who or what they are. It's been about a week straight of catching glimpses of them. I will catch them at night when staring out of the bathroom window, or I will see the faintest of shadows disappearing around corners as I am preparing for bed and looking out of my bedroom window. I don't know if they know that I've seen them, but I expect they are just waiting for me to acknowledge them. I don't know what happens once I do, but I really don't want to find out. It got worse last night, actually. I don't think they're even bothering to hide anymore. I caught a man in a black suit and a black hat standing at the opposite end of my street at around midnight when I looked out of my window. He seemed to be causing some kind of electrical interference because the street light was flickering, but the sight of him was unmistakable. I have never dug down out of sight so quickly. I'm scared of sleeping tonight because I don't know what they have in store for me next. Why are there so many military bases there? It sounds cliché, but it's less about keeping us out and more about keeping those things inside there. If what they have in their escape to the outside world, then we would all be screwed with no possible chance of surviving. I don't know how in-depth I should go on this stuff, but I guess at this point I should not hold back. Tonight might be the last night I have to type it all out. What is down there, OP? I don't know the full extent of it, but my father was able to tell me bits and pieces from what he saw / what he was told on a need-to-know basis. There is much more under the ice than you think there is. Those pyramids that people talk about, they exist. He only saw it once, but my father said that those pyramids house some kind of a portal. It is under armed guard 24/7, and they've locked it down and reinforced it with some kind of strange material. I assume it came through the portal with the beings, or maybe they brought through some tech and they were made of that material. I am not entirely sure. This is just as best as I can remember from the notes that I took down. The material is strange. It's almost as if it does not exist in one singular state and can adapt depending on external stimuli. It's kind of a weird void shade of black and is extremely malleable, but can reinforce itself considerably if pressure is applied to it. I'm not sure exactly how it works. It's not something my dad specialized in. Anyway, so this portal is beings, creatures, aliens, I don't know what the fuck they are, came in from, and under no circumstances do they want them to get out. The scientists there have not been able to figure out where exactly the portal leads to / comes from. They tried to send people into the portal to see where they end up, but it's like their bodies can't handle it, and they end up vaporized on the spot while trying to pass through. What exactly did he say Antarctica is? My theories range from it being a portal to it having the remains of an ancient civilization. You are right about the portal, but that's not the entire thing. I think I've heard something about thin places throughout the Earth, and how different dimensions and times are easier to breach through. Antarctica is a thin place, but it seems to be a serious weak spot for the Earth because this portal created a massive crack, and these things had no trouble at all breaking through. We are lucky that it was here, where it's easier to contain, and not somewhere else. The consequences would have been dire. Is the ice wall real, and do the elites meet in Antarctica? Elites from all around the world have visited and met here. Think of any elite, any at all, and I can tell you with 100% certainty that they have been here. It's not for some great big conspiracy or whatever. It's because they needed to see for themselves, to be convinced at just what has happened here. The portal, the beings, the experiments, the things that they've done to some of the workers there. Every major leader is working on how to contain and dispose of this threat, if even possible, and working on possible countermeasures. They don't care about us. They just want to guarantee that they can save themselves. OP here. I made it through the night. Just. I will respond to more questions while I still have time, and give the other info that I have, so you can ask more detailed questions. I am scrambling with my notes right now in a panic, trying to figure out what to post first, or what might push them to act faster. First, I will tell you about last night. I saw it standing underneath the lamppost again, at a distance, the light flickering and giving off sparks while they were underneath it, before eventually shorting out completely. I did not see them again after that, so I thought maybe that this was the extent of it, trying to drive me crazy to get rid of my credibility so that you all think I'm LARPing. I was dead wrong. It made its way into my house. I heard sounds coming from downstairs, and even though my brain was screaming at me to ignore them and lock myself in my room, I knew that if I didn't, the outcome would not change. I had nothing to lose by checking. Whatever they wanted to do to me, I was powerless to stop them either way. As I went to go down the stairs, I saw it lean to the side and peek its head around the corner at me. When I tell you that all of the shit flew out of my bowels, I fucking mean it. It was hard to catch all of the details in the flurry of movement as I turned on my heel and ran as fast as I could back to my room, but I caught some details of its face and body. Its face was drooped on one side, like the skin was saggy and like a leathery texture. Its pupils were oddly shaped, almost like a triangle but turned upside down. The only other thing I saw was a small bit of its hand peeking from underneath its long coat. The skin had sores all over it, big blotches and incredibly dry, flaking skin. It gave me the creeps. It was incredibly fast. It did not give chase, but as soon as I turned and closed my door, it flickered into existence and slammed on my door. After that it left me, and that was my night. I've been running on pure adrenaline, trying to scramble my mind together to reply to people. These were not the beings from the portal my father told me about. These are the experiments that the scientists are running. I guess I'm their test run. I have no proof for you. I only have my word. You really think they let my father out with pictures of any kind, or any of the extra-dimensional materials they were working with? You don't understand the type of place this is, the kind of security measures in place. Even just thinking about doing something like that, and they would know and kill you on the spot. They know how many LARPers there are on this board, I guess, and that's why they were letting me post. Just another thing people can point to and say bot, glowy, disinformation, etc. You just have to take me at my word. I can give you no more than that. Going to be using a trip code from now on so no glowies can derail the thread. I think I need to go more in depth about the experiments that my father told me they are running down there. It's relevant to the thing that has been stalking me at night. This will be in my father's words. The beings that came through the portal were not originally against us. In fact, they were so above us, so much more powerful than anything at our disposal. They considered us beneath them, and did not even consider the possibility of us posing a threat. I don't know if it was like a game to them, or if they genuinely wanted to help us, but at first, they were open to sharing some select few secrets, and showing us things from their world. They displayed their power over us immediately, by disintegrating any of us who tried to attack them, and by killing any base leaders present at the time. We knew we had to be careful. It was like they could sense our intent towards them. One wrong thought, and you would be gone in an instant. They put our scientists to work immediately, and gave them new materials to study, advancements in technology to use, and even a splicing of their DNA to experiment on. They must have thought that we were stupid, and that we would never unravel their secrets. We managed to reverse engineer some of their technology in order to trap them into the pyramid that houses the portal. I imagine they are just playing along with us like a game to see what we can come up with. I have no doubt they can tear open a portal in another thin place any time they want to. The DNA though, that was a big mistake. The things they were able to do with that. The things they were able to create. I can go into more details about the experiments with the DNA, if you all want. About the experiments with the DNA. My father was not a scientist, and neither am I, so I can't really explain in any technical terms, but I can give you a rundown from his understanding of what was being done by the researchers. Any terms used by my father might not be 100% accurate scientifically, but it is his interpretation of events. Bear in mind, much of this progress was made after the beings had been sealed away, told in my father's words again. They started researching the bits of DNA given to us by the beings. Much of it was completely beyond our understanding, even with the technology and knowledge given to us by them. Their physiology is like something we have never seen before in any creature on this earth. The beings are hard to describe. They have this kind of perception filter when you look at them. It's like, you can see them, but you don't really see them. I know that doesn't make sense. Almost as if you're looking through them. The details blur in your vision, and it's hard to keep a hold of them in your mind. I have fragments of their appearance. 2 of them stood at about 5.5 feet, but the third one was abnormally tall. He must have been about 6.5 feet tall. My father is 5'10", and he said they towered over him by quite a large margin. They were a strange shade of green, quite dark, but almost as if it had void-like properties. Like they looked green, but looking any longer than a couple of seconds, and the color drained from them, like their skin absorbed the spectrum of light from your eyes all the room. The texture of their skin is the last thing I can remember. One of them touched me. He grabbed my hand to command my attention, and it was like being grabbed by sandpaper. They also had strange markings on their bodies. Each one had a different symbol, which I guess denotes their rank, or maybe their name perhaps. The tall one though, had a series of symbols. I think it was something like a backwards L and a greater than sign, but it had some weird marking in the middle of it. It wasn't anything that we could decipher at all. Back to the experiments. We discovered bits and pieces through what they gave us. The scientists told us that their muscles were strange. They were able to output an immense amount of power that allowed them to move at insane speeds. They can move so fast, it becomes almost imperceptible to the human eye. It cannot keep track of their movement, so to our eyes, it simply looks like they have vanished and teleported to another spot entirely, when in reality, they have moved over there at a high speed. Also, their bodies seem to give off some kind of electrical current that creates massive interference with electronics and the like in a close vicinity. We were not able to determine the exact radius, but if they were in the same room, then any electronics would go crazy or simply refuse to work, but if they weren't, they seemed to behave just fine. It wasn't just running through their bodies, like the electric current present in human bodies. It seemed to be something that they had at least some kind of control over, like they could redirect it and use it either to power things or to cause damage to things. I don't really have a better explanation than that. They could not turn it off, but they could redirect it, like to their hands, and dispel the current into another object or being in order to harm them or to give them power. The scientists knew how crazy this kind of thing was. The beings were adamant that they research all these things, and so were our leaders. After the beings were sealed, they insisted that we use this DNA in order to give us a fighting chance against them, if/when they decided to punish us. 100% effort began to be put into figuring out how to splice the DNA with our own. It didn't matter what field you were in. You were either researching, or you were helping in other ways. In all of my time on this planet, I've never seen anything quite like it. First, they asked for volunteers, but of course, no one would willingly agree to be experimented on and have some DNA that we know almost nothing about spliced with our own. They gave us a choice: go out and find subjects, or become subjects yourselves. We refused at first, but they were not kidding. They picked a ton of researchers at random. They killed some, others they restrained, and ordered for tests to be carried out on them. They did horrific things to those people, things I don't even know if I can properly explain. They tried different things like injecting the blood of the beings into the subjects, creating concoctions of DNA in order to force some kind of mutation or transformation, I don't know what. The higher-ups essentially just wanted their own versions of the beings, except under our control and more human, I guess. At first, nearly every experiment failed. The interactions with our human bodies and their otherworldly DNA was catastrophic. Some subjects were vaporized on the spot when coming into contact with this DNA. I don't know how or why or what, but much like the portal, I'll explain more on that later. It is like their bodies simply could not handle the information and the material and tried to reject it, but couldn't, I guess. Literally vaporized on the spot. Only an ashy imprint was left of them. After the first batch of subjects, the soldiers began to abduct anyone they could, who no one would care if they vanished. The homeless and poor people from countries that were not fully developed, who no one would or could go looking for. Anyone who tried to defect were also thrown into the testing labs. In the next batch of tests, they were able to stabilize the experiment somehow, and not have the subject vaporized on the spot, but the results were not positive. Some would react horribly, and their skin would turn a deep green. Blisters and cysts would form in all parts of their body until they became an unrecognizable mass of blisters and they just stopped breathing. Other experiments caused the muscles of the subjects to expand way beyond what they were meant to until they ruptured beyond repair. The skin would also swell and almost burst like a bag of air being popped. This would happen one by one to each muscle across a 24-hour period. The screams of horror were unbearable. Thankfully, they were short-lived, as the subject would pass on extremely quickly when undergoing this, because of the trauma. My father was not present for every experiment, but told me that they made significant progress just before he was discharged. I guess the thing that is stalking me is the fruit of their labor. They must have been able to pass at least some of the attributes of the beings on to their subjects. The only other thing I can think to tell you all about is the portal. Is there anything else that you Anons would like to know? If those things got out, we would all be screwed. Yet somehow, our military can keep them in check using conventional modern weapons. Read the rest of the thread Anon. Using our own tech would be useless, but as I said earlier, even using their technology, I don't think they are really contained right now. They probably just want to see what we are capable of. whether they want to take us under their wing, exploit us, or just make fools of us. I think they could go back through their portal and rip open another thin place whenever they desire. Note, the 4chan mods have banned my previous IP address for apparently posting something on another board. I have only ever used and posted on X just this one time. They do not want this getting out, it seems. Explaining the portal from what my father told me. It's hard to explain with any scientific accuracy because it defies most everything we know about science, but here is what he told me, verbatim. As mentioned before, the portal is like a tear in the fabric of reality. It is as if someone literally grabbed the air around them and tore it like a piece of paper. My dad only saw it once, and that was after the beings came through it when they allowed them to analyze the portal and run tests on it. He never saw the being actually walk through it. Back to his words. The portal is not massive. It's maybe about 7 feet in length and 3 feet in diameter, but it is not fixed to one spot. It can be manipulated by the beings and other stimuli, causing it to contract or expand, depending on what or who is sent through it. It hurts to look at for a long time. It has some sort of effect on the eyes and the brain that cause them to strain from looking at it, which causes some horrendous headaches. Just like with the beings, it's like a perception filter. I don't know if they are just unaffected, or if they can turn it off somehow, but it like cloaks itself from your brain somehow, if you aren't aware of it, or thinking about it beforehand, if that makes sense. Like I said before, the portal vaporizes any organic matter that goes through it. We tried people, dogs, penguins, even some plants that we had on base that we were studying. If it is organic, it vaporizes as soon as it comes into contact with the portal. Even if you just put your arm in. It's like whatever the portal is made out of, spreads like a virus throughout the body and vaporizes it piece by piece before you can even react. This happened every single time, except for one singular time. We decided to try sending, and by sending, I mean throwing, because none of them survived, one of the animals that we had experimented on, using the DNA that the beings gave us. This was before we sealed them and began the human experiments. Miraculously, the dead animals did not vaporize instantly, and were able to actually pass through the portal, at least from what we could tell. Up until this point, we had never had success, so we did not know what to expect. The portal, the tear in dimensions, does not actually show anything. There is no destination that you can discern through it. There is no weird swirls or images of space or a different galaxy. It's just an almost black void. The only reason we were aware of the vaporization is because of the pile of ash left at the foot of the portal that when we tested, showed traces of whatever we sent through. These animals experimented on with this alien DNA though. They did not leave this trace. Even with all of these tests, we did not really make much progress. Considering these human test subjects are now complete, or are complete to some extent and being allowed to roam, I am assuming that they may be able to now travel through this portal, just like the beings can, although I do not think that they would want to risk letting them out just yet before uncovering all of their secrets. My father told me they also tried sending non-organic matter through the portal, such as small vehicles and pieces of metal, and as far as he could tell, it was a success. The portal would expand to accommodate the size of the thing being sent through, and just like with the DNA experimented animals, they left no trace of ash. I wonder if it's just because these things are simply from another dimension, and their bodies are built to maybe withstand the pressure of the portal. Maybe their organs and their matter is just stronger than ours, and they aren't as fragile. On the other hand, it's possible they have programmed the portal to act this way themselves when tearing through the thin place barrier, so as to not allow us to uncover every last secret of theirs. Maybe one final trump card as a backup. I don't know. From what my father told me, the beings were extremely arrogant and did not even expect us to get anywhere near as far as we did. If there is something I've missed that you Anons want to know about or need me to further elaborate on, I will as best as I can from the information that my father gave me. Please ask before night falls again tonight. After being banned today and the glowies invading the thread, I fear that I might not make it another night. They seem to be tired of playing games now and want to silence me for good. Anon, you have to defend yourself, and you really don't have many choices. prayer, and a gun. Are you armed, and do you know how to use both? I have a few guns that my father owned, but I don't really have much training with rifles or big firearms. My father did make it a point to train me with handguns, and I own both a Glock G43X and a Seg P320 that he bought me, but I have never shot anything more than targets at a gun range. He wanted to take me hunting one time to hunt some deer and get some practice in with bigger weapons, but the nature of his work, especially once the beans came through, meant that he did not get a lot of free time to spend with his family. Aside from recently when he got really sick and passed on, we must have gone about 14 months with minimal contact from him. Just him sending a message every so often to say he was just working and was not dead yet. Honestly though, I could have a javelin and proximity mines laid throughout the house and a 50 caliber rifle, and it would not make any difference at all. If they have truly succeeded and gained all of the mutations and feats that these beings have, then they can just move insanely fast and get to me and kill me before I've even managed to blink. I have accepted my fate, which is why I have been posting so brazenly. There is nothing that they can do except kill me at this point. There cannot be anything worse than that. I have a story for you. Be me. Work at a cafe/chocolate place out in the country on a farm. Quiet area. We serve homemade stuff. We normally get a lot of old people, especially during the winters. Summers are pretty silent. I do register, serving, cooking, anything that needs doing really. It's not unusual to get groups of people that come regularly, but there was this real strange group of ladies, the Volunteer Mothers for Proper Education, or VMPE. Self-important over 40-year-olds who write letters and other stuff to schools, demanding changes. All had the same bumper sticker with their little committee logo, which was the group initials on a set of stairs, black on white. They had 10 members. They first started coming in 2009. Seemed pretty normal at first, but we started to notice weird patterns. They all dressed similarly, with cardigans, long dresses, and tightly done hair. Not that strange, but they never dressed individually at all. They always ordered the same thing as the head lady. Let's call her the controller. The controller seemed to be the one who organized everything, planned their little committee discussions and all that. The strictest woman I have ever seen, spoke little, never looked like she smiled once in her life. The group always came in at exactly 2:49 on the dot and got their food around 3 o'clock. Every day they would order something different, but always the same as what the controller had chosen, paid with their own money. One day, one of the ladies in the committee decided that she did not feel like having the same food that the controller ordered. The controller gave her this death stare. I have never seen someone look so angry. The other lady immediately shrinks away. She orders last, getting the same thing as the controller. The group comes back the next day, but there were only 9 members this time. The lady who wanted something else was gone, completely missing. We never saw her again. They come back every day and order the same thing, again and again. One day, there was an accident. 2011. This big metal decorative windmill next to the cafe collapsed and broke part of the roof. We have to close for the week, but it's 3:50. The controller demands the group be served, regardless. We are all trying to get everyone out because there was a worry that the windmill could catch fire because the neon sign stuck to it had smashed. I, of course, have to give the group their money back and refuse service. I get fucking death stared down by the controller. Beady, hate-filled little eyes, unbelievably dark. They leave, never come back. Not the end of it. One day, we get 9 angry, abusive reviews on site. All of them claiming abuse, harassment, and other such bullshit. Storefront windows got scratched up with keys one day. No real proof to convict anyone, but I'm pretty damn sure it was one of them. This goes on. Group keeps spreading bad rumors about our cafe. We heard it through confused customers. Bogus delivery orders. Even a false police report one day. Told us a lady claimed we dealt heroin under the counter. Easily proven untrue. Eventually they seemed to give up. Never see them again. A little bit later, I heard from a friend who works at a diner on the highway about a similar incident with the group, but they only had 8 members as far as he saw. The finale. 2015, a few weeks ago. Hadn't seen anything involving that group for years now. Completely forgot until I saw a bumper sticker, VMPE. Started seeing their group name everywhere. Heard they got a new office in the town centre, funding community events and other such stuff. Also heard the mayor's wife had joined the group. Never saw the original 9 ladies again, except for the controller. She came back to our cafe, acted like she did not know us, asked us to put up a flyer on our window. We say sure. She does so and leaves. Flyer is for some school fundraiser thing. I was pretty terrified when I saw her, to be honest. She looked like 90 years old now, but she was only like 50 in 2011. She doesn't look so strict and angry anymore. She looked tired. Really, really tired. I looked at the flyer from outside and saw her get into her car just outside the building and drive off. She's driving a ute now. Utility vehicle, like a pickup for non-Australians. It's covered in mud and shit and battered as hell. She used to drive a spotless red sedan. The back of the ute is filled with rope, shovels, and a few filled trash bags. Bumper sticker is on the black window, VMPE. Never saw the lady again. I still have no idea what to think, but it's left me kinda scared. I will post again if I find out anything else weird about the VMPE ladies. Be me, living in Phoenix, Arizona. Neighborhood is right next to a hiking ground called Papago Park. Supermoon and meteor shower happening in tandem with one another. It's December 2016. 1 to 1:30 a.m. Go to a white pyramid on a big mound called Governor Hunt's Tomb to see the meteor shower. 2:30 a.m. Start to head home, cutting a line through the parking lots in front of a location called Hole in the Rock. See something in one of the resting spots. I get closer to it. Notice that it's someone lying down on the floor in a blanket. Figure it's just a homeless person crashing there for the night. Decide to leave my jug of water there for them so that they aren't too thirsty after they get up. I get closer to the resting spot. Notice that the person is tied up in that blanket and placed on a carpet with some sort of symbol on it that looks like a spiral. There are bones lined up on the tables next to the person in the blanket. There is some weird looking metal chain shit on the floor next to the person. Just stand there frozen for a moment, like a deer in headlights. Decide to haul ass out of the fucking hiking ground. From that day forward, I have never fucking gone back to Papago Park after midnight. It's a very little known fact that for a long time, certain elements of the US government and military operatives have carefully watched alien abductees. With that said, let's have a close look at some of the most intriguing and fascinating examples. One of the world's most famous alien abductions of all time. B. Betty and Barney Hill. They were abducted on the night of September 19th, 1961. This happened while they were returning to their New Hampshire home after a vacation in Canada. The pair was subjected to a stressful, intrusive medical procedure on board a UFO. They said that their abductors were non-human things with penetrating, staring eyes. The U.S. Air Force soon opened a file on the Hill affair. On the night it happened, they were driving back. The sky was black and filled with stars. The roads were winding. A backdrop of huge mountains dominated much of the drive. In New Hampshire, at around 10:30 p.m., they noticed something in the skies above them. It was not at all far away. Whatever it was, the brightly lit vehicle was not a regular aircraft. It wasn't a helicopter either. A sense of anxiety mixed with puzzlement and foreboding enveloped the pair. This feeling came over them very quickly. The Hills could only speculate on what it was that was in the sky, so they tried to get a better view of the thing. Betty was already intrigued to the max by the presence of the futuristic-looking vehicle. She suggested to Barney that he should pull the car over to the side of the road and grab his pair of binoculars. It was at a picnic near Twin Mountain that Barney was able to stop the vehicle and see that whatever the object was, it definitely was no aircraft, even though it did have porthole-type windows which could be seen fairly clearly. Betty excitedly looked carefully through the binoculars. She too was convinced that the craft was definitely out of the ordinary. The pair sat in awe. As they approached Franconia Notch, a pass in the vast White Mountain National Forest, the two got an even better look at the craft. It moved silently and effortlessly above giant firs, pines, and spruces. The hills looked on amazed as the clearly rotating object performed all manner of astonishing maneuvers in the sky. It briefly hovered, then raced away at high speed, and finally returned to hang ominously in the air near their car. The pair continued to look on when two wings emerged from the sides of the craft, giving every impression that it was about to land. It turns out that their instincts were right on the money. The craft descended and came to a silent, smooth landing near their car. A deep sense of unease washed over Betty and Barney. The two of them sat there, frozen. They watched as a hatch slowly opened on the side of the vehicle. From the opening, beings emerged. They were unlike anything the hills had ever seen before. They were small in stature, with large, almond-shaped eyes that seemed to pierce right through them. The hills were soon beckoned inside the craft. Once inside the craft, Betty and Barney were led into a brightly lit room. The walls were smooth and metallic. They could see strange panels glowing softly. The atmosphere was sterile and almost clinical, but it was unlike any hospital or lab they had ever seen. The beings instructed them through a direct mental connection. They told them to remain still. The first thing Betty noticed was a device that resembled a thin rod with a glowing tip. One of the beings gently traced it along her skin, causing a faint tingling sensation. Then, to her horror, she felt a sharp, cold probe pressed near her eyes. Barney was subjected to similar scrutiny. Strange instruments hovered over his body, scanning him in ways that he could not comprehend. At one point, he was commanded telepathically to raise his arms, exposing his torso. The beings then used a device that emitted a soft blue light, which moved systematically over his chest and abdomen. It was as if it was mapping the internal structure beneath his skin. Both Betty and Barney recalled a series of procedures that seemed to examine their reproductive systems. For Betty, this involved what felt like an internal probe. Barney experienced a similar examination that left him feeling exposed and vulnerable. Throughout the ordeal, the beings remained impassive. Their large eyes were simply fixed intently on their tasks. There was no sense of malice, but the clinical nature of the procedure was chilling. Betty later reported that one of the beings appeared to study her eyes closely, holding a small device that emitted a soft beam of light. She said it seemed to peer directly into her mind. The Hills also noticed a large circular screen in the room where images of themselves were displayed. They thought it was possibly as part of the being's observation or recording process. There was an overwhelming feeling that every single moment was being documented. As the experiments concluded, the beings appeared to communicate something reassuring through telepathy. They did not communicate words, but implanted a feeling inside of them. They were then escorted back to the craft's exit. Almost instantly, the ship rose silently into the night sky, vanishing from sight. In the days and weeks that followed, Betty and Barney struggled to piece together their memories. They experienced vivid dreams, flashbacks, and moments of unexplained anxiety. Eventually, under hypnosis, both recalled the event in greater detail, confirming many of the terrifying and bewildering experiences from that night. Their story was investigated by the U.S. Air Force, which opened a file on the incident. Despite official attempts to explain the encounter as a case of mistaken identity or psychological stress, the Hills remained steadfast in their account. Let's have a look at some cases where abductees have been watched by government personnel. May 23, 1973. The alien abduction experience of Judy Durante. While driving near Houston, Texas late at night, she encountered a disc-shaped UFO. Following a series of bad dreams, it became clear that there was a period of missing time in Durate's recollections of what happened to her. Upon being hypnotized by UFO researcher Dr. Leo Sprinkle, Durate recalled the portion of the event which had been almost completely erased from her mind. She described seeing a calf being taken aboard the UFO, like it was being sucked up. Durate also recalled being taken on board the craft. The Air Force Office of Special Investigations at Kirtland Air Force Base opened up a secret file on Dorothy and her experience immediately. This was prompted by the unique nature of her kidnapping. Dorothy was thought to have only been abducted because she had stumbled upon a so-called cattle mutilation event. The implication was that the ETs tried to wipe her memory clean as a means to prevent her from revealing what she had encountered. The FOSI was deeply concerned by the cattle mutilation/alien abduction connection. They also wanted to know every detail of the memory wipe technology that these aliens possessed. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker's late-night kidnapping from the banks of Pascagoula River occurred in October 1973. They recalled under hypnosis that they were taken on board a UFO by creatures with lobster-like claws. The pair became the subject of intense scrutiny by military personnel at Keesler Air Force Base. Intelligence staff at Keesler kept a careful watch on Parker and Hickson for months. They would be constantly, secretly monitoring their activities. They were also brought in for lie detector tests, and their physical and psychological conditions were examined. The pair reported constantly spotting people watching them and noting down their every move. This happened no matter where they went. They were driven to the Air Force Base by a local police officer. His name was Deputy Tom Huntley. He went on to make intriguing statements about the experience. "We were in an unmarked car, but the guards were expecting us and waved us through the moment I said who I was. I looked back through my rearview mirror, and damn if 2 cars full of air police had not fallen in behind us. They had more air police stationed at each crossing all along the road. On being directed to one particular building, a team of medical personnel were already there. They were waiting for the arrival of Hickson and Parker." Huntley said that after he and Parker and Hickson were directed into the building, a series of tests quickly began. Of the doctors, Huntley added that they looked like space creatures, all wrapped in white and masked and gloved. Both men had a Geiger counter ran over them. Their fingers and shoes were swabbed. Each swab was then carefully placed into separate bottles. It was clear the Air Force doctors knew what they were doing and had probably done it many times before. After the examination was completed, Huntley, Hickson, and Parker were escorted to another building. Of this other facility, Officer Huntley stated, "It was something. Armed air police at each door and all along the route, 4 of them in the conference room. And the brass, colonels, majors, the whole base command must have been there, and a heap of doctors too." The intriguing part of this is the extensive security measures taking place. It sounds as if the whole base had been put on alert just for this occasion. The 2 contactees were so closely guarded during their visit that it seems as if the Air Force expected them to blow up the base themselves. Myrna Hansen's encounter of May 5, 1980. This occurred as she was heading to Eagle's Nest in New Mexico after a road trip in Oklahoma. Hansen experienced a classic alien abduction experience. Just like Judy Dorati 7 years earlier, Hansen saw a young cow being sucked into the UFO. Hansen recalled being taken to an underground facility where aliens implanted her with a sophisticated tracking device. When Hansen described the appearance of the facility, it quickly caught the attention of the AFOSI at Kirtland Air Force Base. The reason that they were so perturbed at what she had described. The facility that she described was an off-limits underground bunker at the base's weapons storage area. They wanted to know how she knew about this place. There was also the implication that the military and the aliens may have been secretly working together, deep underground. Extensive files were opened on Hansen's experience. By the mid-1990s, UFO researcher Greg Bishop struck up a friendship with the late alien abductee, Dr. Carla Turner. She had offered multiple books on the subject. This was the pre-internet era, so the pair corresponded by mail. Greg revealed after Carla's death that mail sent to and from the pair arrived already opened. It would be very clearly torn and resealed. On other occasions, the letters were not even resealed. Both Greg and Carla were convinced that this was all part of some mind-manipulating program. They thought it was a government-driven operation designed to psychologically destabilize the pair by letting them know that the government was watching them. For years, Numerous abductees have reported close encounters, but not just with UFOs and aliens, with what have become infamously known as black helicopters. These usually unmarked craft are reported flying over the homes of abductees. On occasion, they will hover over the same homes for minutes at a time. They will always do this at dangerously low levels. Typically, they turn up within a day or two of an alien abduction experience. All of the evidence suggests that the helicopters are piloted by Black Ops teams who have three primary agendas. A. To try and determine the range and scope of alien abductions. B. To frighten the experiencers into staying quiet on their experiences. C. To figure out the true nature of the extraterrestrial agenda. Betty Andreasen was one such target of these helicopters. The number of sightings was so huge that her husband took action. He fired off a letter to the Army's office of the Adjutant General insisting that someone provide answers. No one in any official capacity would own up to anything. All he got was a brief and hardly satisfying reply. All it said was, "It is difficult to determine what particular aircraft is involved or the owning unit." Then there is Ed Conroy. In 1990, Conroy, a journalist, wrote a book on the alien abduction experiences of Whitley Strieber. The more that Conroy delved into the experiences of Strieber, the more he became a victim of black helicopter invasions. Then, there were more mysterious problems with Conroy's answer phone. It seemed as if someone had tampered with it. On one occasion, while Conroy was out of town, his answer phone message was inexplicably changed. In 1993, Whitley Strieber had been given apparently classified information on where the U.S. government's top-secret UFO data could be found. He said that, "Spooks started prowling my neighborhood upstate." A business associate was accosted on an airplane by a group of young men who flashed badges. They claimed to be with the National Security Agency and questioned him about our activities for a couple of hours. On one occasion in the following year of 1994, someone managed to stealthily get into Strieber's cabin. They managed to skillfully disable his security system and checked out the contents of his computer. Conroy found himself under similar intimidation. Weird phone calls, secret surveillance, and even visits from those mysterious black helicopters. On one occasion, at the height of his research into Strieber's story, Conroy encountered something strange. In his very own bedroom, he saw what he described as a kind of a shadow man, completely black, poised in the classic pose of Rodin's The Thinker. It was one particular morning in March 1987 that Ed Conroy found himself a target of the mysterious helicopters. It appeared to be a Bell 47. It lacked any identifying markings. What was remarkable about this particular helicopter was the inordinate amount of attention it seemed to be paying to my building. In no time, and shortly after the Bell 47 finally exited the area, a totally black helicopter was on the scene too. Follow-up visits occurred, which prompted Conroy to contact the Federal Aviation Administration for answers. He had no luck there. Things got even more intense in 1988, when Conroy was practically seeing helicopters everywhere, mostly always in the direct vicinity of his apartment. These even included the huge, double-rotor military Chinooks. Conroy even saw some of the helicopters vanish, literally vanish, right before his very eyes. It seemed like some kind of stealthy, cloaking technology that they had. There are claims that deep within the heart of the Department of Homeland Security, there exists a small group that secretly and actively monitors the alien abduction issue. Much of this is undertaken by keeping a careful watch on social media, as well as websites, blogs, lectures, conferences, and books. The DHS group is allegedly secretly compiling an extensive database of alien abductees in the United States. On occasion, DHS agents have visited the homes of abductees, warning them not to talk about their UFO abduction experiences. In recent years, such actions may have been interpreted as so-called Men in Black encounters. Many abductees report that after being kidnapped by ETs, they are soon abducted by other forces, not aliens, but military personnel who are usually dressed in black, SWAT-style outfits. Those who have reported such experiences describe being taken to underground installations where they are interrogated and questioned about their encounters. Military personnel revealed to the abductees the government's belief that the aliens are creating underground armies. They apparently believe that when fully mind-controlled by the aliens, will one day turn upon the rest of the population. Evidence of serious government concerns about the real alien abduction phenomenon continued into the 1950s, specifically in 1959. That was the year in which a young American soldier found himself caught up in a very strange saga that still disturbs him to this very day. It all went down on a chilly night in Utah's expansive desert. Be Private Bernard Jerry Irwin. Be February 20th, 1959. It began as a regular day for Irwin. At the time, Irwin was driving to Fort Bliss from Idaho. Irwin was actually stationed at Fort Bliss. Idaho was his home state. Night began to set in. The night was dark, silent, and all but empty of vehicles. It was a desert highway, so this was to be expected. As he drove along the winding, curving road, Irwin was suddenly distracted by a bright light in the night sky. The light was at a distinctly low level, and then descended below a looming ridge. Irwin thought it could be any number of things. His instincts told him it was an aircraft in distress. With that in mind, he brought his car to a stop at the side of the road and turned on the blinkers. He quickly got out and left a note for passing drivers. It read, "I have gone to investigate what looks like a plane crash about 1/4 mile to my right. Notify state police immediately." Wearing his army coat and armed with a flashlight, Irwin headed off. Irwin headed for what he suspected just might be the site of a plane crash. The next thing Irwin remembered was waking up in a hospital bed in Cedar City. Where and why, he did not know. A doctor and a nurse were standing around the bed and were soon to be joined by a local county sheriff. Irwin was confused and scared, which is not surprising. The other three were far more interested in finding out what had gone on. Irwin kept muttering about survivors, asking the nurse and the doctor if there were any. Were they all killed? Who they might have been, it seems that no one really knew. That included Irwin, whose mind was in complete turmoil. The doctor then broke the news. Irwin had been unconscious for a full day and night. It was only thanks to a passing warden with the Fish and Game Commission who came across Irwin's car that Irwin was ever found. The police were soon on the scene. Irwin was finally found completely unresponsive about 1/4 mile away from the road. It was in the early hours before Irwin was finally resting in an unfamiliar bed. Irwin was kept under observation for several days, but remained unable to recall any of the events from that strange night. Military personnel soon appeared on the scene to fly Irwin back to Fort Bliss, where he was placed under additional observation by a military medical team. Irwin continued to collapse and suffer further memory loss for the next few weeks. Irwin never managed to recover any of his other memories of that night. On April 19th, Irwin traveled back to the site and found his missing jacket. This jacket had a pencil and a bit of paper tucked into it. Irwin burned this paper and then seemed to emerge from a trance. He had no idea why he had gone back. He reported this to his superiors and underwent more examinations. On August 1st, Irwin failed to report for duty. He was then listed as AWOL. After this, he vanished from the public record. He was never officially discharged, and nothing else was ever heard from him again. His whereabouts and what happened to him are still unknown. Be me, about 3 years ago. I am lying in bed at night, trying to sleep. I've been lying here for about an hour now. It's now 3 a.m. Suddenly, the room is illuminated with a light blue tint. I sit up completely. I have a dazed feeling from lying there for so long, but it quickly turns to alertness. The light is not coming from a window or any source. It seems to be completely illuminating my bedroom equally from no fixed point. After about 4 seconds, light disappears into the darkness. Transition/fade takes only about a second. I sat there perplexed, not really too afraid. I thought it was maybe a car light, lightning, or something else, and I was just imagining how unnatural it seemed. That is unlikely though, since I live in a rural suburban Pennsylvania. Long driveways, houses far apart, houses far from roads. Not really sure what it was, but I've seen a few people on X talk about blue light illumination like that. Unfortunately, I did not look at a clock to see if there was any time difference. I guess because of the nature of it, light, and a calm color at that, it never really spooked me like some other things. I talked to my mom about it the next day. I've tried looking into it online a few times and could not find anything. Continuing with more, it's kind of a long story though, so it will take multiple messages and probably be a pretty bad green text. Be me, 12 to 13 years old at the time. Move into a new house with my dad. The house is kind of in the middle of nowhere. It is surrounded by woods, very off the beaten path. It's a 25-minute walk to our mailbox / my bus stop kind of thing. The house was owned by my great aunt before she died. The house had years of back taxes, so nobody in my family really wanted to claim it, until my dad broke up with his girlfriend of 10 years and we were staying at my aunt's house. My great aunt was a really nice lady. She was wheelchair bound. I only met her a couple of times as a young kid though. My dad, on the other hand, was a violent alcoholic and dope fiend. This was the reason for his relationship collapse. Dishonorably discharged from the military kind of thing. It got worse after we moved out though, so I spent most of my time avoiding him. I tended to stay in my bedroom most of the time. I would usually eat my meals before he would get home from work and after he slept. I always felt really uneasy in the house alone, but was sort of a nervous kid. We had 3 pit bulls that lived outside. Mo, Curly, and Larry. Blame my dad for the names. After staying there for a few months, I started hearing a sound outside my window at night. This would happen periodically between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. It sounded like a really deep, low growling sound. Sometimes I would hear it over my earphones. Sometimes it would wake me up from a nap. I always imagined it sounded like a mix between a bear and an earthquake. It sounded like it came from right outside my window, like maybe 2 feet away and down on the ground. This would happen for 10 to 30 seconds and then stop for hours or for the entire night. It scared me to death as a kid. It caused me many nights of huddling up in fear in bed. Curly was the dog that was about 15 feet outside my window. None of my dogs were abused and were all treated fairly. I was in charge of feeding them, unleashing and walking them, and we had them since they were puppies. As the months passed, and eventually years, I noticed Curly becoming more timid. He would always crouch down when you went to pet him, or shy away from you, as if he were being beaten or abused. At first I didn't connect it, but over time, I started to feel like Curly was deeply afraid of whatever it was outside my window. I felt kind of a kindred spirit in him. Would give him my nose under my breath as I pet him. Every morning, I had to walk to my bus stop. Pennsylvania mornings are dark most of the days, and my uneasy feeling about the house and the growling made it kind of scary for me. I would walk with earphones in, music blaring, resisting the urge to turn around. I always felt like something followed me halfway from my house to my bus stop. I would yell the lyrics loudly, almost as if I was projecting myself enough to scare away whatever it was, or to project enough confidence so it could not feel my fear. As time went on, I grew less scared of whatever it was able to live a life removed from it, though I would still get spooked or unnerved on occasion. I still heard the sound every once in a while and felt something was there, but tried to ignore it. I kept a cardinal rule of never leaving my house when it was dark without people around. Dogs were often quiet at night and did not provide much security. One day, 2 years later, my dad's recent girlfriend was down in my bedroom. Relationship problems. She was venting to me on my bed about my dad. It was about midnight. In the middle of her talking, she heard the growling outside my window. "What's that?" she said nervously. I started explaining kind of quietly, out of slight fear of it somehow hearing me. She sits there petrified and kind of spooked, said, "Oh my God," quietly, then proceeds to walk slowly out of my bedroom, transitioning into a run in the hallway. Tells my dad that there was some large animal growling outside my window. My dad, a big hunter, grabs his gun, and goes outside, ready to shoot. He has shot coyotes before outside my house. I watch from the window as he turns on the light and walks around. Nothing there. The growling was happening just about 15 seconds before he walked outside. Did not speak about it too often after this incident in the next year before I moved away. Dad's GF and I occasionally talked about how it was a really weird experience. At least I know it's not just me now. Fast forward to almost a year later. Walking home from girlfriend's house one winter, where the snow was particularly bad. My girlfriend's dad's car got stuck in the snow halfway to my house on the unplowed roads. Growling has still persisted, but I have grown ever more desensitized. I don't even hear it that often, though it's still unnerving when I do. It's about a 40-minute walk until I get to my house. Everybody is snowed in, it's 10 p.m., and there are no cars on the road. The light reflecting off the snow has everything somewhat illuminated, so it is not scary in the slightest. I start hearing cracking sounds and footsteps in the woods as I get closer to my house. I occasionally look around and see nothing there. Eventually, when I am within 10 minutes of my house, I start talking to it, or at least just talking out loud, in the chance that there is something there and listening to me. Why are you following me? What is it you want from me? Are you just gonna follow me around for the rest of your existence? Don't you have something better that you could go and do? I start feeling more motivated and fired up as I continue. It's an empty night, and I have nothing to fear from being louder. I get to the end of my driveway and turn around, looking out into nothing. Well, come on, show yourself. Show yourself or leave. I'm not going to waste my time being afraid of something that is not there or can't even show itself or do anything. Nothing happens, and I walk up to my house. The growling stops after this event. Soon enough, I move away to live with my mom and never hear the growling ever again. Still to this day not sure if I just imagined it, if it was actually somehow my dog. Though I heard my dog growl on plenty of occasions, and it did not sound like that at all. Some actual animal or something else. I am not a strong believer in the paranormal, and keep a pretty agnostic view on things. I've had people tell me that it could have been a demon, an alien playing tricks or monitoring me, and a bunch of other things. I take everything with a grain of salt, but I've never really heard about somebody having a similar experience. I realize it probably sounds like a ridiculous story, but I can assure you it happened. Whether I was delusional and I just pushed away the notion of something being there, or it was actually something paranormal, is something I will probably never know. Back in 1999, I was a stupid and young 18-year-old kid from rural Ontario. I didn't like the idea of working at a mill or driving a plow, so I decided to join the army. Enlisting wasn't too complicated back then, but it wasn't exactly a cakewalk either. I walked into the recruitment center nearest to me. Then a couple of corporals asked about my fitness, my grades, and why I wanted to join. I gave them some stock answer about wanting to serve my country. But really, I just wanted to get the hell away from my current life. 2 years later, I was a private with Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, stationed in Edmonton. It was early autumn, and I was in the mess hall scarfing down a late breakfast after a run, when someone yelled out to crank up the volume on the TV. The screen showed the Twin Towers in New York. Smoke was pouring out of a hole in one of them. Then a few minutes later, the second plane hit. The room went dead quiet. Dudes forgot that they were even eating. Then we watched, totally stunned, as the towers collapsed and ash-covered people ran through ash-covered streets. Over the next few hours, the news kept replaying the planes, the fire, and the chaos, and the mess hall filled up with guys just glued to the TV. We all knew it, even before the CO started briefing us that war was coming, and it was going to be bad. The world that we had trained for, all the peacekeeping missions and Cold War cleanup, it was gone. We were headed to Afghanistan, and it wasn't going to be some UN mission handing out blankets either. It was going to be ugly, and we would be in the thick of it. But in 2002, the itch to do more than patrol and train got me thinking about GTF2, which is Canadian Special Operations Forces, the real deal. If I wanted to guarantee a spot in frontline operations in Afghanistan, that was the ticket. Getting into JTF2 was the toughest thing I've ever done. I was in decent shape, but decent just didn't cut it with how brutal that selection process was. They dragged us out into the backwoods of Ontario for a month of hell. We got barely any sleep, and were subjected to a constant mix of rock marches or navigation drills in the dark. But the worst were the psych tests, designed to mess with your head. The directing staff would scream at you, starve you, literally anything to push you towards quitting. I saw good soldiers tough as nails break down and walk away. I didn't crack, but I would be lying if I said I did not come close. After that came specialized training, close quarters combat, advanced weapons, parachuting, the works. It took a further year before I was badged in as a JTF-2 operator. By the time I deployed to Afghanistan in 2003, I felt ready for anything. We piled into a Hercules out of Trenton with a cargo hold stuffed with gear and guys from JTF-2. Then we all tried to catch a few hours of sleep to make the long-haul flight go faster. The plane droned on for what felt like forever, and we stopped to refuel somewhere in Europe before landing at Kabul International. When we stepped off that ramp, we saw mountains standing tall against the horizon, and the city sprawled out in front of us in a cloud of dust. Shit was getting real. Me and my unit ended up being based at Camp Julian, near Kabul, a dusty compound ringed with HESCO barriers and razor wire. Inside it was all tents, connexes, and the constant hum of generators. We needed those generators too, because the heat was brutal. It had to be like 40 degrees Celsius in the shade sometimes, and the dust got into everything. Afghanistan itself seemed kind of like a paradox to me. You had those beautiful mountains and green valleys, and all of that rich history, but they had nothing to show for it. As JTF-2, operations were high tempo and high stakes. We weren't doing foot patrols or handing out aid. We were actually hunting bad guys. Mainly Al-Qaeda, but sometimes Taliban too. Direct action missions were the core. We would roll out in GMVs or on foot with NVGs, moving silently through villages where barking dogs could blow your cover. Then we would perform night raids on Al-Qaeda safe houses, kicking in doors, clearing rooms, and grabbing high-value targets like bomb makers or commanders. Other times we would do recon, lying up in the hills for days, watching insurgents through optics, then calling in airstrikes when the time was right. We would also sometimes work with our counterparts in the SEALs and Delta, sharing intel or hitting compounds together, and every operation was a gamble. We were up against IEDs, ambushes, or sometimes just bad intel that could turn a clean snatch into a fatal firefight. A few months after the coalition went into Iraq, so around late 2003, my guys and I were holed up at a compound on the outskirts of Kabul when we got news of a job. Our CO said that we would be linking up with a CIA outfit called Task Force Sabre 7 for a joint operation that involved hitting the suspected hideout of an Al-Qaeda bomb maker. We'd done these kind of operations before. Snatch the target, grab the intel, in and out. And JTF-2 does not mess around, so I figured these CIA boys would be pros, just like the SEALs or Delta that we had run in with before. The name Task Force Sabre 7 sounded legit, like something straight out of a Tom Clancy novel. So we geared up, checked our C8s, and then rolled out, expecting a tight operation. We met Sabre 7 at a rendezvous point just outside the village in the early morning hours, but right away, something felt off. The task force was not what any of us had expected. Instead of a slick crew of American spooks, it was 3 Americans and a mob of 15 Afghans, all kitted out in mismatched gear like they'd raided one of Kabul's many weapons markets. The guy in charge, a loudmouth calling himself Jack, strutted around in sunglasses and a US Army uniform, and talked like he was auditioning for a Hollywood war movie. He threw around terms like HVT and Intel Stream with this kind of forced bravado, but we could see it for the performance that it was. And the Afghans under him looked more like hired muscle than a disciplined unit. They were twitchy, gripping their AKs like they were just itching to use them. So, I had a really bad feeling about them from the get-go. Some of us figured that they might prove us wrong, work their magic, and bag their guy, but the op was a crap show from the start. We were supposed to sweep the village methodically, house by house, looking for bomb-making materials, looking for things like wires, chemicals, the usual signatures. But Jack and his boys treated it like a free-for-all. He barked orders at his Afghans in a kind of pidgin Persian, and then they stormed into mud-walled homes, kicking over furniture while screaming at families. We've been trained to keep civilians calm, to de-escalate high-tension situations, but Jack's unit was doing the exact opposite. I saw one of his guys smash an old man's face with a rifle butt for no reason other than he was slower than he liked to perform his commands. And stuff like that is considered a serious infraction, but Jack did not blink. He just kept yelling about bombs, the Taliban, and Bin Laden. It was chaos, and it was clear he did not know how to run a proper search. There was no grid pattern, no coordination. He pointed to random houses, claiming tetsuyaayt had marked them as hot. But when we checked, all we would find were blankets and cooking pots. It honestly seemed like things could not get any worse. But then somehow, they did. Jack's Afghans started dragging people out of their homes and then lining them up in the dirt. I heard screams from a house down the street, and when I got there, his 2 American guys were beating a shopkeeper, demanding he confess to being Al-Qaeda. The guy didn't even speak English, but Jack was right there minutes later, egging them on, saying stuff like, "Break them. He knows where the bombs are." But there was no evidence, no bomb-making equipment, just a terrified old man begging and pleading in the dirt. I pulled my sergeant aside and said something about how the task force did not seem like they knew what they were doing. He nodded, tight-lipped, but we had our orders. We kept moving, but I felt sick, like we were being complicit just by being there. The raid eventually wrapped up, but we found nothing. All we had done was tear the village apart. Then, as we were prepping to exfil, a couple of Jack's Afghans came over grinning like they had won a prize. One of them pulled out a cloth bundle and unwrapped it. Inside were dried, shriveled pieces of human flesh. There were fingers, ears, and other parts I could not identify. They said it was from a woman they had caught, claiming she was Al-Qaeda or Taliban. They couldn't even make their minds up on which. That almost made me puke right then and there. These weren't soldiers, these were just murderers and butchers. My team stood there, stunned into silence as the Afghans laughed and passed the bundle around like some trophy. I looked at Jack, half expecting him to shut it down, but he just smirked and said something about how that was part of their war and not ours. Back at base, my sergeant lost it. He got in Jack's face, calling him out for letting his men run wild and for letting them take body parts as trophies. But Jack just shrugged and said something about how he was just helping them clean house. I've seen some cold motherfuckers in my time, but the way that Jack guy acted was next level to say the least. My sergeant stormed off, radioed our CO, and told him that we were done with those Sabre 7 clowns. We figured the CO would come down on us heavily, since they were CIA, but he came back saying that he couldn't get a straight answer on who they were. He called an American officer in Kabul who swore the CIA had no record of any Task Force Sabre 7, and the Pentagon did not know either. It was like Jack and his crew had just materialized out of thin air. We started quietly asking around, trying to figure out who the hell Jack really was, but nobody had any actual answers. Some of the American guys we worked with said that he'd been floating around Kabul since 2001, peddling fake Al-Qaeda videos and claiming he was hunting Bin Laden. But it wasn't until mid-2004 that we started hearing whispers about what Jack was really up to. After that FUBAR raid with the so-called task force, we kept our distance from them. But then one day, the rumors started swirling. Apparently, Jack wasn't just some wannabe operator. He was running a private torture prison. The Afghan police raided his compound in July, and when the truth came out, it was worse than we could have ever imagined. He'd set up shop in a 2-story house in Kabul. It was a nondescript place that you would walk past without a second glance, but inside it was a living nightmare. They had turned it into their own private black site with zero oversight and no rules. They called it a mission to hunt Al-Qaeda, but in reality, it was more like something out of a cheap splatter movie. Jack was arrested, and so were his 2 sidekicks. One guy, Brent Bennett, was a former paratrooper. But the other guy, Ed Caraballo, was literally just a journalist, former CNN and National Geographic too, who had attached himself to Jack's fake unit so he could see some action. And their scam was terrifying and simple. They would grab Afghans off the street, just regular folks like shopkeepers, farmers, anyone they decided was a quote-unquote terrorist, and they would drag them back to the makeshift torture prison before interrogating them. Those that gave false confessions were then handed over to the Americans, most likely in exchange for some kind of bounty and continued military assistance. 8 guys were found when the cops busted in. Some were hanging from their feet, others bound and hooded, all of them beaten to hell. The place had makeshift cells, chains on the walls, with all the blood and feces everywhere, and I heard that it stunk to high hell. Jack claimed he was interrogating high-value targets for intel on bin Laden, but it was all bullshit. Most of those poor guys were just locals caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Afghan government said it was a straight-up war crime, and they were right too. Jack's crew used methods that were medieval, like hanging guys upside down for hours or sometimes days until their bodies just sort of gave out. Other prisoners said their heads were held underwater while Jack and his Afghans screamed questions that they could not answer. Sleep deprivation was another favorite of theirs. They would keep the lights on, blast music, and shake their prisoners awake every time they passed out. There were reports of starvation too, guys left without food or water for days in order to just break their will. Jack, whose real name by the way was Jonathan Edema, denied everything in court, claiming he never burned anyone with cigarettes, poured boiling water on them, or pulled out their toenails to extract confessions. But the survivors told a different story completely. They talked about being shackled in stress positions and the constant threat of beatings or worse if they didn't confess. Jack and his boys weren't actually interrogating anyone. They were torturing people for fun. I remember hearing about the raid on his place from one of our intel guys. Afghan police found bloodstains, ropes and hoods and stuff like that looked like it belonged in a horror movie. The prisoners, some of whom were barely alive when they were found, told the court that Edema's crew treated them like animals and how they even taunted and laughed at them as they begged and screamed for mercy. Edema had the nerve to say that he was working for the Pentagon, but it was all lies. The U.S. military had taken just one single solitary detainee from him back in 2002 or 2003, and they had held the guy for a month before realizing he was a nobody. And after that, they cut him off. He had conned everyone from Northern Alliance warlords to journalists into thinking he was legit, and everyone had fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. Sometimes I think back to that raid that he tricked us into joining them on, and the dried body parts his Afghan showed us. I am pretty sure that was not a one-off, and Jonathan Edema had encouraged it. And then I wondered how much more suffering he inflicted before he was caught. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison in September of 2004, and I get a real sense of satisfaction whenever I hear that news. But it did not erase the guilt of having worked with him, even if it was just for a couple of hours. He ran that house of horrors for literally years, ruined some people's lives, and then walked away with a pardon from President Karzai in 2007. I know he ended up dying of AIDS in Mexico in 2012, and while the circumstances surrounding his death are really shady, I know for certain he never fully paid for what he did. Be me. Work this tow truck gig. It's good money, long hours, and it's not customer service focused, so it's a win-win. Job is easy as shit. Just have to drive, drag on a car, tie it down, and fill out a single form. But it is long hours. Jobs sometimes require me to be on a dirt road, alone, 30 kilometers, 18 miles from the nearest house/building. This sort of stuff normally doesn't faze me, even as winter is beginning to take hold. When I first started this job and was being trained by the guy who was leaving, he told me I needed to watch my ass while I was out at night. Didn't know what he meant by this. Does he mean people? Does he mean it can be hard to see what you're doing? I just shrug it off and begin working. 2 months into my new job, boss calls me at 2:30 a.m., saying there is one on Redacted Road, Holden Commodore, water pump shit itself. Keys on right front tire. Pull up, see Commodore. Turn work lights on. Put PTO in so I can use the hydraulic controls. Walk up to Commodore. Keys not on tire. Check over tires. They are not there. They are not there. About to call my boss. Hear the sound of keys hitting the ground. Fucking what the fuck? Turn around and the keys to his fucking car are on the ground behind me. In the middle of the road. Fuck this shit. Pull car on, standing there strapping things down. Hear something move behind me. It was quick, like stupid quick. Definitely not a human. Definitely not a row. Definitely not a dingo. Freak the fuck out. Finish the second strap and say fuck it, good enough. Begin to drive away. My headlights met some eyes in the dark. Went a couple of Ks up the road and finished the straps. Nothing to see or hear, so it never followed me. Went home and never said anything to anyone. I would find out that this would be the first of many weird late night encounters I would have for the next 10 months. Be me. 2 weeks after prior incident. I'm out near Gunada. Took a car from Coffs to Coonabarabran. Was pissed off there were no Yowies. The locals seem adamant there is things that you would not believe in the Piligan National Park. Whatever, well. Driving back. Stopped in a rest area because logbook required me to take half an hour. Kick dirt. Smoke some cigarettes because it is the only vice I'm allowed to have now. Go for a piss at the edge of the forest. See something move. Just another row. It's not hopping, it's walking. Probably the local drunk walking around. I am on the edge of town after all. Massive roar comes out of the forest as I turn around and throw my cigarette on the ground and stomp on it. What the fuck? Jump in my truck. Legally cannot move for another 15 minutes. Fuck this, I'm out of here. I drive to the next rest area, fudge my logbook, and continue for the next few hours. Pull over again for an extra not required break. Beginning to become tired. 10 hours on at this point. Same deal. Smoke a cigarette, kick some rocks. Turn around and there is a fucking deer. We have deer in Australia? What the fuck? Kinda taken aback by the deer alone. Deer is just staring at me. I guess this is normal. They are a prey animal after all. Their whole survival instinct is to just freeze, so I guess it's normal. Walk up to say hello to the deer. Yeah, I am that guy. Go up to the deer. Full on pat this fucking deer. Quickly realize this is not normal deer behavior, even for a farm-raised one. Even then, there are no fucking deer farms anywhere near here. Kind of stand back and take an even closer look at this deer. Something about its eyes don't look right. It nods its head at me and walks off. What the fuck? I have lost sleep thinking about that deer and that roar I heard. I got a couple more stories. By this point, I've been doing this job for about 3 to 5 months. I began asking truck drivers in rest areas if they've seen weird shit. They all say they have. Wonder if there is some sort of trend going on there. Truck drivers are known for fucking around, but I can't imagine anyone actually wants the negative attention, and they all seem hesitant to talk about a lot of it. The common one that I keep hearing about is that there is some sort of panther, jaguar, tiger population scattered very sparsely around the country, and that they are shit scared of humans, but get a bit more brave at night. Be me. Been driving for hours at this point, about to do a backload back home. Thank God home is just a few mere hours away. It's 8 AM. Drive up to Mount Mitchell in northern NSW. Beautiful countryside. Dirt roads aren't that good, but whatever. Turn on to the next road. I believe it was Aqua Park Road. I crest a hill and I see it. It looked like a fucking black panther. It darted across the road very quickly. Before I could take a second better look, it was gone. Look in bushes as I drive past. I can't see it. Whatever. Probably tripping. Driving back up that road after loading up. I see it. It's definitely a black panther, but it's now off the road in a paddock. Go back and tell my boss. Ah, you finally saw him. What the fuck do you mean? They're around. They're scared of us because we hunted them to near extinction here. Convinced everyone is just fucking with me, and I'm losing my mind from working 12 hours a day for weeks on end. Fast forward to 2 weeks ago, driving up Waterfall Way, between Coffs Harbour and Gyra, doing 100 through fog and rain. I see something dark run at my truck. Went under the wheels. Massive thud. I can't express how big whatever it was that I hit was. Too dangerous to stop here. No good spot to do a U-turn, and I'm on a time limit, so fuck it. Suddenly, truck starts beeping at me. It's the cab tilt warning. The cab is not moved. Pull up in gyra. The cab jack is smashed up into oblivion, like barely recognizable. Hydraulic lines shredded. Electrical box ripped apart. This wasn't a matter of running over what I'm questioning was a big cat. Something was under my truck trying to do as much damage as possible and was meticulous about how it did it. Scratch marks everywhere. Begin looking under engine bay. Engine is leaking oil from the oil pan. You guessed it, more scratches. What the fuck? Here's something on the far side of my truck. Walk over. See a shadow dart away into the distance. Too quick to make out what it was. Begin questioning if I need a new line of work. Boss rips me a new one for trashing the truck. Tell him it was something else. He laughs at me. Tell him that I am serious. His attitude softens. He begins to take a second look underneath the truck. He walks back up to me and says he had only seen this once before. The fuck do you mean? Tells me not to talk about it. Final one before I hop off for the night. Did an oversized load for a local Aboriginal farmer. These guys are honest, hard-working people. Loaded up this portable building and went out to his property. First time ever meeting him. Unload the building. He insists I stay for lunch. He makes me sit down on his porch and gives me a packet of cigarettes, a Gatorade, and a plate of shepherd's pie. I wasn't aiming to ask him anything serious, but I sorta half-ass ask him, "Hey, do you guys believe in weird shit that happens at night?" His face straightens. Tell me what you've seen. Tell him these stories and others that I can't be bothered to type tonight. He tells me to come with him. He lights a bunch of eucalyptus leaves on fire and starts cleansing me. While he's doing it, he says, bad spirits have been stalking me and that I have been in danger for months. Tells me that there are no panthers or tigers or any big cats on this continent. Tells me that they are in essence demons, not skinwalkers, but something akin to them. Tells me that only a small percentage of people actually see them. Says that I am one of the special ones. Lol, okay. He gets angry I am not taking this seriously. Can see he wants to hit me. Shit, better try take this semi-serious. Finish the cleansing. Tells me to come back to him if things begin to get weird again. Tells me that I am not allowed to share anything about this and that the local elders would have shunned him for even telling me that there are demons and shit out there. Tells me to let him know if he sees any cows with their heads backwards. What? Tells me to come back for a beer sometime. This next story is not mine but a coworker's, and he said it freaked him out enough that he left without finishing the job, and in my opinion, worth the honorable mention. B coworker. Get sent hours away to Raspberry Lookout. Gibraltar Range in the middle of the night. Car plus caravan pickup, easy as fuck. Pull up, start pulling on car. Says it is dead quiet and serene, no one is there. Finish tying everything down, about to start up the caravan. Turn around. There is 12 people sitting there having a picnic in the middle of the road that he just drove up. 6 men, 6 women. Says the men were dressed as cowboys. Says the women were dressed in very convincing Dia de Muertos attire. Says he could not see any of the women's skin, just all black or all white. They are all just staring at him, completely nonchalant. Says when he locked eyes with them, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Says he knows they were not there a minute ago. Even then, how could they set up an entire fucking picnic without him noticing? Felt super uneasy and leaves. Camps up the road in the truck overnight and comes back at dawn. Says he will never go up there ever again. Final one for tonight. Can barely keep my eyes open. I do plan on calling the Aboriginal farmer again soon. I do have his number. Be me. Taking a Silverado up to Kilcoy, Queensland. Since we operate in NSW, the easiest route is just to take the New England Highway. Follow the highway at Warwick, keep left, veer right through the mountains behind Brisbane. The road between the New England and Gatton is probably one of the worst roads in the country. It's heavily neglected. Pothole city. The roads are not even level. You crawl through some parts like it's a goat track. Now do it at 4 AM. Witching hour. Heavy fog, light rain. Sort of weary at this point, but awake enough that I can make it to Kilcoy. Have a snooze in the truck and turn around at 10 or something. Look to my right. There is something humanoid following the truck in the tree line. I am doing 70 kilometers per hour. There is no way. Next thing I know, I hear a bang. Tire blowout. Great. More nonsense to deal with. Limp truck into a gravel patch. Completely forget about the humanoid creature chasing the truck. Start taking the spare off from under the tray. Hits a chain and a bolt holding it on. Start looking for Jack, breaker bars and whatnot. It's Brisbane, so it is always warm, even in the winter. Suddenly the whole area goes cold. Ignore it, got shit to do. Hear footsteps around truck. Peek my head up over the tray. Who's there? Silence. I probably just imagined it. Realized I forgot about what I saw. Panic. The tire is half on the hub, so I do what anyone who is shit scared in the middle of nowhere would do. Do up free of the nuts as tightly and as quickly as I possibly can, and keep, carefully, driving into the next spot with a streetlight or an adjacent building. Pull up out the front of a farm with a streetlight out front. Working lights on, high beams, hazards, any source of light the truck had was on. Look around. Nothing. We should be okay now. Go to tighten the last couple of nuts. Doing it under the illusion that I am safe. About to tighten the last nut. I feel a tap on my shoulder. Freeze. I stop and listen. Nothing. I slowly turn around. There is nothing there. Fuck this shit. I completely ignore my survival instincts and tighten the last nut and go to walk around to the driver's side door. A fucking rock lands at my feet from the ditch next to the road. Fuck this. Someone is fucking with me, surely. Once more, I ignore my survival instinct. I walk over to the ditch, eyes locked the whole time. There is no way anything could move without me seeing it. Look into the ditch. There is nothing there. I feel a tap on my shoulder again. I freeze. I accept my death. I call upon the Lord in my head to save me. Turn around. There is nothing there again. But once more, a rock lands at my feet. Fuck this. I am done here. I jump into the truck and immediately put my foot down and leave. I refuse to drive through there ever again, especially at night. Haven't told anyone about it at work, thinking they will laugh at me. Go to Kilcoy, drop car off, snooze, and drove back through to Toowoomba. Even to this day, I am still not sure what the fuck happened. We knew something was wrong beneath the surface of our small town. Years of exploration in the depths of the old town tunnels had yielded little more than forgotten passageways and forgotten histories. But something felt different now. The council had always kept a tight lid on what might be beneath, but there were always rumors circling around. You could not really escape them. We had rumors of strange vibrations, noises that no one could explain, and the worst part, the inexplicable disappearances. The lower tunnels, particularly, were a place most people avoided. They were old, buried beneath the sprawling town infrastructure, part of a system built so long ago that they had fallen out of use. But not everyone feared them. The scientists and urban explorers saw it as a challenge. The horizontal tunnels, though mapped and forgotten over the years, had always attracted a certain type of person. The ones who wanted to make discoveries, to push the boundaries of the known world. But there was something different about the vertical tunnels. Those had always drawn dreamers. You could climb up and down them for miles, hoping to see something, getting lost in the network. Maybe just a glimpse of something interesting. Who knows? Maybe a new discovery. No one really made it that far, though. The explorers who tried often never came back, or if they did, they were never quite the same. In the end, the government had sealed the entrances. People had given up on them. The buzz was always around the Hum Festival. It wasn't a festival in the traditional sense. It was more of a phenomenon. Once every year, for a few days, the lower tunnels seemed to vibrate. The ground would shake, like something massive moving deep beneath the town. The buildings would rattle, and the hum would echo through the underground chambers. It was a sound that no one could describe. Some said it was the sound of machinery. Others said it was a natural frequency, resonating deep in the earth, but no one could say for sure. At first, people thought it was just a strange byproduct of town construction as a result of the heavy machinery used to dig tunnels and build skyscrapers. But as time went on, the events became more regular, and with the regularity came a strange effect: total mass panic. Animals would go wild, and people living near the tunnels would experience strange symptoms like nausea, vertigo, and sometimes even hallucinations, bad ones too. When people are like that, you can't even talk to them. They go absolutely crazy. In the last few years of the town, the research into the hum became more serious. Professor Mutabov, a leading scientist from the town institute, had built a network of sensors to track the vibrations, trying to understand the cause. His theory was that a massive, hidden system of geological formations was causing these unusual vibrations, and that something beneath the town was resonating in a way that had never been observed before by anyone on Earth. He was convinced that something massive was beneath the surface. Mutabov's team made extraordinary claims. They claimed that these vibrations were not random, but that they seemed to be coming from something alive. Or at least, something was behaving in a way that mimicked life. But no one ever took them seriously. I mean, who would believe that? The town's engineers dismissed the findings as faulty readings or noise caused by industrial equipment. No one was ready to accept that there could be something living beneath the town. And then, everything changed. One afternoon, the shaman, an old man who had lived in the town for decades, arrived at the town hall with Mutabov. He was drunk, stinking of alcohol, and completely incoherent. But when he began to point at the ground and spread his arms wide, the people listening became uneasy. The shaman had lived near the tunnels for years, and he had heard the hum too. He spoke of something ancient, a massive organism living deep underground, something that had been there long before the town was even built. He believed that it was starting to awaken. No one believed the shaman either. They had had to endure his ramblings for years and years. But then, something strange happened. The first of Mutabov's team went blind, and soon more followed. They had been conducting experiments with the sensors, and had gotten too close to the source of the hum. It wasn't just vibrations they were picking up. It was something else, something that affected their senses in a way that could not be explained. Mutabov himself was the next to lose his sight. He started talking about the hum as if it was a signal. Something like a song from deep underground is how he described it. He said the creature that was responsible for the vibrations was getting closer, rising slowly but steadily. He believed the creature was beginning to move and that soon it would reach the surface. The authorities, terrified by the implications of his claims, decided to evacuate the town. They sealed the tunnels and moved people to temporary shelters. Sordov, the mayor, who had a background in science, was the first to leave. He understood the data, and he understood the risks. I don't think he believed anything about Mutabov's claims about creatures underground, but I think he knew that the town was unstable and at risk. But when the evacuees returned a week later to survey the damage and retrieve their belongings, they found that the town had changed. The ground had cracked open, leaving massive sinkholes. The once bustling streets were gone, replaced by gaping holes in the earth, each one leading down into the forgotten tunnels. There were no signs of the people who had stayed behind, no trace of the research team or the workers who had been near the lower levels. The town was gone, swallowed by the earth. The hum had stopped, but the terror of what lay beneath lingered. What had been below the town for so long? What had caused the vibrations? And now, with the town gone, was there anything left? In the end, no one really knew. Some believed the hum was a natural phenomenon, a previously undiscovered geological anomaly. Others believed it was something far more sinister. But no one dared go near the tunnels again, and the area around them remained abandoned, a ghost town of memories and unanswered questions. The mystery of what lay beneath the earth would remain unsolved, lost to time and the dark, quiet tunnels. What you just heard, That's a story from my town. You would think it bullshit reading that, right? Some old folk tale passed down from generation to generation. I am telling you that it's true. It happened when I was just a boy, many years ago now. I can't tell you which country, but it is in Europe. Many of us were really poor and malnourished, especially the children. We were just a small, insignificant town, and so our government did not want to give us any aid. Because of this, we would do anything at all to find food or materials, or anything to make some money. If you had a steady job in this town, you were considered wealthy. Before we had heard about all of this evil, there was a researcher in my town. You could maybe call him a scientist, but like I said, this town was not massive. He gave me and a few other kids a bit of bread and promised some coin if we went down under the town and told him what we saw. Said if we could bring back anything useful or valuable, he would pay us double its worth. He gave us a few matches and told us that he would only honor the deal for the first person who came back to him. That was all we needed. We raced off down there. I managed to beg my dad to lend me a flashlight that we had. It was shitty and barely worked, and had to be repaired multiple times, but I would at least be able to see something. Finding an entrance was not too hard. Most of the entrances are well known, for the purposes of avoiding going down there. The other kids beat me there, 3 others, and they ran in before me. I was left to catch up. I got in and the place was darker than I imagined. The flashlight that I had with me barely helped. It wasn't strong enough and did not go far enough. I started walking and exploring. There didn't seem to be much around where I came in to scavenge. No loose bits of metal or anything valuable. It was all just trash and sewage and rotting food and the like. I continued down in a straight direction for what felt like forever. I didn't see any of the other kids even once, so they must have gone far, like really deep in there. I quickened my pace as I did not want to let my family down. I needed to explore as much as I could and find something valuable and quickly. I took a few twists and turns and made my way further down. This is when I started to hear sounds. I stopped and listened, but it was hard to make out what I was hearing. It was faint. It sounded like someone kind of, squelching. A mixture of squelching and gurgling is the only way I can describe the sound to you. Like I said, it was faint, so I tried to figure out where it was coming from. It took me about 2 minutes in total to find myself well and truly lost. The place was like a maze and I was starting to panic. I had no idea where to go. I had not seen anyone the entire time. These sounds kept persisting on and off, and to top it all off, I had not found a single thing of fucking value down there. I kept on going, until the sounds got louder and louder. I eventually came to what was quite a large passageway. The whole way it had been quite narrow, but this one started to widen and grow in height. I figured maybe I must have been coming into the central chamber that branched off into every other path. I started to hear the sounds again, but now they were much closer. Not only closer, but they sounded more intense, more violent. When I got close enough to the main chamber to see into it, I stopped dead in my tracks. I could not believe what I was seeing. I don't even really know how to describe it. It was big, really big, pretty much oversized for the chamber that it was in. It looked like it was on the verge of growing too large and bursting out of the tunnels. It was like a big, writhing, mutated mass of some kind. In the center, absolutely massive, was some kind of bulbous red thing. It looked almost like a brain in design, but massive, bigger than me. It had those brain wrinkles, except they were more like rigid, I guess, wider. It had things coming off of it. You might mistake them for limbs or legs, but they were long. It had 4 or 5 of them extending off of it, like tentacles, I guess you could say. But they ended in sharp points like pseudo-claws. The bulbous brain part though, it was semi-transparent. It had some kind of viscous liquid running through it that you could see through. This isn't the only thing I could see in there though. One of the fucking kids. I did not see it at first until I moved closer, because he was far back, but I could see the kid's face. The rest of his body was too far down to see. His face was frozen in a look of sheer terror. It was like he was sucked in, frozen in place, and had that expression permanently fixed to his face. He did not move or speak or change facial expression even once. It looked to be preserving him, or maybe he was already dead, and this was a way of storing him for later. I had no fucking idea. I was still hearing that squelching and gurgling sound from earlier, but it was not from the kid in the liquid in the brain. There was another kid. God, even just thinking about that sight now makes me feel sick, and it has been so many years. It is a sight I will never be able to erase from my memory. Only the legs from the kid were visible. They were hanging out of the thing, straight upwards. They were kicking back and forth desperately, but it was not helping. With each second that I stood and watched, he was sinking in deeper and deeper. I was close enough now to hear his very muffled cries. I let out a scream, and it might have been the stupidest thing I could have ever done in my entire life. The limbs, the roots, whatever these things were, they stopped whatever they were doing. They started searching around, like they were being used as feelers. I started running at that moment as quickly as I could. They must have heard my running or felt the vibrations because they swiped at me. I don't even know how I even escaped. These things were long, maybe 20 or 30 feet. I don't really know how to estimate it, but they chased me for what felt like forever. It was like I started running and my vision went blank while I was running, and the next thing that I remembered was that I had made it outside. I will break greentext now because it is tiring. I went back and found the scientist. I told him what happened and begged for help. I was still just a kid myself, remember, but all he did was slap me. He threatened me and told me if I told anyone of what happened, no matter the circumstances, he would come and kill me. He pulled out a scalpel he had and put it right up to my cheek and drew blood. He gave me a bit more bread and some other food and told me I was lucky to be getting that for how little work I had done. Told me to fuck off after that, and I ran home all the way to my parents. I was too scared to tell them what happened. In fact, I don't think I talked at all for maybe a week. I just told them that I failed and that I'm sorry I disappointed them and that I was scared of underneath the town and of living there. It took a few more years before we made it out. We moved when the evacuation warnings were given, and then we heard the rest of the story sometime after from people that we knew. That is my entire story. Make of it what you will. I had a weird experience similar to this other guy. I was asleep. I wake up to a weird small figure standing across the room from me. I am paralyzed as the figure starts to move towards me. All I can think to myself is, why can't I move my arms? I start becoming filled with what I can only describe as pure primal rage. As soon as the figure is beside my bed, the rage breaks the paralysis, and I leap at it and start beating the ever-loving fuck out of the thing. I wake up later, covered in sweat, heart near bursting. So either I beat the fuck out of an alien, or that was one real fucking intense dream. Be me, 7-year-old little Slavic boy. I am living in a small rural village about 50 kilometers away from the Kazakhstan border. The village is pretty much in the Stone Age still, but it's cool because everyone knows everyone, and they're all pretty nice people for the most part. The village policeman takes me on rides with the tractor. Shit was awesome back then. We had a fucking original Siberian village shaman. People would often go to him with problems instead of the village doctor. He was a renowned man. I was playing tag in the woods with other children and my brother. It was getting dark, but no big deal for parents, because nothing ever happens here. I am it. I am looking for everyone for a while. It starts to get really dark, and I start to feel scared. I hear the laugh of my brother, so I move in the direction from where I heard the laugh. Then I hear the laugh of the other children from the opposite direction. I just feel like I am running in circles. I suddenly see firelight in the thicket. I go towards it and hear familiar singing. It is our village shaman sitting by the fire, singing and talking. I get closer to the clearing and see him sitting there with someone else. I get closer, call out to him, Uncle Wanjusha. I trip over some branches, making loud noises. I see him turn around to me, looking at me in disbelief. He turns toward the other man, which now stood. He was at least 3 meters tall and looked at me, glared at me, and smiled wide, with bored teeth coming from his mouth. I was afraid and closed my eyes and heard our shaman talking to him, but it was not Russian. I only recognized my own name. I heard large footsteps coming closer, closer, and passing beside me as I just pissed myself. Have you ever stood close to an elephant that was walking? If yes, you can just imagine his steps. It was just like that. Uncle Wanja picked me up and told me that I should not be afraid because I am a big boy. He brought me home and I rushed to tell my parents, but they laughed it off, and Uncle Wanja did too. As he left and said goodnight, he shook my hand and gave me a little piece of knotwood formed like a claw. Nothing strange happens after that, and we moved away around 2 years later. 2 weeks ago. I am now 25 years old. Package arrives at my home in Germany. It looks a bit busted and had Cyrillic letters. It's from the village, but it's not from my grandma. Package says, from Ivan. Remember the whole story. Slowly unpack the box. What the actual fuck? The contents were this: the skull of a fox, a single tiny pearl, a jaw harp, and a small ring made from bone which depicts 2 kissing animals. The ring was broken, but I glued it back together. What am I supposed to do with all of this shit? Call Grandma and ask what this is about. She tells me Uncle Ivan died a few days ago, and the mayor had carried out his last will. He sent out 2 boxes, one to me and another one to the USA. I wonder and try to figure out now, since 2 weeks, if any one of my former friends from back then moved to the US. I wonder if these items have some meaning. My girlfriend thinks the fox skull looks awesome as decoration in our living room. Be 17 years old at the time that this happened. I am living at home with my parents and little sister. She was about 13 years old at the time. I am a notoriously heavy sleeper, so much so that my family always joked that I could sleep through anything at all. One night, my mom wakes up at around 1 in the morning. My mom has been super in touch with what I guess is kind of like a 6th sense her whole entire life, bordering on premonitions and visions and stuff. Mom has this gut-wrenching feeling that we are all in danger. Immediately begins making her way to the other side of the house where me and my sister's bedrooms are. As she passes by the living room, she begins hearing the front door being violently slammed into, as if someone is trying to break the door down. Not worrying about stealth at all, just blatantly bashing in our door. She screams for my father, who at the time was exactly 40, in amazing shape and a fireman. Nobody wanted to mess around with my father. I had seen him in altercations before. Bad dude. He jumps up and grabs the only gun we owned at the time, a Defender handgun or something like that. But as soon as my dad gets to the living room, the banging on the door has stopped. Silent night. Mom runs to get my sister and I, while Dad keeps an eye on the front door. Now that the basics of what was going on has been explained, I am switching over to my perspective. I wake up to my mom and sister standing over me, shaking me awake, panic in their voices. I will never ever forget that. Being shaken awake by your near hysterical family, repeating in a hushed but horrified tone, "Someone is trying to get in the house," over and over again. I am my father's son alright, because whenever my adrenaline kicks in, I instinctively go to fight, protect whatever is around me. So before I am even coherent, my feet are on the floor. Grab my edgy combat axe I had in the closet. I used to collect knives and hatchets when I was a younger edgy douchebag, and go to meet Dad in living room while Mom and Sis shuffle back into Sister's room, the farthest room away from the front door. Honestly, the scenery I saw walking into the living room will never leave me, forever burned into my mind. Pin drop silence. Only thing I can hear is my heartbeat thundering in my ears. Dad is pressed against a wall with a gun, in a tactical position, I guess. We have a large window above the door, and from the way our house faced, the moonlight pouring into the living room in the shape of the window is the only light in the house. My very old dog is standing with her hair raised, dead center, in the middle of the moonlight, staring at the door. She usually barks at just about anything. Seeing her staring so intently in absolute silence shook me. Suddenly, Mom and Sister's screams break the silence. Before me and my dad can even make it to the room, they've made it back out into the living room, hysterically spouting someone has been trying to open my sister's window. Forgot to mention, Mom had called the police while she was in the room with Sister. Aside from the big window above the front door, there are two, I guess you could call them, foyers or dining rooms to the left and right of the front door, with massive windows that basically take up the whole wall facing the street. We are all in the living room, completely silent, trying to hide from the sight of the massive windows. 10 minutes go by before Sheriff shows up, checks perimeter of the house before giving us the all clear. He sticks around and asks us questions and whatnot for about 20 minutes before he leaves. Did not sleep that night. Was about 2 in the morning once everything was said and done. Next night. As mentioned, Dad is a fireman, works 24-hour shifts. Dad is at the firehouse, and it's just me and Mom and Sis. About 1 in the morning, and again, wake up to just Mom this time, telling me she thought she heard something at her window. Her and Sis rush back into my bedroom this time, while I get the hatchet and wait in the living room. Honestly, there was no strangeness to it this time, no fear or confusion. I knew I was the only man in the house and instinctively readied myself to protect family. Sheriff comes again, and this time, stays in patrol car outside the house for an hour. Never happened again after that night. The imagery from those nights will honestly never leave me. In August of 1914, my home country of Ireland joined World War I. This story comes from my great-granduncle's friends, as told to me by my grandfather. None of them are alive to tell the story anymore. My granduncle was stationed somewhere at sea. I don't have the exact location, but it's important to know that they were at sea for the entirety of their time at war. My granduncle got no recognition for his time at war. It was him and 3 of his friends. I will call them A, B, and C. A was small and aggressive. B was very large and powerful. C was average in all aspects. Anyway, the 3 of them were on the same vessel at sea when it sunk. C said they were all immediately ordered to abandon ship. B says that they were ordered to stay and fight until the damage was too bad that they had to go. A never really gave that much detail. But either way, the ship was going down and they had to run. They hopped into a lifeboat and managed to escape out into the open water. While they were safe mostly from enemy fire, they had other pressing issues like a food and water shortage. They only had a flask of rum to hydrate them. It did little to aid them, and probably ended up doing more harm than it prevented in the long term. It took 2 days before they got any sort of food. They got it in the form of a fish that one of them had grabbed from the water. They were so hungry they picked it clean, but it was still so little food between them. That was when one of them asked the most difficult and dangerous questions you ask when lost at sea. A says it was C says it was A, and B says it was either C or my granduncle. But one of the men said, should we draw straws to see who gets eaten? They used the ribs from the fish as makeshift straws. 4 pencil-thin ribs to see who was going to make it or not. A drew the longest, B drew the second longest, C drew the second shortest, and my granduncle the shortest. I will spare many of the details, but he was killed and eaten by the men. 5 days after they were first stranded, they were rescued and brought back to Dublin, where the local community hailed them as heroes. Nothing amazing or fancy. I don't even think it ended up in the paper, but people all through the neighborhood loved them. All except for my granduncle's wife and kids. They insisted that there was no drawing of straws, that my granduncle would never agree to such a thing. The story would have ended there, but this last part comes from my grandfather. C did not have a family. He did not have a wife or kids or even siblings. So, on his deathbed in the 1980s, my grandfather visited him. He told my grandfather this part of the story. Apparently, my granduncle, according to C, did not draw the short straw. It was B. C said B, angry and afraid, then killed my granduncle. They weren't going to kill two people, were they? Let alone the biggest and the strongest. B threatened the other two men and made them swear to never tell anyone. C was the last one alive at this point. A was just another casualty in World War II, and B was killed by an infected dog bite. C, then at his end, just wanted somebody to know the truth and finally be free of the guilt. I will green text this one, I guess. Be me. 15/16 years old at the time. I was spending the night at my friend's house. His parents let him live in a camper behind their house. They lived on about 40 acres, far, far out of town, maybe about 1.5 miles away from the main road. His parents were out of town for the weekend, and he had a small get-together, 2 other friends and me. We're drinking, smoking pot, being idiot teenagers, just as usual. I am the last person to pass out, around 4 a.m. We wake up to the camper violently shaking, and something grunting and beating on the back of it. No one is missing, and my friend was an only child. Everyone is waking up and coming to the same realization that there is something or someone out there doing this. The pounding stops. We all run outside to check shit out now that the coast is clear. Nothing. Fucking nothing at all. Not even tracks are left behind. There are dents in the back of the camper, but there are no other signs that anything happened at all. We are all freaking out. We decide to go back to the camper and try to go back to sleep. Suddenly, we all hear a loud howl, but it did not sound like a dog or a coyote, and I don't even think there are any wolves left in western KY. We are trying to figure out where it came from, but we can't see anything besides forest. We all note back into the main house. We tactically shit ourselves as we start locking up the house. Friend tries to find the key to his dad's gun cabinet. We hear that fucking howl yet again. We are now all freaking the fuck out. We hear the camper being beaten on again. No one is brave enough to look outside the windows, so we all just hide in the house, shit scared. The beating eventually stops after maybe 15 or 20 minutes of it happening. We just stayed in the house until later that afternoon and noped the fuck out all the way back home. I spent the night with him again the next week in the camper, but his parents were back by then, and nothing crazy happened, ever again. It was 2014, and I was a senior in high school. At the time, I lived in Central Texas, but my brother was in school in Colorado. Since he was graduating soon, and I had not yet visited him, I decided to drive out to him when our spring breaks finally aligned. The only issue was that I technically was not supposed to be driving. Believe it or not, despite being a dumbass 18-year-old who liked to drive fast, I had never had a traffic violation, never even gotten a parking ticket. I did, unfortunately, get caught drinking with my buddies a week prior to the drive. My license was suspended for 30 days, but I didn't let that stop me. I was gonna see my brother one way or another, so I left late in the day, chugged Red Bulls to stay alert, and stuck to the back roads as much as possible. It added a few hours to my trip, but it allowed me to avoid state troopers for the most part. By midnight, I felt like I was in the Australian outback. I had taken road trips through my state before, but this particular route was something else. There was nothing but scrub brush and signs that were way too weather-beaten to read properly. I was so busy thinking about how utterly isolated I was that I almost missed the orange traffic cone in the middle of the road, placed square atop a yellow center line. I reduced my speed, but I did not stop. I was confident that there was no work being done on the road at the time. I had checked the maps prior to setting off, and there definitely would have been more signage to alert people. Since I knew there was no construction in the area, I found the placement of the cone a little odd. Of course, junk on the road is not such a rarity, but the way it aligned perfectly with the meridian line felt intentional. A few miles later, my drive was again interrupted. My high beams reached far into the night, providing enough visibility for me to see something else that was really odd. There was something else in the road, this time in my lane. I squinted. Another traffic cone? It was tall enough, but not quite thin enough. I slowed down a little more. I remember thinking, that can't possibly be a person. I got a little closer. Lo and behold, it was. I veered into the other lane, but the person in the road mirrored my car, clearly trying to get me to stop. They threw one of their arms out, as if welcoming the cold, metal embrace of my front bumper. I slammed on the brakes abruptly enough to give myself whiplash. Confusion and anger rose up in me as I turned my headlights down and got a better look at the person in front of me. I really regretted stopping once I could see the man more clearly. At first glance, he seemed like a normal guy. He was tall and middle-aged, clad in blue jeans and a long tan coat. He had no particularly distinct facial features, except for a set of blue eyes that somehow seemed too small for his face. He gave me a wide grin when he saw me stop. I guess he could have just been relieved, but I could not give him the benefit of the doubt due to what he was holding. Balled up in his hand was something small, furry, and bloody. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it kinda looked like a dead rat. I had no idea why he would be holding such a thing, but that didn't really matter. All I knew was that there was something seriously wrong with this guy. The suspicion only exacerbated by the fact that he still had one of his hands behind his back. Was he hiding something? A weapon, maybe? I took my foot off the brake. I might have been dumb enough to stop, but at least I wasn't dumb enough to stay. As I tried to maneuver around him, the man again moved in front of my car, but when he saw I was not going to stop, he took a step back. As he did so, he let his arms fall into his sides, and I saw what he had been concealing behind his back. It was a large claw hammer. I sped off, not entirely believing what had just happened. There was a small chance that the guy genuinely needed help, but I sure was not going to stick around to figure that out. As I drove off, I looked in my rearview mirror. Before the darkness swallowed him, I saw the man starting to run after my car. For a second, the sight made me nervous, but then it just made me laugh. Did he actually think he was going to catch up to me? I watched him disappear from the view with a smile on my face. Fucking idiot, I said to myself. Now, here is the punchline. No sooner did the words leave my mouth than my car jolted forward with a sickening thud. I looked back at the road, but it was too late. There came several pops in quick succession, as loud as gunshots. My dashboard lit up like a switchboard, warnings blinking uselessly as my tires chewed themselves to pieces beneath me. The car started to drag left, the steering wheel fighting me as a low, flapping sound rose up from the wheels. When I stopped the car, I gave myself a moment to catch my breath, then threw the door open and hopped out. Using the flashlight I kept in the glove box, I assessed the damage. All 4 tires were shredded, strips of rubber curling off like dead skin. I just stood there for a second, light shaking in my hand, unable to believe how fast everything had happened. I angled the beam back down the road, sweeping over cracked asphalt and weeds. 50 meters back, half hidden in the dark, was a spike strip. I had not seen the damn thing at all. Between where I had encountered the man and where it hit the stinger, there was a slight hill. I couldn't see over the hill, could not see much of anything, but somehow I knew I was being pursued. The man with the hammer, who was probably the one behind the traffic cone and the spike trap, was making his way toward my car at that very moment. I had only put about a half a mile of distance between us, which meant I had maybe 5 minutes tops to figure out what to do. I checked my phone, and, as luck would have it, I had no reception. My first thought was to get back in the car and lock the doors, but what good would that do me against a hammer-wielding maniac? I could run out into the fields on either side of the road, but there was really nowhere to hide out there, and I was loath to isolate myself even further from help. My plan, if it could even be called that, was to run. First, I turned on my headlights to alert passing cars. Then, I grabbed my phone, wallet, keys, and flashlight out of the car and mentally prepared for a very long jog. Thankfully, I was a cross-country runner in high school, and I had good endurance. While I knew I could not run all the way to the next town, I knew that another car had to show up eventually. I would flag them down and ask for help, or at the very least, I will probably stumble into an area with reception and call the police. I shut and locked my poor, crippled car, then took a glance behind me. He was cresting the hill, less than a quarter mile out. Something about the bend in the road, coupled with the low lighting, made his long, looping stride seem unnatural. He seemed like he was floating. I was already freaked out, but seeing that made me feel like I was being chased by something not entirely of this world. I turned and ran. I fought the urge to sprint, knowing I could not afford to wear myself out right away. Once a minute, I glanced behind me. My flashlight beam was not powerful enough to reach him, but I could still see the faint silhouette of the man against the cloudless, starry sky. He was small on the horizon, but he was there nonetheless, and worse, he was gaining on me. 5 minutes turned to 10, and I could not believe that he had not given up already. I told myself he could not keep up the pace, and yet, every time I turned around, he was a little closer than before. At some point, I tried shouting out, tried asking what he wanted, but of course there was no answer. Soon, I was wiping sweat from my brow and thanking God that I had been wearing athletic shoes on my drive. As I looked over my shoulder for a routine check-in, I saw the shimmer of headlights. There was a pickup truck ambling toward me. I bolted straight into the middle of the road, waving my arms around and shouting for help. For a second, the truck slowed, but then it eased around me and kept right on going. No windows rolling down, no honk. The bastard did not even stop long enough to see what my deal was. I shouted something at the shrinking red taillights, but it did not matter. My salvation had left me in the dust. I stood there long enough to realize that standing still was a bad idea, and then I pushed down my rage in disbelief. I looked behind me once again, and strangely, that time, I did not see anyone. Maybe my pursuer had fallen behind finally, or maybe he had given up entirely. Or, hell, maybe I'd hallucinated the entire thing and abandoned my car in the middle of nowhere for no reason. In any case, I kept on moving, periodically checking my phone. I guess I was due for some luck that night, because after another half mile, I saw a car on the side of the road, a red Dodge Charger. It was turned off and dark inside, but the tires were perfectly intact. There was no visible damage on the car, certainly no evidence of hitting a stinger, and that fact made me wonder if it belonged to my pursuer. I made my way to the car. There was no person inside, but there were still keys in the ignition. Usually, this is where I end my story. Dodge ex machina to the rescue. I settled into the driver's seat and breathed an enormous sigh of relief when a turn of the keys brought the engine roaring to life. By some miracle, the car was drivable, and it had enough gas to take me to the next town. Finally confident that I would survive the ordeal, I looked out the passenger side window and saw something that made my heart stop. Yards away from my car, and rapidly closing the distance, was the man. He had not given up at all. He had merely started running in an arc through the fields, avoiding the road that I had watched so diligently and so uselessly. He had banked on me losing sight of him so that he could catch me off guard, and it had almost worked. By the time I slammed my foot on the gas, he practically had his fingers on the handle. I caught one last glimpse of him in the side mirror as the Charger tore off. It was a pale, grinning blur, closing in faster than should have been possible. After that, I drove the car straight to the police station in the next town. At dawn, when they took me back to recover my own vehicle, every single window had been shattered. Not simply cracked, but obliterated. Nothing had been stolen from my car, which somehow made everything worse. As far as I know, they never found the man with the hammer. Here is the part I generally omit from my little story. When I, exhausted and nearing my limit, finally made it to the Charger, the driver's side door was open. I clicked on my flashlight and swept the beam across the interior. The cabin was a wreck. Blood was smeared over the wheel, gearshift, and driver's seat, like some injured creature had been thrashing around. The windshield was cracked from the inside. From the open door trailed a dark streak through the gravel and weeds, a crushed path mottled with red where something heavy had been dragged. I let my beam follow the indentation until it caught on something still and misshapen. There was a man lying there on his back, some poor bastard who, most likely, had offered a ride to a downtrodden traveler. His mouth hung open as if he died while trying to speak. His skull had been bashed in. Part of it was just gone, leaving a cave above his eyes where something heavy had landed over and over again. The white of his skull shone moon-like underneath my light. That matted clump that I saw in the hitchhiker's hand was not roadkill. It was a whole goddamn scalp. Being me, about 9 years old, just moved to the countryside with my mom and her dude in a tiny cottage that is at least a century old. The upper floor was just 2 bedrooms. Mom usually sleeps on the couch downstairs and her dude in the guest house. Their relationship was more friendly. Sex life non-existent. .png. Got both rooms upstairs for myself. One became the main bedroom, and the second smaller one like a chill-out TV room. That smaller room was creepy as fuck. Tried sleeping in it a few times, but always got horrible nightmares. It had a tiny door in the wall from old times that led to some sort of escape crawl space in case the house would catch fire. Heard creepy shit from behind it. Scratching/knocking. Most of it was probably rats, but some of the noises were just too loud and human-like. Basically abandoned that room completely and just kept to my main bedroom. Anyway, fast forward to a time where we repainted my bedroom. Of course, it did not happen over the span of one day, so I had to sleep somewhere else. Was very skeptical, but tried to man up and sleep in the TV room for once. Left the TV and light on when I went to sleep, because still half a pussy. Took a while, but somehow, the shadows and low volume from the TV were very soothing. Managed to fall asleep. Wake up next day, feeling refreshed. That wasn't too bad. Maybe all this spoopy crap was bullshit. Go downstairs. Mom was heating water on the wood-burning stove. Season 1, Episode 5. What are you doing? Oh, hang on. Didn't you notice the power went off last night, right after you went to bed? My face went, recalling the TV was in fact off when I woke up. Then what was the shadows and the whispers? Did not even open the door to that room, unless I had to, until I moved out. I worked the late night shift for a while as an EMT. I was on an ambulance that does both 911 calls and generic transport in Southern California. One night, my partner and I took a lady back home from the AR. She lived in a kind of sketchy neighborhood. We dropped her off and then drove a block away to finish up paperwork and clean our equipment. We were parked opposing traffic on a curb in the suburbs at 1 a.m. I had just finished cleaning, and I was standing at the passenger side with the door open. My partner was seated in the passenger seat, still finishing her report. All of a sudden, we heard a girl's voice from a few doors behind us screaming, "No, no, let me go," while a guy yelled, "You can't take her." My partner and I looked at each other and then down the road because we heard someone's engine revving hard. All I saw was headlights coming my way, and I took a flying leap into the cab, across my partner's lap, as she slammed the door shut behind me. I was lucky, because the car came within literally inches of our rig. I would have been crushed if I did not have the reflexes to jump in. As the car went by, we saw that a bald, tatted up Hispanic guy was the driver, and he was just casually flicking a cigarette out the window. In the back seat was a girl in her underwear, desperately pounding on the windows. Meanwhile, the dude on the outside of the car was in his tighty-whities. He had one hand holding onto the roof rack or something, and his feet braced up against the door while he was also punching the window. I flicked on the lights and sirens, hoping to scare the driver, and my partner got on the radio, telling dispatch a brief rundown and to send cops to our location. The driver was not fazed in the least by our display. He stopped at the four-way stop sign, looked at us in his mirror, flicked the cigarette, and took off. We gave chase, maybe against our better judgment. The driver was cruising, weaving this way and that, trying to shake off the guy hanging on in just his underpants. We saw the dude fall off and run after the car, and a moment later, the girl came flying out of the car in a very ungraceful tuck and roll. The two took off on foot behind one of those giant power breakers that you sometimes see on city streets, while the driver floored it around a corner. We followed around the corner ourselves to try to get a plate number, but he had shit covering his plates. Since he was gone, we decided it was safe to get out and do our job and take care of those injured. We hopped out with the aid bag, and my partner kept watch while I ran to the giant power thing, but the nearly naked duo was gone. At that moment, 5 squad cars pulled up and we gave them the story. They asked where the two were who escaped the car, and we responded that we did not know. They asked for a description and a possible direction, and we told them what we could. Maybe 5 minutes later, one of the cops radioed in, saying that he found them. Here is the thing now. They denied everything. No car, no kidnapping, no chase. They said none of it happened. Of course, they could not explain why they were nearly a block away from their place, wearing only their underwear. They also could not explain their lack of shoes, or the large amount of road rash all over them. Since technically, they did not do anything wrong, they had no desire to press charges, or be treated by us, and they were let go. Probably the strangest thing you will ever hear from someone working as an EMT. The Australian Yowie. Sasquatch Bigfoot thingy. Bipedal and humanoid. 3 meters, 10 feet tall with very long arms. Shit tons of sightings, including eyewitness accounts. I know people who've seen them. We'll get to that later. People in small parts of Victoria, Southeast Australia, hear primate-like calls every day at dusk and dawn. Love shiny shit. Almost every eyewitness has reported one key factor: the stink. You can always smell them before you see them. Front canine teeth hang out of their mouth. Distinctive overbite. Eyes glow. I know a man, let's call him Mick, in a central town called Guri in NSW. Largely dirt and scrub forest. Population is less than 500 people, who claims to have encountered them at least twice. Once in his early teens, and once a few years ago. He was exploring with a few friends when he was 12 to 15 years old, and they smelt it, shortly followed by hearing its footsteps. It has very wide, flat feet, so its steps are very, very loud. He also claims to have heard trees cracking, which also fits the description, as they are often thought to snap any branches that get in the way when they run, to keep up momentum. Sometimes even uprooting small trees. He turned to his friend, but he was gone, so he ran to catch up with him. As they caught up, his friend said that he had seen something, but didn't say much else. Mick told me that he must have seen something, because he was piss scared, and he had never seen anyone run that fast. His friend really never talked about it, and took his own life in his late 30s, not because he saw a yowie. He was a drug addict. Mick's second account was when he was in his 20s. He claims to have found a makeshift campsite in dense bushland. It had a nest/bed made from shredded tarpaulins and foliage, and shattered glass and rocks arranged in intricate patterns on the ground. As for killing it, I don't know. Gun? Grew up in BC, mostly in Victoria, but I've got family all over. Live on the East Coast now. Definitely a lot less weird over here, even though it's got a lot older European remnants. I've experienced a lot of spirit/ghost sensory stuff, even saw one briefly. I know I did not imagine it, because my GF at the time, and a random dude walking behind us, saw it all too. Aside from the visual, the feeling accompanying it was intense. My current GF lived on Vancouver Island for a long time too. She's a lot more sensitive to the supernatural, kind of a witchy hippie type person. She told me a story about an entity spirit that resided in a cave that grabbed her and dragged her into a cave. Not really my story, but I'll do my best. Happened during the deforestation protests, back 15-ish years ago. She's camped out with First Nations and hippie protesters. Guy she met there is a weird spiritual sort of dude. Seems kinda schizo to me, but she claims he can see and communicate with paranormal entities. Dude camps out at this cave that goes deep into the mountain, and wants others to stay away. Tells people to never bring weapons near there, under any circumstances. Not safe for them. What the fuck? GF goes to visit him. She always carries a knife on her in her purse, even today. Knife, securely on her belt, comes off and goes flying into the cave. She is scared shitless. Dude is going, no, I said no weapons. Something grabs her by the legs and hauls her off her feet, starts dragging her towards the cave. She can't see anything, but whatever it is, it's far stronger than a human. Buddy starts talking to the entity, assuring it that she's a friend and meant no harm. He vouches for her. Thing lets go after dragging her 6 feet. She apologizes to the entity and dude, then skadoodles. Wakes up the next day with her knife next to her in her tent. Asks dude and he claimed he never goes into the cave, and did not retrieve it for her. It's not really my favorite, but I like it because it's local to me. Can't remember all of the details, word for word neither. Sometime in the 1940s, young boys hanging out with some friends. They and others see objects flying around the sky. This is during World War II, so they're used to seeing things flying in the sky. But they haven't seen ones like this before. They're kids, so they don't really pay much attention and just do their own thing. Few days later, they're playing in a lane, and one of the crafts either lands or just appears. A's get out, but they aren't all one species. Describes one as a grey, one as like a Bigfoot, and then other assorted ones. There's around 5 of them in total. Friends shit their britches and run off. One of them grabs him, and I'm pretty sure sticks a needle in the back of his neck. Not sure what happens after that, but later that night, / a couple days later, he's looking out his bedroom window and sees a little A, maybe a grey, I'm not sure, loitering around the back gate that leads to the lane. His uncle fucks it over the head with a shovel and kills it. The uncle and a cop put it inside of a coal sack and bury it at the stairs of the church. Week or so later, men in black turn up to the house and give vague threats to him and his family. Doesn't tell the story until the 50s or 60s, which, as far as I know, predates the multiple species sharing aircraft meme. Actually have a green text related to the church that I'm going to post after this because I'm mental and no one can stop me. I didn't find out about the A thing until later though, which is when I put 2 and 2 together to make what I like the sound of. 16 years old. Live in British Columbia, Canada. Me and a close friend of mine decide to go camping for 4 days during spring break. Meet at my place in the early hours of the morning with all our equipment. Friend is just about 18 and also has his N driver's license. He brings with him his dad's elite Enfield 308 rifle. I ask my mother if I can take my Israeli Mauser and point .308. Begrudgingly, she says yes, as the bears are starting to wake up and may want a food source. Take all the needed gear, such as a tent, and a few other goodies like MREs, water filters, ammo, etc. Throw our gear into the back of my older friend's truck and set off. The smooth 1-hour drive out of town takes us to some very forests, which continue right up to the Rockies, if I remember right. Park his car, and load our rucksacks and grab our guns. Both of us are carrying stripper clips and a lot of ammunition, as we also intend to do some target shooting. Hike for a good 7 kilometers before we notice the first weird thing. A large tree, maybe 15 years old, has been broken at the base. What's weird is that it must have been some really big thing, as the base of the tree is the strongest part. No beavers, as the nearest lake is 5 kilometers ahead of us, our camping spot. Not a boulder falling down, as that area of the forest is flat. What the fuck? Shrug it off as a friend teases that it could be Bigfoot. Whatever. Walk another kilometer and have lunch, which consisted of MREs. By around 5 p.m. in the afternoon, we reach our campground. The lake, which was decent in size, however you could see all around it. Old ass abandoned cabin on the other side. The cabin looks 1900s kind of old. Set up our tent as well as a small shooting range to peg shit with bullets and make our skills razor sharp. Attempt to go swimming, however the water is so fucking cold, as all the snow had melted recently. Decide to walk around the cabin, straight across from us, on the other side of the lake. On the way over, see some big ass fucking footsteps in the mud. That's no bear. We both get a little freaked out by this, and consider moving our tent. We decide not to, after shrugging it off, and remembering we both had high-powered rifles. Keep in mind, his Enfield has 10 .308 rounds in a mag, and my Mauser has 5 of them. We can stop anything dead in its tracks in pretty much one hit. Cabin's door is long since gone. Dust on floor. Another footprint in dust. Fuck this. We leave the cabin immediately and walk back to camp. Inspect camp to make sure nothing has been fucked around with. We are both paranoid now. Decide to do some target shooting around 7 p.m. to maybe ward anything off that is curious. Unload between us a good 25 bullets. Rip to the cans downrange, Come around 8 p.m, and we are getting ready for bed, as the sun has just slipped below the horizon. We both go to sleep, feeling a little better after expelling some rounds from our rifles. Around 11 p.m, I wake up to a normal night. Normal as forest sounds around me. None of that cliche silent forest bullshit. Everything seems normal. Get out and shine a flashlight around and send a raccoon diving for cover. While scanning over the lake, I see something. Come back to it and see that I am looking at two sets of eyes who are looking right back at me. The eyes reflect from the light. I can't see a torso. Immediately wake up my friend. Yell across the lake and say hello. Eyes keep staring. Friend emerges, carrying his weapon and ammo. We start making loud noises to try and ward this thing off. It won't fucking leave. Prop flashlight on rock to face the set of eyes. We both take aim for just below the eyes for a body shot. Boom, boom. Both our rifles explode into life, and we hear a distinct whap noise as they strike home. The noise that followed still haunts me. It was like a roar. We both immediately make follow-up shots. We hear one of our bullets hit a tree, but the other makes the same flap noise before. 3 rounds hit whatever this thing is. Did we just kill Bigfoot? No more noise is heard until 2 a.m. A large snapping noise is heard about 400 meters away behind the cabin. We both fire off 2 more shots into the woods. Nothing else is heard for the rest of the evening. As soon as the sun rises at 6:30 a.m, we pack our shit up. We go across the lake before leaving and inspect the area. Whatever was looking at us was inside the cabin. Go inside, weapons raised. Huge pool of blood, right below the front window. It's dried, so we assume it's no use. Large hole in the wall behind the window. That was the 1 round that missed. We don't go back to see if another tree has fallen. On the hike back, we see a rather large boulder, lying less than 5 feet from us. We hip-fired in its direction. We aren't disturbed again, and make it back to the truck okay. There is a large dent in the right door of the car. Also evidence of something, making a very large attempt at entering the vehicle. Drive home and tell Mom. I have no idea what that thing was, but whatever it was, got some lead in it. I refuse to go back to those woods, and refuse to go camping in BC alone. Be 10 years old. Go fishing with my brothers. Don't catch anything. Walking back to the car, disappointed. See furry thing on the river, its hind legs in the distance. Assume it's a bear. It crouches down and seems to cup the water in its hands. Looks at us. Shits pants. Run like hell, warn brothers. Go back to the site. Thing is gone. This happened to me back sometime around 2016. I was working as a compliance inspector. I was working for a company that was contracted by the state to audit assisted living facilities. Basically, just checking they were following guidelines and protocols strictly. Safety, proper vetting of staff, making sure that the staff were healthy as possible, taking steps to prevent elder abuse and stuff like that. I would audit things like nursing homes, private care houses, and group homes. Most of these places were exactly like you would expect to find them. They were underfunded at best, and struggling to even keep the lights on. Maintenance work was usually at a minimal because of costs, which meant plumbing and other things were a wreck. They were one slight accident away from having no power and being shut down. The state doesn't care. They never offer any kind of increased budget or assistance to these places. In fact, the budgeting issues have only gotten worse in recent years due to cuts. These people aren't even seen as human at their age, and with the cognitive difficulties that they have, and so they are expendable by the state. Why waste money making old people comfortable if they're just gonna die, right? That is how they think. Anyway, these places were also understaffed too, so the residents were often not getting the right kind of care. There is one specific place that sticks out in my mind from my time working this job. It sticks out from the rest because it wasn't just a typical case of abuse or neglect. This was a place out in Tacoma. I won't give the name, not that it would really matter now anyway. For now, I will refer to it as Rainwood Assisted Living, or just Rainwood for short. Like I said, not the real name of the place, but I'm sure that some of you can read between the lines. It was tucked behind a tree line down a private gravel road. Most of these places are right smack dab in the center of places because it provides better access to transport and other facilities. This one was an exception to that rule, being way further out near the edge of the city. Kind of a bitch to get to, if I'm telling the truth. It was kind of a mid-sized facility that looked more like some kind of residential lodge rather than anything else. Certainly did not look like any kind of medical center or care home. Might have been a cozy looking place if not for the forest surrounding it on all sides. Made me feel a little creeped out, if I'm honest. Could not see anything through the trees, and made the place feel more isolated than it actually was. It looked out of place, to tell you the truth, like someone spawned the place in, just in a random section of trees. To tell the truth, this place was not originally on my list of places to stop by. It was a last-minute thing on the docket. It was only put on there because they had not submitted their quarterly self-reporting logs. What I mean by that is that they had not submitted any incident reports or medication audits, not even any staff turnover records. I mean, come on. Place like this with the elderly, you're gonna have accidents. People are gonna hurt themselves, even in the most secure and well-maintained facilities. It is statistically impossible for it not to happen. Place was ghost for about a total of 6 months, which I guess is the threshold for the government actually giving a fuck. If they had kept ticking along as usual, the place would have stayed unnoticed out here. It was odd the moment I pulled in. No vehicles, nothing parked up, no kind of parking spaces set up at all. Dead quiet all around too. For being so close to trees and nature, you'd think that you would hear some nature sounds like wind in the trees or birds singing. Apparently not. You could not even hear the traffic off in the distance from here. Place looked fairly standard when I walked in. Not pristine, but better than most places I had seen. Way better actually. Looked like this place might have actually had funding. Receptionist greeted me. She was older, maybe 50s or so. Seemed to have a real stick in her craw when I walked in. She feigned politeness, but you could tell she did not want to deal with me. Not in an exhaustion way though. She didn't look tired or done with the job, just done with me. I gave her the standard spiel, and she told me to wait. She was very specific with this, insistent I did not move from the spot. Safe to say alarm bells were going off in my head straight away. Still, I did not want to escalate things so quickly. If something weird was going on, I would find it quite quickly. It's not like they could just turn me away either. Must have stood there for getting on 20 minutes. I was getting kinda antsy. Anyway, some guy in a button-down and a sweater vest steps out. Tells me his name is Dr. Vell or some bullshit like that. Pretty sure that was not his real practicing name. He said that he was the facility director and would personally accompany me and walk me through everything. Not unusual for people to try and be helpful, but it was a little annoying. I didn't need some asshole sticking under my boot like gum, trying to slow me down. He did not seem to be intentionally trying to slow me down, at the very least. He seemed competent enough, perhaps a little too formal though. He recited stats to me from memory about the facility before I even looked through the documents. It was clearly rehearsed. No one just knows all of this stuff off by heart. I had heard enough, and started the walkthrough proper. Everything seemed to be in place. Med carts were locked. All documentation seemed to be in place and was archived neatly. I asked to speak with some of the residents and check on them, and he seemed very hesitant. The receptionist from earlier very hastily made her way upstairs, presumably to where the residents were. He tried to delay me and make excuses, but I was insistent that he would not pass without talking to the residents and checking on their health. Tried to tell me it was quiet time and that they were all fast asleep. It was fucking 1 p.m. Anyway, he relented and led me upstairs. The receptionist passed us by as we walked down the corridor, and she flashed a nervous look towards the doctor. My eyes could have been deceiving me, but it looked like she had made some sort of a hand signal. Nothing complicated, just a point and another movement. He led me to the first door on my left, said I was lucky that the guy in there did not sleep much and was willing to see me. There was a nameplate on the door when we walked in, something like George Donnelly. When I walked in, the guy was sitting up in his bed. He looked barely conscious, if I'm honest. He was awake, barely. By that, I mean his eyes were open. He didn't really look all there though. He was dressed, from what I can tell. Had a plain white t-shirt on, but it looked quite ragged and old. He did not respond to me when I started talking to him. Not when I waved, and not to my voice. I leaned down and spoke to him directly, but his eyes did not track me. There were lots of medical tools by the sides of the bed on one of those metal tables that you can wheel away. Medical tools I had not seen before. I tried getting the man's attention again, even clicking my fingers. His lips moved like he was trying to speak, but he could not form the words. He just kind of moved in a circle with his body while sitting, like a drunk person does, because they have no balance. I asked the doctor what was wrong with him. He told me that most of the residents had advanced degenerative conditions and that it was all in the medical files. Told me that Mr. Connolly had dementia as well, and that his son dumped him here because he could not cope. I asked if I could see another resident, but the doctor insisted that I had seen quite enough. He told me I would find the same situation with the rest of the residents too. I reviewed the medication logs back at the front desk. The receptionist handed them over to me. They were all printed and tabbed. I started scanning dates. Every single day had the same dosage entries, same handwriting, same timestamps, 22 entries per day, no variation at all. I checked staffing schedules next. No one had taken a sick day in months. There were no overnight staff on the books, so I assumed the doctor took the lead in those hours. Only 3 names total were listed for the entire facility rotation. That's not legal, even with light resident loads. I stepped outside to call my supervisor. I had no signal from this shitty place. When I walked back towards my car, I noticed that there was another vehicle parked up now. It was a large van, the kind of stereotypical one that you would see delivery drivers use, except it was all in black. There were 2 men sitting in the front, but they were showing no signs of moving or getting out. Something just seemed so sketchy. Since I could not get a hold of my supervisor, I wanted to do one last check. I made my way back in, and the receptionist tried to stop me. She told me that the doctor would be furious, but I pushed past her. Told her I see more residents, or the facility gets shut down for neglect. I went back to the door I saw before. It was shut now, but I could see through the little glass pane. The man was now restrained to the bed, literally tied up with metal restraints. He had a gag in his mouth now too. I went and looked in the other rooms, and was met with the same sight in all of them. I ripped the door open, and took the gag from Mr. Connolly's mouth. He seemed a little more lucid now, but still just barely. I noticed that there was an empty syringe on the metal table beside him. The second I took the gag off him, he started speaking. He was groaning in agony and was telling me, "Please, please, I'm in pain. I have pain in my ribs. Please, it's burning. It's burning my shoulder. Please make it stop." I asked what happened, what they did to him, but I could not get him to stop panicking. He started almost screaming now. "I want my son. I don't remember his name, but I need my son. He wouldn't leave me here. Please get me my son." I felt horrible. My heart was wrenching. I noticed a locked door in the corner of the room I did not notice the first time. It looked like a small broom closet, but it had a padlock, and I had no way to open it. I didn't have time anyway. 2 men had burst through the door, all dressed in black, and what looked almost like riot gear, like they were a fucking SWAT team. And they were armed too. One ran to the resident and put his gag back in, and the other held me at gunpoint and told me to get down on my knees. I had no choice but to comply. They handcuffed me and roughed me up. My face was a mess by the time they were done. They dragged me back to the front desk, and the doctor told me I was a fool for looking. They took off my handcuffs and threw me out the front. I told them I would go to the police. In retrospect, this is the worst thing I could have said, and in all honesty, should have gotten me killed. But I will get to why it probably didn't. All the doctor said was, that won't be necessary. Then they shut the door on me. Called my boss the second I got signal. I told him everything. He told me he was contacting the police and that they would be over there as soon as possible. I was questioned, of course, and had to give evidence. I told them the exact same as I told it here. Here is the kicker though. They told me that the place was gutted when they got there. Any medical tools were taken. There were no signs of any residents at all. They found traces of blood, but they could not match it to anyone in the system. They bust down the closet that was in there, but that was picked clean too. I don't know why they bothered locking it back up. That is all the police were really willing to tell me. My company obviously had to do its due diligence, as these were massive accusations and violations. Something like this was a nightmare by all accounts. The boss knows me. We are not close, but we are as close as a boss and a worker can be. He told me that the police in the company had cross-referenced and checked all the names and details that I had given about the staff. Turns out, none of the names were the same as the last check. Sure, staff quit and move on, but this was a complete employee overhaul. They had lost employees, the number was fewer, but not a single one was the same. They obviously could not find any kind of practicing doctor with the name I gave, so his credentials were faked. There was one more thing though. The last inspection must have been around 12 to 14 months ago. It's meant to be routine, but delays can happen. We're not exactly brimming with staff ourselves. Well, around 12 months ago, the facility applied for extra funding, said that they needed it desperately, or they would fail to meet standards. It obviously was not approved, so very promptly, they filed all of the necessary paperwork for the facility to be shut down. It was meant to be slowly transitioned out, and for the residents to be relocated, or for the government to find other staff. In the midst of all of the chaos, and because facilities like this generally aren't cared about very much, it must have all just slipped through the cracks. That is why the place had been ghost for 6 months. It was supposed to have shut down, and the government taken over. Which begs the question, who the fuck was running that place? Nothing really ever happened to me, but I got a story from a friend from years ago when he was a teen. It goes, party with friends at another guy's house. Don't know this guy personally. My friend was/still is easily gullible. He really believes in paranormal shit, but he was/still is also really easily scared. Apparently, all the people at the party were like that too. New friend's house is just recently bought. Old house, which is deemed infested. This guy said nothing big really happened in the few weeks his family lived there, but some weird minor things actually happened. Like, there is this sloping corridor, which, if you let a ball roll, it goes up the slope instead of down. My friend confirmed this. During the night, they tell each other scary stories, just because it seems it's not enough for these scaredy cats to stay in an apparently infested house. They get even more scared. Then they decide to just scare this random girlfriend, just because they can. One guy, not my friend, nor the house's host, goes into this unused room, which apparently they previously told each other stories about being the real trouble in the house. Infestation trouble, I mean. Like it's the fulcrum of the whole infestation in the house. He should have stayed there, in the dark, and later, the others should have just used an excuse and sent the girl, the victim, in that room alone, and the guy would have scared the crap out of her. The guy who went there first, the one who later had to scare her, accepted. Because apparently, it was the only person there who didn't believe all this infested crap, and wasn't already shitting himself after their round of scary storytelling. Basically, it was the only brave guy there, hence why he accepted immediately to stay there alone in the darkness for a while. Friend also confirmed this guy was a real deal, no crap, I'm cool kind of guy, so it wasn't like he was just a chicken like him or the others. So they do all that. Guy goes hiding, tells others he's going to the bathroom. A few minutes later, they tell this girl to go get some stuff from the scary room. She accepted, because some other girls agreed to go with her. But they basically pushed her into the dark room and closed the door. They waited for the guy scaring her screaming, maybe even crying, then laughing all away as just a joke. A few seconds pass, nothing happens. A few moments later, girl calls them concerned, not scared yet, saying something was wrong with the guy. They were all outside the door waiting to laugh, so when they heard her, they enter the room altogether to see what was wrong. There is no light inside the room, so they keep the door open so light from the corridor, which was the actual corridor with a slope, can enter the room so that they can see. They all enter, and they see the guy friend crying on the ground, and the girl patting his back and head, trying to calm him. They ask what was happening. She said after they pushed her in, she was scared at first, but then heard some quiet crying and recognized it being her friend, the guy who was waiting there to scare her. He did not say anything, just continued crying, so she went there to ask him what was wrong, and then called the others inside. Guy was still crying. Now he looks at them and my friend, which was one of the last to enter the room. Told me when this guy looked at them, he was terrified, was basically a total different guy from the usual super cool guy. He then mumbled something about the door, so the host, the last one who entered the room, goes and closes the door, then comes back to the others. Okay, now when he told me this, my friend was really fucking scared. He said that the door was an old door, smaller than usual, so that there was a few inches of space underneath the door, so that light could pour in. My friend told me that there was nobody at the house except for them. The host's parents were away for the weekend. The host is an only son, so nobody else got keys for the house, and all the people inside the house that night were currently all inside the room. They even checked and counted/called each other. They were all there. But there was a shadow just outside the door, like a person was right outside it, standing there. Friend said to me that when he and the others realized it, when they saw that, they all felt the same kind of feeling. That is, pure terror, pure hopelessness, like something really bad was out there, and they were nothing but mice in a trap. He said he never felt a worse feeling in his entire life, and later confirmed with all the others that they all felt that too. He later told me that no shit, they stayed there without moving, all embracing each other scared shitless for hours until the morning after. And not just until the dawn, but until the sun was well high and the room was fully illuminated. There were wooden blinds outside the window, but when they deemed there was enough light inside, they moved to open them and let even more light in. He told me they realized how lucky they were that this happened in full summer. It was like June or July, so there was a lot of light in the morning. Obviously, when they finally opened the door, there was nothing there, and told me also that the shadow of the being behind the door actually disappeared little by little before dawn even came. But none of them dared to move even after that. They all still felt in danger, like they were threatened. Hence why they all moved only a few hours later, when the sun was well high. And even then, he said it took a lot of courage for them to do just that, open the windows, and then open the blinds behind them. Now, I am rather skeptical, and never believed in any of this sort of crap. But when my friend told me all this shit that happened to me years before, he told me this last summer, it happened about 3 to 4 years before that, I was shaken a little, because he was still pretty scared about it, even after all that time went by. He also thought it was a weird and fucked up experience, because after they talked about it, he told me all his friends had the exact same thoughts as him, about the whole matter. He also told me that it wasn't hard in the least to stay awake all night long, until almost midday, that they were also scared, that they did not even feel a tiny bit of tiredness until they were all safe and far away from the house. The host implored his parents to sell the house immediately. The other friends basically let him live at turn at their houses for the remaining of that summer, and then he went to fucking live with his grandparents more than 100 miles away from there, and that he never put a foot in there, and that all his stuff was brought to him by his parents, which at first, they just deemed him just a bothersome fool. But then the following winter, they sold that house at a shitty price, the first offer they got, and went the fuck away after something apparently happened to them too. My friend does not know what happened with the host's parents, because even the host himself never knew what really happened. His parents never told him, but he also never told them what happened to him and his friends. Friend also told me that after they talked about it that day, immediately after they went out from the house, they never talked about that ever again, and never mentioned it to each other. They just talk about it like that night or that summer. I was a cop for 15 years. I mostly worked cases involving financial crimes. Early on, I transferred from homicide to the grand larceny division. I quickly realized the thing that I enjoyed most was how numbers don't lie. It didn't matter what suspects said in interviews, because I knew that one look at their accounts would tell me the truth. When I retired, I became a private detective. One day, a lawyer that I'd known from my police days called. He told me that an important client needed me. A massive multinational company suspected someone was messing with their cash flow. This stretched across every major country on the planet. Given my background, they figured I was the right man for the job. The pay was more than good enough that I did not disagree. The company's accounts were scattered across the globe. They were tangled in a maze of transfers, receipts, and invoices. I started poring over spreadsheets and bank statements, hunting anything that seemed out of place. After a few days, I found subtle inconsistencies. There were payments funneled to shell companies that did not seem to do anything at all. There were also amounts that did not match usual patterns, and transactions made at strange hours. To anyone else, these might look like clerical errors, but I knew better. Money was slipping away, and someone inside the company was making it happen. I cross-referenced records, tracked cash flows, and the deeper I dug, the clearer it became. This was not accidental. Someone was siphoning funds and covering their tracks. The numbers gave me a trail, but I needed names. I set up interviews with key company players, starting with the CFO. Made sense to start with the guy whose job it was to keep the books clean. In his sleek office overlooking the city skyline, he greeted me with a handshake and a smile. I started light and professional, asking broad questions about finances. Then I zeroed in on one large overseas transfer that caught my eye. When I asked who signed off on it, he said he could not recall. He said it must have been someone in his department. That did not sit right with me. People in his position do not forget who approves seven-figure transfers. His vague answer left a bad taste in my mouth. Next, I interviewed a mid-level manager who handled international accounts. When I mentioned that transfer, he said the CFO was present at a meeting where it was discussed. That directly contradicted the CFO, who claimed he had not attended. The manager stuck to his story. Then I talked to a longtime assistant in that financial team. She was really nervous, but remembered the CFO signing off on something big and urgent around that time. The cracks were showing, and the case was heating up. After that last interview, I headed to my car about a block away. I switched on my tape recorder, which was a habit from my cop days, and started thinking out loud. The CFO's evasiveness, the assistant's nervous comment, the conflicting stories, all of this pointed to something big. Then, before I could finish, my driver's side window exploded. 4 shots rang out. The first tore through the dashboard. The second one grazed my left shoulder. The third shot punched into the passenger seat, just inches away from my ribs. Then the fourth one hit me square in the jaw, shattering bone and teeth. Blood flooded my mouth as shock pulled the world out of focus. I slumped in my seat, hands searching for something to hold onto, but darkness crept in before I could react further. I woke up in a hospital bed, every breath burning. My jaw was wired shut, and my face was swollen. The doctor told me the bullet had fractured my mandible in 2 places. They said it destroyed half my lower teeth and exited near my ear. Surgery had saved me, but recovery would be long and painful. Speaking was impossible now. I had to scribble notes to communicate with anyone. Detectives visited me. They told me that my car was a crime scene and that my tape recorder caught the attack on audio. They believed the shooter was an amateur, panicked and fumbling. There were no prints or any clear leads for them to follow. When I mentioned my suspicions about the CFO, they promised to look into it, but seemed skeptical. Corporate cases were always messy. Without solid evidence tying the hit to someone, arrest would be tough. I did not hold my breath for any results. Weeks in the hospital became a blur of pain and therapy. I was fed liquid meals through a straw. Physical therapy aimed to keep my jaw muscles from locking up. I had a therapist pushing me to stretch despite the agony. I felt trapped, silent, and broken. Nightmares haunted me. I dreamt about gunshots echoing, glass shattering, the taste of blood. I replayed the attack and saw the CFO's smug face haunting me. Paranoia set in. I feared snipers on rooftops looking to kill me. I demanded more sedatives, but nothing eased the tension. After nearly 2 months, I was finally discharged. I moved to a new town under a fake name, sold my office lease, and took low-risk infidelity cases. I avoided anything that smelled like corporate greed. My jaw clicks when I eat, my smile is crooked, and my speech is forever altered. But I survived. The detectives eventually transferred the case. I was not surprised. No one ever identified the shooter, or whoever hired him. This happened to me around last year sometime, so 2014. I was kinda tipsy. I was walking home from the station. It must have been around midnight at the time. This was out in the countryside, so there were very few houses, and there was next to no traffic at all. My wife is hanging out with friends in town, so I'm on my own. No one is back at home. I see a cat on the side of the road. Is the fucker dead? I check it out and poke it gently with my foot. It's dark, but I can see very clearly that it is dead. There is blood oozing out of its mouth. It's not breathing or moving or running away. It's not reacting to my touch at all. I decide to go home and grab a shovel to throw the cat in the bush nearby. If my wife came home and saw that, she would freak out, as she loves cats. I go home and search around my shed and find a pitchfork. That'll do. I just did not want to touch it with my bare hands. I walk back to the feline stiff, about 2 minutes away. What the actual fuck? That dead cat is fucking gone. It's now nowhere to be seen at all, but the pool of blood coming from it is still there. I look around and see a pair of tiny eyes staring at me in the dark, before they turn and whatever that was moves away into the woods, never to be seen again. My wife came home later and she found me sitting in my bed, looking puzzled. I only told her the story a few days later, and she looked pretty upset. Neither of us has any idea what I saw moving into the bush. Could have been another cat, but what happened to the dead cat still bugs me. I used to work at Disney, but this was a fair while ago now. I was working late one night and was taking 5 minutes in the employee break room. I was exhausted, but that is when I first noticed something strange. The cleaning crew had wrapped up their duties and had already left long before. I was alone with the security monitors and was just flipping through camera feeds like always, just to kill some time. I would always do this as my shift was ending, just to make sure everything was all good. It was kind of like my end of shift ritual. It just gave me peace of mind. But then I caught something on one of the cameras as I was flipping through. I was skimming, so I caught it for half a second and had to go back to confirm. My eyes were not deceiving me. I saw a janitor. There was a janitor on the feed pushing a cart through the restricted hallway, near the employee-only lockers. I thought the cleaning crew were all gone. I had watched them leave with my own 2 eyes. No one was supposed to be back here after hours. I didn't usually ever catch anything like this on the cameras. One time I caught some idiot kid who was trying to hide in the park overnight, but I spotted him because he could not keep quiet. Called the cops and that was that. The janitor stopped at one of the utility closets and took a quick look around before swiping himself through. I debated calling for extra security, heck, even the cops, but I wanted to see what he was up to. I decided I would wait for him to return and then either confront him or venture down myself. The key card he had definitely did not belong to him either. I could just tell from the way he was skulking around. He must have taken it from someone else. The door he went through was just a closet for cleaning supplies and stuff, I think. Although, to be honest, I never had a real reason to go through that door, and so I'd never been in there myself. Seemed, weird though. He came back out after about 20 minutes of being gone. He brought the cart back with him, but it looked like there was something in it. Whatever it was an absolute mess and looked disgusting. He hurried back down the hall and went through another door before vanishing. Didn't catch him on any of the cameras, so it was obvious he had done this before and knew the right blind spots. I decided to go and check it out. Call me crazy, an idiot, whatever, but I just felt like I needed to see what he was up to before escalating the situation. I had no problem reporting him, but if there was something else going on, it was better to know before he went back and had a chance to hide it. I left the monitors behind and made my way down the hallway. I made sure to check if there were any other people around, just in case someone was watching or that janitor was returning. There seemed to be no one in sight, so I followed his footsteps and swiped myself in using my keycard. I walked in and lo and behold, it was just a regular-ass storage closet for cleaning supplies and the like. I mean, it was roomy, definitely bigger than any other closet I'd seen, but it didn't look out of the ordinary. There was no camera in here, so I could not see what he was doing when he came in. I almost just turned back right then, but I spotted something in the corner, covered up by metal shelves on wheels and junk on them piled high. I only saw it because I saw the blinking light, a green blinking light. I pulled down all the old used up spray bottles and packs of cloths, and then moved everything out of the way. There was a door, more like a crawl space really. It was just a square hole, but it had a key card connected to it. This one was still green. The janitor must have forgotten to lock it, I guess. This is especially strange because these locks were designed to lock themselves the second the door is shut. Perhaps this one wasn't fitted by Disney and is faulty as a result. I opened it up, and there was barely enough space for me to fit through. It was dark as fuck, but luckily I had a flashlight on me, which I switched on once I managed to wriggle my way through. I came out into what I can only describe as like a stone passage. Just a tiny little space before a left turn, with stone steps descending deeper than the flashlight could illuminate. I hesitated at first, obviously, but eventually I made my way down. The stairs went on for what seemed like an age. It must have been way below the park and all of the buildings. It made me wonder if maybe this park was built on top of another, maybe an original one that they eventually expanded. That is just pure speculation from me, as I don't know that much extended history about Disney and its parks. I know that there are tons of tunnels and utilidors, because I use them, duh, but this was way below them. There were tons of corridors and rooms, and it was almost like a maze with how many there were. This must be where the janitor came to, but I didn't really understand why. I walked through, again all just made of stone, and all of the doors, if you could call them that, were more reminiscent of jail cell doors. Metal bars separating rooms with piles of trash scattered everywhere. Old Disney merch, old mascot uniforms, rotten food in the corners of some of the rooms. Looked like a place to just dump shit and just let it be forgotten. I could go on and on about the scattered trash and old memorabilia I spotted when searching through the rooms, but at some point, I heard a crash. It sounded like something metal had hit the ground, and took a few seconds to completely stop. It frightened me to death, and I thought I had torn a hole in my pants with the amount of shit that flew out. Not literally, of course. I debated running back up for my life, but part of me wanted to know what was going on down here. Maybe the janitor had come back down, but through a separate entrance, and if he had, I wanted to confront him. I wanted to know what the fuck he was doing so I could do my job and bust him, and maybe sweeten my paycheck if the higher-ups are feeling generous, which they usually aren't, but either way I gotta do my job. I crouched down and slowly made my way further down the corridor I was in. I turned off my flashlight so I wouldn't be noticed, but holy fuck, it was impossible to see. I rounded the corner to my right and could just make out a big room at the end of a shorter corridor. Again, not a proper door, but metal bars and a metal door. I could not make anything out, but I could have sworn it was where the sound had come from. I waited for maybe 5 minutes in pure silence, and nearly decided to just write it off as a trick of the mind, or maybe, I don't know, a draft. But then I started to hear faint sounds. It wasn't loud, but sounded like a mixture of wheezing and something else maybe. It sounded coarse and full of mucus, like the person making the sound was dying of dehydration. Then I heard faint scratching on the stone floor. Something or someone was in there, scratching on the floor. I wanted to go in, to figure out who it was, but I was so scared. Disney employees, even security, are not permitted to carry any type of weapon. No firearms, no batons, not even anything like mace. I'd obviously had self-defense training and fancied myself in a fight because I'm not a small guy, but you just never know. I decided to just try and sneak closer. I probably spent another 5 or 10 minutes just ever so slowly shuffling along the floor while crouched down, trying my hardest not to make a sliver of noise. My glutes were on fire by the end of it. I got close enough to be able to make the door out a little more clearly, and it was opened up. I stopped at the doorway and tried my best to focus my eyes in the dark to make something else out. It was then that I got another fright. While I was crouched there, homing in on the inside of the room, I felt hot breath on my face. Just for a moment, but it was unmistakable. It was putrid and moist and smelled like death. Like I said, it was only for a split second, because the instant I felt it, I screamed louder than I ever had before in my life and recoiled backwards. As I was recoiling, I instinctively flicked on my flashlight and caught just a blur of something moving quickly on all fours back into the room and around to the left. My heart was pounding, but I guess in a daze of adrenaline, I crawled towards the room and told myself I would take just one peek and then I would run. I had to see what the fuck was down here so I could tell my bosses. It probably took me another 5 minutes to get back to where I was, shaking all the way. I peeked my head around the corner using my flashlight to illuminate the entire room. It wasn't just one. There were 3, but they were cowering. There were 3 humans down here. They looked horribly malnourished and deformed, with sagging and wrinkled, disgusting skin, but they were definitely human. They were huddled up in a corner together, shielding their eyes away from my flashlight and hissing at it whenever it hit them. I really had no idea what the fuck I was witnessing. I called out to them and asked them if they were okay. I got no words in response, just hisses and grunts and gurgles. One of them had no teeth, and it was clear that his eye had been poked out by something, or lost. Another had welts all over his back that I could see while he turned and cowered. It looked like someone had been merciless with a cat o' nine tails. I stood up now, because I felt less threatened. I tried to get a little closer to reach out my hand, but when I did, the ones who did still have teeth bared them at me and hissed. I used my flashlight to look around the room. There was feces scattered in different corners. I spotted a plate in one of the other corners that looked like it had some type of meat, but it didn't look like anything I had ever seen. I felt pity and disgust and confusion all at once. There was no use trying to talk to them anymore, so I went back the way I came. The only thing left for me to do was to tell my bosses somehow. I had probably made my way about halfway up the stairs when I ran into the janitor. He looked like a deer in headlights, got in a real panic real fast, started rapid firing questions my way about what the fuck I'm doing, how I got here, and blah blah. My mind just blanked, and all I could think to say was, I saw them. This only made him panic more. I tried to ask him who they were and why they were down here, but he could not focus. He told me to forget what I saw, or that he would hurt me. He pulled out a knife as he said this, more like a scalpel than a knife. I told him to calm down, but it was no use. He held the scalpel out towards me, and started slowly advancing, so I had to walk backwards down these massive stairs slowly. He started welling up with tears in his eyes, and almost begging me not to tell anyone. I said I wouldn't if he just told me who they were and why they were there. He stopped advancing when I said this. I had my hands up the whole time, like I was being held at gunpoint. He told me he found them, that this entire area is not on the maps, but he found it one day while cleaning. Told me that it was fully locked up, and you needed a security keycard to access, but higher clearance than his janitor one would allow. Said he got curious, so he borrowed one from a friend. Found this whole place, but didn't know what it was for. Said when he came down he found those 3 alive, but fucked up. Basically as fucked up as what I saw. Said he got scared at first, but then realized it was them that was scared of him. They had obviously been locked down there, but he didn't know if it was on purpose or neglect. Said he had no idea how long they survived for, or how up until that point. Until he saw the bones, the rotting flesh, the carcasses of rats. Said they must have been feasting on something before he went down there. He told me the higher-ups did not believe him and reprimanded him for going somewhere he was not supposed to have access to. Then, after punishing him, told him he made it up, that if it was not on the map, it did not exist. He tried to argue, but he was told that he would be sued for levying such serious allegations against a company with as much stature as Disney. So he started coming down and feeding them, making sure they weren't dying. He said he wanted to somehow rehabilitate them so that he could take the company down. Said he tried to take them upstairs at first, but the light was too painful for them. They would always run back down, screaming and grunting. They had been isolated for so long, they could not function outside of the dark anymore. And then he got caught, and this time they fired him. So he took to sneaking in after dark, learning all of the blind spots, and hiding out in the park until the coast was clear. Said he had been doing it for a few months now. It's insane that I never caught him. While he was telling me all of this, I noticed his guard had dropped. I took my chance. I sprinted at him while he was talking, and managed to grab his wrist and push him out of the way before he could slice me. He tumbled down a few steps, but not all the way. I had never been so frightened in my life, and just wanted it all to be over. This has already been so long, so I will try and wrap it up. You obviously will not have seen anything in the news about this, because that is not how Disney operates. I called my bosses and explained everything, who in turn called the police. I told them all about the guy and his involvement. Police found him still down there, and he took the rap for everything he claimed that Disney did. Police charged him with locking those guys down there and isolating them and making them all fucked up. The feral people, or whatever you want to call them, ended up dead. Police shot and killed them when they saw them. Said they tried to attack them. With how messed up those guys were, no one was going to doubt those cops. I heard he got life in prison. They gave him quite a few charges, but I can't remember them all. I only know all of this because I had to give testimony in a private courtroom with just the bare minimum people. Disney got off scot-free. Their problem was solved, and everything was kept under wraps. They promoted me to head of security for a section of the park, but the race probably was not worth all of the extra duties. The underground place got filled in and sealed off last I heard. I don't know how much of what the janitor told me is true, and I still have more questions than answers, but that is my story to the best of my ability. Any ideas on what the fuck was going on down there, X?
Spooky story from the Cascade Mountains. Be me and 3 friends go to Hidden Lake. Google it. End up not sleeping at the lookout. Coming down as sunsets, beautiful mountains, wonderful day. Dark. We only have headlamps and phone flashlights. Oppressive feeling, nothing malicious. Dark woods in a mountain spooky. Driving down the 5-mile, very shitty forest road. Still air, no wind. Ferns along the road are spinning. Imagine if they had a string tied to the end of them and were being yanked so fast that they cannot spin. Spinning around fast. Some areas are all spinning. Some only a few spin. Some none. We are tired as balls and cracking jokes about it. And oh, the fairies, oh, the gnomes, oh, the skinwalkers and Bigfoots. Halfway down, ferns are spinning like mad in the headlights of the car. Going about 5 miles per hour because car not lifted. A fucking sapling falls from the woods and breaks over the car. We stop and get out and take it off the car. Ferns spinning still. Feel spooked. No malice. Just this strange air of wonder and a feeling to keep moving. Don't touch the ferns. We all look at each other and decide to just leave. Drive down. Ferns stop spinning about 3/4 of a mile from the exit to the scenic highway that leads back to the main road. Stop and get snacks in town. Beautiful little valley town by the river. Very nice store. Totally Bigfoot magic though. Also, if you believe in the Bigfoot structures, I've seen them in the woods here. 8 to 15 foot trees uprooted jammed into the earth upside down, in rough teepee shapes, always jaggedly broken, sometimes uprooted for the smaller ones. If you ever see an uprooted and impaled tree or teepee structure, yeah, guess who made that? I'm a little bit Cherokee on both sides of the family. My great aunt on my mother's side was in the WNBA and managed to make a decent amount of money. On top to that, she got a bunch of free shit for being Cherokee. She had a rather large house in the middle of nowhere, next to my great-grandmother's in Colgate, Oklahoma, on Indian land. Much, much further south, so this place had woods and rivers. My great-aunt, first off, was completely insane, and my great-grandmother was pushing 100, so take from that what you will. We visited every Easter. I could not have been much older than 10, and didn't really listen to the adults, but I was told several times that I was not to let the dogs out, or go outside without an adult this year, because something big was around in the woods. My mother would later tell me that both of them had been hearing this strange howling out in the fields and found odd footprints in the mud next to the house, and my aunt had insisted that things kept hitting the window. My great-grandmother had the same experience and had actually been staying in my aunt's house for the past few days. So I hear the howling, no big deal. First few nights, that is all it was. One night I was on the patio, huge empty room surrounded by windows facing the fields. Hear howling really close, so I turn on porch light to see if I can see any eyes or anything. Dogs start going batshit and running in circles barking. Mud hits the window right in front of me. Scared me so bad I couldn't scream. Don't remember the rest, but my mother told me I cried for like an hour because I thought it was a monster. Just a few years back, I heard about the Boggy Creek monster for the first time. It's kinda like a Bigfoot. My aunt's property backs right up to Boggy Creek. Let me preface this by saying I am not a believer in Bigfoot. I don't go squatching, nor do I really think there's a giant ape living in the North Woods. The story is from my father, a nice man who's a bit country for his own good, but is brighter than the average person will give him credit. Definitely the skeptical kind of guy. That's what makes this story even more strange. When he was around 30, I would have been, I think, 3. He was driving in the backwoods back to our first house, in the middle of nowhere. It was twilight, just enough light to still see deep in the woods on either side of the road. As he was driving, something caught his eye, and much to his surprise, he saw someone running through the woods. He slowed down. After all, no one else was on the road, to get a better look at whoever it was, but they ran so fast, he couldn't really catch what was going on. While he was still a little weirded out by this, no one lived in that area, and while it could have been a hunter, why on earth would they be running so fast? He just kept driving. It got dark fast, and only a few minutes from our crappy little house, he saw something jump in front of his truck. My dad said he assumed it was a deer, but after he reached a full stop, he swears up and down what he saw peeking at him from across the road was Bigfoot. He did not get a great look at him, but he said it was massive. He was so scared he locked the doors and sped away as fast as he could. I actually never heard the story until I was a sophomore in high school. At dinner one day, I mentioned how I had gotten into an argument with another student, because the other student believed in Nessie and Bigfoot, and I was laughing about how silly that was. I was surprised when my dad got quiet and didn't give much more than a grunt. When I asked about it later that night, he told me about it. He said he didn't believe in much, but now he does believe in Bigfoot. I think that's why he ended up moving from that old house. Haven't told this story on here in a good few years, and even prior to that, I've only told it to a very few people I know personally. It's only one of the truly strange encounters I've ever had, and I still get majorly creeped out thinking about it. Around 2013, myself and 2 buddies went camping in scrubland in rural Victoria, Australia. The particular area we were camping on was owned by family by one of my mates, and a few of his family came with us as well. His family stayed in a small, unpowered cabin in the dead center of his property, while we roughed it in a medium-sized tent, about 300 meters away from the cabin in the scrub, in a small clearing. We wanted to keep our distance from the others for our trip, hence why we decided to pitch our tent that far away. We set up our tent not long after we arrived, and decided to explore a bit before dark. For context, the property sits against state-owned bushland and blue gum plantations, with many creeks and washes snaking through the area. We walked for a little while to a dirt road that leads up past the property to a creek with a small cement bridge crossing it. We decided to clamber down the side of the creek bed to the water, which was only just flowing, and follow it upstream. We follow it for a while, trying to avoid accidentally stepping on a tiger snake or getting covered in leeches. In the mud, not far from the water of the creek, we find the partially buried remains of an animal. Looking back, likely a kangaroo based on the size of the bones. Creepy, but the three of us think nothing of it in that moment. Why it was up the creek this far and partially buried, I have no idea. The area is not subject to flooding, and I doubt a local would go to the effort of moving roadkill this far. Anyway, we continue up the creek and find another pile of bones and rotting meat sticking out the side of the creek bed, covered in branches. This time, we find it odd. The stench was strong and foul, so we decided to turn back. The creek was getting a little hard to follow, with the brush getting thicker. We walked back the way we came, passing the first lot of bones we saw earlier, and then clambered back up the creek bed to the small bridge. We didn't notice it before, but the stench from the rotting animal upstream seemed to follow us all the way back to the bridge. It was so foul, it made your eyes water, a very sharp, sickly smell. We decided to head back and meet up with my mate's family before we head over to our tent for the night. A few hours pass by, and now it's about 8 p.m, still just light out, and we have set up a small fire by the tent. We cook up some bacon and eggs, typical Aussie camping food. By the time we're done eating, it's pitch dark outside, and we decide to try and catch some sleep as we plan to do a big kayaking trip in a river nearby. We all get in our own sleeping bags, but the tent isn't all that large, so we are pretty much shoulder to shoulder, but none of us really minded at the time. It was a little uncomfortable on foam sleeping mats though, and none of us got very restful sleep. I don't remember falling asleep, but in the middle of the night, I was awoken by footsteps. Odd, I thought, as the family who was staying in the cabin, some 300 meters away, were elderly or very young. Why would they walk all the way out here to our tent in the dead of night? And I didn't see any torchlight. I checked my watch, around midnight. The footsteps were faint, but the night was rather still, and I could hear them crunching around in the dark, slowly moving past our tent. I had trouble sleeping, and so laid there, awake, listening. As I'm drifting back to sleep, I'm jolted awake by a deep, guttural growling. It absolutely scared the shit out of me. I felt completely paralyzed in fear. The growling got louder, then turned to more like a series of deep, low barks, almost like deep laughter. I jostle my friends next to me awake, but say nothing. The two of them bolt upright in their sleeping bags, only barely visible by the moonlight coming through the tent walls. The sound stops. Footsteps start again, coming closer to our tent. They were heavy, and had some delay between each step, as though whoever or whatever it was moving slowly, carefully, choosing each step. For added context, the only animals I know that are found in the area are possums, koalas, and kangaroos. Probably foxes and rabbits too. For those unfamiliar with kangaroos, when they hop at a full sprint pace, it can sound like a human running. This sound was not like that. It was heavy and almost methodical. The steps stopped. I'm not sure how far away from the tent, and whatever it was, started growling again. It was deep, guttural, and raspy, and slowly began changing pitch before it finished with a loud, echoing hoot or holler. We were all silent, sitting up in our sleeping bags, facing the way the sound came. We didn't hear any more footsteps, but the brush was rustling softly where the call came from. The forest was silent for a while, and we started to whisper to each other. Lots of cussing and "what the fuck was that" was said, as quietly as we could. One of my friends, bless his heart, was so taken by the sound, he just had this wide-eyed, pale look on his face, and he never said a word. Out of nowhere, while we whispered quietly, we heard another deep sound that ended with another loud and echoing hoot or bark in the distance, far out into the scrub, as if an answer back to whatever was sitting out near our tent. We fell silent. The footsteps near us started again, and they began to pace around our tent. Slowly, whatever it was made a full circle around us, deeply growling and gurgling to itself. It's hard to explain these sounds in words, but it was unlike anything I've ever heard before or since. Nothing like the usual koalas or possum chatter. The footsteps would continue, then stop, before it called out again, only for a response to call back from what we assumed to be a few hundred meters deeper into the forest. Occasionally, in the distance, where the other thing was calling from, we would hear a large crash or bang, like a rock or branch being hurled against the foot of the tree or the ground. It would echo and fade, like the hooting and barking. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps grew further and further away until we couldn't hear them anymore. I checked my watch, and it's only just past 1 a.m. It felt like we were sitting listening to us be surrounded for hours and hours. We still heard a call or two in the distance, but it eventually faded away, and the forest was silent again. All three of us were obviously pretty shaken, and we slept very little, if at all, the rest of the morning. Eventually night came, and we got out of the tent, tentatively, had our morning piss, and packed the tent down as quickly as we could. We were mostly silent, not really in the mood yet to discuss it. We had a quick look around the area, which we heard the footsteps and strange sounds, but found no evidence of tracks, not to our knowledge at least, as the ground was well covered in fallen leaves and bark. We walked our stuff back to the cabin, and hung around for a while until my mate's family got up. We made coffee, not that we really needed it. We were still wide awake from the events earlier in the night, and spoke quietly about what happened. We were sure it wasn't a kangaroo or koala, as we had all heard the sounds they made on other trips outdoors. It was like nothing any of us had heard before. I even struggle to this day to find recordings online, even when searching for more paranormal answers. When the other woke up and came out of the cabin, we coyly asked if they had heard any noises during the night. They didn't, of course. Not much happened after this. We got packed and headed out, did our kayaking trip, on very little sleep, might I add. I'll admit, the three of us did keep looking over our shoulder into the bush beside the river as we went upriver, pretty paranoid from the night before. My two friends have since showed little interest in discussing the events of that night since then, and often shut down the conversation about what may have made the sounds. To this day, I still don't have an answer. I don't like to jump to the cryptid answer, but I'll admit, it has crossed my mind many times. Bigfoot, Yahweh, whatever, I'm not sure. It's a big jump to put a name to something that we never saw. Has anyone else had a similar experience in Australia? My name is Ben, and I live in Australia. In the southeast of Australia lies the state of Victoria, and in that state lies the high country, an extremely vast and remote expanse of alpine mountains and valleys that's largely only accessible by four-wheel drive and can take days to get in and out. The place is popular with four-wheel drivers, deer hunters, and hikers. We four-wheel drive, and this was the destination chosen to go camping for a few days with my partner, Jess and I, some time away from the world beyond the reach of mobile phones. The four-wheel drive was loaded up, lists double-checked, vehicle maintenance done, fuel loaded onto the roof racks, the police station closest to our destination notified of our trip. It's common for people to notify them as a safety measure, especially when not traveling in a convoy. Again, very remote, and off we went. We were headed to a place called the Wanangata Valley, a remote valley deep in the high country, a huge amphitheater-type valley with alpine mountains rising high in every direction, and a river running along the valley floor. Towards the end of the first full day of driving, we finally made our way down the last track for the day, skirting the ridge and arriving at the valley floor as the sun dipped below the mountains. We found a secluded spot to pitch our tent, nestled in amongst the eucalypt trees by the riverbank. It was midweek and off-season, so we were the only ones in the valley that we knew of. After setting up camp and having a meal by the fire as the sun went down, we snuggled together in our sleeping bags, and in short order, we decided to hit the hay. At some point in the night, I woke to a loud noise. I wasn't quite sure what I heard, so from inside our tent, I listened, but nothing. I must be going mad.
No sooner had I thought it, I heard another noise. It sounded like something falling off of our camp table and hitting the ground. I put it down to possums or wombats frolicking about, common in the area and nothing to worry about. Should have packed up after dinner, I thought, and went back to sleep. Sunrise came and we slowly woke up. Needing to pee, I opened the tent and jumped out. Looking around, something just came over me, a chill. It was not the way we left it. Instead of seeing two chairs together by the fire where we were sitting, one of them was by the table, and on the table was a loaf of bread that I swear I packed away again the night before. I walked over to the table to inspect. A half-eaten piece of bread was sitting there, with a very obvious chomp mark taken out of it. I flung the tent open and asked, "Were you up before me? Did you have some bread?" "No," was the answer to both. Jess got up, and together, we went through all of our stuff. Nothing was missing. As we went to check the four-wheel drive, I noticed the footprints. There was a bunch of them around the front of the car where the hood was. Most of the camp was covered in grass. This was one of only a few spots that was just dirt. Had someone tried to open it? Very distinct footprints, not mine or my partner's. Perhaps they'd already been there. These camping spots are used intermittently, and obviously, we were not looking at the ground when we arrived the night before, with the sun setting. I don't think either of us wanted to actually admit what we were both thinking, that someone had been creeping about our campsite in the night, far from civilization. We discussed if a possum could have made the bite marks, argued about if one of us had left the bread out, and eventually discussed moving on and camping somewhere else. After much deliberation, we decided to stay. I had the rifle in the four-wheel drive, which I guess gave me an overinflated sense of safety, which in hindsight was a very poor choice. As the day rolled on, the sun shining, and with nothing eventful happening, I decided to walk across the valley floor, an open field of subalpine grassland, about 800 meters, to an old ruin of an isolated homestead built by settlers who ran cattle in the valley some 100 years ago. It's steeped in mystery. There is an old, unsolved multiple murder from 1917 that always captivates people. I read the plaque, took some photos, and started wandering back to camp. As I neared the halfway mark back to camp, I noticed Jess walking across the field towards me. Must have gotten bored, I thought. As she approached, it was clear that she was in a panic. Immediately, she started to tell me how she went down to the riverbank to wash the pots and pans, and as she looked up, she saw someone on the other side of the river, watching her from deep in the bush forest. I had no reason whatsoever not to believe her. I asked what he looked like, and got told. An old man, 70s or thereabouts, scraggly looking, and in old tattered clothes. Apparently, the second she looked up, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the impenetrable bush. I could not comprehend it. How was anyone out here without a four-wheel drive or a dirt bike, and how would anyone get to that side of the bank without first crossing from our side? There is days' worth of damn near impossible to walk through a bush on the other side, just to get to where my partner saw him. We decided to jump in the four-wheel drive and drive along the length of the valley, checking the dozen or so riverside camping spots as we went. I wanted to spot a camp, have my partner ID the guy, and make sure he wasn't creeping, with our theory being that he may have been a hunter, off in the bush after a deer. After making our way up and down the valley and not seeing anything, we drove back to camp, at a loss to explain anything. As the sun started to set, and with my partner and I quite shaken, I grabbed the rifle and set it next to us as we cooked dinner and chatted, having a few drinks to settle the nerves. Had we been spooked? Was it just that there was a lot of mystery surrounding the valley and the homestead murders? We talked a bit and settled into a good foot warming in front of the fire. At some point, Jess needed to go to the toilet. I was asked to come with her to the spot behind a tree where we placed the portable toilet, about 50 meters away from camp. Considering everything that had gone on, it was a no-brainer. Jess did her business, and we turned around and came around the side of the tree, and that is when we saw him. Standing at our camp, about a meter from the rifle that I had sitting against the table, was a man. Old, check. Scraggly looking, check. Tattered old clothes, check. Jess squeezed my arm so hard I thought it was going to come off. Everything about her body language screamed, this is the same man. As we got closer, I could make out more odd things about him. He had part of a deer antler in his hand that looked like he had been whittling away at it, and what looked like antler pieces carved to plug large holes in his ears, like stretchers but made of bone. Same goes for the bone-looking buttons on his ratty old coat. He wore old leather shoes that looked homemade. "G'day, mate," he said. "Fuck me, mate. You give us a fucking heart attack," I said, officially shitting bricks. "Where have you come from, mate? Everything alright?" "Just over yonder. You lot aren't hunting around here, are you?" Looking directly at my rifle. "We might, yeah. Why?" "There's no hunting around here. Not enough deer as it is." "Well, we hadn't decided on it. Probably packing up anyway," I said, as I edged my way toward the rifle. "I should put this away anyway. Didn't mean to spook you, mate," I said, looking for an excuse to get that rifle into my hands. "It's all good. Guns don't spook me," he said. I didn't imagine they would. I picked the rifle up by the barrel and held onto it like a walking stick in an attempt to be non-confrontational, breathing a sigh of relief. "No offense, but you caught us a bit by surprise. You gotta be the only one we've seen since we got here." "Yeah, I saw you come in here last night." "Yeah, I fucking bet you did." "I've been coming up here for 40 years. Beautiful spot, isn't it? Takes a bit to get down into the valley, hey?" "Yeah, mate, look, no offense, but we were gonna hit the sack soon. Do you need a lift back to your camp?" "No, all good. Just out for a wander before I tuck in for the night. Saw the fire and thought I'd say g'day. Anyway, I'd better be on my way." And with that, he turned and walked off, parallel to the river, into the dark, with no torch. That was officially enough to spook us beyond any ability to calm down, and we decided to pack up in the dark and head out, even if driving in the dark was a monumentally stupid idea in this part of the high country. We got into the four-wheel drive and drove out. Taking us along the valley floor, we did not see a single fire, a camp, a vehicle, nothing. We kept on driving. Halfway home, Jess, bored from the drive, flipped on the camera. No memory card. What the fuck? After getting home and telling a few people what happened, a friend's dad, an avid bushman himself, was the one to officially freak us the hell out. "Oh, you met the button man." "The what now?" I said. "The button man. He is an old bushman who goes out into the high country for months at a time, hunts with a spear, appears out of nowhere, scares people, has buttons made out of bone. There's a heap of people gone missing up that way. The cops keep looking, but they can't find a single trace. Campers, hikers. One camp was found burnt to the ground and a car left abandoned. They can't find any evidence at all." A quick Google confirmed it. The missing people, the button man, the lack of evidence. Police set out into the bush and found his camp, spoke with the man, but have nothing else to go on. The following link has some further info on the missing people and the mysterious button man. He is very real. Dozens of people have met him, as he appears out of nowhere at their camp. But as for his connection to any of the missing people, only he knows. We don't camp in that valley anymore. Hell, we don't camp that side of the high country anymore. Anyway, that is our story of how we met the button man. Russell Hill, 74, and Carol Clay, 73, disappeared on March 20th, 2020, from their campsite on Dry River Track, Wanangata. In November 2021, remains were found in bushland in Grant's historic area, about 9 miles northwest of Dargo. The dense bushland is about 31 miles from the campsite in the Wanangata Valley, where Russell Hill and Carol Clay were last seen in 2020. In February 2022, forensic testing confirmed that the remains found were Russell Hill and Carol Clay. Although the authorities questioned the button man, he was dismissed as a suspect. Then, 56-year-old Greg Lynn, a former airline pilot, was arrested and charged with murdering Russell and Carol in November 2021. He is awaiting trial in 2024. On October 24th, 2019, Niels Becker, 39, an experienced bushwalker, went missing on a solo 5-day hike in Victoria's Alpine National Park, which he had prepared for months. Police said Mr. Becker was well equipped for the hike and familiar with the area. He left the Upper Jameson hut on October 24th. He sent a message to his family from Vallejo Gantner hut 2 days later that he was heading to his car at Mount Sterling, roughly 6 or 7 hours away, depending on the route. The last confirmed sighting was by the button man who told the police he saw him in his area. The track took him past the button man's camp. This is not surprising, as his camp is at a spot known as the Crossroads, where bushwalkers in the know head, because it is one of the few places with good radio reception. Police used over 70 people to search for Niels, but with no luck. Senior Sergeant Keegan said police had a few theories about what had happened to Becker. There were some very cold nights. Hypothermia may have kicked in, but he may very well have walked out of that search area, or perhaps foul play, or something more mysterious was involved. No one knows why Conrad Whitlock, 72, drove into the high country in July 2019, nor why he left his white BMW in darkness on the side of the Mount Beulah Road, along with his jacket, mobile phone, and keys. Conrad, from Sandhurst, south of Melbourne, was last seen by his wife as they climbed into bed at about 11:30 p.m. before she awoke at 5:30 a.m. to find him gone. He failed to arrive for work the next day, raising concerns about his whereabouts. Victorian Police Inspector David Brown said officers found the car in working condition and had Whitlock's jacket, mobile phone, and keys inside. Inspector Brown said, "At the moment, there is nothing to indicate a reason for the vehicle to have stopped. The vehicle had the keys in it, it started, and it had fuel. So as to why Mr. Whitlock has gone away from the vehicle at this stage, we simply do not know." If he had a medical episode, he had been suffering from unexplained headaches, surely he would have finished only a few meters away from the road. Or if it was a bizarre suicide, then a note for his family would seem likely. Only theory is, he left his warm car for a toilet stop and decided he did not need a jacket for such a quick break. David Prideaux, 50, former Barwon prisoner governor, was a passionate bush hunter, and on June 5, 2011, he went deer hunting with his brother-in-law in Victoria's Alpine National Park. He has not been seen since. Despite several searches of the area months after his disappearance, there was no trace of Prideaux or any of his belongings. There were many theories, including that he was killed over the murder of a drug dealer, Carl Williams, who had been ambushed and murdered inside Barwon more than a year before David disappeared. Still, a hitman was unlikely to creep up on an experienced hunter. Media reports also raised the possibility Prideaux had sensitive police files, including allegations of police corruption when he went missing. The coroner also ruled out suggestions David faked his death after several reported sightings over the years, including in the Western Australian town of Broome. The inquest into his death heard investigators had meticulously combed over Prideaux's bank accounts, but they had not been touched since he vanished. Similar searches of his mobile phone records and Centrelink, Medicare, Australia Post, and betting agencies had also failed to trace a link. The coroner found it likely that Prideaux had died from a serious accident in the national park or a medical cause, and there was nothing to suggest he met with foul play. The coroner was satisfied he is dead, but the cause is unknown. Warren Mayer, 57, disappeared from Dom Dom Saddle, Fernshaw, on March 23, 2008. For Meyer, an experienced bushwalker, the 4-hour Easter Sunday hike was easy. The weather was fine, and he was equipped with a phone, GPS, and food and water, yet he was never heard from again. Warren had set off at 7:45 a.m. and arranged to meet his wife and some friends for lunch. He failed to show, and his car was found parked and locked in the Dom Dom Saddle car park later that afternoon. Meyer ran a successful civil engineering consultancy business in Elwood and had been planning for retirement. There were reports of semi-automatic gunfire heard in the area on the morning that Warren went missing, and that a large marijuana crop was found during the search for him. An escaped involuntary psychiatric patient with homicidal thoughts was found roaming near the track where Meyer had been walking. Despite being investigated by local police, the missing persons unit, and the homicide squad, no trace of him has ever been found. Despite the attention the disappearance garnered, the case went cold. In December 2017, Coroner John All concluded that Mr. Meyer had died of unknown causes, and that, No further investigation was required. Mine isn't too crazy, but it is pretty weird. I've told it a couple times a while back. Be me. I need to stay in shape, so I always go jogging with some friends. That evening, we are going to try a new route along a riverbank in South Carolina. We start out the jog during the evening. A beautiful sunset bleeds across the sky, perfect scenic shit. I have two other friends. One is faster and one is slower, and within about 15 minutes, we're about a half a mile apart with me in the middle. Twilight hits, and the sky goes purple and finally black. I am alone amongst the twinkling diamond sky and reeds swaying in the breeze, just jogging. As I continue, I see a light in the distance that is constantly flickering. I get closer, and the light gets bigger. I conclude that it must be some kind of bonfire or something, and the flickering of the light must be things getting in and out of the way of my side of the fire. As I get even closer though, the light dims out and I cannot see it anymore. Okay, must be campers, right? I get to about where the fire was, and I can immediately smell something that I can only explain as like burning coins or metal, if that makes any sense. Curious now, I see in the light of the full moon where the smoke is coming from. I take out my flashlight and creep underneath some underbrush by the river leading to the smoking location. The closer I get, the stranger the feeling I start to have. The smell of coins gets intense after a while, but I trudge onward. Must be people burning trash. Why I kept going from this point, I will never know. I finally enter a clearing. Something is really, really not right. The first thing I see are bare footprints in the fresh mud on the ground. Then I see that there are flower petals scattered everywhere. Then, finally, I see a cow skull with flowers all around it in the clearing. I look at the smoldering embers and I shine my flashlight on it, and it is fucking bones. Not anything else. There is no meat, no wood, no trash, just a pile of smoldering bones. There are flies everywhere. This is the point where I back the fuck out. Okay, let's go. I start to crawl back underneath the tree branches. I start to hear voices behind me. I am not sure what they were saying, but they were human, I'm sure. Nope. As quietly as I can, I get back to the river, back to the trail, and fucking bolt the rest of the way. The starry sky is flashing overhead of me. I am not sure if it's my imagination, but I keep hearing rustling in the thick trees and underbrush beside the trail. My face went. I pass my much faster friend. I am still not sure what the fuck all of that was about. Probably just people being really weird. Sure as shit was not sticking around to get the full story though. Still really wonder to this day what they were really up to. I mean, really, who burns bones like that? Is that a normal thing for some people? I'm posting this story because it's light, and I like your fresh pepe. Be me. I am with my best friend, named Ree. We live in Washington, and there are a ton of abandoned mines up in the mountains. We hit a mine called the Great Republic Mine. It isn't too far away from where we live. Resources say that there is 2 separate caves, but they are pretty close to each other. We decide to drive out. We probably should have left much earlier, because by the time we got to the road, it was already really dark. There are weird-ass trailer parks in the woods. It does not seem very welcoming at all. We find the river that we are supposed to climb up to find the mouth of the cave. We head out with our flashlights in the dark and climb up. The river is all dried up, but as we climb, we meet up with the water, and there is a lot. The water seems to be going underground, because in the span of like 10 feet, it just disappears. We eventually find the mouth of the cave. It is supremely dark now, hard to see even for gentlemen like us. We enter, walking through slowly. We quickly notice a stench of sulfur, expected from a cave like this. There is rotting wood everywhere. There were huge logs laying around, which somehow managed to get deep in the cave. The cave goes from walking upright, to crouching, to crawling, and finally, worming our way deeper into the darkness. Ree, being the guy that he is, does not want to turn around, although I doubt we could, even if we tried. Eventually, the cave opens back up again, and it seems to be all good. We actually somehow ended up at the other cave. We climbed all the way underground to the other one. Ray, being the guy that he is, decides we head back to the same direction. Seems fine, so we do it. As we head back down, we notice there is another trench that we did not notice on the way there. It is supremely small to fit through and horribly claustrophobic. We squeeze in and start climbing down the undiscovered area. Note, this has not been mapped online. The only information is 2 separate caves which end up connecting. We climb through the tight area for a while until it splits into other numerous caves. There is a lot more water than before and more rotting logs, which I still don't understand how they ended up there. Things are getting pretty spooky. We keep thinking we hear a croak. Sounds like a frog croak, but it's very faint. We split up just for the hell of it. Makes things more exciting. I leave a rock at the entrance to mark which way we came from, just for the extra precaution. I walk into my side for about 20 minutes. It just ends, so I turn back around. I was not sure which one he went in. There were 4 directions, so I decide to just wait until he comes back. I sit there waiting for about 30 minutes, get bored and yell his name, hoping to hear something. Another 30 minutes pass, no response. I decide to go into the cave I think he most likely went into. This one is much longer now, and is getting really tight. I doubt Ree could have climbed through it, and I was low on energy, so I said screw it. I then might have wondered if he left without letting me know, possibly thinking I did the same or something. I am just getting tired of this whole thing, so I decide to leave and follow the rock I placed earlier. The exit seems to be taking a lot longer than I recalled. I just keep walking, hoping to get the hell out of there, until I realized I went the complete wrong way. Somehow, the rock was moved or I mistook it. Things are getting exhausting. I turn around feeling completely lost, very clearly mark the tunnel, and go into the one to my right. Walk down this one for a while, really not sure if it is the exit. I keep second guessing myself, wondering if I shouldn't have turned around so soon on the previous one. I just feel overwhelming anxiety as I walk through cramped tunnels over and over. The longer I am there, the less sense my mind was making. I have no idea where Rhea is, and I am feeling helpless. Continue walking mindlessly through cramped tunnels for what felt like forever. After about 3 hours of panic and anxiety, I meet back at the center, and Rhea is waiting for me. Apparently, he left hours ago and thought I went back to the car, so he hiked down, got really worried, and went back in. Exhausted, we started hiking back where he came from and get out of there once and for all. Sorry nothing extremely spooky happened, but I was really freaked out while I was wandering in there. It's true too, just by the way. Be me. I seriously need a job. My family friend suggests I take up some janitorial work. I think, sure, why not? I don't know why I never thought of that before myself. I show up at my old elementary school late at night, around 9 or 10. People in the building include myself, 2 other guys about my age, and the head janitor chick. Head janitor assigns me to cleaning the stairwells. Okay. I start from the lower level of the building and decide that I will work my way up. Nostalgia trip as I go through the building cleaning and whatnot. I am almost done. The doors leading to the last floor are very heavy, and they're usually propped open during school hours. The head janitor tells me I gotta lock up the upper floor before I am finished. She throws me the keys. I open up the double doors to the first of 2 stairwells leading to the upper floor. The door slams behind me. It is dark for a second. They have motion sensing lights throughout the building to save on electricity. The lights flicker on. I turn around and lock the door. I start cleaning the stairs and all of the railings. There is 3 flights of stairs, so this might take a while. I finally finish that stairwell. It is almost 12 now, and I can hear the other 2 guys leaving. Shit, I better hurry up and finish up the other one. I get to another set of heavy double doors at the top of the stairs. I open them up. I walk into a long dark hallway. I am looking down at my belt because I need the keys to lock the double door. I find them, let go of the door, The door slams, and I lock it. I put the key back. Then I look up. I am looking down the pitch black hallway. Spooky. Why the fuck aren't the lights on? My eyes adjust, and I see one of the heavy double doors open at the other end of the hallway. The lights in that stairwell are not on. I see the outline of a dark lanky figure slowly moving into the hallway. There is a window behind it. The thing is silhouetted, and its head is huge. Looks like a tall grey alien type thing. It quickly shoots its head in my direction. Its eyes are glowing a yellowish white. It walks into the chemistry lab. This whole time this is going on, I am panicking and fumbling for the keys to open the double doors that I just locked. I finally find the keys. As I go to unlock the door with the keys I just found, a sort of debilitating zap goes through my brain. I get really lightheaded and I begin to fall to the floor. I prop myself up against the wall behind me. I look to the end of the hallway, and the thing is out of the chem lab, staring at me again. All I can make out is its general body shape, and the fucking huge, white/yellow eyes. I start to black out, /pass out. My vision becomes really blurry, and I see it move back into the lab. Right as it steps into the room, the motion-sensing lights flicker on. I lay there against the wall for a good minute until my vision comes back to normal. I get my cleaning stuff and slowly head down the hallway. I am closing and locking all of the classrooms as I go. I get to the other end of the hall where that thing was standing. I look into the chemistry lab. The lights are all flickering. Nope. I open up the double doors. I lock that shit. I nope my way all the way down the stairs. I run into the head janitor on the way. She asked me where I've been and why I look so pale. I am way too panicked to properly explain everything that happened. I tell her that everything is locked up and good to go. I nope my way all the way home. I leave, and I never come back to that job. I quit on the spot. And I used to love going to that school. I have a family member who saw Bigfoot. My grandfather, who is a Quechua Maya man, lived in a village in San Pedro, Colombia, Belize, most of his life. Back then, the village was way more smaller and isolated compared to what you may see on Google Maps. Long story short, he got lost, coming back from his corn plantation, but eventually found the main road to the village. He did not know the time when he unlost himself, but it was pretty late at night, walking home. He started to realize that someone or something was matching his footsteps. When he noticed what was going on, he stopped, and the thing would stop at the same time. He would continue walking, and then the thing would continue walking too. He looked back and saw it was a tall black man following him, but not walking on the road, but instead on the bushy side of the road. He soon realized this person was too tall. I forgot the exact words he used, but he said it had fur, although he did not explicitly mention that. He ran, thinking it was a bad spirit, and when he crossed the bridge entering his village, it stopped following him. He is my grandfather, and he was being dead serious when he told me this. If I believe in any cryptid, I believe in this one. As an adult, I started seeing videos and interviews of people who were stalked by these beings, and hair all over my body was standing when these Americans far away are describing the same behavior that these beings do of matching your footsteps. This is a real-life encounter with creatures, but not unknown creatures. Still made me shit bricks though. Be me, about 16 years old, hanging with my cousin at his house. He lives in a very rural area, i.e., the closest hole-in-the-wall gas station is a 30-minute drive away, and it is the only store anywhere near him. We are walking up this pitch-black road to meet some people for a game of manhunt. Keep hearing something, but whatever. Continue to shoot the shit while we walk. Get near the fork in the road and hear some quick light movements to my left, as if something sat up. We both look over, and there is 7 to 8 coyotes just staring at us. 5 seconds of staring at them, so both we and the coyotes can fully grasp the situation. We turn and book it one way. The coyotes book it the other way. I didn't know they ran off in the other direction. All I heard was coyotes making noises and the sound of them running. so I assumed they were running after us. Turn from a paved road to a brick road as we go. Kind of stupid actually, because there has only been 2 deaths by coyotes in North American history, but during situations like that, these kinds of facts tend to leave you momentarily. Be me, 5 years old. Grandpa takes me out to the mountains to pull some weeds. Says the physical labor will put some hair on my chest. He will pull out certain plants that grew in the hills and sell them off to local nurseries or to Asian businessmen if he landed a particularly rare one. While we were out looking for plants, he would check the traps he had set so that we would have dinner when we got back. Occasionally, we would stumble across a trapped animal that was ripped in half, with its organs and eyes missing. Grandpa always cursed Bigfoot when he found them. Said that goddamn monkey-ass rat bastard got into his shit again. Anyone from the southeastern US have any ideas on what it actually was that was targeting his traps? I've since heard of some predators going after the organs, but never any that tear the animals in half to do so. My father told me many stories about witches, ghosts, magic, and other spooky stuff happening. My father and my uncle lived in the middle of the Danube Delta in a little village that is now almost depopulated when they were little. These stories happened in the 1960s up to the 1970s, and most stories are corroborated by his brother and my grandparents that also lived there. I will talk first about the witches. The village had 2 witches, a good witch and a bad witch. The 2 of them did not interact with one another. The bad witch lived alone in her home at the end of the village and was well respected and feared. Her house and yard were clean as a whistle, but nobody cleaned it. Villagers would pass by her street, only walking with their backs to her house, and would leave her food, water, and everything that she would need weekly. She would mind her own business mostly, and rarely would leave her house, and when she did, every villager would go in their houses or the church and pray. She had a pet ferret, fully black and larger than normal. My father told me that those that wanted to see her or talk to her must first go in front of her house and prostrate themselves, keeping their eyes on the ground. Then she would walk out and talk to the person that needed her help. One time, after a wedding, a group of drunk guests from another town started to throw rocks and make a mess by breaking a few windows, pissing on the fence, shit that drunkards do. Then a grueling screech was heard, and one of them died on the spot, while others pissed their pants and ran away mumbling like madmen. None of them spoke ever again, as if they were mute from birth, but one of them wrote that he has nothing else to say to the world, and that his silence was well deserved. The face of the dead body was eaten by her ferret. The good witch was an active member of the community and was sought after by many people, some even from faraway villages. She dealt with curses, hexes, herbal remedies, and the like, but also with demonic possessions, blessings, etc. At full moon and some nights, the entire town was going with lanterns into the nearby forest to find herbs. Hundreds of people would go in the middle of the night to find herbs, but only the ones that she instructed. After a few hours, all the people would return in the middle of the village and give her the herbs. She would burn some in front of the church, and others would be dried and made as potions. One time, my uncle and his grandfather took the boat and transported the witch to a nearby village. In that village, a young woman was said to be possessed. She would speak tongues and was gagged, immobilized by some village men for 2 days straight, apparently working in shifts to keep the woman safe. For 2 full days she was held, until the witch came. When she did, she asked the members of her family for their biggest, baddest, meanest goat. When they brought the goat in front of the 2 women, the goat started to act just like the young woman, seemingly mad. Then she asked everybody in the house to leave, and she did her stuff. The witch leaves the house with a now quiet, obedient goat following her. She takes the goat near the water and drowns it. The goat did not fight it at all. The young woman is fine after this. After the communists came into power, they made a concentration camp in a nearby town. The convoys of prisoners would pass through the village to the camp, and from the camp, they would come with bodies to be buried. Some people would try to escape, only to be shot immediately. Hundreds if not thousands of people were killed and buried in the area. Some people would claim they would hear the cries of dead, and they would hear the sound of the carriages and the horses that took them to the camp. One early morning, They were found 3 bodies in the middle of the street. The bodies were putrefied and dirty, and they were sun-bleached. But how could they be sunburned if the sun was just rising? Some people claimed they were Moroi. The village priest and some villagers go to the communal grave. They return white as a sheet and visibly disturbed. Their bodies are taken to the church, and an ad hoc ceremony takes place. They are buried properly, and their graves are caged. Fishermen would sometimes go missing. This was not considered unusual, but in a very small period of time, a very large amount of men would disappear. The Danube is calm, and the fishermen were all experienced. Their boats would be found adrift, with their haul of fish intact, so no way it would be thieves that kill people and dump the bodies in the river. This keeps going on for a while. About 15 people missing at this point. Their wives are not that upset. An old man says the spirits, called Sanzine, are at fault, and that they can only be talked to on the day of St. John the Baptist. He says that if you put the water in your ears, and you hear your ears ringing weirdly, evil spirits live in the water. He warns the fishermen not to go alone at night, and to pour water in their ears, and check if there are evil spirits around. The day of St. John the Baptist comes, and he decides to talk with the Sanzine. He takes his boat and goes together with his son, but tells him to never talk, not open his eyes, and pray the entire time. They wait a long time, but eventually he sees figures resembling women dressed in a simple white garb. He speaks with them and pleads with them to leave the fishermen alone. They tell him that those men that died were treating their wives badly, and that the wives came together and wanted their husbands gone. The old man is spared because he was kind to his wife, and that his son was proof of that. The spirits leave. There are other stories I could tell you, but they are not that interesting. Things like animals behaving weirdly, cows not making milk because of some petty curse, children having weird birthmarks, etc. But it would take a lot of time, and I need to go to bed. Bigfoot story time. My father told me during my last visit with him while he was conscious before he died, he had severely declining health of an encounter he had as a small child. My dad, 6 years old at the time, middle of West Virginia, early 1950s, climb a beech tree on the back 40 and start eating beech nuts. Here's the sounds of people walking through the woods on a large game trail that went past the tree. Freeze. See 4 hairy figures walking through the woods, one much taller than the other 3, and 2 much shorter than the second tallest one. Second tallest one has boobies. The third tallest one has small boobies and is holding some flowers. They are talking with each other in a jibber-jabber that sounds somewhat like a grandma would speak when she doesn't want him to know what she is saying. As this family walks past, the tallest one turns his head and looks straight at him, making a guttural grunt while scowling angrily. The other 3 look in his direction, but then back at the trail. Big man looks back to the trail. When they're out of sight, shit pans right back to house, about a quarter of a mile away. Laundry lines start getting fucked with in the night. No pranksters around. This is rural West Virginia, and everyone is armed. Back door open some mornings. Family uprooted suddenly one night when his father gets severely spooked by something he saw in the backyard. Won't talk about what it was. Move houses in a half hour. That was my dad's deathbed confession about Bigfoot. Even his sisters thought he was making it up when he talked to them about it later. Me in my mid-20s. Work with dementia patients who are bad off enough that they need 24-hour care, but not bad enough to go into a home. Frequently get the night shift and end up spending the night in a lot of patients' homes, which tend to be old and creaky kind of homes. One of the night shifts, I end up accidentally dozing off on the couch. I wake up suddenly, and there is a little girl right in front of me. Looks to be around 4 or 5 years old maybe. Figure that her parents must be around somewhere in the house, and that I did not notice them come in. Pick the little girl up and start looking for them. While I am walking around, I pass by the mirror, but it's not me in the reflection. It is not me holding the child. It's an old woman with waist-length long white hair and a vivid scarlet dress. I set the child down on a chair to get a closer look and start freaking out as the older woman continues to copy my movements. Turn back around to get the kid and get out of there, but the child is gone. leave the house, race across the street to my car on the other side, and start fumbling for my keys. There is a full moon out, and the trees above are casting the car in all sorts of strange branching shadows. Hear a sudden snap behind me. Wake up for real this time, and for a split second see the same child from the beginning, standing beside the couch, right in front of me. Then it's just me alone in the darkness again. The next morning, when I was preparing to leave, I noticed the same hallway that I had been walking through in the dream. There was a full-length mirror and a chair right behind it, with a doll sitting in it. The doll looked like the child. No idea what the woman in red was about though, since my patient was a man. About 20 years ago, I had a surreal experience that I can't fully explain. Back in college, I was drifting. No goals, no clubs, just going on random drives with two friends, Ken and Satoshi. We got bored of cruising and started exploring abandoned roads fallen out of use, usually because new highways replaced them or they looked sketchy. We only took roads Ken's Suzuki Jimny could handle. One day, Ken found a road about 30 minutes from campus, a narrow side path off a busy road, overgrown with weeds, loose stones, and twigs. After about 100 meters, the path ended abruptly. We thought that was it, until Ken pointed to a chain-link fence that gave way to the road continuing. The fence was only held by thin wire, which Ken easily cut with wire cutters. We drove past the fence. Surprisingly, the road beyond was in better condition, cleaner, almost too clean. 5 minutes in, we reached a brick arch resembling an aqueduct tunnel, about 4 or 5 meters deep and wide enough for the chimney. We drove through and saw a torii gate right at the tunnel exit, so close to the arch it was only visible once you were under it. The gate gave us an uneasy feeling. We debated turning back, but went on. Half a kilometer later, the pavement ended, transitioning to a dirt path bordered by 2 small shrine-like structures symmetrically placed. It felt less like a road and more like a deliberate boundary. The path was clear and wide, with no fallen trees or tire tracks. The silence and cleanliness were unsettling. The path opened into a massive flat plain with no houses or farmland, just empty fields stretching under a perfect blue sky. None of us knew this place existed, though it was near where we lived. It felt like stepping into a dream, somewhere forbidden. In the distance, we saw a huge, dark building. An enormous, traditional, thatched roof house, gymnasium-sized, with no windows or outbuildings, standing alone at the end of the road. We parked and stepped out. The air was clear, no birdsong, silent but unnaturally still. The temperature was perfect, almost inviting, but the house, old and dark, broke the calm. Was it maintained? Was someone living there? Ken and I decided to explore inside, while Satoshi walked around the outside. The heavy front door was unlocked. Inside, the smell was musty, almost moldy. The large wooden floor space was empty, except for a few shelves and a sliding door. The ceiling was high, open to the rafters. We opened the sliding door into a shockingly bright room lit by dozens of skylights. It was huge. 5 enormous pillars, each a tree trunk over 3 meters in diameter and more than 10 meters tall, dominated the space. Ken muttered, "Trees this big even exist in Japan." On the center pillar, dozens of talismans, paper charms with kanji-like writing, were nailed with crude iron spikes. Beneath the charms, hundreds of human ears were nailed to the wood. The ones near the bottom were decayed. Those higher up, they looked fresh. We screamed and ran out. We found Satoshi standing still at the back of the house, staring. Beyond the house, the flat land stretched to the horizon, lined with simple wooden altars, perfectly spaced, each holding candles glowing unnaturally bright. The altars continued beyond sight, an endless flickering of fire. Satoshi snapped out of his trance and said, "Hey, where's the sun gone?" We looked up. The sky was blue and clear, but without the sun. The light was even and without source. "It's been off since we got here," Satoshi said, nearly in tears. "No birds, no bugs, no grass anywhere near." We grabbed him and ran to the car. I glanced back. The front door was closed, though I was sure we left it open. We did not talk on the way back. Ken drove us to the start of the road. Approaching the main road, we finally saw the sun setting in the west. We were back. None of us experienced hauntings or misfortune after, but we remembered every second. Days later, the abandoned road entrance was sealed off with a massive iron gate. Even if it wasn't, I would never go back down that road. OP here again. Man, security pastas are especially spooky to me. I am a full-time security guard overnight. I've been working at a facility in the middle of nowhere recently on a shift that's 12 AM to 12 PM. I have heard and seen some strange things, such as just about every single door in the facility is alarm set. If you open the door without a keycard, it sets off an extremely loud alarm. However, the doors aren't locked, just set by an alarm. At random points in the night, motion detecting lights will trigger in rooms I am nowhere near. Occasionally, a door alarm will go off somewhere deep in the facility, and I am the only one supposed to be in the entire building. Upon executing a patrol, no evidence of a person around is found, but various sounds will be heard all around me. Continuing with more stories because why not? This particular building is a supplement manufacturing facility, meaning it makes those bullshit pills and bottles you'll see at a store for $20 plus. It's huge, has 2 floors, and is set into many different parts. First, you have a lobby that includes a staircase, a door that heads into the manufacturing portion of the building, and a door across the room on a side wall that leads into the warehouse portion. Another opening in the lobby leads to what is considered a conference room. In this large open room on the wall closest to the opening portion is a large metal door with opaque glass window that leads to a test kitchen. This will come into play later on. Usually, the guard. My company is cheap, the client is cheaper, so there is 1 guard per 12-hour shift. Will sit in a security office/room that's pretty small in the south end of the building, among the manufacturing area. But, due to the virus, and my state being an epidemic area, they have us instead out in the lobby, taking temperatures and screening the few employees that come in. The conference room has windows on almost every wall, save for the wall that has the doorway leading to the test kitchen and has no automatic lights. One night, I was having a hard time staying awake. Watching shit on my laptop and drinking energy drinks did nothing. We have to stay at the guard table, and I was startled by a muffled bang coming from the conference room. No door alarms were set off, and no one was in the test kitchen at any point. When I went to look, the light in the test kitchen was on, and through the opaque glass, I could vaguely see a figure standing right up against the door, standing extremely still. Looking at this gave me a feeling of fear and dread, and I could not stop staring at it. For the next 4 hours, I was on edge, occasionally looking to see the figure still standing at the windows, until around 5 AM when light began seeping into the facility. I went in to look at the test kitchen, and no one was in it. There simply is no way anyone could have gotten in or out of it without me hearing. Even if you have a key card, it emits a loud beep when opening the door. Other guards have experienced the same occurrence. The light turns itself on, even though it's a manual light. Another story I have from this facility takes place back before the virus, when we had to do our foot patrols. The facility, as I mentioned, is pretty large. Completing a foot patrol, scanning buttons so they know you're not sitting on your ass and not patrolling, takes around 40 minutes if you are fast. You go to every square inch of the building before it is over. Around 2 AM, I began my internal patrol of the building. This is around December, so it is cold as fuck. I was walking through the warehouse and noticed it was much colder than I was used to it being, and I have been there through snow and ice. As I am rounding a large shelf, I hear a scream that sounded very human and very brief. Once again, I am the only person supposed to be in the facility. I quickly run around the warehouse with my flashlight, looking anywhere and everywhere I can, finding nothing. After the scream, I did not hear any running or anything at all. I cut my patrol early to go and check the camera feed in the guard office to find every single camera was unreachable. This instantly scared me, because what if something was going to head to the office and I did not see it? I stayed in the office, paranoid and waiting for the cameras to come back. Slowly, they began to populate again, with the warehouse cameras showing up last. I went to locate the time that I heard the scream, and looking at all of the cameras while trying to locate myself on the many cameras. There were a lot of cameras, mostly just pointing at walls and useless shit. I finally found myself on patrol in the saved CCTV footage. At the time I heard the scream, I'd seen on the camera turning around, startled, and then running off, which right after, all of the cameras shut off. Looking through all of the cameras, I could not find a source for what I heard. This always freaked me out when I came back to this facility and thought about it. No other guards take this contract with the facility, and I've always wondered why, seeing as how all you do is just watch the place, and there is no complex post order. Just do a foot patrol, and then hang out for a few hours, doing whatever you want. Every time the company establishes a regular guard for the place, they ask to be reassigned less than a week after. So far, I am the only one who has been consistent, the staff have told me. Don't have many other experiences, but I felt like these were pretty fucking spooky and worth talking about. Be me, junior year of high school. Have a schizo friend from Ireland. Friend tells me about their experiences with the Fae from when they were little. Think they were just being schizo. Flash forward a few months. Getting ready for school in the morning. Walk into my room. See a weird figure run from my bed into my bathroom. Figure was quite small, only about a foot tall, pale white skin, grey bird wings. Rush over to where it was on my bed. See a small indent in my blanket from where it was sitting. Go into bathroom. Figure is gone. Flash forward again a couple of weeks. Sleeping. Dreaming about something random. Start to smell schizo friend. I like the way they smell, so it calms me. Wake up due to smell. Feel something walking on my bed. Think it's my cat. Remember my cat died a few months ago. Panic. Whatever is on my bed starts to play with my hair near the nape of my neck. I notice that it seems to be walking on 2 feet due to pressure on the bed. Panic even more. Try to talk/move, but I can't. Begin to muster all of my strength. Finally start shaking violently. Entity stops playing with my hair and vanishes. I told my schizo friend, and they said it was most likely one of the Fae. For a few weeks after the second experience, I would occasionally feel something made out of static electricity crawling on me to get to my neck. Very weird. I have told this story before, but for the sake of additional details and attention seeking, I guess, I will type it out again. When I was about 11 years old, I went up to the family cabin to spend some time with my cousins, and we decided that it would be fun to go on an adventure into the woods. So we walk away from the main clearing and into adventure. It felt like we walked for a while, but we probably only made it under 1/4 of a mile. Soon into the venture, we found an abandoned campfire. It was no doubt set up by someone trespassing. We are hardly ever up there, and it's easy just to wander on in from hiking. They probably did not even know it was private property. Anyway, there is something wrapped in tinfoil in the center of the pit. I don't know what it was, or if anyone even opened it, as I started back towards camp soon after. By that time, me and one other cousin had started to feel spooked about something. I think maybe we felt like we were being watched, but I could just be inventing that in retrospect. So, me and another cousin started walking back, and then I looked to my right and see something strange. It was behind a tree. I could say I saw a silhouette, but that would be untrue. What I really saw was nothing. And I mean nothing. No monster or animal or anything that could be coherently described as a thing. It was like someone simply had erased a portion of reality, leaving a black abyss behind. Still, my brain registered it as an active threat to my well-being. I quietly tell my cousin behind me to run while staring at the spot, and then I bolt out of there. I don't really remember what happened after that. I remember telling the adults that it must have been a black bear standing on its hind legs against a tree or something, but I don't think I really thought that. What is really weird is that no one remembers anything about this but me. The whole thing feels like reality broke down for a few moments and then reoriented itself. That is really the whole story, but one thing I want to add is how strange of an energy there is around that forest. I went hunting there 3 separate times in middle school, and there is a stillness that encompasses that forest at times. Obviously, the forests of Wisconsin get quiet when it gets cold, but this is different. It's like a void of noise, like that eerie quiet in every Skinwalker greentext, but for extended periods of time. Of the 3 times I have been hunting there, I saw 1 deer in the distance once. The other times, the most I saw was a single squirrel or a bird. And to be honest, Something in there makes me feel different. The strangest thing I ever did, I did there in that forest, which quite frankly unsettles me deeply now that I am relating it to my other ghost story. Maybe strange thoughts just enter a man when he walks in the woods. Both pics are taken by me and are the woods in question, if that's any indication of the vibe that they give. Go hiking with two good friends, M and A. A is fairly normal, very into politics, but other than that, just your average Joe. M is a bit different. He's an interesting guy to be around, but has no concept of risk or any fear of death, and tends to lapse into very dark moods. I mean that in a legitimate way, not a too edgy way. He literally does not care about injury or death, just shrugs it off. We set up camp near a set of cliffs and go hiking for a few hours. Great fun. Come back, light a fire, eat, and go to sleep. That night, I am woken up by the sounds of zips and movement. Hear a zip again, and footsteps walking away from the camp. I just assume it's someone going for a piss. 14 minutes later, whoever it was had not come back. I assume it's M, and wake A to go look for him. We walk back to the pass we took the day before, and see a small fire on the cliff edge. Pick related is the cliffs, beachy head. As we get nearer, we see that there are two people standing by the fire. One is M, and the other silhouette looked female. Assuming they are going to throw themselves off, we run up a fucking huge hill to get to them. The second person sees us, hugs M, and walks off towards the car park. M still stands there by the fire. M, what the flying fuck was that about? Turns out he had got up to pee, had a crisis, and then went to end it all, and then met this girl, also planning on doing that. They spent all that time talking about why they shouldn't. M refused to say any more and walked back to camp. E walks him back as I go to talk to this girl. She seemed nice enough, so I asked her why M wanted to off himself. What do you mean? He said he was trying to find the gods. I chat a little more with her before saying goodbye and walking back to camp. M spends the rest of the weekend in an uncharacteristically good mood. That face when I think he found his gods that night. Albertan here. Live in a town south of Calgary. I don't have any scary ghost stories or anything like that, but I do have one story about something very strange that happened in the woods 3 years ago. It's fairly long because I suck at greentexting and not all that fantastic, but I will write it down anyway since it still gives me the willies to this day. So, one night in November when I was about 16, I was at a friend's house on the outskirts of town. There is a very dense forest right across the dirt road that we like to play flashlight tag in. There were about 6 of us that night, and only one of us had a flashlight. We all split up because, hey, it's flashlight tag. I find myself a good dried out riverbed to lay down in, and try to cover up with a few branches and some snow. After staying still for about 5 minutes, I noticed a change in the air. It went from being warm and windy to bitter cold and completely calm. I raised my head to see if anybody was hiding near me, and noticed a grey orb traveling from the tree line and into the riverbed directly in front of me. I initially thought that it was my buddy with the flashlight looking for me, but then I noticed that no light was present. Looking at this thing felt like staring directly into a light. I could see its outline when I blinked, just as if I were having a flashlight shone into my eyes, but it was a very dark grey color, and oddly, very visible in the pitch black night. I stared at it for what must have been like 10 minutes or more, just waiting to see if it would move. I was scared to the point that I was holding my breath to prevent myself from breathing too loudly. The wind had died down, and there was absolute silence all around me. I could not hear my friends crunching through the woods like I did before, and I could not hear my buddy with the flashlight taunting us as he searched. My heart was beating so loudly that I was afraid this thing would hear me and come looking, but more so, I was afraid that because it wasn't moving, that it was staring right at me this entire time. I was about to stand up and see what would happen. I had almost convinced myself that it was just an illusion and I was overthinking it, but as soon as I built up the nerve to stand up, it began moving again, back into the forest on the opposite side of the riverbed. I kept watching it with my eyes. I did not dare move my head or make any noise at all. My heart was still beating so loudly, I could have sworn I was about to have a heart attack. I noticed that this grey orb remained bright when it moved into the trees again. I was fully aware there were trees that should have been obscuring my line of sight to it, but I could see this thing through the trees. It had gone from being about 20 meters away to 30 meters, gotten noticeably smaller in size as it moved, but remained the same brightness and visibility. It slowly raised into the air and into the treetops, at which point I lost sight of it. It took me less than 2 minutes of searching to find my buddies again, all of whom had been caught and gathered in a clearing in the woods. I told them about what I saw and urged them to pack it in for the night. They all said I was nuts and that nobody else saw anything. One of them saw a grey orb in the sky as we were arguing, exactly as I had described it. It was the opposite direction of the moon, and it was a cloudy night with no visible stars, so it was very clear that this was no moon or star that we were looking at. We watched it for a couple minutes, them being curious, and me feeling safe since I was with some friends again. Two of them were absolutely positive that it was just some form of weather balloon. My guess is they heard that line on TV one time, and figured themselves to be experts. I mentioned that our buddy with the flashlight's parents owned all of the land for kilometers around us, and that it didn't make sense for somebody to jump fences, trespass, and go into the dead fucking middle of a heavily wooded area to launch weather balloons that barely even went that far into the sky. We all tried taking cell phone photos of it, but it just wasn't showing up on any of our cameras. We kept watching for another few minutes, when the stupider guy in our group grabbed the flashlight, shone it at the orb in the sky, and yelled at it with rambling insults. Again, he is the absolute biggest idiot of the group. The orb immediately shot down to treetop level, and again to what I assume was ground level, about 100 meters away from us. We all just collectively lost our shit, and began heading back to the house, which was a few hundred yards in the other direction. As we headed back, we all noticed at a couple different times that the Chinook winds stopped suddenly, and the air immediately became freezing cold and silent, just as I described, even through our winter apocalypse gear. Absolutely nobody was willing to look back or to the sides. We all just kept plugging on our way back to the house, and did not even want to know if we were being followed. Not one of us said a word the whole time. Everybody just pulled their hoods up and kept walking in silence. I am still friends with all of them today, about 3 years after it happened. When I asked them about it, they mostly figure it was just an optical illusion or some sort of weather balloon, despite the fact that we all agreed that night how ridiculous that theory was. One of them figures it was a UFO of some sort and that he has seen it since, but he believes in every alien story he hears, so I would not take his word on that. All I know is that I was the only one who got close enough for it to burn my eyes when I looked at it and see the way it was visible through the thick forest at ground level. I don't frequent X a lot, or ever, so I'm not all that well read on strange happenings like this one. But that was one of the experiences of my life that made me believe that there is weirder shit out there than I could possibly ever explain. Then I hear. It seems like most of the creepy shit is back east in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and so on. Although I went to a summer camp near Kelowna, BC, called Camp Owasse. It was about 2 kilometers down the road, around the Okanagan Lake, from a mental institution. The counselors there scared the shit out of us by saying that one, named Old Man Jenkins, had recently escaped, and that he had murdered 3 kids but pled insanity, and so he did not have to go to jail. The camp week started off alright. I was 7 or 8. We did a bunch of the regular summertime activities. Canoeing, hiking, singing, sports, eating, crafts. It was technically an Anglican camp too, although not many kids there were actually religious, so we spent about half an hour a day doing Bible stuff too. Everyone's least favorite part for sure. I was in a cabin with 4 other kids, all of whom were older than me. I was pretty easy to pick on when I was young, so I still got picked on there, but I was having a good time regardless. A great time, actually. One of the best few days I can remember. But one thing that made everyone uneasy, even the counselors, was the cabin at the far end of the field. Unlike all of the other cabins which were clustered together around the main buildings in the lake, this one seemed small off in the distance, built into the forest hillside. But somehow at night, its figure seemed to grow larger with the shadows of the tall pine trees. Nobody was allowed to go on the other half of the field. I'd seen a kid kicked out who went there for fun earlier that week. Nobody had camped in that cabin for around 10 years, but nobody really knew why, just that it was forbidden. Midweek, I came back to the cabin at noon to get my bathing suit, to find that my teddy was gone. Just comforted me, I guess. I started to panic a bit. I'd had it since I was an infant, and it was almost like a friend to me. I figured one of the other kids had taken it, so when everyone got back at night, I asked about it. They teased me a bit, but nobody admitted to anything. I asked my counselor if he had seen it. He said no. The next few days I was pretty upset, and I could hardly sleep at night. Eventually, during crafts, one of the kids in my cabin told me that he saw a kid from another cabin take my teddy bear, but he did not know where he put it. At dinner, I confronted him. He laughed, and said he had put it in the cabin at the end of the field. At first, my reaction was just to go and get it, but I did not want to get kicked out. This was an expensive camp, and my parents were gone to the States for the week, so I'd have to get a relative to come all the way from Van to Kelowna to get me, so I could not do that. I told him to go get it, or else, an empty threat. I eventually ended up mentioning to a counselor that someone had taken it and put it in the cabin, but even he was not allowed to go there. I thought of telling on the kid and getting him kicked out, but thought better of it. I wanted to have at least a couple of friends out of this and not be seen as a rat, but I needed the teddy. There was no way I was leaving the camp without it, so I decided I would wait until night when all the counselors were asleep, and then I would go there myself and get it. That night I went outside at about 2 a.m., doing my best not to crunch on the gravel. I stayed near the edge of the forest. The moon was full, so it was light enough to see where I was going, but there were enough clouds that occasionally obscured it, so it was intermittent. At the edge of the field I hesitated, knowing I could be kicked out, and I was also a bit scared to be honest. But I figured I was already in enough trouble for being out at 2 a.m. anyway, and I really needed this teddy. So I went on, keeping my footsteps slow and quiet. The cabin was even further away than it seemed during the day. By this point I was hyper-aware, and had adrenaline pumping through me, on the watch for anyone or anything unusual. I tried the front door, locked. How had this kid gotten in there? I walked around the back, and saw a window that once had a glass pane, but was now empty. I wasn't tall enough, so I stacked some rocks and climbed through. The cabin was pitch black, save for the moonlight coming through the front door. I was shitting bricks. I felt near the front door for a light switch, found one, but no electricity. This was an all-wood cabin, but I could smell a bit of rotten wood, probably from the rainwater coming through the window, but to me, that smell could have been anything. I had brought a stick from outside, as if I could defend myself with it. This cabin, unlike the others, was 2 stories. After feeling around on the floor for a while for my teddy, I concluded it was not there, so I headed up the stairs. There was more light up here due to a window that ran the length of the wall, and almost went floor to ceiling. My footsteps creaked as I looked around the unmade bunk beds. My heart was pounding in my ears, and I was trying my best to breathe slowly and quietly, gripping my stick very tightly. Then I saw it, my teddy, lying on one of the top bunks near the window. I climbed the ladder, grabbed it, and jumped down. As soon as I landed, I felt something warm and moist on my neck, like something breathing right on your neck. I spun around, startled, and fell to the floor. I couldn't see very much in the gloom, so I could not make out anything. I got up, trembling, clutching bear in one hand and stick in another. This was also the first time I ever swore. I remember hearing my parents and older friends say things like fuck, so I said, "Fuck you, Jason," name of the kid who allegedly put my teddy there. I kept saying it over and over for making me come here like this. What an asshole. Fuck you, Jason. I kept saying it as I walked back downstairs, as I went to the window, pulled myself up, and jumped out into the forest. Fuck you, Jason, I muttered, looking at the ground. Fuck you, Jason. Fuck you. I looked back at the cabin from the side. The front door was now open, hanging ajar, but it had not been when I got there. I turned around to leave, facing back towards the field. That is when I saw it. One dark figure, standing just off to the side, near a tree. It let out a low growl, and started towards me with a natural speed. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. I ran for the field, trying to scream to alert someone. I could not breathe. All I could hear was the growls behind me, and at one point, I felt the warmness on my neck again. I could hear the footsteps. I kept trying to yell help all the way back to the cabin cluster, but sometimes you're just too scared for words. When I got back to the cabin, I opened the door, ran in, and slammed it shut behind me. No more footsteps. Everyone was awake now, asking me what was going on. I was crying and red-faced, unable to speak. I jumped up on my bed and looked through the window. I could just barely see the figure running back into the forest. The next day, the camp counselors called my relatives from Van to come get me, as I was too upset to leave my bed and could not stop trembling and holding my teddy. I've never been back since, but I heard that while Old Man Jenkins was just a story, someone did actually go missing from the mental institution that week and did not return. The counselors found nothing in that cabin when I told them, except for a bunch of rags that had not been there before, some needles, and a hatchet. My cousin is in the Coast Guard. He has been for over a decade now. He's not the kind of guy to lie or just make things up. He told me this story in the summer of 2022. This happened to him back in 2017. He was assigned to a lighthouse off the coast of Maine on a 2-week maintenance rotation. The place was called Matinus Rock, and it's way out there. You can only get to it by boat or helicopter. It's nothing more than a jagged rocky island. It has just a single lighthouse and one auxiliary building that stores fuel and maintenance equipment. There is no power grid, no plumbing, and barely any cell signal. The lighthouse itself is automated, but it still requires occasional manual upkeep. This is why Coast Guard sends people out to it every year or so. Usually, it's a solo assignment. There had been strange electrical failures the year before though, so this one was different. For this trip, they decided to send 2 people. It would be my cousin, who I will call C, and another guy, I'll just call him D. The first few days were fine. Just boring really. To give you an idea, during the day they check the beacon mechanics, test the emergency batteries, refill the diesel generator, and scrape off layers of salt corrosion from the metal interior. At night they read, eat simple meals, and kill time playing cards. It was expected isolation. On the 4th night, C woke up around 2 in the morning feeling weird. Not sick and not in pain, just felt like something was wrong with the atmosphere. The air was heavier than usual, and he said it felt like standing in a room right before a thunderstorm. The sky was clear and silent outside at the time though. He sat up and looked around. It was dark. Then he noticed something. There was no rotation from the beacon. The lighthouse was supposed to send out a sweeping light beam every few seconds. Even during maintenance, this would happen. It was a huge deal if the light failed. He got up and shook D awake. The 2 of them made their way up the narrow spiral staircase to the top of the tower. When they got there, they found the gears that rotated the beacon were still moving. The actual light itself was not turning though. Something was jammed in the mechanism. It was a large dark piece of cloth. Something like a blanket or an old coat wedged deep into the gear assembly. The thing was soaked. It was covered in a slimy, mossy substance, and it smelled like rotting seaweed and mildew. They were both confused. The door had been locked and the windows were sealed. It did not make sense. They removed the fabric and tossed it. Then they went back to bed. The next night, the exact same thing happened again. Only this time, it was not the same type of fabric. It was smaller, looked like an old-fashioned scarf or a shawl. It was red and frayed at the edges. Looked soaked through with what looked like ocean water. It even had tiny crustaceans clinging to it. They checked the doors, the windows, the supply closet, but everything was secure. From that night on, they began blocking their stairwell with heavy crates. On the 7th night, something happened that C can't explain. He said he was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. Then he heard D whispering from across the room, but he was not talking to C. He was murmuring to the corner of the room and saying strange, disconnected things like someone was standing there. C leaned up and asked what he was saying. D blinked slowly and looked confused. He told him he was not saying anything. But later that night, C woke again and found D sitting at the window. He was staring down at the rocks below. When he asked what he was doing, D said he thought he saw someone standing down there on the rocks the night before. He said it looked like someone was watching them and then disappeared when the light rotated back. D got weirder every day. He stopped sleeping. He stopped talking much. He just stared out the window for hours. Would just mutter about noises in the wall or about hearing voices from inside the stairwell. On the 9th night, they both heard footsteps on the stairs. Real, slow, deliberate footsteps, one after the other, coming down from the beacon room above. That night, they shoved a dresser in front of the bedroom door and slept with knives underneath their pillows. On the 11th night, they were woken up again by the beacon failing. This time, the beacon room door was wide open, completely swung open like someone had kicked it in. The beacon was not just stopped, it had been deliberately tampered with. The bulb was unscrewed and placed upright in the middle of the room. That thing is industrial grade. You can't just twist it off by hand without effort. Dee just kept muttering that someone had done it. Then C felt something brush against his back, something cold. He spun around, but no one was there. Dee had gone pale. He just kept pointing at the wall, whispering that he saw a hand come out of the bricks. They ran back down the stairs and locked themselves in the bedroom. C did not sleep at all. Dee started rocking back and forth in the corner, whispering to someone who was not there. The next morning, C used the emergency sat phone and called for an early pickup. Said there had been a serious mechanical failure. The boat showed up that afternoon. When they arrived, the crew asked them about the distress call they had made at 2:12 a.m. that morning. C had never made any call though. He did not touch the phone until daylight. The deckhand said they received a garbled call that came through with static and a voice saying something about someone being there with them. Then it cut out. Dee did not speak the entire ride back. He quit the Coast Guard a few months later and never told anyone what really happened out there. Be 3 weeks ago. It is my birthday. I live in Colorado. Just stating this to get an idea. My friends pick me up and we all enjoy a great night, titty bar, hookah, and going up to Colorado University since my friend goes there and we were just fucking around. Well, it was about midnight, and he says there is this dorm room where a girl took her own life and it is supposed to be haunted. Well, whatever, it ain't spooky. We wait outside the main doors, waiting for someone to open it. The building is shaped like a U, and we are right in the middle of it. Almost all the lights are off, but the windows are open. In the middle section is the cafeteria with many lights on the inside. My brain is fucking with me. I am constantly seeing dark figures. About 30 minutes pass by, and somebody opens the door. Shit just got real. Walk up the stairs until we get to this lonely ass door. My heart is fucking spaghettiing all over itself. We open it up, and this is the longest hallway I have ever seen, and in the middle it goes down a shorter hallway. Get to shorter hallway, and that is when it got fucked up. This door looked like the door that was protecting hell. It had 3 handles and 6 different locks on it. Just looking at this door makes me sick. My friend goes, "Just wait," and turns off the lights. Fuck. Decide to man up and touch the door. My arm instantly goes numb, and in the silence, I feel like I can hear voices. After about 30 minutes of that, we left. We leave, and I feel that I am being watched. I know it's a college, but not that kind of watched. I just felt weird. My friends start discussing science, since that is what one is majoring in. I am ahead of them, and my mind is breaking. I start crying, and getting thoughts of taking my own life. I feel like I have disappointed my parents, and that I'm just so sorry. Note that for being 20, my life is above par. I have broken eyesight of that building, but I just have this pulling sensation, making me want to go back. As we get a mile or so away, it fades, and I start to collect myself. I have no idea what the fuck happened, and I think I'm just going crazy. It's now around 2:30 a.m., almost witching hour, and we leave. When we were driving, the moon was full, and in a busy town. There were no cars, no streetlights or anything. I brought it up, and we had a debate over it, but this is what I came up with. I just broke up with my girlfriend after dating for 2 years, and I feel like that feeling I had of wanting to go back, actually needing to go back, was some sort of X-way telling me that the further you get away, the better you will be. I have the most respect for the paranormal side. This happened to me a few years ago. I was 18, just out of high school, and planning on going to Berea College. I have stories of that place too, but those are for another night. My dad had just essentially abandoned the family almost exactly a year earlier. My mom was out late with her sisters, celebrating the fact that my dad was finally gone for good, and I had recently gotten home from helping my cousin paint his house. So I was tired, and it was just me and my little brother. We did the usual, played PS3. I fried some catfish for dinner, and then we watched Evil Dead 2, because I figured that, at 13, he was finally old enough. After the movie, he went to bed, and I watched TV and began dozing off on the couch. I had not been asleep long. I know, because The Daily Show was still on, when I hear a loud thwap at the glass door to the back porch. I could see the back porch from the couch, and looked up as soon as I awoke and saw something running away. I ran to the door and looked outside, but there was nothing. My house is built on a hill, so even though from the front the living room is on the ground floor, from the back it is 1 story above the ground, and so is the porch. There is also a gate in front of the stairs that automatically closes behind you when you walk up to the porch. The only way whatever made that thwap could have gotten away before I reached the porch would be to jump over the side. Figuring some idiot, probably a drunk cousin, friend, or neighbor, had been trying to scare me, and then jumped over the porch railing to get away when I jumped up, I turned on the floodlight and looked around on the ground. There was no one there, but there was a large depression in the grass and mud, as if something big and heavy had landed there. Still groggy, and figuring it was just a stupid prank, I grabbed my flashlight and walked around the house looking for any people, and yelling at them to just stop being pricks and come out. I, of course, found no one. You never do in these tales, but I was finally beginning to fully wake up. That is when I noticed that there was something odd in the woods. Like I said, there's a lot of people, so we don't get many animals besides the occasional deer. But there is also always a ton of birds, even late at night, and they are always making noise. But there were no birds. There was some sort of rustling in the underbrush though, something big, and it did not move like a deer. If you listen, you can tell when deer are moving through the woods. They are quiet and light-footed. Whatever was there that night walked heavily, making a lot of noise. And again, I figured it was a person. Determined to find them and end the foolishness, I grabbed my walking stick and set off onto the trail. As I walked, I began to think how odd it was the birds were all quiet. Even when there were people around, they never seemed to stop singing. And the deeper I went, the stronger the smell got. These stories always have some odd smell, don't they? The truth is that most people don't pay attention to their nose, because everything has some sort of smell. But when something strange happens, your body turns all of your senses up to 11, and then you finally notice the smells around you. Anyways, it wasn't exactly a bad smell. Somewhat earthy, like dirt and vegetation. Not something you would want as an air freshener, but not going to make you puke, and not totally out of place in a forest. What made it odd though, and made it stand out, was just how strong it was. Way more than the usual smells of the woods. And there was a tinge of raw flesh. Not rotting, just raw. I could still hear whatever it was moving around, so I kept going. Starting to get a bit weirded out by everything, I became more wary, ready to use my walking stick as defense. Whenever I get bored or stressed, I like to imagine I'm in some video game. I know, that's dorky, but I grew up with games, and it helps me relax. Video games help me when my relationship with my dad turned sour, and they've helped me deal with things. So that is what I started doing then. In my head, I pretended I was Naked Snake, looking for the end, or Cyan from Final Fantasy VI, moving through the Phantom Forest. That is when I saw what was making the noise. It suddenly leaped across the trail. Not ran or crawled, I saw it leap. This being a populated area, the trail was pretty wide. So wide that no normal person could leap over it, unless you were Michael Jordan maybe. This obviously was not MJ. It obviously was not human either. It was about human height, but the way it carried itself made it seem much heavier. The most unsettling things though, were the head and legs. It was way too dark, even with my flashlight, to make out much detail, but I could see the general shape. It had those digitigrade legs, the beast legs, you know, like a dog's hind legs, with all the extra bends, and standing on the toes with the ankle up in the air. And the head was weirdly small. But for just a moment, I swear it looked at me, and I could see the eye shine from two huge eyes. Even if it had a normal-sized head, Those eyes were way too big, and the whole body seemed to have something hanging off of it, almost like bits of plants or fabric, or shaggy but patchy fur. And the smell was stronger than ever now. I could not escape it. The thing was moving much faster at that point, and I could hear it running through the woods, and it seemed to be trying to circle behind me maybe. I was afraid it was going to cut off my way home, so I began booking it back down the trail. Unfortunately, thanks to surgery that I had as a child, I have a bum knee, and I could not run for long. I tried to force myself to just keep going, but I messed up, and eventually I could not run anymore, and I tripped. I heard the thing get closer to me, and I started blindly swinging my walking stick. It connected with a crack, and it felt more like I hit stone than flesh, and it snapped my stick completely in half. And, unfortunately for you, but fortunately for me, that is it. That is all that happened. After I smacked the thing, I heard it run off. By the time my eyes were back open again, it was gone. I went home, locked myself in my room, and slept until late in the morning. Neither my brother or neighbors noticed anything at all that night. My mom wondered why my walking stick was lying broken by the back door, but that was the only sign anything had happened at all. There wasn't even any blood or fur stuck to the remains of the stick. Just nothing. Nothing at all. All I have left of that encounter are just my memories. I occasionally think I smell something, and the birds do occasionally go quiet, but there haven't been any events for years, and I've never run into that creature ever again in my life.